Chapter 349, Rage. Chapter 349, Rage. Nanya shook her head and said, I need to first ask cousin's opinion. She knew his intentions had been seen. His old face reddened slightly, but it quickly turned back. Of course, of course. The tree Yao, the flower Yao and the other students looked from a distance as Chi talked with enthusiasm on his face, and all of them were shocked without an exception. The sparks fell like rain. Zuo Mo widened his eyes as he warily observed the surroundings. The scenery in the surroundings had not changed, but the feeling of danger did not lessen, but had become even more oppressing. Had that just been a warm-up? Zuo Mo felt no fear. Just the opposite, an excited battle desire filled his body. He wanted the upcoming fight to be even fiercer. The exquisite 16 little Yao art combination had dismembered the other's fireball in an instant. What really excited him was that he had actually used one of the transformations of the great Mo physique, Light Void Wings, in his crisis. What, Light Void Wings, strengthened with speed, to become as fast as lightning? It was the first transformation Zuo Mo learned. When he had used it just now, he had a great idea. He suppressed the formation of the pair of golden wings, and diverted the power to his legs. It actually produced the effect of stepping through the void. So, Light Void Wings could be used like this. Zuo Mo suddenly felt there was light, and was greatly inspired. Since the power of the Light Void Wings could be pushed to his legs, what would happen if he pushed it to his arms? Or any other place? He was even considering, could the other transformations be used like this? He was yearning to try and filled with the intent to battle. He had really made a profit today. What he did not know was that Pu Yao's eyes almost dropped to the floor in his sea of consciousness. In his view, the new change of the Light Void Wings was somewhat wondrous, but it was not enough for him, a great Sky Yao, to be shocked. What he felt was inconceivable was the use of Mo skills in the 10-finger prison. This was not possible. He almost shouted. 10-finger prison was constructed from Yao arts, and only the power of Yao arts could be used in the 10-finger prison. No matter if it was Mo skills, or Xiao spells, they definitely could not appear in the 10-finger prison. Even the first prison, Vast Water Clear Skies, was not an exception. But what happened in front of him completely broke this rule that had existed for countless years. What was this? Strangely, a thread of fright appeared in Pu Yao's heart. Zuo Mo did not know of the thread of fright floating in Pu Yao's heart, but even if he knew, he would only snort and mock. He cultivated a variety of things, and did not have a bias towards any kind of power, and was curious about them all. Even more so, he didn't have the time to chat with Pu Yao. Even though the fireball had been destroyed, but the dangerous presence filling the surroundings had not weakened but had increased. When the last spark fell, a change occurred. In the void, a faint incorporeal shadow appeared. A heavy water element-based power spread. Glittering and transparent rivers of water crisscrossed as they appeared around him. Some were fast, some were slow, some were clear like precious gems, some were as turbid as mud. The prison battlefield seemed to have returned to its usual state. Zuo Mo's consciousness didn't dare to stay back and suddenly spread out. A water arrow suddenly flew out of a river flow in front of him. This transparent water arrow announced the start of battle. Blue light suddenly exploded. Numerous water Yao arts flew out of the crisscrossing river flows. They covered the skies and ground like a thunderstorm. The Yao and the surroundings changed expression. Even those experts that thought they were skilled in water Yao arts were so shocked they almost jumped up when they saw the scene. This attack included 361 water Yao arts, from the simplest water arrow, the water bomb, to the combinations that formed water birds, water butterflies, to the higher-level water dragons and beasts. What was even more astounding was that each water bird seemed almost alive, the transparent feathers extremely detailed. The Yao at this time finally knew what terrifying level Chan Lu Daren's water Yao arts had reached. Clear skies, thousand streams, awe-inspiring and terrifying. Shocked, the faces of the Yao became slightly intoxicated. Such beautiful water Yao arts definitely were peerless. As to Zuo Mo, who had activated the prison-breaking battle, no one looked at him again. Maybe he was amazingly talented, maybe he was the successor to a mysterious Yao art, but in front of Qian Lu Daren, he was fated to lose his halo, he was fated to become as inconsequential as a speck of dust. Inside the battlefield, Zuo Mo's expression changed drastically. His vision was filled with the flooding blue sea that was made from the light of numerous water Yao arts. These glowing and beautiful water Yao arts were of different shapes and various speeds, but they all had the smell of danger. The hairs on Zuo Mo's body stood on end. Each water Yao art was not difficult or complex for him, but when 361 water Yao arts came at the same time, he was instantly in a life-threatening predicament, and did not even have room to dodge. Incredible water Yao arts. The scent of death was so close. His face was slightly cold as though death's decaying face was pressed against his with a strange smile. His mind was blank, his limbs were wooden. All of his battle intent gone, all of his motivation became fragile like glass in front of such a peerless attack, and was instantly shattered. Zuo Mo's body was frozen and unable to move a finger. He could only look dazedly at the ocean-like blue light rushing towards him. The almost tangible water element power was pressing at his brows. He watched as he was going to be swallowed by this vast ocean of blue light. Damn it! Zuo Mo suddenly shook and woke up from his dumbstruck state. What followed right after was shame from the heart. He had actually been shocked by the enemy's attack, so frightened that he had lost all intent of rebelling. Damn it! Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly turned bright red like two balls of flame. The cold blood in his body suddenly boiled. Strong anger filled every part of his chest. He was furious because of his weakness, he felt furious for losing his resolve. Breaking through the hard ice, the erupting desire to battle, his anger and shame merged together. Zuo Mo instantly sank into a rage. His eyes crimson red, in a raging Zuo Mo's hands closed together and then opened. Hiss crack, a blinding lightning net appeared between his hands. The thin silver lightning snakes curved as they swam. 30 thumb-sized hard lightning bolts moved uncertainly in the lightning net. Yang Fiend Hard Lightning. If Zuo Mo was clear in mind at this time, he would be joyful at his improvement in the Yao arts. When he used the Yang Fiend Hard Lightning, this time, the presence it gave was completely different, and was very pressuring. No matter if it was the increase in spiritual power or his understanding of the Yao arts, all of it was completely on display through the Yang Fiend Hard Lightning that he had used so many times. A furious bellow suddenly sounded from inside the blue light. Immediately after, a dot of silver energy suddenly lit up inside the blue light. Then this silver energy became increasingly brighter and bigger. What was this? The Yao watching were slightly shocked. They speculated on what kind of Yao art this silver energy was. Boom boom boom. Sounds of explosions continued inside the thick blue light like explosions from the bottom of the water. But quickly, the faces of the Yao who were more attentive were slightly weird. They found to their shock that the sound of the explosions had changed starting from the 10th explosion. It was not as deep and muffled, and was increasingly bright. Was it? They couldn't help but show shock in their eyes. The explosions were like thunder and rolled in waves. Just as the Yao were uncertain, an enormous sound exploded. Every Yao felt the silver light turn blindingly bright and their vision instantly turned to white. When the light dissipated, and the eyes of the Yao recovered to look at the battlefield clearly, they instantly were amazed. How was it possible? In the battlefield, Zuo Mo's body was covered in smoke and fire. He cut a very sorry figure. But no Yao laughed at him now. They looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo, their mouths unconsciously sighing in shock. The yells of those young and beautiful female Yao came in waves. Their expressions were excited and uncontrollable. She was dumbstruck. Just now, he had also lost himself in Qianlu Daren's water Yao arts and judged that Zuo Mo could not win, then he saw the hardy Zuo Mo standing in the battlefield. Shocked, he had to sigh lightly. If before this battle, he had thought that Purple Lotus Yao Art House had a chance of recruiting the other, after this battle, he understood that Purple Lotus Yao Art House could not keep the other. Deep respect and joy stemming from the heart showed in Nan Yu's crystal-like eyes, The yells of the female Yao quickly infected the other Yao. Even those people that usually did not show their emotions now used all kinds of ways to vent the excitement inside. In the last round, they saw the hope of Zuo Mo's victory. This was a prison-breaking battle. The one that broke one of the prisons would be able to rename the prison they defeated. This was an honor that each Yao dreamed of, this was the beginning of a legend. Right now, this was happening in front of them. Such a lucky matter to be able to personally see it. This was also why they could not maintain their calm, and were so excited. The spectators were peerlessly excited. They used all kinds of methods to tell their friends and family what was happening. The people that had started recording Yao arts previously grinned up to their ears as though they had won the lottery. Just as every Yao was excited, Zuo Mo opened his eyes in the battlefield. The pure red eyes did not show any signs of dissipating. Still in a rage, Zuo Mo turned and looked around like a wild beast. The Yao on the outside gradually calmed down. The crisscrossing rivers in the battlefield had not disappeared. This meant that the prison-breaking battle had not finished. Qianlu Daren definitely left another move behind. Just as the Yao were speculating, they suddenly found the guy that was smoking in the battlefield looked around as though he was searching for prey. He quickly walked murderously towards one of the river flows. The abnormal movement in the battlefield instantly attracted all of the Yao's eyes. Some Yao with good eyes even noticed that Zuo Mo seemed to be shouting something. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo charged in front of a river flow. The movement that Zuo Mo made immediately after caused the hearts of all the Yao to stop. Outside the battlefield, it was a deathly silence. He inserted his hand into the river flow in front of him. This guy, what did he want to do? Translator ramblings, did you guys think that last chapter was the end of it? We're not done yet. Insert evil laugh here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, You Dare Attack Gu. Chapter 350, You Dare Attack Gu. The raging Zuo Mo seemed to be insane, growling from the deepest part of his throat like a furious animal roaring. You dare attack GE, dare attack GE. You will definitely die. Destroy UF asterisk 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 heirs. Zuo Mo seemed to have been messed with. Angry, he searched for anything that he could attack. He changed his reactive and defensive posture and attacked head-on. Didn't the water Yao arts fly out from these river flows? Then he will flatten all of these river flows. With both of his hands in the river flow he attacked. His fury and rage did not make him lose his judgment, but heightened the sensitive intuition of a wild beast. In just that instant, the structure of the river flow constructed of Yao arts seemed to flash across his mind like flowing water. Without needing to think, he started to deconstruct it. In his eyes, the enormous river flow was not any different than those rocks and flora he previously deconstructed, just a little bit bigger in scale. Who had left the impression of the river flows? What was Clear Sky's thousand flow? Prison-breaking battle? What was that? His eyes crimson red and only held the most primitive crazy desire for battle and stubbornness. Deconstruction, deconstruction, complete deconstruction. The river flow was more complex than any Yao art he had deconstructed before, but Zuo Mo's attacking capabilities were far stronger in this moment than normal. His mind was unprecedentedly focused, his reactions unusually sensitive and his intuition abnormally accurate. The hands that were in the river flow swayed gently like reeds. The water flow was lit up with a faint glowing light and had a blurry beauty. The Yao outside the battlefield were completely struck dumb by Zuo Mo's actions. Gulp. Simultaneous sounds of swallowing. It was so clear and ear-piercing in the deathly silent vast water-clear skies. No one cared. Their eyes couldn't bear to stray from the figure in the battlefield for a moment. Of course they could see that Zuo Mo was like a provoked lion who had started to furiously retaliate. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see. But didn't this guy know this was the prison battlefield that Qianlu Darren set down? That was Qianlu Darren. The Qianlu Darren who had the appellation of Clear Sky Thousand Flows, the king of water Yao arts, the Qianlu Darren known in the world and had the qualifications to enter the Council of Elders. Shouldn't every Yao be shaking and filled with admiration and respect in front of the marks such a legend left behind? But that furious figure in their field of vision was such an eyesore, so painful that they felt disbelief. Why was he angry? How could he be angry? That was Qianlu Darren. Arrogance. A turn jumped out in the hearts of the Yao. They could not believe that one of a younger generation dared to use this kind of posture to face the prison battlefield that Qianlu Darren had set down. No, this was not facing off, this was a challenge. That was right, this was a challenge. Heavens! There was a Yao who dared to challenge Qianlu Darren. All the Yao were shocked by their thoughts and looked dazedly at the battlefield. Nanyu did not notice Teacher Qi, whose mouth was wide and had a dazed expression. Her black eyes were tightly locked onto the hands that Zuo Mo had immersed into the river flows. When those hands lit up with the familiar glow, her eyes instantly became very wide. Darren was using deconstruction. For a whole moment, her mind was blank, but she shook and reacted. She did not know just how shocked the expression on her face was. She pressed hard against her furiously beating heart, her lips white from being bitten by her teeth as she stared at Darren's hands. As though that pair of hands had a kind of magnetism. If Darren was really deconstructing Qianlu Darren's. She almost didn't dare to keep thinking, but she knew that the scene in front of her was a once-in-a-thousand chance. To be able to see Darren deconstructing the water Yao art of Qianlu Darren, even if it was not successful, it was a chance that would only appear once in her lifetime. The taste of blood suddenly spread inside her mouth. She instantly reacted. She had been too nervous and bit through the skin of her lip. However, this little distraction caused her heart to relax slightly. Out of the corners of her eyes, she noticed that people were casting recording Yao arts. She instantly thought, she was so stupid, she even forgot about the recording Yao arts. There were recoding Yao arts among all the Yao arts, and had the same purpose as the Shouja's Mirage Jade Scrolls. However, the recording Yao arts could be stored in the sea of consciousness of the Yao, and were more convenient. She hurriedly cast a recording Yao art to prepare for her to study slowly when she returned. This entire distraction caused her to calm down greatly. She could finally act calmly. Watching the lights on Darren's hands, her mind quickly matched the corresponding Yao arts. Very quickly, the face that had just calmed down showed shock again. Little Yao arts. All of them were little Yao arts. Nan Yu could clearly see. She was able to match the little Yao arts to the dozen of lights that lit up. When she realized this, she was truly stunned. Did Darren plan on using little Yao arts to deconstruct Qianlu Darren's water Yao arts? She had been amazed when Darren had used a little Yao art combination to defeat Qianlu Darren's fire Yao art. Even though she felt shocked, but she could still accept it. Qianlu Darren was famed for his water Yao arts, and no one had heard of his fire Yao arts. But Darren was now using little Yao arts to deconstruct the water Yao arts that Qianlu Darren had become famous for. This caused Nan Yu's mind to short-circuit. No matter if it was the disbelief of the Yao outside the battlefield or Nan Yu's blank mind, it did not affect Zuo Mo inside the battlefield at all. He wasn't deliberately using little Yao arts, but it was because he only knew little Yao arts. From when he had started to deconstruct Yao arts, Pu Yao had only taught him one method, to use little Yao arts. Pu Yao had also made little Yao arts appear wonderful, and that any Yao art could be deconstructed with little Yao arts etc. etc. This directly gave Zuo Mo the wrong impression, that all deconstruction should be done with little Yao arts. Also, these river flows that were in front of him in his view were just some more complex Yao arts. So he did not hesitate in following his usual habits as he started to deconstruct it. What he did not know was that Pu Yao in his sea of consciousness was gaping and wide-eyed. The usually cold and evil face was dumb, and his eyes had almost dropped out. There was only one thought left in his mind: this guy was using little Yao arts to deconstruct. This river flow was more complex than any object that Zuo Mo had encountered in vast water-clear skies. He was even able to see the deep laws of water Yao arts within them. However, there was no true difference in Zuo Mo's eyes, it was just more complex. When the raging Zuo Mo encountered a complex problem, his response once again was unexpected to Pu Yao. He didn't become more restless, but he was like a lion that met a comparable rival. His desire to fight and compete expanded. He had attacked first, and unconsciously became the proactive one. The lights on his hands continuously changed, and the rate of change accelerated, so fast that it was hard to decipher. The speed that his hand cast little Yao arts continuously grew faster. In a short time, it surpassed the fastest speed he could cast at. Zuo Mo did not notice this. But he was clear that just this speed was not enough to deconstruct the river flow in front of him. Zuo Mo's repeated attacks of little Yao arts instantly caused the river flow to retaliate. The river flow in front of him suddenly lit up with faint light. In the void, it looked like a glowing belt of light that floated. Zuo Mo made a muffled grunt and his crimson red eyes became even more reddened. Just now, 5 water Yao arts had silently sneaked near him from the river flow. He had almost been hit. The raging Zuo Mo became even more furious. Without another word, the rate of little Yao art changes on his hands increased another step. The speed he was casting little Yao arts now was 2 times his fastest speed. The effect was immediately seen. The peaceful river flow suddenly severely rippled. The river flow in front of Zuo Mo suddenly shook fiercely like the twisted body of a snake in pain struggling fiercely. In response, the speed of the river flow also increased. Numerous translucent schools of fish appeared in the river flow. These schools of fish all had various shapes, their bodies transparent and made completely of water. If they were not seen from at a close distance, it was very difficult to detect them. There were so many schools of fish that they could not be counted. Once they were formed, they furiously leaped towards Zuo Mo's hands in the river flow. His mind unprecedentedly focused, Zuo Mo instantly noticed the change of the river flow. But his feeling was completely different than those of the spectators. These furiously charging schools of fish, in his mind, were just new changes in the structure of the Yao art making up the river flow. He didn't have any fear, and felt very excited because this meant that his deconstruction method was right. The river flow had detected the danger, which was the reason it retaliated so fiercely. Come on, baby! Zuo Mo's blood rose to his head, his desire for battle rising to a peak. The little Yao arts his hands were casting were even more insane and became faster. His 2 hands turned to one ball of intangible shadows. It was impossible to see his 10 fingers clearly. His consciousness and finger movements were unusually in sync at this moment. With the smallest change of his finger, his consciousness would automatically make the corresponding change. Lights flew between his flying hands with astounding speed. Some of these various colored lights headed straight for the schools of fish, some grouped together, and there were even several dozen that welcomed the school of fish like a net. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably great. The little Yao arts seemed to have become an instinctive part of him, and he had no problems casting them. But he did not immerse himself in the feeling of pleasure. He only had one target in his eyes. Deconstruction. Complete destruction. He was going to completely deconstruct this damned river flow. Dare attack GE. Die die. All die, dot. Faster. Even faster. Just a bit more. The speed of the two hands seemed to suddenly decrease. If it was put in slow motion, one would find the practiced motion seemed to pause, but this stop was very short, so short that people would find it hard to detect. After this extremely short pause, the two hands that had been blurry into one ball slowly separated. Two balls of shadow, two balls of furiously changing light balls. The river flow that had been vibrating fiercely suddenly stopped. The body of the continuously struggling glittering snaking river seemed to freeze in this moment. The rushing river flows around, the spraying waves, they all stopped in the sky. Time seemed to suddenly stop. All the river flows in the entire prison battlefield froze, silent and motionless. Translator ramblings, still not over, Lil Cliffy is in full force. It's not that Zuo Mo is trying to be cool, he only knows so many Yao arts to start with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, 1000 Flow Water Breath. Chapter 351, 1000 Flow Water Breath. Pia pia pia. The dense sounds of corn popping rang without warning. With Zuo Mo's hands as the starting point, the explosions rapidly spread with astounding speed towards the two ends of the river flow. When it reached the very end, the entire river flow was bombed into countless snowy white water foam by another even stronger explosion. Zuo Mo's figure was instantly swallowed by the wave of water foam. The fine water foam was like snowflakes which had been blown free, somber, and beautiful. This beautiful scene was forever imprinted upon the minds of the female Yao that were watching. The desolate and silent void, the sky full of snowflakes that had been thrown about, the scene was picturesque. It wasn't just the female Yao. Even those male Yao that only admired strength were shocked by the scene in front of them. However, they quickly broke free of their shock. The deathly silent vast water clear sky seemed to be suddenly ignited. The sound wave instantly swallowed all of the Yao. The Yao could not hear other people's words, not even their own words, but they were so excited they could only uncontrollably shout in awe. Heavens, what did I just see? Who can tell me? Too crazy. Too crazy. Impossible, this is impossible. This is Qian Lu Daren's Water Yao Arts. Qian Lu Daren's Water Yao Arts. A male Yao held his head as he looked dazedly at the battlefield and murmured. Lin Yu and Shang Zhang looked soullessly at the battlefield. All the power they had seemed to have been drained away. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Compared to the disbelief and shock of the male Yao, the female Yao were very excited and exuberant. Oh, so handsome. Who knows who this guy is? I definitely have to pursue him. He is too handsome, too intoxicating. A beautiful female Yao's face was blushing as she spoke. So beautiful, he definitely is a romantic Yao. Another female Yao's eyes were intoxicated, and her face adoring. The excited Nan Yu was instantly shocked inside and out. She shook, and the hairs on her body began standing up. Then she couldn't help but think, if Darren heard this, she didn't know how he would respond. This thought flashed through her mind before disappearing. She suppressed her excitement, and started to think back to the little Yao arts that Darren had just cast. She was very familiar with little Yao arts. If she could see it, she definitely could quickly identify what kind of little Yao art it was. But the light that just covered Darren's hands was completely different than the little Yao arts that she had seen before. Had Darren used new Yao arts? This suspicion flashed past her mind. She shook her head. Intuition told her that Darren had still used little Yao arts. She didn't recognize those strange lights, but they seemed to be slightly familiar. Her eyes suddenly widened. She thought of a possibility. If the speed that little Yao arts were cast was fast enough, and broke through the normal barrier. The shock of Qian Lu Daren's Water Yao arts being defeated was a far greater blow to all the Yao than the fireball being dissipated before. Qian Lu Daren had been young when he had set vast water clear skies, but the male Yao in the battlefield certainly did not appear to be of a great age. Qian Lu Daren had established his name of Clear Skies 1000 Flow. It was possible to predict that the mysterious male young Yao in the battlefield would be known throughout the world regardless of whether he finished the prison-breaking battle in the end. Previously, everyone had felt Zuo Mo had been too arrogant to challenge Qian Lu Daren's Water Yao arts, but right now, many Yao were seriously considering how probable it was that Zuo Mo could win. The short attack allowed them to understand the mysterious young male Yao in the battlefield had potential no less than crystal clear 1000 flow. This world was really crazy. A legend that only existed in heroic tales was really happening in front of them. The feeling of dreamy surrealism made many Yao felt dazed for a moment. Xi's mouth was bitter as he grimaced. He knew his plan had failed. Xi couldn't predict what level Nan Yu's strange Corson would reach, but the power that he displayed now was not lacking compared to the young clear sky's thousand flow. A genius whose future was limitless. Was it even possible that the little purple lotus Yao art house could recruit him? Strange cousin isn't just strange, he had some talent. The tree Yao carelessly praised as though what he had just seen was a normal house battle. Every single blossom on the flower Yao's body flipped like numerous pairs of eyes simultaneously rolling their eyes. The other students at the side really could not resist themselves due to the tree Yao's otherworldly conduct. Shut up! Before, they had felt that Zuo Mo's conduct was full of ignorance about his own abilities, but now, Zuo Mo had risen to a height that they could admire. In their view, even the house elder of the Purple Lotus Yao art house might not have the qualifications to judge Zuo Mo. So what was the tree Yao? How could he speak so grandly? The tree Yao waved his branches in shock. Don't you also feel the same? So strange. Has some skill. Really strange. How can you be more strange than the strange cousin? This time, even the other Yao that had been preparing to mock saw the situation clearly and shrunk back. To argue with this deluded person was to find displeasure for themselves. Before the fine snowy white water foam had dissipated, there was another string of explosions and the layers of snowy white foam rippled. The attention of all the Yao were attracted. The explosions came endlessly. Thick snowy white water foam completely covered the entire prison battlefield. No Yao was able to clearly see Zuo Mo's figure. But those explosions were enough to prove that Zuo Mo was still in the battlefield. Zuo Mo charged in every direction, his eyes crimson red as he howled like a crazed wild beast. If he found a river flow, he would instantly leap over. Roused by the killing, he inexhaustibly searched for the next river flow, and continued to deconstruct. He became even more practiced and his efficiency increased drastically. After a while, he was able to locate the weak points to break through before the first wave of counterattacks arrived. It was like solving problems. There were many kinds of problems, but as he became familiar, his way of thinking became clear, and naturally became more at ease. He completely had no intention of leaving face for the other. There was only one thought in his mind. You dare to attack GE, all die, die. Destroy, destroy, completely destroy. The crisscrossing river flows continuously exploded into snowy foam. When the last flowing river was deconstructed, Zuo Mo widened his eyes among the snowy foam turbulence and looked around. He wanted to find his next target. As his consciousness expanded, he suddenly found that they all seemed to have been resolved. All resolved? There was nothing left. Fine cold water foam covered his face. The temperature of his boiling hot head couldn't help but decrease. The anger inside seemed to have been pretty much vented. He showed an expression of reluctance. He felt very exhilarated at doing deconstruction. Just as he was enjoying it, the target disappeared. Suddenly, a warm and gentle presence suddenly shot out of the void. The flying and moving snowy white foam seemed to have suddenly come to life. Their speed slowly decreased until they were set in the void. This presence could not be considered strong, there was no tyrannical presence that could conquer the world. It was warm but not conspicuous, yet peerlessly weighty. It was like a boundless ocean, so vast that it inspired awe. Under this warm and vast presence, threads of vitality like the sun being born slowly rose up from the water. As the presence appeared, it covered the entire vast water clear skies, and covered every Yao in vast water clear skies. Is this water breath? Lang Yu reached out with his palm as though he wanted to grab this presence, and murmured to himself. Every Yao who cultivated water Yao arts had serious expressions at this moment. They spread out their arms as though they wanted to throw themselves into this vast presence. Yao like Qi who cultivated fire Yao arts seemed to be sitting on pins. Without knowing it, a thin layer of sweat covered their heads. Water breath was one of the base sources of power comprehended after water Yao arts were cultivated to a very deep level. There were many kinds of little Yao arts. Each Yao's water Yao arts were different, and the water breath they would comprehend would vary. When Yao that comprehended water breath cast water Yao arts, the power was much greater than normal water Yao arts. As the cultivation deepened, the comprehension of water breath would continuously change. The more the comprehension of water breath was perfected, the deeper the understanding of water Yao arts. Comprehending water breath was the most important badge for every water art cultivating Yao to have a deep understanding. Countless Yao who had spent decades cultivating water Yao arts were unable to comprehend water breath. It was not strange or unexpected that Qian Lu Darren had comprehended water breath when he was young. But that attributes that Qian Lu Darren's water breath showed made every Yao feel awe. Vast and full of life. The more the Yao was skilled in water Yao arts, the faster their hearts beat. Shouldn't such high-level laws only appeared on those old Yao that had cultivated for centuries? Zuo Mo was also very shocked. He was very familiar with water element spells. Even though water element spells and water Yao arts were completely different, but the base source of water did not change. This presence was not dominating, but it was extremely pure. Then an unprecedented feeling of anger filled every pore of Zuo Mo's body. He wasn't a greenhorn that just stepped onto the battlefield. When this water breath appeared, he instantly found the terrifying power under its warm and peaceful surface. It was like a basin of cold water was poured from his head to his toes, and cooled his heart. Zuo Mo found that, in front of this vast presence full of life, he was so minuscule he was like a speck of dust. Minuscule like a speck of dust. A dot of light suddenly appeared in Zuo Mo's eyes that were still bloodshot. It was like the spark that lit up in the wild. He raised his face and looked forward as though he was going to penetrate the thick white water foam with his eyes. He suddenly smiled. With the mannerism of a peerless expert, filled with nonchalance. The curve of his mouth increased until the corners of his mouth reached his ears and revealed the snowy white, neat and sharp teeth. The tone of his voice as it came out was completely opposite his aloof appearance. It was gritted through his teeth, and was filled with undisguised ferocity. Good dislikes people that never commit the most. The murderous Zuo Mo started his insane actions. A golden light flashed on his back, and a pair of faint golden and transparent wings appeared. Countless hair-thin gold threads climbed up from the bottom of Zuo Mo's feet until they entirely covered his legs. The golden threads suddenly tightened as though they tied up his legs. Light void wings, golden crow feet. Immediately after, numerous hard lightning appeared and floated around Zuo Mo to form a thick net of lightning. Yang Fiend Hard Lightning. 108 bolts of Yang Fiend Hard Lightning. After finishing all this, Zuo Mo didn't raise his head, and his hands started to swipe and move with difficulty. Translator ramblings, and it continues. Qianlu literally means thousand flow, hence the name. I'm not sure if he changed his name to fit the arts that he is good at or his parents named him and then he decided to use his arts to literally make thousands of water flows. Zuo Mo's getting even angrier, he might burst a blood vessel soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, The Reappearance of Wasteland Sacrificial Art. Chapter 352, The Reappearance of Wasteland Sacrificial Art. A gray shadow flew out from Zuo Mo's right hand. The gray shadow was like a wasteland beast that had left its cage. It grew in size, and the deep hissing it made shocked people down to their souls. Archaic Wasteland Sacrificial Art. The last joker in Zuo Mo's hands was unhesitatingly thrown out at this moment. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao had a complicated expression, one that Zuo Mo would think was spectacular at this time. His expression was complex and showed a faint bitterness. The archaic wasteland sacrificial art was the Yao art that his teacher had created. Teacher had never hidden any part of it from him. He could recite any part of the Yao art, but even so, after 1,000 years, he still could not successfully cast this Yao art. Thinking back to his nickname of Encyclopedia of Yao Arts, it seemed full of irony. Archaic wasteland sacrificial art looked simple, but it actually was complex in many places. Otherwise, how could Pu Yao still not be able to find the method to cast it after so many years had passed? Last time, he had only wanted to try, and just gave a few words of guidance. He had not expected Zuo Mo to successfully cast the art. Today, Zuo Mo's movements were still unpracticed, but he had successfully cast it again. It was enough to show that he had grasped the crux of this Yao art, and his success was not just a matter of luck. What was an incredibly difficult Yao art in Pu Yao's eyes was easily grasped by Zuo Mo and without the other knowing its difficulty. Other than bitterness and mockery, he couldn't help but admire Zuo Mo's talent. Thinking back carefully, he found that inexperienced youth he had first met was more average in all areas compared to the present. This guy's staying power was very strong. He suddenly snickered. His consciousness was greater than Zuo Mo's. The prison battlefield could block Zuo Mo's consciousness, but could not stop Pu Yao's consciousness. Pu Yao knew everything about what was happening outside. His mood instantly made a 180-degree turn, especially when he saw the spectacular expressions of the spectating Yao. Maybe it was pretty good to have such a student. Even though Zuo Mo was not a Yao, and was a human, but in the eyes of Pu Yao, who usually did not tread the conventional path, this wasn't a concern at all. At some time in the future, he definitely had to urge Zuo Mo to go to the Yao world. It would be really fun to cause a storm. Imagining the shocked expressions of those old guys, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's free yet somewhat insane laughter echoed. Zuo Mo did not hear Pu Yao's laughter. His mind was focused as he cast the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. The simple yet authoritative presence was like a vicious wasteland beast slowly walking out of the mist. The oncoming presence was suffocating. Its movements were not fast, but were filled with perfect ease. It suddenly stopped its movement. The spectating Yao felt their throats tighten as though a noose had been suddenly tightened around their necks. They couldn't breathe. Terror suddenly jumped from their feet up, the bone-aching coldness spreading through their entire bodies, their minds completely blank. He seemed to see an ancient wasteland beast the size of a mountain looking down indifferently. The mountain-like presence covered the world, and bore down like a mountain. The Yao lost their courage. They wanted to turn and run. Those that were less daring collapsed onto the ground. Even those guys who thought themselves powerful had ashen faces at this moment. Xianlu Daren's water breath was vastness and full of life. And this grey figure was filled with tyranny and destruction. The second prison. Numerous Yao suddenly stopped what they were doing at the same moment. They raised their heads in shock. A dangerous presence filled with tyranny and destruction rushed past them like a gust of wind. The enormous second prison sank into a strange silence. A moment later, these Yao that had been hard at work unhesitatingly dropped what they were doing, and started to fly in the same direction. If one looked from above the second prison, they would find that numerous figures seemed to be attracted to one location. It was the entrance to the first prison. Feeling the danger of the archaic wasteland sacrificial art presented, the vast water breath that had been warm and peaceful a moment ago suddenly roiled. Zuo Mo seemed to be situated in an angry ocean. The enormous waves that charged up could swallow him at any instant. These furious waves contained power that could crumble mountains and upend seas. If he was touched the tiniest bit, even with the great Mo physique, there would only be one outcome: his body completely shattered. The complete reverse of the peace and harmony, the prison battlefield had turned to the other extreme. Zuo Mo understood this represented another attribute of the water breath. After experiencing the voyages on endless ocean, he understood just how the furious water could be terrifying powerful. His surroundings were filled with abundant moisture. Almost in the blink of an eye, a boundless ocean appeared under Zuo Mo's feet. Minuscule, Zuo Mo once again felt just how minuscule he was. In front of this raging and vast water breath, people were forced to admit their insignificance. Zuo Mo bit his lips tightly and tried to maintain his resolve. His hands were still methodically swiping in the air. All of his strength was gathered in his body. Come! Zuo Mo suddenly raised his flushed eyes. Almost at the same time, two empty red lights suddenly lit up in the grey shadow. They were like a pair of vicious eyes. The ignited red eyes were lantern-sized, and like giving the touch of life to a painting, the figure of the wasteland beast that had been slightly intangible did not seem to feel transient any longer. It was alive. Even though the figure of the wasteland beast was not defined, but all of the Yao had a strong feeling, it was alive. The tyrannical and destructive presence suddenly exploded like a volcano and headed into the clouds. It really was alive. The spectating Yao all shook. The two terrifying presences conflicted. They were like beauties that had just been abused getting abused again. Among the crowds of Yao, light flashed occasionally outside the prison battlefield. Each flash of light meant that a Yao could not withstand the two oppressive presences and was forced out of the 10-finger prison. Inside the 10-finger prison, if their mental defenses were broken, they would be forcibly ejected from the 10-finger prison. This kind of situation was not common. The Yao cultivated their consciousness. In terms of mental strength, they were much stronger than Xiuzha or Mo. But today, after the successive blows from two peerlessly presences, the Yao that usually cultivated in the first prison could not bear it. Even Nan Yu only stood for 3 breaths before she was pushed out of the 10-finger prison. In comparison, Lang Yu and Chang Zhang's situation was much better. They usually cultivated in the second prison, but there was no ease on their faces. They seemed to be struggling to bear it. The other Yao, fortunate enough to remain, all had pained expressions on their faces, but no one retreated of their own accord. Everyone knew that the face-off between the two presences that was coming would be a great conflict. To be able to personally see a battle of such a level, even if they had to pay a great price to watch, they would unhesitatingly choose to do so, much less just tolerate some pain. This kind of opportunity was rare. The lantern-sized vicious eyes glowed with red light. The waves that seemed to cover the sky did not seem to affect it. It suddenly opened its mouth. The open mouth suddenly formed a great suction force. Numerous waves were forcibly pulled away from the water by this force and flew towards the open mouth of the wasteland beast. The furious ocean suddenly paused shortly. The surface of the water that had instantly calmed rippled. It was rebelling against this suction. The light of the two enormous pupils in the grey shadow increased. The suction power increased. Whoosh whoosh. Like a whale drinking rivers, numerous pillars of water were sucked into the mouth of the wasteland beast. The wasteland beast's mouth seemed to be a bottomless hole. No matter how much water entered, it showed no signs of expanding. But how could the vast ocean formed by the water breath be defeated so easily? That was the water breath that Crystal Void Qian Lu Darren had left behind. The vast ocean was colossal and showed no signs of shrinking. Many schools of fish suddenly appeared under the water. These schools of fish were different than the schools of fish that appeared before. They were of flesh of blood. Life. Zuo Mo suddenly understood. These schools of fish were truly lives that had been created by the water breath. There were innumerable schools of fish. They furiously leapt at the wasteland beast. The strong vitality they carried was like boiling water and caused fear. The shaking vitality did not serve as nutrients, but poison. This blow was like the grass that broke the camel's back for the Yao who had been struggling outside the battlefield. Innumerable lights flashed. None of the Yao outside the battlefield remained. For the first time, the wasteland beast showed wariness. These fragile lives caused the powerful wasteland beast to feel danger. Zuo Mo was very surprised. Just as Zuo Mo felt shock, the lantern eyes of the wasteland beast suddenly blinked slyly. Zuo Mo was shocked still by this person-like action of the wasteland beast. The figure of the wasteland beast suddenly started to change. Its body suddenly turned to shadow and divided into a top and bottom half. Almost at the same time, Zuo Mo's hands seemed to be out of his control as they unconsciously started to move. Little Liao Arts, number 1, number 500. The top half of the gray shadow suddenly started to furiously spin clockwise, while the bottom half spun counterclockwise. That absurd and conflicting feeling appeared again. Zuo Mo felt as though he was being pulled by two wagons in opposite directions, and was unspeakably uncomfortable. After having experienced it before, Zuo Mo instantly understood what he needed to. Straight pass-through form. A power that was not strong instantly penetrated the centers of the two Yao arts. Under the feet of the wasteland beast that had turned to a whirlwind, a thread of white light suddenly rose, and above its head, a blackness started to spread. In the blink of an eye, the gray shadow turned to black and white parts that were clearly defined. A black and white millstone. The furiously turning millstone produced a much stronger suction force than before. The schools of fish that came from all directions were like thin streams that were pulled into the millstone before they could even resist. There was no flesh or blood flying. Everything was so silent it looked like a picture. In the center of the millstone, a glowing bead gradually took shape. The vast water breath filled with life quickly decreased, and the bead in the middle of the millstone became larger and glowed like a drop of dew. The blood in Zuo Mo's eyes gradually retreated. His consciousness was extremely drained. Having recovered his calm, the first action Zuo Mo did was gather his last thread of strength, grabbing the bead, and shoving it into his mouth. His vision darkened and he instantly lost consciousness. Translator ramblings, finally over. Seriously, Zuo Mo, swallowing it, are you 3 years old? Is your greed that overpowering? His rationale makes sense in a weird way. He's a piece of soul and if he leaves, the water breath might stay and someone else can take it. What to do? Digest it so that it is a part of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Spread. Chapter 353, Spread. Wei Sheng progressed with difficulty. Each step required a great deal of concentration from him. His clothing was in tatters and covered in dust, his entire person looked very fragile. Only that pair of black eyes showed a sharp light that seemed to penetrate the thick fiendish mist. The dangers of this journey was hundreds of times greater compared to this trip in the Sword Cave. Those soul beasts that could take form were especially vicious and cunning. They seemed to be one with the fiend mist, would silently approach to ambush and were hard to defend against. They also had an endless supply of illusory techniques that enchanted a person's mind. If it wasn't for the strength of Wei Sheng's resolve, he would have fallen a long time ago. They came like the wind, their speed was lightning fast, their attacks vicious. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would land in a precarious situation. In the most dangerous incident, he had encountered 3 fiend soul beasts. What surprised him was that these 3 fiend soul beasts knew to cooperate among themselves. In that battle, he had been wounded in a dozen places. The most serious wound was so deep his rib bones could be seen. If he did not have healing Lingdan in his dimension ring, he would have died from the wound alone. However, Wei Sheng was still Wei Sheng. Having left the sect to come to such an unfamiliar and dangerous place, it was as though he had been released from a heavy burden. The chains on his heart were shattered. He was like a bird that had escaped the cage and was unspeakably relaxed. He did not feel uncomfortable at the dangers in front of him. He continuously experienced the ambush of all kinds of fiend soul beasts, the illusory techniques that ensnared a person's mind. These dangers did not make him want to retreat, but tempered his sword heart, even making it more refined and pure. His talent in cultivating the sword was very exceptional in the beginning. The worldly apparition when he entered Zhuji had caused everyone to feel anticipation about his future. Even Lin Qian of mysterious origins treated his talent slightly favorably. It was possible to see just how talented he was. Having rediscovered the calm of his sword heart, and adding on the honing from the dangerous situation, he was like a treasure sword uncovered from the dust, and gradually showed his sharpened edges. There wasn't much Ling power left. He thought inside as his gaze looked towards the depths of the fiendish mist. Previously, sword essence had exploded suddenly in the direction he had been traveling. This gave him hope. He had a strong feeling that he was not far from his target. But right now, he needed to think of everything he could do and control the consumption of Ling power. He was like the most frugal miser. If he could use one thread of Ling power, he would not use two threads. He also tried to absorb Ling power from the Jingshi in the dimensional ring, and tried to purify it of impurities. He did everything he could do. Even so, he was a sorry figure. Caressing the black sword in his hands, he raised his head again and walked forward with determination. He trusted the sword in his hands. Shixiang fainted again? Gongsun Cha gazed curiously at the unconscious Zuo Mo. He reached out to poke and see if Shixiang was really unconscious. The again of Gongsun Cha's words made the other people's features twitch. Darren must be cultivating a special technique. Xie Shan found a shoddy excuse. Zuo Mo was his boss. He had to help disguise it. Shu Long's mouth imperceptibly curved up, but he quickly became stern again. Gongsun Cha's face was regretful as he muttered, "I had been hoping he could help me fish today." Darren will rest. He probably will wake up soon, Xie Shan could only say. He had checked. There were no problems with Darren's body. Shu Long had been planning on reporting to Zuo Mo. He could only leave now. He was the leader of the hardship guards. There was a pile of matters waiting for him every day. The camp of the hardship guard was always set up separately. Walking into the camp, it was very busy. For other people, the abundant black fiendish energy was akin to poison, but for them, it was nothing less than the best nutrients. When will Darren come to the camp? When Owen saw Shu Long, his eyes lit up, and he ran over with his black spear. The other hardship guards also crowded over. Shu Long felt ahead but still said expressionlessly, "Darren is cultivating now. When Darren finishes, I will report at the first moment." Oh. Everyone's sounds carried slight disappointment. In this period of time, the hardship guard had all improved greatly. There were many people that had finished forming their weapons. Almost half of the guard camp had finished forming their weapons. Compared to before, their combat capabilities were much stronger. Some more accomplished, like Wen, rocketed in their improvement. In this short amount of time, he had become the second strongest in guard camp after Shu Long. He had just woken up from his meditation, and had gained greatly. He was very innocent and he desired Darren's praise. Everyone in the camp had improved greatly. Every one of the flower slaves had comprehended a few spells. Shu Long also hoped that Darren could come to the camp. That would greatly increase morale. He hadn't expected that Darren was unconscious again. He could only go tomorrow, Shu Long thought. Nanyu rubbed her forehead as her head ached. Being forcibly ejected from the 10-finger prison meant that her consciousness had been wounded slightly. But at this time, she did not put any attention on her lightly wounded consciousness. She only wanted to know one thing now: had Darren finished the prison-breaking battle? She wanted to enter vast water clear skies again, but before her consciousness recovered, she had no way of entering vast water clear skies. Tightly biting her lips, her heart was in the air. What would vast water clear skies look like now? But she could only be impatient. She comforted herself, by tomorrow, she would know the result. No matter if Darren had completed the prison-breaking battle or not, this matter would spread tomorrow, and the result would naturally float to the surface. Darren had accidentally activated the prison-breaking battle. Due to this, other than the first and second prison, no one had managed to rush over in time. Right now, the news had not spread, but she dared to guarantee that by tomorrow, this matter would shake all of the Yao world. This was a prison-breaking battle. She suddenly became excited. To be able to follow such a Darren, what honor this was. In the Yao world, powerful Yao would usually have many followers. Many of them would become their Darren students, but most of them would only have the identity of a follower. However, this did not mean that they were lower than others. The guidance of a master, even if it was just a tiny bit, would greatly benefit them. Even more, Darren had promised to pass her South Sky arrow art. Thinking about this, she unconsciously tightened her fisted hands. Nan Yu, you have to work hard, and cannot disappoint Darren. She repeatedly motivated herself, her little face filled with determination. She understood her responsibilities. South Sky Wisteria clan had already declined and was tiny. She did not think about recovering the past prosperity of the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. Her only hope was to use her efforts to help the clansmen leave behind their situation of poverty. At least, they would have better lives. Nan Yu, you can do it, she told herself. The vast ocean seemed borderless. Water shifted at a part of the ocean, and in a moment, a terrifying whirlpool over 200 li in diameter formed. The whirlpool spun with astonishing speed, the strong force pulling the center of the whirlpool to collapse into itself. A deep passage appeared in the center of the whirlpool. A handsome male flew out of the passage. His features were soft in its lines, a warm and elegant smile on his face that would create positive feelings, and had a transparent crystal on his forehead. He broke vast water clear skies, and swallowed my water breath bead as well. The male shook his head and smiled. Looks like a pretty talented young little Yao. Just as he was talking to himself, a dash of fire landed from the sky. Ha ha! Little Qian, your vast water clear skies was broken. A face appeared in the mountain-sized ball of fire. He was roaring with amused laughter. Hearing the other's appellation of him, Shen Lu's forehead twitched. But he knew if he argued with this unreasonable guy, that was definitely going up against a wall. He could only smile and say, 300 years have passed, it's time for it to be broken. The fire-faced person that had been laughing at his misfortune a moment ago couldn't help but snort. Humph. 300 years and no one came out. That group of old guys talk that whole set every day, there's no use. Xian Lu hurriedly urged, that can't be said. Even though there are no experts, but their methods at nurturing intermediate level Yao is very effective. The temper of the fire-faced person was very explosive. He swore, effective my ass. No experts, there won't be one to be able to be seen in public. They have it hard. Xian Lu sighed. Supposedly, a few good seedlings have come from the Yao art houses. They can be considered to have set up a path. The fire-faced person's temper lowered slightly, but he still growled, it's too late. We've already started the battle with the Xiuzha. If they came a few years earlier, then that would have worked. Shen Lu said with a smile, it may not be a bad matter for them to arrive in time for this great battle. Without the tempering of true battle, it is hard for these people gain strength. In any case, you always have excuses. The fire-faced person clearly was impatient and did not want to stay on this topic. He changed direction. What, don't you want to know what the new first prison looks like? Qian Lu blinked. There is still one day until the new first prison will form. The flames around the body of the fire-faced person stilled. He had forgotten this. He hurriedly glossed over. What do you think this boy's origins are? How can I guess? I'll know when I see tomorrow. I can't wait. Vast water clear skies had been broken. The news quickly spread through all of the large Yao Jias like it had wings, and instantly created waves. Right now, the Yao army was winning on the front lines. This news was a boost in morale for the troops. All of the Yao felt excited. Was a new era about to come? The prison-breaking battle that had not been activated for 300 years once again entered everyone's view. Some old Yao were so excited they started to reminisce about the prosperity of the Yao before the 1,000-year war. However, no one knew the origins of the mysterious guy. All kinds of recording Yao arts appeared, but people quickly found that all the recording Yao arts did not have an ending, lacking the most important and crucial part. Speculation and discussion filled every corner of the Yao world. Each Yao was waiting for the arrival of the second day, waiting for the new first prison to take form. Each Yao desired to know. What would the new first prison be like? Translator ramblings, Wei Sheng keeps going and becomes a miser to survive. Zuo Mo is unconscious and Xie Shan is such a good subordinate to make excuses for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, The Wasteland Beast Chessboard. Chapter 354, The Wasteland Beast Chessboard. Bam bam bam. The sound of knocking on the door woke Nanyu up. She really had been too tired yesterday and slept deeply. She opened her heavy eyes, and opened the door to the room. When she saw the people that come outside, all the drowsiness instantly disappeared. The person that had knocked was Chia's face was full of a warm smile. Behind him was a large crowd of people. Nanyu found many of them familiar to the eye. But when she saw the house elder of the Purple Lotus Yao Art House, she couldn't help but still. Nanyu, did we disturb your rest? Shi's tone was filled with warmth and concern, and none of the usual sternness, as though he had become a completely different person. Oh, no. Nanyu instinctively shook her head. She finally recalled what those old-looking people that looked familiar were. They were the elders of the Yao Art House. 2, 3, 12. Nanyu's scalp turned numb. All of the elders of the Purple Lotus Yao Art House Council of Elders was standing in front of her home. These elders that usually were high up and indifferent all had smiles on their faces and harmonious auras. All of the upper level of the Purple Lotus Yao Art House was here without an exception. Seeing Nanyu still where she stood, she instantly understood what it was. He couldn't help but smile and say, "What? Are you not going to invite us in to sit?" Oh. Nanyu finally reacted and seemed to wake up from her dream. She hurriedly moved away from the door. "Please come in. The procession streamed in. The house elder examined the bare room and said with a slight smile, "Student Nanyu is really living simply. As expected of the role model of our house's other students. Our other students should learn from this valuable attitude." Nanyu sweated. She wasn't simple, she was just poor. At this moment, she did not know how to respond, and could only murmur in agreement. However, the house elder's tone changed as he said passionately, "As the chief student elder of the Purple Lotus Yao Art House, student Nanyu should shoulder a heavier burden. This is too far away, and not convenient. Boo, the house's Purple Lotus Park has a Spirit Clarity residence still empty. Student Nanyu will find it much more convenient when moved over there." Shi's gaze showed threads of admiration. Spirit Clarity residence was the highest level of residence in the Purple Lotus Yao Art House. There were only 3 suites in total. The house elder actually gave one to Nanyu. The most valuable part of the Spirit Clarity residence was the Spirit Clarity pool. It could increase the cultivation speed of the consciousness. To say nothing of the high price in constructing the Spirit Clarity pool, it could only be built on special geological forms. After that, the elders took their turns to persuade and were unparalleled in their friendliness. Nanyu seemed to go through the entire process as though it was a dream. She did not know what to do. She only gradually refocused when the house elder and the others had left for a while. Chief Student Elder? She had become the Chief Student Elder? And they had given her a Spirit Clarity residence to use? Was she still dreaming? But when she pulled herself out of the initial excitement, she quickly understood the crux. It was not hard to guess what the attitude of the house elder and the elders were for. They were here for Darren. Even though they hadn't mentioned one word about Darren today, but Nanyu was 100% certain that they had come for Darren. No, she had to report this to Darren. She suddenly remembered today was the day the first prison formed. Thinking to this, she instantly became excited. She inspected her consciousness. Even though she had not fully healed her injuries, but she had recovered enough to enter the first prison. She instantly entered meditation and directly entered the first prison. Arg, mother asterisk. The pained Zuo Mo wailed. It had been a long time since his consciousness had been wounded. The long-absent pain appeared again. The feeling of pain seemed to have grown even stronger. "This is the result of trying to show off," Puyao mocked neutrally. Ouch, which guy was scheming against me? No, I can't have suffered for nothing, I have to return it. The pained Zuo Mo still exposed his vengeful nature. "You aren't a match," Puyao said mercilessly. "How can it be known without a fight? Tell me quickly." Zuo Mo looked as though he would not give up and was murderous. Crystal Void Qianlu. Crystal Void Qianlu? What thing is that? Zuo Mo's face was curious. "It isn't a thing, just a 300 years little Yao, but." "Che, just a 300-year little Yao," Zuo Mo said unconcernedly. A tendon throbbed in Puyao's forehead. He forcibly suppressed it. He comprehended water breath. Water breath? Zuo Mo instantly became alert and said braggingly, "That was water breath? Didn't it get destroyed by my archaic wasteland sacrificial art?" "Your archaic wasteland sacrificial art?" The tendon in Puyao's forehead jumped again. He pretended to be calm and said, "That was an imprint he left behind 300 years ago." An imprint left 300 years ago? Zuo Mo jumped in fright. In other words, he was this powerful 300 years ago? Right. The expression on Zuo Mo's face changed as he said embarrassedly, "Peace is valuable, peace is valuable. It's not good to fight and kill for nothing. Ignoring Pu Yao's disdainful gaze, he asked curiously, why did his imprint attack me? I didn't offend him. He finds you an eyesore. Pu Yao's caused Zuo Mo's expression to become even more embarrassed. It seems that 10-Finger Prison is really a dangerous place. I should not go to such a kind of place. Pu Yao heard this and thought inside, no, if Zuo Mo was afraid and did not go to the 10-Finger Prison in the future, it would be a troublesome matter. He was very familiar with Zuo Mo's personality. This guy could not be forced, and could only be tempted. If there were enough benefits, this guy would howl and charge. There's a bit of danger, but there are also many benefits. Pu Yao's expression was indifferent, as though he was speaking objectively. You destroyed his imprint, and swallowed his water breath bead. Haven't you felt anything? Zuo Mo finally remembered after Pu Yao's remember the bead he had swallowed before he had fainted. He hurriedly made an examination and immediately found the water breath bead. A glowing dewy bead floated in his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness where a sea of flames danced had a lively and abundant humidity. The faint moisture spread from the dew bead. Wherever the moisture passed, the wounded consciousness was like burnt soil receiving nurturing and became full of life again. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably comfortable. This was something really good. Zuo Mo's mind moved. The dew bead flew in front of him and a warm moisture blew into his face. The water breath bead can heal? To make Zuo Mo understand the value of the water breath bead, Pu Yao naturally spoke endlessly. Not just healing. With it, you will have an easier time comprehending your own water breath. Once you have comprehended water breath, it will merge into the water breath that you comprehend. You will have an easier time casting the great majority of water Yao arts, and water element spells, their power would also be greater. This powerful? Zuo Mo felt very excited. He was clear to the value embodied. With this water breath bead, it meant that his affinity to water had increased. This would increase the strength of a major type of Yao arts and spells. Water element spells, GE knows them. He cast a little art of cloud and rain with pride. A palm size could instantly floated in his palm. Isham, the cloud ball from the little art of cloud and rain, this time was different than before. The cloud ball seemed to be alive. The threads of rain that fell seemed to contain vitality. When they landed in Zuo Mo's palm, then sunk into Zuo Mo's skin and disappeared. Zuo Mo felt refreshed. The 6th level of little art of cloud and rain. Zuo Mo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Just with the addition of a water breath bead, his little art of cloud and rain had leveled up to the 6th level. The 6th level of little art of cloud and rain was significantly useful. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. Treasure. Great treasure. Can this even be called a treasure? Pu Yao seemed to know Zuo Mo's thoughts, and an imperceptible smile floated on the corners of Pu Yao's mouth. He continued to tempt Zuo Mo. The water breath was just from the prison-breaking battle of the first prison. Each prison of the 10-Finger Prison has something good. Only what is in the later prisons can be called treasures. Each prison has their own? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. What? Are you interested? Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo with deliberate calmness. Interested? Very interested. Zuo Mo nodded frantically. He rubbed his palms and said warmly, Pu Yao, let's get them all. So many treasures, they can't be wasted. This will depend on your skills. Pu Yao did not refute it. The later prison-breaking battles will be more powerful than this. Countless Jingshur spun in Zuo Mo's eyes. He drooled and said with a stupid smile, that's nothing, we can wear them down, wear them to death. The water breath bead was wondrous as expected. Not long after, Zuo Mo's injured consciousness was healed. Zuo Mo was full of praise, and desired the other treasures even more. Let's go, you have not named your prison battlefield yet, Pu Yao said as he pulled Zuo Mo into vast water-clear skies. Zuo Mo looked at the unfamiliar environment, his mouth wide, and his face stunned. The crisscrossing river flows from before had all disappeared. The shards of stone under his feet had also disappeared. What replaced them were squares of different colors. The various colored tiles extended into the distance like an enormous chessboard. What is this? Nothing big. Pu Yao suppressed the shock inside and said in a normal tone. You broke the first prison left by someone before you, so the first prison will be reconstructed. Oh, so it's like that. Zuo Mo's face showed realization. He casually walked forward and stepped into a green square. There were no changes. He stepped into another square, and there was still no change. It just changed appearance. The shock in Zuo Mo's heart disappeared. He felt it was very boring, and his expression disappeared. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed again. He seemed to have flown to a very high place and was looking down from an aerial view. He saw an enormous chessboard. The disorderly tiles formed a strange shape. The figure seemed slightly familiar to Zuo Mo. He quickly understood what the pattern was. Wasteland beast, that was a wasteland beast. Create a name. Pu Yao's light voice sounded at Zuo Mo's ears. Wasteland beast chessboard. Zuo Mo's mind moved, and he blurted out. Boom boom boom. The sound was like thunder. The pattern of the wasteland beast on the chessboard seemed to suddenly become alive. A thread of grey smoke came out of the chessboard and in a blink, turned to a wasteland beast. The lantern-sized red and vicious eyes, the bleak and disdainful presence, the roiling and shapeless body. It glanced at Zuo Mo and suddenly burrowed back into the chessboard. The chessboard under him once again became what it was originally. In the minds of the Yao that had excitedly charged into the first prison, 3 words floated up simultaneously: Wasteland Beast Chessboard. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo's proven history of terrible names have been broken. Actually, the name come from what Pu Yao's teacher created, so this isn't really something he made. Nan Yu is so protective of her Darren. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Bidding. Chapter 355, Bidding. Wasteland Beast Chessboard. Nan Yu couldn't resist repeating it lightly. The squares of various colors under her feet spread into the horizon without end. Lights occasionally flashed. Every Yao who entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard was filled with shock. There were no obstacles in their vision. They seemed to be on a broad plain. The Yao further away seemed like black dots in their field of view. The strange colored squares under their feet reminded them this was a place filled with weirdness. Some of the people that had been doubting the prison-breaking battle had their suspicions dissipate when they saw the completely transformed first prison. They stared dazedly with wide mouths as they looked at the borderless chessboard that was almost unimaginable. Nan Yu fought free from her shock. She released a long breath. She was filled with curiosity. What was unique about Darren's Wasteland Beast chessboard? She wanted to try when a slightly cold voice sounded from behind her. Pardon me, are you student Nan Yu? Nan Yu turned around and saw a slightly thin but handsome youth standing with a smile. He bowed slightly. This one is Lang Yu, from Western Mountain Cold Clan. Western Mountain Cold Clan? Nan Yu was slightly bewildered. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky might have a glorious past, but it had been in decline for a long time. Struggling on the poverty line, how could Nan Yu pay attention to those rich and powerful families? Lang Yu responded very quickly. Seeing the expression on Nan Yu's face, he understood that the other's birth was definitely very normal. He couldn't help but rejoice inside. Yesterday, the news he had sent back to the sect had attracted attention from the clan. For this, they had used all their power to investigate the origins of the mysterious prison-breaking Yao. Even though the origins of the prison-breaking Yao was a puzzle, but they still found some clues. For example, Nan Yu. Up to here, there was nothing that Lang Yu had to do. He did not have the qualifications for future matters. But his luck was really good, and coincidentally encountered Nan Yu when he entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Towards a very alert Lang Yu, how could he pass such a good chance? It was a pity that he wasn't the only one with good luck. Those that had the power to find Nan Yu weren't just the Cold family. Are you Miss Nan Yu? A ethereal-looking female clad in a white robe appeared at the side and politely bowed to Nan Yu. This one is by Ro Lien. Ha ha. Such a coincidence. A brawny large male about 3 zhang tall appeared out of nowhere and bowed with great politeness towards Nan Yu. Miss Nan Yu and his Tsang Zhe. Lang Yu and Bai Ro Lian's expressions were not too good, but they were all from influential families, and had some shrewdness. Even though they were wary, but their faces quickly were covered with smiles again as though they were good friends. Nan Yu was not dumb. When she saw this, she knew what was happening, and grimaced inside. At this time, a voice that was like a blessing from heaven sounded at Nan Yu's ears. Nan Yu. Zuo Mo had detected Nan Yu's position and ran over. Nan Yu was his follower in name, and was really one of his people. Towards his own people, Zuo Mo usually cared for them. From their recent interactions, Zuo Mo felt that Nan Yu was good in all areas, and hardworking. She was worthy of being fostered. When Nan Yu saw Zuo Mo, it was like she had seen her savior. Darren! Whoosh, the other 3 people's eyes landed on Zuo Mo. Even though they had all seen Zuo Mo's figure from the Yao recording art, but when they saw him from close up, they were still stunned by Zuo Mo's youth. Darren! The 3 of them were abnormally in sync as they respectfully bowed. The respect on their faces were not out of politeness but came from their hearts. They had a good family background and received the best teachings. Their strength was far above those of their age, but all of this could not be discussed when compared with the Darren in front of them. In front of such a genius that was able to leave behind his mark on Yao society, what assets did they have to be proud of? And Zuo Mo paused. These three people he did not know called him Darren? Their brains were wonky? He looked suspiciously at Nanyu and pointed at the trio. What is this? Darren, I'm not very clear either. Nanyu's expression was pitiable. Zuo Mo turned his face around. Who can tell me what is going on? As a boss of a group of experts, he naturally formed a presence over time. Once he was serious, the unquestionable tone made the trio's hearts shake. All three of them were smart. In that short sentence, the three could detect many things. Even Leng Yu, who had originally assumed that Zuo Mo came from an unknown family, changed his previous speculation. This junior is by Ro Lian, and is representing the White family to congratulate Darren for his successful prison breaking. Bai Ro Lian was the first to speak. Her tone was respectful, her voice was sweet and pleasing to hear. The White family has prepared some gifts for Elder Darren, please accept them. Leng Yu and Song Zhe felt depressed. This wench had gone one step in front of them. They instantly felt as though they had eaten a fly, and were unspeakably uncomfortable. However, the two reacted quickly and hurried to speak. The Cold family. The Grey clan. Zuo Mo listened and generally understood what was going on. He waved his hand and interrupted the two people. Alright, say what you need. One by one. Finishing, he pointed at Bai Ro Lian. You first. Bai Ro Lian was smug inside but did not dare to forget herself. She respectfully said, the White family earnestly requests for Darren to enter the Peace River Yao Art House. The entire house will give you the best treatment. The White family is willing to give 6 million each year, and a Heart Spirit residence. The White family will pay for all of Darren's expenses, and Darren can cultivate all the Yao arts of the Peace River Yao Art House. Nanyu gaped. Heavens, 6 million each year. Even if she graduated from the Purple Lotus Yao Art House and found a job, her monthly income definitely would not surpass 1,000. Yet what was more valuable was that Heart Spirit residence. Compared to the Spirit Clarity residence that the House Elder had given to her this morning, the Heart Spirit residence was even more expensive. A Heart Spirit residence's price on the market would start at 10 million on the market. Really generous. Nanyu's expression was stunned. Zuo Mo was very happy. So much Jingshi. Oh, no, the Yao world should not be using Jingshi, but Zuo Mo understood that this definitely was not a low price. It could be seen from Nanyu's expression. However, Zuo Mo was a very experienced person. He had an innate intuition about bargaining. Adding on his wealth of battle experience, the three brats in front of him were three rich and sweet lambs. ZZT ZZT ZZT. The sound of knives being honed sounded in Zuo Mo's heart, but his expression remained neutral as though he was a person who did not care for mortal matters. He pointed at Song Zhe and said, You talk. Song Zhe became alert. Darren, our clan is willing to give Darren 8 million annually. The clan does not have a Heart Spirit residence, but the clan is willing to provide Darren 3 golden souls each year. Bai Ro Lian's expression instantly became terrible. She was not shocked that Song Zhe was able to give a tribute of 8 million each year. What she was shocked about was golden souls. The rumors said that the Grey clan possessed a gold tree. It seemed that it was true. Long Yu's expression was ashen. The last hope in his heart was destroyed. To say nothing about the fact the clan had not given him the power to negotiate, but even with the permission, he believed that the clan would not be able to give a price higher than this. It was not just the Cold clan was unable to do so, the White clan was also unable. When he saw Bai Ro Lian's black face, the depressed Leng Yu felt much better. Even though he didn't know what Golden Soul was, but his intuition told Zuo Mo this definitely was something rare and good. Golden Soul. Pu Yao's voice trembled slightly. Take this one. Zuo Mo did not accept. He nodded at Song Zhe and then turned his gaze to Leng Yu. Leng Yu docilely said, Darren, we cannot give a price higher than brother Song Zhe. This result was not unexpected to Zuo Mo. Something that even Pu Yao changed expression at, it definitely was something good. He guessed that Leng Yu could not give a higher price, but out of caution, he still asked. Okay. Zuo Mo said to Song Zhe, you follow me. Nanyu, come as well. Song Zhe was overjoyed and hurried to follow. Bai Ro Lian's black expression disappeared. Leng Yu did not have any more interest in seeing the Wasteland Beast chessboard, and returned to report this matter. There was no one around. Zuo Mo sat down and said to the two, sit. Song Zhe respectfully sat down, and Nanyu sat down next to Zuo Mo. In just this little while, Pu Yao quickly introduced Zuo Mo to the Golden Soul. The Golden Soul was born from the Golden Tree and was very rare. Pu Yao had assumed that the Golden Tree had gone extinct. The Golden Soul could quickly strengthen the consciousness and also expand the sea of consciousness. What it was most valuable at was that it could strengthen the spirit, and cause it to become even more pure and refined. Yao cultivated the consciousness. How strong the consciousness was what determined strength. But the strength of the consciousness could not cause it to become pure and refined. Pure spirit was even more stabilized, and the sea of consciousness was even more secure. Unpure consciousness would become a hidden weakness. The deeper one cultivated, the more dangerous it would become. Golden Soul was a great treasure that was not easily found, and for Pu Yao, whose spirit was greatly wounded, Golden Soul was what he desperately needed to heal himself. So when he heard the words Golden Soul, he couldn't control himself. What Zuo Mo cared about was another problem. The only place he could interact with them was in the wasteland beast chessboard. To say nothing of the fact he was now trapped in the ancient battlefield, even if he left, he could not come to the Yao world. Golden Soul was like the water breath bead. It could be taken into the 10-finger prison. This was what Zuo Mo prioritized. However, there were no problems on his side, but he was not sure that Song Zhe would accept his conditions. The other would not easily give something like Golden Soul away. So he spoke of his problem. As expected, when he heard that Zuo Mo could not move to the Grey Clan, Song Zhe's expression was not good. Truthfully, the price that Song Zhe gave was already the highest price. Zuo Mo might have reconstructed the wasteland beast chessboard, but this was only the first prison. In other words, what Zuo Mo displayed now was astonishing potential and not great strength. Before it became strength, potential was just potential no matter how amazing it was. It was filled with uncertainty and risk. Song Zhe was silent for a long time. Zuo Mo instantly thought it was bad. Damn it, if something this good flew away, he would cry. Just as Zuo Mo had a headache, Pu Yao finally couldn't resist speaking. Translator ramblings, my third trip in 30 days, but this is the big one. I'm moving to another city. I have tentative mobile internet, but I'm scheduling all the chapters ahead of time, so there shouldn't be any problems. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, New Changes. Chapter 356, New Changes. Ask him what level of Grey Scar art he is cultivated to? Zuo Mo immediately detected Pu Yao's urgent tone when he suddenly spoke. After being in contact with Pu Yao for a long time, Zuo Mo gradually learned some of Pu Yao's habits. Usually, Pu Yao looked down his nose at the great majority of matters, but when it was something that was of great help to him, he would not disguise his urgent desire. Speaking from this perspective, Pu Yao was very straightforward. However, the great majority of the time, his straightforwardness was not very easy for a person to accept. For example, he did not disguise his desire for the Golden Souls. Also, for example, if Zuo Mo did not get the Golden Souls for him, then what was waiting for him were countless pitfalls. Pu Yao's threats were bare naked. Zuo Mo knew this very well. He coughed lightly, and said, "What step have you reached with your Grey Scar art?" Song Zhe was very shocked. Grey Scar art, the other new Grey Scar art? Nanyu detected Song Zhe's shock from the side. She thought inside, was this another Yao art like the South Sky Arrow art? Darren was really mysterious. Song Zhe tightly stared at Zuo Mo as he wanted to see hints from Zuo Mo's face. But Zuo Mo was a very experienced person. He stiffened his face, and copied Pu Yao's expressionless face very well. Inside, he muttered, "I was such a pure and generous person before. After staying so long with Pu Yao, I'm now skilled in conning and lying." Of course, he would not feel any guilt. He was trying to act out his role properly. Song Zhe could not find any clues. Since the other could say the name of the Grey Scar art, he should not be speaking nonsense. Of the many Yao arts that existed now in the Grey Clan, Grey Scar art was very unnoticeable. Those youths of the clan who had the slightest talent would not choose this Yao art as their primary cultivation. They would like Yao arts such as Grey Sea art or Grey Cloud art that were more powerful. But as the grandson of the clan leader, he knew more than normal Grey Clan members. For example, the Council of Elders had never stopped their secret studies of the Grey Scar art. The Grey Clan had so many Yao arts, but why did the other just mention that Grey Scar art? Not. Countless thoughts flashed through Song Zhe's mind. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "This one has not cultivated Grey Scar art." Not cultivated? Pu Yao stilled. Zuo Mo reacted rapidly and stilled as well. You have not cultivated Grey Scar art? Has the Grey Clan created some other powerful Yao art? Pu Yao murmured to himself. His brows furrowed, and he was slightly surprised. Has your Grey Clan created some powerful Yao art? Zuo Mo learned and sold it at the same time. Song Zhe gritted his teeth. Not created new Yao art, but this student is stupid and has not been allowed access to Grey Scar art. His heart beat wildly, his term for himself changing from this one to this student. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's brow smoothed as he released a breath. Tell him you will teach him Grey Scar art, in exchange for 5 golden souls each year. You know Grey Scar art? Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao suspiciously. That thing is very simple, it just curves from normal. Having found his confidence, Pu Yao waved his hand with bravado. Zuo Mo was both trusting and suspicious. Pu Yao really knew too many things. However, his thoughts did not affect his reaction. He lightly coughed. I happen to know a bit about cultivating Grey Scar art. Song Zhe felt a strong feeling of happiness burst over his mental defenses. He actually felt a threat of dizziness. His voice trembled slightly. Really? Yes, Zuo Mo forced himself to say. At this time, Song Zhe showed his quality as the grandson of the clan leader. He did not lose control but suppressed his excitement. He asked respectfully, what can my Grey Clan do for teacher? Zuo Mo looked with praise at Song Zhe. He thought inside that this boy was very adept. However, he did not give the other a discount due to his praise. 10 golden souls each year. When he opened, Zuo Mo doubled Pu Yao's price. It's not GE is greedy, GE has a home and people to support. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao gazed with bulging eyes. Hiss, Song Zhe sucked in a breath. Even though he had predicted that the price the Grey Clan would pay would not be low, but 10 golden souls annually, this price still far surpassed his estimate. This matter is grave. This student needs to ask the elders of the sect. Song Zhe carefully answered. All right. Zuo Mo did not waste words. He pointed at Nanyu and said, she is my follower, just find her in the future. Hearing this, Song Zhe hurriedly exchanged spirit imprints with Nanyu. A simple grey character flew in front of Song Zhe. At the sides were 2 grey-green sparse shrubs. Nanyu also took out her own spirit imprint. Her spirit imprint was the 2 characters South Sky formed by a curved purple vine. Noticing Nanyu's spirit imprint, Song Zhe's heart moved. In his investigation, Nanyu did not have much of a background. She was born from a very small clan, their living conditions were difficult, and they were very normal. Seeing her spirit imprint, he couldn't help but be shocked. Being from an influential family, he naturally would not lack knowledge about spirit imprints. The way that the South Sky was written was completely different than what it was written like now. This kind of spirit imprint would mostly appear on those clans with long histories. He noted it down, and planned on making an investigation when he returned. He reached out with a finger and gently poked the South Sky. A purple light flew into his spirit imprint. Nanyu did the same. After exchanging spirit imprints, the 2 sides would easily get in contact. Song Zhe hurriedly bid farewell. He was in a hurry to go back and report. He had a feeling that this chance was very likely to be a chance in the Grey Clan's fortunes. After Song Zhe left, Zuo Mo taught Nanyu for a while before he left. So he went the way of deconstruction. Chen Lu was slightly puzzled. A pretty unique style. The fire-faced person seemed to be uninterested in the wasteland beast chessboard. Looking around, he suddenly snickered and said, those little brats probably can't stop themselves now. Chen Lu knew the people the fire-faced person was referring to. He smiled but did not speak. He continued to observe the wasteland beast chessboard. He had left vast water clear skies 300 years ago when he had broken the prison. He had not paid much attention to this incident in the past. But his curiosity did not decrease today. He could not remember how long it had been since he came to vast water clear skies. As an expert that stayed in the 7th prison, the first prison was really a distant memory. Today, he had come especially to take a lot what the newly constructed prison by the guy who had broken his vast water clear skies looked like. I heard he is also very young? Qian Lu asked interestedly. Very young. The fire-faced person's eyes raised his eyebrows. The face inside the ball of fire raised his brows with schadenfreude. He's probably on the list of the little brats as a target to challenge. That's not bad. Qian Lu said neutrally, competition is good. He took back his consciousness and said with regret, pity I cannot activate the prison-breaking battle. The powerful stuff is all in there. The conditions to activate the prison-breaking battle were mysterious. For example, no one had activated the first prison, vast water clear skies, in the 300 years. However, in the last 300 years, the second, fourth, and fifth prisons had all been activated. The pattern involved was hard to predict. Qian Lu had activated a prison-breaking battle and knew much more than normal people. The conditions to activate the prison-breaking battle did not have a direction connection with power, but the level of the person. It was also a very subtle connection. It would not work if the person's level was too high, like he was currently. He could activate the first prison's prison-breaking battle 300 years ago, but the present him could not do so. It would also not work if their level was too low. Also, the 10-finger prison seemed to favor Yang Yao. More accurately, Yang Yao with high levels. It really was a pity. Qian Lu shook his head regretfully. The other's most powerful Yao art imprint was inside the prison-breaking battle. The Wasteland Beast chessboard was filled with profound and exquisite deconstructing Yao arts. It was like a rich sea of problems. Qian Lu had fought against many experts before, but it was the first time he had seen such an unique style. His heart itched and was hard to resist. The fire-faced person saw the regret on Qian Lu's face and suddenly crowded over. I have a solution. What solution? Get the group of brats to come. The fire-faced person seemed to want the world in chaos. That group of brats definitely is full of motivation right now. Let them come break the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Qian Lu's thoughts shifted, but he shook his head and said, the prison-breaking battle is not so easy to activate. That isn't our business. I speculate that the group of old farts is also interested, the fire-faced said and snickered. He then said with righteous magnanimity, don't worry about this matter, I'll get them to come. Qian Lu was truly curious about Zuo Mo's Yao arts. He smiled and did not stop the other, only saying, don't make it too big. Don't worry, don't worry. The fire-faced person's expression was excited. Zuo Mo came out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard and felt a warm gust of air on his face. He shook, and hurriedly opened his eyes. A familiar face was almost pressed to his. Ague. He released a breath. Holding up Ague's face, he asked curiously, what were you doing? Ague stared dazedly at him and did not reply. When Zuo Mo finished speaking, he stilled. Wait. Joy suddenly came into his eyes. Ague. Ague still looked dumbly at Zuo Mo without any response. The joy on Zuo Mo's face gradually retreated. He examined Ague closely. Her eyes were still empty and wooden. He couldn't help but have a disappointed expression. Ague had not recovered. He shook his head and mocked himself. He was really too greedy. He quickly recovered from his disappointment. Even though Ague had not recovered, but she was much more lively now compared to before. At the very least, this was a sign of a good turn of fortunes. Thinking it through, the depression over Zuo Mo's heart instantly swept away, and he roused himself. Jumping up, he picked Ague up and put her on his back as he charged outside. Ague, let's go. We'll go to Shulong's place to play. Translator ramblings, since I haven't taken this notice off, I'm on limited internet. Pu Yao reveals his connection to another Yao clan, and Zuo Mo drives a super hard bargain. Poor Tsong Zhe, you are so innocent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, Shadow Mo Garda 1. Chapter 357, Shadow Mo Garda 1. Ever since the guard camp was established, it seemed fated to have a hidden competitive relationship with Vermilion Bird Camp, even though the majority of the camp guards were once Vermilion Bird Camp's captives. At the start, Vermilion Bird Camp had been unparalleled in its strength, and dominated all of Little Mountain Jia. In reality, for a very long time after the camp was formed, Guard Camp had been in a very awkward state. They were weak offensively, could not fight for Darren, and in many occasions, they were a burden. Even many people from Vermilion Bird Camp could not understand why Darren would set up Guard Camp who was so weak in battle. Everyone in Guard Camp had a grudge. They furiously cultivated without holding back any energy back. They never asked why they were cultivating. Why were they cultivating like this? They only buried their heads and cultivated. Hardship? They were Xiao slaves, they were not afraid of hardship. Finally, the situation changed when Shulong formed his armor. After forming his armor, Shulong did not just recover his youth, but his combat abilities had become comparable to the top tier under Darren's command. The Crow Fiend Mo kill formation was finally effective in battle, but the main force in battles was still Vermilion Bird Camp. Their heavy and clumsy armor caused their movements to be slow. This made them take up a more defensive position in battles. The situation had finally changed now. Shulong tightly grasped the long halberd in his hand. A cold feeling passed back as though a burst of strength burrowed into his body. His chest was filled with motivation. It wasn't as simple as just getting a weapon. Shulong suddenly saw Zuo Mo and Ague in the doorway, and hurriedly bowed. Zuo Mo looked around. Seeing everyone working hard, a smile came onto his face. Not bad. Zuo Mo had been worried about morale previously. Seeing the business of the campsite, his heart relaxed slightly. In reality, guard camp's morale had been good all along. This place was filled with black fiendish energy. It gave the guard camp the hope of surpassing Vermilion Bird Camp. They worked even harder on their cultivation. Vermilion Bird Camp's morale was more severely affected, but after Zuo Mo threw them, Fiend Ling, they had settled down. The path to leave this land could be slowly searched for, but if they did not even have the Ling energy to cultivate, that was a blade that hung above the necks of Xiozha. Owen saw Zuo Mo and ran over. Darren. When Zuo Mo saw Owen, he asked with a smile, Owen, how's your cultivation going? Owen was much healthier than when he had been rescued. His exquisite armor did not feel clumsy at all, but nimble and light. Haha, Darren, look. Owen held up his black spear as though he was presenting a treasure. My weapon formed too. And I also comprehended some fun things. The completely black long spear had no adornment, but it gave the feeling of being finely crafted. The lines were smooth and flowing, 2 grooves on either side of the spear point. The fiery red charm hung at the head of spear and caused the black spear, which originally seemed murderous and cold, to have a hint of fire. Can the spear leave your body? Zuo Mo asked. Nolan scratched his head and said, the black speak is condensed from killing energy. If it leaves my hand, it will dissipate. Zuo Mo's interest was stirred. Come, show me. Owen obeyed. With a somersault, he flew out 20 zhang. Seeing this, the other people in the campsite stopped what they were doing and cheered Owen on. Little monkey, one more. Little monkey, don't embarrass yourself in front of Darren. Haha, little monkey, if you can't do it, switch for someone else. When Owen had been rescued, his figure had been very small. Even though he was much healthier now, but among this camp of burly men, his figure really was on the small side. Adding on that Owen's personality was lively and active, he was also clever, everyone called him Little Monkey. Ha, just be jealous. Owen shot back. His smiling face suddenly turned serious as he stood holding his spear. The noisy camp instantly quieted. Everyone's mirth retreated, their expressions becoming serious. Owen might be young, but he was exceptionally talented, and was firmly held his spot as the second strongest member of the guard camp, his strength just a bit less than Shulong's. They were also very curious about what Owen had comprehended from staying in meditation for so long in the fiendish mist. Shulong had a gratified expression. He was the oldest, his personality was steady and well established. His competitive desire was weak. He had basically taught everything to Owen. Seeing Owen improve rapidly, he was very happy. Owen's expression was serious. The air flowed in streams around him and gradually sped up. In an instant, the air started to hiss like an arrow traveling at a high speed. Clang, dot. With the sound of metallic impact, many black and gold plumes popped out of the black armor. Zuo Mo was very shocked. Owen's figure was thin and slender to begin with. With the addition of these long feather-like black gold plumes, he looked even more nimble. Owen bent his legs slightly and then his figure disappeared from his spot. So fast. Zuo Mo's pupils slightly shrunk. His eyes were not ordinary, but he could only see a streak of black. He was shocked. Unless Zuo Mo used the light void wings, he would be left eating dust behind Owen with that speed. This boy's talent isn't bad. Pu Yao couldn't resist popping in. Look, this is the difference. He can cultivate to this step using a trashy hardship guard. Don't you feel ashamed? Ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? Zuo Mo did not turn his eyes and responded, it's better the stronger he is. Pu Yao finally recalled the person in front of him had such a thick face that he was immune to mockery of this degree. Zuo Mo rubbed his chin and said directly, not bad, not bad. This fast, we don't have to use turtle tactics in the future. Can he fly? It will be great if there is flight. Don't think so optimistically. Pu Yao could not bear to see Zuo Mo's content state, and smirked. This boy is very talented. The other people lack greatly compared to him. They can only be heavy armor hardship guards. His tone then turned. So many cultivation sects, they are all blind to dismiss such a good seed. Pu Yao started his usual habit of mocking everyone. Zuo Mo ignored him and looked seriously at Owen. Owen's speed was extremely fast, and rivaled the sword show when they flew on their swords. His nimbleness was actually better than Sword Xiao. Zuo Mo, who could be considered to be an old-timer, was very clear how much of an advantage such speed would be in combat. Midair, Owen flipped again, and the black spear in his hand suddenly thrust. Hiss, dot. A section of the spear point suddenly appeared out of the air and a place 30 zhang from his body. What is that? Zuo Mo's expression changed. Airbreaker, a little technique. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Even though he said this, Pu Yao could not disguise the pride on his face. So young and he comprehended airbreaker. It can be considered rare for MO guards. Pu Yao's tone turned to be slightly regretful. Actually, Shulong's talent is also not bad, but it is a pity that his age when he started cultivation is slightly old. All of the others sighed in shock. They widened their eyes in fear of missing any detail. Many of the techniques that Owen was showing now was great inspiration to him, especially the camp guards that had broken through and formed their weapon. In the air, Owen seemed unconstrained by space. The tip of his spear thrust would appear in any place within 100 zhang of him according to his will. In a good mood, Pu Yao started to urge. Actually, hardship guards like this boy's kind is rare. The greatest duty of MO guards are to protect their master, not to kill enemies. That is why MO guards are frequently large blockheads. These people from guard camp are too weak. The best MO guards are Mountain Range Bull MO, and Stone Rhinoceros MO. If they cultivate, hardship guard, TSK, they are just moving mountains. If it is the Mantis MO that cultivate, hardship guard, it is more common for Shadow MO guards specialized in speed to appear. But Mantis MO are guys who will die if they are touched. Who would use them as guards, maybe if they do not want to live a long time. Hearing this, Zuo Mo noticed the other people in guard camp. As expected, they were all big blockheads. Each person's body was full of exaggerated muscles. Their figures were half again as large as normal people on average. Adding on the thick armor, they were like mobile steel forts. At this time, the red charm on Owen's black spear suddenly turned to a thread of fire and wrapped around the tip of the spear. Kill! Owen shouted. A light that intermingled red and black tore apart the air. Boom! Everyone felt their vision light up. A burning and fiendish wave of air blew through the entire guard camp. When the air gust subsided, a deep pit about 5 zhang wide appeared on the corner of the campsite. It was an easy matter to make a pit 5 zhang wide. However, this pit seemed slightly deep. Zuo Mo flew to beside the pit and looked inside. His heart was instantly shocked. This pit most likely was not less than 20 zhang deep. Making a pit with a width of 5 zhang was not hard, but a pit that was deeper than 20 zhang was very difficult to accomplish. This pit was formed like a knife-cutting tofu. The bottom and top part of the hole were the same width. This showed one thing. Owen's attacking force was concentrated and evenly distributed. Zuo Mo judged that if he was hit, he would probably lose half of his life. Owen's figure flashed and he appeared next to Zuo Mo. Not bad, little monkey, Zuo Mo praised. You have really broadened my vision. Owen's face suddenly became flushed and slightly embarrassed. Darren, do not ridicule this humble performance. Ho, little monkey, you're embarrassed now? Haha, little monkey's face is very thin. The people in the surroundings instantly started. Owen was even more embarrassed. He scratched his head and stood at the side. Seeing this, the other people laughed even more happily. Zuo Mo also couldn't resist roaring in laughter. Is what you say true? The elders in the room exploded. Many of the elders unconsciously stood up. These elders' emotions were turbulent, and they forgot to keep their strength back. All the furniture in the room creaked and exploded in pieces. Song Zai's scalp turned numb. He did not dare to breath. He said so, dot. How can he know how to cultivate gray scar art? He definitely is a liar. Who cares if he is a liar? Catch him and then we will know. Catch? What if he really knows? If we offend him, we will really lose greatly. The Grey Clan elders talked over each other, their faces red and their necks thick as though they were going to kill someone. Song Zai buried his head lower and grimaced inside. All right, all of you shut up. A deep voice sounded. All of the voices disappeared. The chief elder finally spoke. Song Zai wiped away the cold sweat and celebrated inside. What conditions does he have? The chief elder opened his eyes in his wrinkle-filled face. 10 golden souls. Each year. The enormous elder room was deathly silent. Translator ramblings, guard camp is growing in this environment that suits them better. Zuo Mo is lucky he is the leader of himself and doesn't have to answer to elders or family members any longer, other than Pu Yao. He has a lot more freedom than typical protagonists who have to do missions for the sect, help get revenge slights against this ally or this girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Public Challenge. Chapter 358, Public Challenge. Have you gone to see the Wasteland Beast chessboard? A student excitedly asked his classmate. Another student hurriedly took up the topic. Of course, how can I miss it? They are really strong. They say it is a very young Yao. I wonder which Yao art house this monster came from. There are Yao beyond Yao, bro. Student A said emotionally. Right? I had assumed before that all the geniuses were part of the Genius Alliance. Didn't think there would be people outside. Student B felt it was slightly impossible to believe. I've long found that group of lily white faces an eyesore. They take away all the girls based on their strength and leave us with nothing. A hero finally comes down from the heavens. Hero. He definitely has to strike a blow against their arrogant aura and save all of us. Student A spread out his arms and shouted. At the side, a snort suddenly came. Delusional. Student A was enraged and suddenly turned around his face. However, he instantly faltered when he saw who had come. He dejectedly pulled Student B and fled. Mu Wushang disdainfully stared at the two fleeing figures, but a shadow came over his mood. His steps grew slightly faster. He quickly reached the lecture room. When he stepped into the room, a wave of noise blew into his face. He unconsciously frowned. The terms of prison-breaking battle and Wasteland Beast chessboard continuously appeared. His mood became even more terrible. He noticed that when some students saw him, they purposefully increased their volume and made expressions in secret. Mu Wushang unconsciously clenched his fists. He snorted coldly, turned and walked out of the lecture room. Che, what genius alliance, that is a true genius. Yes, yes. The sounds of discussion behind him burrowed into his ears. His face was blackened. In a depressed mood, Mu Wushang flew to Daytime Peak. Right now, it was class time and there were not many people on Daytime Peak. Standing on the 6,000 Shi Daytime Peak, he looked into the distance. Mu Wushang's depressed mood instantly eased greatly. I guess you were here. A familiar voice came from behind him. Without needing to turn his head, Wu Wushang knew who had come. Jin Ling, his best friend from childhood. The two were from large clans and had close relations. The two of them had played together from very young and could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, the two of them had developed a platonic friendship and were like siblings rather than the more intimate relationship their parents wanted. Why concern yourself with these people? Jin Ling urged, it seems that we suppress them too much usually. Mu Wushang did not speak, but his heart eased. There were two members of Genius Alliance in Bright Might Yao Art House, one was Mu Wushang, the other was Jin Ling. Genius Alliance was a loose organization among students. It was established 400 years ago and was created by the 12 top genius students from the many Yao art houses of the Yao world. The Genius Alliance only recruited those with outstanding students. After developing for more than 4 centuries, the influence of Genius Alliance was much greater than it started with. In 4 centuries, each generation's alliance leader of the Genius Alliance was the undoubted leader of their generation of students. When these geniuses finished their schooling, if they would enter the important systems of the Yao world or they were managing major areas. In its 4-century history, 9 Sky Yao had appeared among their numbers. This was almost 7/10 of the Sky Yao that had appeared over this 4-century period. Each student thought it an honor to enter the Genius Alliance, and the scheduled exchanges inside the Alliance was fatally attractive to these people who were cultivating maniacs. If they could enter the Genius Alliance, they would definitely have a bright future. However, these great talents also garnered much ire. On one hand, due to thinking highly of themselves, they were very brazen in their actions, and naturally did not attract favor. On the other hand, the elders that had already left the Genius Alliance liked to take care of their younger juniors in the Genius Alliance. This meant that the Genius Alliance was given a great amount of resources, and caused many Yao to feel it was unfair. The reason that this prison-breaking battle was related to the Genius Alliance was that the Genius Alliance had been planning on a prison-breaking battle recently. They were used to being high-profile and so this plan had been made public early on so everyone knew. But at this time, the sudden prison-breaking battle that appeared caused the Genius Alliance's position to be very awkward. Those students that disliked the Genius Alliance before were naturally happy. The Genius Alliance that had never been in a reactive position before finally tasted what it was like to be roasted on a fire. However, these young geniuses were all very proud. How could they swallow this? Mu Wushang was also the same. Jean Ling's tone was light, but she also had a fire suppressed inside. Suddenly, the spirit imprint on Mu Wushang's arm lit up. Mu Wushang noticed the ancient character inside the light, and a blush came onto his black face. His eyes became excited. A ball of light floated from the spirit imprint and a face that they were very familiar with showed up. He said excitedly, "Great, both of you are here. Saves me from making another trip. Quick, come to the Wasteland Beast chessboard now." Mu Wushang and Jing Ling exchanged looks. They were excited. The alliance was going to act. The two did not waste words and instantly stood to fly with their greatest speed to the cultivation seclusion rooms. The two each rented a seclusion room, and entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard. They quickly found the alliance. 46 Yao. Mu Wushang and Jean Ling were all greatly shocked, and then they immediately became excited. It was possible to see how much the alliance prioritized this matter when so many alliance members were present. When they saw the youth that looked very honest at the front, they couldn't help but become excited again. He had a very interesting name, Huai Boy. He was one of the supervisors of the Genius Alliance. Those that had roles inside the Genius Alliance were those that were very powerful, more powerful than normal members. Huai Boy's appearance was very normal. He always had a smile on his face, appeared to be harmless and honest. But today, the smile on Huai Boy's smile disappeared. The narrowed eyes were lit up. Just received news that the master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard has challenged us directly. Mu Wushang's excited expression froze on his face. He looked dazedly at Huai Boy, his mouth gaping. The other student members all had shocked and disbelieving faces. Challenging the Genius Alliance. Was this guy crazy? This has already been broadcasted by all the major Yao channels, but we do not know if someone is scheming and pushing their agenda from the shadows, or if it is the person's challenge. But this is not important. Because we will use reality to tell everyone that doubts us who is truly the geniuses. Like usual, Nanyu entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard. However, today seemed. She looked strangely at the surrounding Yao. She noticed that they all seemed to be very excited. Has something major happened? Did someone activate the prison-breaking battle again? She shook her head and smiled, and felt amused that she would have such an absurd thought. I heard that the Genius Alliance are coming to break the Wasteland Beast chessboard. This sentence burrowed into Nanyu's ears. Nanyu shook and felt a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. What? Genius Alliance wanted to break Darren's Wasteland Beast chessboard? She focused and listened closely. Why is Genius Alliance at odds with the Wasteland Beast chessboard? I remember now. They seem to have said they were going to break a prison before. Had their goal also been vast water-clear skies? You definitely do not know. The one making the challenge is the mystery person. Mystery person? The owner of the Wasteland Beast chessboard? Just that one. Go watch the news, they're broadcasting it everywhere. Nanyu wasn't in the mood to cultivate and immediately left the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Her room was just 4 walls, where would she have the Yao news tree? She hurriedly put on an outer garment, pushed open the door and flew up. She recalled that the center of the city had an enormous Yao news tree. She saw the Yao news tree that reached up to the clouds from a long way off and adjusted her direction to fly towards it. This Yao news tree was the largest of the 3 closest cities. The enormous crown of the tree was like a small mountain with innumerable forts. Countless vines drooped down from the tree branches and were heavy with pod-like fruits. Yao filled all of the Yao news tree. Nanyu picked a place with few people and landed. When she just steadied her body, her consciousness wrapped on a thin vine in front of her. With a pop, the fruit of the Yao news tree exploded and turned to a multicolored mist. The rainbow mist quickly changed and became a beautiful female Yao. The female Yao's expression was very excited, and spoke very quickly. The mystery young expert that just finished the prison-breaking battle and reconstructed the Wasteland Beast chessboard has publicly challenged the Genius Alliance. We are now doing a special report about this matter. Up until now, the Genius Alliance has not made any formal statements about this matter, and the new master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard has not been seen. However, this matter is definitely not unsubstantiated. Maybe we will soon see a spectacular struggle. Nanyu's head rang. Impossible. This was impossible. Darren definitely would not challenge the Genius Alliance. This thought was so strong that Nanyu did not doubt it. She had not spent much time with Darren, but she did not feel that Darren, from any perspective, would be such an arrogant and impulsive Yao. There definitely was someone spreading fake information. Nanyu was not dumb and instantly understood. However, her expression did not turn for the better but became even worse. No one was ignorant of the power of the Genius Alliance. Almost all Yao knew what those geniuses were like. Regardless of whether this information was real, with the conduct of the Genius Alliance, they definitely would not rest. Why was it like this? Shixiang, move faster, Gongsun Sha said, unsatisfied. In the fiendish mist, Zuo Mo's face instantly fell. After absorbing the soul-based source of the fiend souls, Gongsun Sha's speed had increased, which caused Zuo Mo's fishing to be unable to keep up. Zuo Mo was discontent. So noisy. It's good that you even have something to eat. 10th grade flew up and down at the side, his little face slightly distressed. No, Shixiang, you have to be responsible for satiation since you are responsible for the food. Gongsun Sha's face was rascally. The corner of Zuo Mo's eyes twitched. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to kick Gongsun Sha away. Suddenly, his gaze focused and he stopped all movement. Raising his face, he looked towards the deeper parts of the fiendish mist. Sword Essence. Translator ramblings, more about Yao society beyond what Pu Yao is shown since he was gone for these modern developments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, Activation. Chapter 359, Activation. Sword Essence. There was sword essence within the fiendish mist. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed. The sword essence coming from the fiendish mist was faint, but he was sure it wasn't an illusion. Out of caution, he closed his eyes and spread out his consciousness. A moment later, he opened his eyes. They were ecstatic. There were people. There were people inside the fiendish mist. Nothing could excite him more. He hadn't been this excited even after he completed the prison break battle. Ever since they stepped into this vast, desolate, and mysterious ancient battlefield, uncertainty and worry had always been clouds over his heart regardless of how calm and composed he appeared. There was no sign of life to be seen on this unknown ancient battlefield. This place was silent and barren, filled with danger. All the signs supported that this was a land of death. The scariest part of a dead land was the dangers all around it. The impoverished and dangerous environment meant that Zuo Mo and the others did not even have a chance to breathe. But now, Zuo Mo suddenly found that there were people existing in a place he assumed was dead. How could he not be ecstatic? It was like searching endlessly in the darkness, and suddenly seeing a glimmer of light. At least, they had a chance to rest. Zuo Mo believed that if they had enough time, they could definitely walk out of the ancient battlefield. There are people ahead. Zuo Mo pointed excitedly at the depth of the fiendish mist as he said to Gongsun Sha. People? Gongsun Sha was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly reacted. There are people inside? Zuo Mo nodded heavily. Someone is using sword essence in there. In that direction. It's a bit far from us, but not impossibly so. I can feel it, but it is not very strong. What should we do? Gongsun Sha hurriedly asked. Gather everyone, and we will advance in that direction. We need to be fast, or we will miss them. At this time, Zuo Mo showed the decisiveness of a leader and did not hesitate in issuing instructions. Wei Shang stared at the fiend soul beast in front of him, the black sword in his hand slightly raised. However, his heart sank slightly. The body of this fiend soul beast was longer than 3 zhang. It was shaped like a scorpion. Between the two pincers, he was able to see the crisscrossing teeth that sent chills through his heart. Its body was completely covered in shiny, black armor covered with red seal scripts that curved like earthworms. There were 2 dark red dots for eyes that lit up in the fiendish mist and shocked one's soul. Its body was close to the ground, the 2 pincers slightly raised as a dark and vicious presence tightly locked onto Wei Shang. This fiend soul beast had silently closed in with intentions of ambushing him. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Shang's cultivation level had progressed greatly, his sword essence spiritually clear and taken to heart, Wei Shang himself was not sure he could survive after an ambush by such a vicious beast. However, Wei Shang did not panic due to his shock. He was not willing to show weakness, and his sword essence locked onto the other. This fiend soul scorpion seemed to know the prey in front of it should not be underestimated. It did not dare to move rashly, and it seemed very wary of the great black sword in Wei Shang's hands. The two descended into a standoff. Wei Shang closely watched the fiend soul scorpion, the black sword in his hand did not tremble at all. He had killed his every step the entire way on his trip through the fiendish mist. After continuous, hard battles, his body was very tired and at the end of its strength. The black sword seemed to lose its spirit. The aura had gradually faded. This caused Wei Shang to feel it progressing was even harder, and basically had left him no opportunity to rest. The exhaustion of his body was like a tide, wave after wave crashing against Wei Shang's mental defenses. Suddenly, Wei Shang recalled the time when he had been a sword servant. Just with his simple and crude sword art, he had been searching for his sword path in the wilderness. At that time, he had been so innocent and so satisfied. There were no conflicts inside the sect, no unspoken criticism about the sect, no other thoughts. He was like the sword in his hand, simple to the utmost. He lightly sighed. There were many matters in the world that people were helpless against, could not brush off or dodge. Like this patch of fiendish mist. It continuously corroded his Ling power. Now he understood why so many shoujo would stay in a distant place away from the troubles of the world. As Wei Shang's mind was distracted, the cunning and vicious fiend Soul Scorpion instantly seized at a chance. The glowing red eyes drew out two soul-shaking streaks in the fiendish mist. The speed of the fiend Soul Scorpion was like lightning. It was so fast, and the sound was so muffled that there wasn't even a vibration in the air. Wei Shang's heart was shocked. He knew he was in an unprecedentedly dangerous situation. When he had sighed just now, he instantly knew that the wandering thought was a sign of extreme danger. It meant that his body was weak to the point of collapsing, which was why his mental defenses had been so lax. But he had not expected this vicious beast to be so sensitive and cunning to accurately seize this chance. His wrist flipped, and the horse-chopping saber that was up to Wei Shang's chest seemed to be as light as air as it block in front of his chest. Dong! Among the sound of steel striking, Wei Shang's body shook and he retreated 7 steps. Wei Shang grimaced inside. If his condition wasn't so poor, then he wouldn't have retreated even 1 step under such a force. But his endurance and Ling power had reached their tail ends. His battle experience was rich and he knew that the vicious beast in front of him was cunning and deceitful. It definitely had detected that he was weak inside. As expected, the red light of the fiend's Soul Scorpion exploded. It did not attack, but like before, it dashed forward. Such a cautious beast. Wei Shang did not have the time to finish praising it when a great force passed over. He made a muffled grunt and took 10 steps back before he steadied his figure. Was he going to be buried here today? Wei Shang sighed inside. Only now did the fiend's Soul Scorpion truly confirm that Wei Shang had reached his last legs. It attacked without hesitation. It was very cunning, and knew that Wei Shang had almost no strength left, so it tried to use brute force to destroy Wei Shang. Dong dong dong, dot. The sound of impacts were endless like a tempest. Wei Shang struggled to endure like a little boat in a hurricane, suddenly moving up and down as though he could be swallowed by the waves at any moment. The attacks of the fiend Soul Scorpion were relentless and as fast as lightning. Wei Shang was surrounded by danger. The already tattered clothing at this time was destroyed by the small yet sharp turbulence like butterflies in flight. A stream of blood came from the corner of Wei Shang's mouth. The Ling power in his body was drained, his channels started to crack. He would not be able to persist for much longer, as his channels would shatter into countless pieces, and his cultivation would instantly collapse. The black sword that had seemed vicious before was like a dull sword of ordinary metal without any sheen. Was he really going to lose his life here? Wei Shang was in a daze, his moves slow as though he could fall at any moment. Yet unexpectedly, after more than 10 continuous attacks, he was still standing, barely. If one looked closely, they would find that when the fiend Soul Scorpion's pair of pincers was going to strike him, the black sword in his hand would coincidentally appear in front of the giant pincers. The moment his body was in danger, Wei Shang would always make an instinctive response. Without conscious thought, without Ling power, his mind was completely blank. Dong dong dong. The hurricane was ongoing, so long it made one feel hopeless. Yet the scene was filled with weirdness. Wei Shang's eyes were wooden, empty, and without thought, his movements were slow. Yet the instant the giant pincers were going to touch his body, his hesitation would disappear. His movements would be unspeakably simple and crisp, but when paired with his wooden expression, it was even stranger. It was as though if one more straw was added to his load, Wei Shang would fall. But no matter how the fiend Soul Scorpion tried, even when the giant pincers tore the air apart in their attacks, they were stopped by Wei Shang movements that were filled with strangeness. Nanyu stood on the borderless wasteland beast chessboard. She bit her lips tightly. Just on her way here, she had already seen 7 groups of people from the Genius Alliance. The Genius Alliance did not have any intentions of disguising its retaliation. Dozens of the Genius Alliance supervisors continued to announce that they would definitely break the Wasteland Beast chessboard. The Genius Alliance were usually high profile, but declaring such a thing in public had never happened before. Anyone with eyes could see the master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard had infuriated the Genius Alliance. A guy that offended the Genius Alliance, what good outcome would he have? How could Nanyu, who had been hearing of the Genius Alliance since she was very young, not know this? Before, the Genius Alliance was a place that was high and out of reach. She did not dare to even think of having a connection with the Genius Alliance, much less entering it. But in a night, the Genius Alliance actually became her enemy. How could she not feel terror? She knew they were targeting Darren, but as Darren's follower, Darren's enemies were her enemies. She felt great pressure from the groups of Genius Alliance members that appeared on the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Nanyu did not know how many Yao were paying attention to the Wasteland Beast chessboard, but she could clearly feel that there were multiple times more Yao at the Wasteland Beast chessboard than there were normally. Hey, has there been a result? No. Supposedly, the Genius Alliance of Fixed Sky Jia have come. This is going to be something good to see. Fixed Sky Jia also came? Then isn't it already 6 Jia that have come? It's the 8th Jia. Central Pond Jia and Lilium Jia also came. Wow, this scary? Yes, none of the Genius Alliance is willing to be defeated. How can they rest? In my view, even if this matter concluded here, this conflict won't end. In your view, who do you favor? It's hard to say. On the surface, the Genius Alliance of course has the advantage, but a person that set down the Wasteland Beast chessboard, can he be a nice guy? Only idiots would believe such a thing. Look at how many people came from the Genius Alliance, but no one has activated the prison-breaking battle. Hearing the discussion drifting into her ears, Nanyu felt unspeakably irritated and fretful. Which damned guys dared to slander Darren? They should be slowly sliced to death. At this time, a wave of sound suddenly came over. Prison-breaking battle. Someone activated the prison-breaking battle. The sound wave came from far and rolled over. Nanyu's head rang and blanked. Her face was pale as she was stunned where she stood. The Yao in the surroundings hated that they were born without 2 more legs as they furiously charged towards the prison battlefield. Countless Yao of different shapes formed a flood towards the prison battlefield. Nanyu was sandwiched in the middle and uncontrollably followed the flood towards the prison battlefield. How was it possible? Was the Genius Alliance really this powerful? Her expression was filled with hopelessness. Translator ramblings, a string of Lil Cliffy. I think Lil Cliffy is breeding. Zuo Mo thinks there are inhabitants on this Jia. Wei Shang is now in danger and Nanyu fears for her Darren. So many points of view in a chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, Start. Chapter 360, Start. I didn't think that someone would activate the prison-breaking battle so quickly. It is slightly unexpected to me, Chen Lu said with a smile. The fire-faced person twisted his mouth. You're the only one interested in this low-level stuff. However, he had a proud expression. My skill isn't bad. Utmost base. Chen Lu did not hesitate in giving his opinion. But very effective. The pride on the fire-faced person did not decrease in the slightest. Chen Lu was too lazy to speak and stared at the prison battlefield. Huai Boy vigilantly paid attention to his surroundings. The supervisors of the Genius Alliance were set for each Jia. Each Jia had 1 supervisor. This year, Huai Boy was 20, and his strength and talent was undisputed to be able to become a supervisor of the Genius Alliance. However, Huai Boy had not thought that he would activate the prison-breaking battle. Of the 8 supervisors that had entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard, in terms of power, he was ranked in the middle. However, he quickly reacted, and was very excited. This was a chance from the heavens. There were not many rules in the Genius Alliance, but being rewarded for one's service was the one upheld the strictest. There had been 9 Sky Yao to come out of the Genius Alliance, and 5 of them had left Yao arts behind for the Genius Alliance. This was added onto the wondrous techniques and strange arts that the generations of Alliance leaders had collected, which were all stored in a Yao art tree in the center of the Yao realm. This tree surpassed any Yao art tree from any Yao art house. This was a place that all Yao dreamed of. Huai Boy was not an exception. Huai Boy came from Mingwen Scholar Clan. It was one of the major clans locally, but in all of the Yao realm, it could only be considered middling. The Bluethorn secret art was a very good Yao art, but Huai Boy did not feel satisfied. He had become a supervisor of the Genius Alliance at such a young age and had great ambitions. No one, in the Scholar Clan's history, had become a Sky Yao by cultivating Bluethorn secret art. How could he be satisfied? The clan did not withhold any resources when nurturing him, and used all kinds of methods to collect even more powerful Yao arts for him. However, each of the top Yao arts were peerless in value. After so many years, they still were unable to acquire a top Yao art. Prison-breaking battle, no matter what, he had to achieve victory. Huai Boy made a resolution. This service would probably be able to be traded for a pretty good Yao art. Come. Huaiboi's eyes lit up, and he was full of fighting spirit. The procession of boats silently and rapidly progressed in the fiendish mist. Of the 5 slave-transporting boats, the slave-transporting boat of Golden Crow Camp was at the very center. The formation scripts on the body of the boat released faint light. The Crimson Fiend Cauldron continuously transformed the fiendish mist into Ling power, and guided it into the formations carved on the boat. Compared to when it was made, the Crimson Fiend Cauldron was much smaller now. This was due to being used day and night without a moment of rest. The Ling power transformed by the Crimson Fiend Cauldron, a 5th-grade talisman, was not just vast and rich, it was of high quality. As it worked day and night, this rich and pure Ling power was a small fire that finally baked the cauldron and continuously processed it. The Crimson Fiend Cauldron was created by everyone of Golden Crow Camp, and it was unprecedented in its invention. However, many parts of the Crimson Fiend Cauldron could not help but be somewhat heterogeneous due to the differences in cultivation of Sun Bao, Jiwei, and the others. After a long period of Ling power forging, the impurities of the Crimson Fiend Cauldron were slowly processed, and its quality was higher than before, but its size shrunk greatly. Zuo Mo was standing at the bow of the slave-transporting boat at the very front. His gaze was fixed into the mist. The formations of the boat reflected light on his tense face, and flickered. Beside him, Ague propped up her chin and copied Zuo Mo to look into the distance. Ague's wounds were clearly recovering, and her face gradually had some expression, even though it was still very wooden. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were hardship guards in black armor that ran around constantly on their patrol. Their expressions were watchful, and they were all hardship guards that had created their weapons. Owen ran at the very front with the black spear in his hand. The bright red tassel was like a flame flickering in the wind. These guard camp elite that had finished forming their weapons were like fish in the water among the fiendish mist. They also became the primary combat force. Gongsun Cha led the Vermilion Bird camp, Shu Long led the guard camp, Xieshan was on the last slave-transporting boat as the rear guard. In the remaining slave-transporting boat, Ma Fan sat on top of the boat. The other people of the Sky Peak platoon were scattered around the boat. After the epiphany last time, Ma Fan's sword essence had reached manifestation, and the suppression the fiendish mist had on him was minimized. Everyone seemed to be on their guard, their expressions heavy. A murderous presence was thick and roiling among the troop like an enormous beast slowly traveling close to the ground without hurry or slowness. Even though he was in a hurry to find the person inside the fiendish mist, but Zuo Mo knew very well how dangerous the depths of the fiendish mist were. He did not dare to move without forethought. In such a dangerous territory, the slightest bit of carelessness could cause all of them to die. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire nervously burrowed into Ague's arms. Lil Black had a death grip on Ague's hair. Silly Bird's expression was unconcerned. The tense situation did not invoke any response from her. 10th grade floated on the black antennae of the twin butterfly, the murderous and cold little face showing yearning. It was strange to speak of it. A ball of faint white mist still hung at the end of the white antennae of the twin butterfly and showed no signs of becoming tangible. 10th grade was born from the twin butterfly absorbing black fiendish energy. Rather than being afraid of the fiendish mist, he felt it was very intimate. However, his sense of danger was more sensitive than normal Xiozha. The deeps of the fiendish mist gave him a strong feeling of danger, so much that he did not dare to go deep in. He was proud, but he was not stupid. After fishing with Zuo Mo and Gongsun Cha these past days, 10th grade had an even clearer understanding of the fiendish mist's dangers. Of course, most important was that the unreasonable and vicious bird was at the side. 10th grade glanced out of the corner of his eye at Silly Bird whose eyes were closed in rest, and instinctively shrunk his neck. There are people in such a damned place? Lei Peng rumbled, and could not understand. Maybe it is the lost descendants of ancient cultivators. Nian Lu brushed his bangs and fully expressed his imagination. Ancient cultivator descendants. The people in the surroundings groaned. This guy had read too many legends and rumors. Lei Peng's gaze landed on the hardship guards that were moving nimbly and was filled with admiration. This poor place really has a finger on our weak spot. But the guard camp, they are having a really good time. Even in wants to go cultivate, hardship guard. They were cultivating, Fiend Ling, but due to the short time cultivating it, they could just manage to defend against the corrosion of the fiendish mist. The fiendish mist that was filled with danger towards them wasn't just harmless against guard camp, but was beneficial. How could these people that were long used to leading the charge not be jealous? Don't be jealous of them. Nian Lu adjusted his clothing and said, "You can copy the captain. When your sword essence reaches the level of manifestation, you cannot be corroded by anything. The measly fiendish mist is naturally not an exception." Lei Peng was speechless. There seemed to be an invisible wall around Ma Fan's body. The red-black fiendish mist could not enter the area around him. Everyone did not feel any Ling power rippling, which meant that Captain had not used Ling power. This area had naturally formed after Ma Fan achieved sword essence manifestation. However, compared to starting from the beginning and cultivating hardship guard, the difficulty of reaching sword essence manifestation was even higher. Unless they cultivated to Jin Dan, it wasn't just any normal monster that could reach sword essence manifestation in Ningmai. But even from Ningmai to Jin Dan, the difficulty involved. Blast it! Lei Peng shot out an angry breath. While everyone felt somewhat suppressed at not being able to charge at the very front, but they also felt slight anticipation. If there really were Xiuzha inside the fiendish mist, then that meant they also could use their full power within the fiendish mist. They had persisted in practicing Fiend Ling, but they needed to reach the third level before they could directly transform the fiend mist into Ling power. Before that, while they still could absorb fiendish mist and transform it to Ling power, the rate was very slow. That was fine for cultivation, but during battle, that meant that their Ling power would basically be unreplenished. Many of them put their hopes on the Xiuzha inside the fiendish mist. Ping! A crisp collision sound occurred on the outside. Everyone's expressions changed. Enemy attack. This was the first attack they had encountered up until now. No one had good expressions. They had just traveled 50 li into the fiendish mist, and started to encounter attacks from unknown and vicious beings. The dangers up ahead could be imagined. The one that encountered the enemy was a one. A Wen's eyes tracked the unknown and vicious beast in front of him. This vicious being was shaped like a tiger or panther, the long and nimble figure filled with beauty. Its entire body was covered in thick metal-hard scales and layers and gleamed with a cold light. The paws on the ground had hooked and sharp claws that effortlessly dug into the soil. The eyes were set deep, the cheekbones protruded, but there were no eyeballs in the sockets, only red light. When a Wen's gaze came into contact with the red light inside the eyes of the vicious being, he felt his body tighten and was shocked inside. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on the vicious beast. Thinking about what Pu Yao had said to him before, he asked, "This is a fiend soul beast?" Yes. Pu Yao's tone did not have the aloofness it usually did and was filled with gravity. Such a powerful fiend soul beast. This fiendish mist has been through an unknown amount of time. I've never seen black fiendish mist of such intensity, and have never heard of it. This fiendish soul beast surpasses any fiend soul beast of my knowledge. You need to be careful. Zuo Mo was shocked. This grave tone could be said to be very rare for Pu Yao. A strong feeling of danger formed, but Zuo Mo forcibly suppressed it. He decided to see just how powerful this fiendish soul beast really was. Owen was a lucky survivor of the dueling stadium and had experienced many cruel battles. The fiend soul beast in front of him gave him enormous pressure but did not cause him to lose his calm. A cold feeling came from the black spear. He suddenly had a burst of confidence. In the dueling stadium, he had defeated many opponents stronger than him, and now, he was stronger than before. The expression on the handsome face silently changed. Killing essence rose, his eyes vicious, a thick black mist came from the Thenar space where he grasped his black spear, and like a black snake, it coiled around the black spear. His presence suddenly exploded, his vicious eyes glaring as he shouted lowly, "Kill!" The black spear in his hand was held flat and thrust forward without finesse. Translator ramblings, Lil Cliffy is going to invade in the next few chapters, and I am on ration internet, though I am very grateful for cheap mobile data. Someone was right, it is the fire-faced person who was manipulating all this. The Grey Clan is too insignificant to be able to do this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, The Childhood Wish. Chapter 361, The Childhood Wish. Yi Zheng cut a sorry figure. His blue monk robe was in tatters as he staggered forward, lacking any of the usual grace that the sect taught him. However, who would care about grace at this time? He had never ever thought that the most normal sect mission would take him to such a ghastly place. Many times, he had thought that he had come to the Avicii hell that only appeared on the records. Fortunately, he had worked hard on his cultivation these years, and with eldest Qixiang's focused teaching, while his combat abilities were not strong, his body of steel tendons and metal bones was unrivaled. By relying on his great defensive abilities, he had managed to survive in this endless mist until now. Before, he had not understood why eldest Qixiang made him cultivate wisdom dhyana body, but now he felt the wonders of this dhyana technique. A circle of Buddhist script whirled around his body without rest. This was why the corrosive fiendish mist did not infect his body. Impervious to all evils, impervious to all evils. Yi Zheng continuously chanted. Beads of sweat could be clearly seen on his shiny and clean head. He had entered this mist for just 3 days, but in these 3 days, his heart jumped around, and he was very afraid. He was a Diana Xiao, and most sensitive to corrupt, and fiendish beings. But this fiendish mist in front of him was endless, and it was so dense it was almost unimaginable. Other than hell, Yi Zhang really could not think of a place that would have such vicious fiends. Fortunately, his wisdom Diana body could naturally subdue these corrupt beings. Even though he had struggled on his way, but he was not wounded. However, his heart did not dare relax. Even the records of the sect had never mentioned such a vicious place. The vicious beings it formed would definitely be terrifying. Exterminate evil? Don't joke. Yi Zhang was very clearly how much he was worth. He believed it was a miracle that he had not been wounded up until now. Right now, he could only hope that the news of his disappearance would quickly arrive to the sect, and the sect would send people to rescue him. Actually, at the bottom of his heart, he also knew the chances were very small. He was only a person at the borders of the sect. He did know how long it would take for the sect to respond after his disappearance. He thought about eldest Qi thought about how eldest Qi would be further neglected now that he was not in the sect. His mood instantly became slightly low. He aimlessly traveled through the fiendish mist. After walking for a short while, sounds of fierce combat could be heard from up ahead. Yi Zhang was startled awake. After pausing, he was overjoyed, and ran with bare feet towards the sound. The sound of battle became clearer. He quickly saw a man fighting fiercely with a fiend soul scorpion. He carefully walked closer. When he saw the scorpion closely, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. More than 3 zhang tall and 2 pincers, each the size of a door. Yi Zhang felt his scalp become numb. If he was grazed by those enormous pincers, even his wisdom Diana body definitely would be unable to tolerate it. My dear Buddha. Yi Zhang swallowed with difficulty. His gaze seemed to be glued and unable to be moved away. It was not due to the great strength of the scorpion, but how strange the scene was. The scorpion's opponent was a sword Xiao. Even though the black sword looked more like a horse-chopping saber, but Yi Zhang recognized that the other was a sword Xiao at first glance, and a very traditional sword Xiao. Such a strong sword Xiao. Yi Zhang was greatly alarmed. He recognized the origins of this scorpion. Fiend Soul Beast, this was a Fiend Soul Beast, a vicious being born from the fiendish mist. He had previously been worried that the corrupt grounds would produce something extraordinary, but upon seeing this Fiend Soul Scorpion, he finally realized just how powerful these vicious beings created were. If Yi Zhang's mind was clear now, his face would be pale and alarmed, but at this moment, his gaze was completely attracted by this odd-looking battle. The expression of the sword Xiao was dull, as though he was ill, his movements were slow and his gaze wooden. Every time the enormous pincers of the Fiend Soul Scorpion were about to tear the sword Xiao in half, his slow movements would suddenly become nimble, and stop the giant pincer by a hair. The confused expression on the sword Xiao's face, the dull and slow responses, and the sudden nimbleness formed a strong contrast and was very weird. After watching for a few moments, Yi Zhang felt his Ling power roil and showed signs of losing control. He paled greatly. In terms of the peacefulness of Ling power, Diana Xiao were blessed by the heavens. His Ling power was going wild just because he was watching someone else fight? Yi Zhang started his core scripture before he dared to look back at the battle. The signs of his Ling power escaping his control instantly disappeared. Yi Zhang exhaled. His eyes returned to the person and scorpion that were fighting. The amazement on his face increased. He looked at the sword Xiao as though he was looking at a ghost. Before, he had thought that the sword Xiao was in danger and would be killed at any time. Now that he saw it clearly, he found to his shock that there seemed to be an invisible stickiness to the sword Xiao's black sword. The vicious Fiend Soul Scorpion was like a puppet manipulated by many strings and was struggling in this invisible force. A terrifying sword essence. Yi Zhang could not detect the sword Xiao's sword essence at all. At this moment, he admired this sword Xiao's strength greatly. It wasn't that he had not encountered sword Xiao before, but it was the first time he had seen one so powerful. Also, the other seemed close in age to him. So young and possessing such power, it definitely was an accomplished disciple of a large sword cultivating sect. Was he a disciple of Kunlun? Once he saw the state of the situation clearly, Yi Zhang was not in a hurry anymore, and thought about how he would exchange greetings with the person later. He was slightly stuck. This was his first time off the mountain, and he had no experience to speak of. However, being able to encounter a Xiaozhe in such a dangerous place, Yi Zhang felt his luck was already pretty good. After a while, the battle still had not finished. Now Yi Zhang saw that something was wrong. The sword Xiao's expression was confused and showed no signs of waking up. Was he? Yi Zhang was daring but paid attention to details. His mind moved. After waiting another moment and seeing the situation did not turn for the better, he thought for an instant and then started to chant in a low voice. Countless scenes flashed across Wei Shang's eyes. They were mirages and shadows, but they were also so clear. The resolution he made as a child, the pursuit of it without fear through dangers, through hardships, sustaining wounds, comprehending the sword at the waterfall, becoming the eldest disciple, drinking alcohol with Zuo Mo under the stars, the order from the sect. Countless scenes merged together and suddenly formed an enormous net that swept over him. There was no place to escape or dodge. The net grew tighter and restrained him. He felt he could not breathe. The feeling of suffocation filled his entire body. He was like a fish in the net. The more he struggled, the tighter the net was. Why? Why was it like this? I only wanted to cultivate the sword. A burst of anger suddenly came from deep in his heart. He was like a beast trapped in a net that struggled fruitlessly. Why? It was like a silent shout, a furious bellow. Why? He shouted at the top of his lungs, he wailed sorrowfully. In a daze, he dreamed of a patch of stars. In the dark night, the stars in the sky were numerous. A light wind brushed across an empty wilderness. The faint blue sparrow-tailed grasses swayed in the wind. A child about 7 or 8 years old was sleeping amongst the grass. Raising his head to look at the light streaking across the sky, the tender child voice carried deep amazement. So beautiful. The child jumped up from the grass. The wind brushed across his face and revealed his glittering eyes. A seed was silently planted in the heart of the child. The dream was so real, as though he could touch it, but distant like how the moon reflected in the water's surface. At this moment, Wei Shang was like a statue. He looked dazedly at the child. Suddenly, something seemed to burst in his heart, and something came forth. The distance and unfamiliar childhood memories suddenly floated into his mind. Some reasons he had forgotten, those simple thoughts, they were like the blue sparrow-tailed grass seeds bursting from their shells, germination, and then growing. Yes, my dream is to cultivate the sword. A pure dream, a pure pursuit, a wish that a child made under the stars. A strange relaxation came into his mind. The feeling of suffocation disappeared without a trace. Wei Shang looked entranced at the child underneath the stars. A slightly smile came onto his face, and warmth was shoved into his chest. Yes, it all came from this affection. The complex and common mortal matters that made him feel helpless seemed so small, so insignificant. He opened his eyes, his gaze was clear without any impurity. Ling power suddenly flooded from his dry channels like water sprouting from a spring. When this new Ling power passed, the parts of his channels that had been wounded instantly became filled with life like a tree welcoming spring. The Ling power that followed out was endless. In a short period of time, his Ling power had reached his best state. However, the Ling power showed no signs of stopping. They continued to rush into Wei Shang's channels, and filled every bit of the channels. When all of Wei Shang's channels were filled with Ling power, the new Ling power started to progress towards his dantian. Wei Shang did not stop it. He did not do a thing. But that pair of eyes became even bright in the fiendish mist. It was filled with joy, joy from the heart. A faint light covered the black sword in his hand. The fiendish mist around him seemed to suddenly be pushed by an enormous force, pushed far from Wei Shang and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Zheng gaped as he looked at what was happening and even forgot to continue chanting. Crack! The fiend's soul beast shattered into dozens of pieces without warning and dropped to the ground. The cuts were peerlessly smooth. Even that pair of unbreakable pincers were dismembered into several sections. A sword shadow appeared behind Wei Shang. The shadow of the sword went from blurry to clear, and continued to grow. In a few dozen breaths, the sword figure was dozens of zhang tall. The tip of the sword pointed at the sky. It showed no signs of stopping. It broke through the fiendish mist as though it was going to pierce the sky. Under the colossal sword shadow, Wei Shang stood majestically. Thunder rolled through the fiendish mist, tens of thousands of fiend soul beasts howled simultaneously. The blood-red sky seemed to boil. A worldly apparition. Translator ramblings. I think the likelihood of chance encounters are pretty low for Yi Zheng to find Wei Shang, but Feng Xiang has written it this way. Wei Shang's reason to pursue the sword has been showcased, and this almost seems a higher motivation than wanting to make money. It seems a much more heroic reason. Second day of rationed internet, a week or so to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, and when fighting all out. Chapter 362, and when fighting all out. Huaiboi's head was covered in sweat. He had solved 5 of the dozen problems in front of him, but he was stuck on the 6th question. The hourglass beside him did not show any signs of stopping. Seeing the layer of sand at the top half decrease at a visible rate, another layer of sweat appeared on Huaiboi's forehead. He had never thought that the prison-breaking battle of the Wasteland Beast chessboard would require him to solve problems. In this era of Yao art houses, intermediate Yao arts made up the majority of Yao arts. Working cooperatively in groups was the mainstream. In the history of Yao, there had never been such a time when teamwork had been so emphasized. To gather the power of a team to explore Yao arts was the dominant method. The Yao art houses that understood this, and could teach their student very well. Analysis and deconstruction were techniques which every student was required to learn. In order to exercise the student's skills, a rich library of problems could not be lacking. In addition to those public question banks, each Yao art house had their own question banks. As one of the top students of a Yao art house, solving problems was a task that he was very familiar with and skilled in. However, his confidence had been quickly crushed in front of the 12 questions of the prison battlefield. Truthfully, when he encountered the third question, he had started to sweat. These problems were not esoteric. Quite the opposite, these questions were in an area every Yao was very familiar with. Little Yao arts. Even though he was at the 6th question now, it was still a problem about little Yao arts. To Huaiboi, the little Yao arts that were the rudimentary and quite distant in his memory. He had finished learning little Yao arts before he had entered the Yao art house. How old had he been then? 6? 7? Huaiboi himself couldn't remember it. However, these problems concerning the simple little Yao arts made him feel helpless from the bottom of his heart. The problems that were formulated were not obscure, the ways of thinking were not weird, they were actually open and honest. This made him feel the failure even more. He encountered difficulty on simple and straightforward little Yao art problems. Huaiboi's face was slightly ashen. Compared to Huaiboi's nervousness and depression, the spectators outside felt this scene was very boring. There were no dazzling lights, no murderous presences, no complex and profound changes. The honored prison-breaking battle was a student solving problems, yet only Huaiboi could see the problems. They could only be bored and count how many beads of sweat were on Huaiboi's forehead. The fire-faced person was totally bored and complained, "What are they doing? I thought I could see something major. This long, and it's so boring. If I knew it would be so boring, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble." "Don't be impatient," Chen Lu could only comfort. "The result will be out soon." He hadn't expected the prison-breaking battle of the Wasteland Beast chessboard would be solving problems. He had never heard of such a peaceful and non-violent prison-breaking battle. That boy can't do it. The fire-faced person glanced over and snorted coldly, strong on the outside and dry on the inside. The fire-faced person suddenly changed his way of thinking and had a smile filled with schadenfreude. "Ha, there's going to be drama to see now." Drama? Qian Lu did not react in time. Truthfully, he was slightly disappointed too. Think about it. The little guy that those old farts taught can't even outcompete others on solving problems. Won't their faces be even more ugly than they already are? The fire-faced person was very smug. In their style, solving problems is a fundamental skill. If their fundamentals are less than others, is there anything that is more ironic than this? Thinking about it, the fire-faced person seemed to visualize the ugly faces of those old people and laughed freely. Qian Lu finally reacted. The fire-faced person was not wrong. The old farts and the young brats shared a characteristic. They were conceited. Conceited Yao always thought highly of their face. If they lost through Yao spells, that was not anything major. But if they lost on solving problems, no matter if it was the old guys or the young brats, they definitely would not accept that. Thinking about it, Chen Lu couldn't help but feel anticipation. That guy came out. The fire-faced person was very excited. Qian Lu took back his thoughts as his eyes landed on the battlefield. The prison battlefield resumed its original appearance. Huaiboi dejectedly and woodenly stood in place. He had failed. In the fiendish mist, two figures flickered in and out of view. Wen's speed was just slightly less than Zuo Mo's light void wings. Wearing black armor, it was as if he was a black bolt of lightning. Wen was able to rival the fiend Soul Panther's speed. It had explosive speed and power was. Each impact echoed like thunder. Everyone's expressions became serious. Shu Long tightly gripped the long ji in his hand, and prepared to give aid at any moment. Both sides were amazingly fast. Even the members of Vermilion Bird Camp that always aspired towards rapid attacks had slightly changed expressions. Many people were judging inside. Could they retreat unharmed under such an explosive and sharp attack? Other than the small minority that could maintain their calm, the great majority had ugly expressions. They did not have a grasp of the battle. The rhythm was so fast it surpassed their imagination. They gaped with wide eyes at Wen's light and rapid figure. Was this still the clumsy and slow guard camp? One person and one panther were like two bolts of black lightning that chased each other and struggled. The hard spear thrust randomly and could freely pass through the void, far and near without any dead spots. It was unable to be defended against. The strength of the fiend's soul panther also surpassed everyone's expectations. Its speed was not any less, and its strength was greater than Wen's. The sharp spear that howled as it thrust looked like it would be shattered with a blow. People's hearts felt cold when they saw this. If that blow really landed, they would instantly be crushed into powder. Wen hadn't expected this fiend's soul panther would be this hard to deal with. He was much stronger than before, but he still could not do anything to the panther in front of him. No, he had to battle quickly and not hinder the advance of the troop. They had just entered the fiendish mist. The monsters that roamed the deeps of the fiendish mist would be even more powerful. If he could not defeat this panther, what would he do in the future? Thinking about it, Wen's presence suddenly became vicious and murderous. Xia Shan's expression was shocked. Ma Fan also had an astonished expression. They were very sensitive to presence and could clearly detect Wen's change. To kill the other. Boom! The red tassel turned to a ball of red fire that enveloped the head of the spear. The black fiendish energy coiled around the pole of the spear and burrowed into the burning spear point. The fiend's soul panther showed desire to retreat. It was intelligent. The troop in front of it was enormous and not one he could tear something off. If it was wounded here, it wouldn't just have lost its prey, even it would become the prey of the other fiend's soul beasts. It slowly retreated. Wen's eyes were deep black, the black energy shrouding the black armor as the spear point burned. A familiar feeling came. Every time he decided to go all out in the dueling stadium, he would enter this strange state. The killing essence in his body boiled, but his heart was ice cold. This strange state was the talisman that saved his life and allowed him to fortunately survive so many cruel battles. This was the first time Wen decided to go all out after entering guard camp. The contents of hardship guard flowed like water across his mind. His eyes became even deeper. The black armor on his body was exquisite and light like it was made from layers of feathers. It was unique in guard camp. At this time, the black armor on his body slowly swayed as though it was alive. It caused the people watching to have goosebumps. The layers of metal feathers spread up Wen's face and became a mask of small feathers. Clang, clang, clang. There was a string of sounds of iron brushing together like many blades being suddenly pulled out of their sheaths at the same time. Many long feathers suddenly bounced out of Wen's black armor. The long feathers were extremely thin, the edges as sharp as knives. In an instant, a vicious and murderous energy suddenly spread out. Arching his body and holding the spear, Wen's legs were slightly spaced apart as he bent down slightly. Wen raised his face. His slender black feathers of his mask had a fine shine that was savage and cold. The fiend's soul panther smelt the scent of danger and retreated even more quickly. In a blink, it disappeared in the fiendish mist. Just at this time, the steel long feathers that rose up off Wen's black armor shook simultaneously. A power that could destroy mountains and upend seas instantly passed into his right arm. He yelled under his mask, "Kill!" The black spear suddenly disappeared from his hand. Pia! A light sound of rupture came from the depths of the fiendish mist. Everyone's expressions changed. Wen fell down face first. Before his body could reach the ground, he was caught by a black-armored hand. It was Shu Long who had managed to get to him. Xia Shan's figure flashed and burrowed into the fiendish mist. He returned after 2 breaths, and had a panther on his hands. There was a hole the size of an egg on the fiend's soul panther's forehead. The hole penetrated the entire head. On Xia Shan's hands, the fiend's soul beast quickly turned into threads of black energy. Zuo Mo hurriedly ran over to Shu Long. "How is he?" "No great harm. Just exhaustion," Shu Long said respectfully. Zuo Mo's heart landed now. He had originally wanted Wen to test the power of the fiend's soul beast. He had not expected this handsome person to have such a fiery personality and actually kill the fiend's soul beast. Everyone was shocked by Wen's spectacular attack, especially Vermilion Birdcamp that usually had bug eyes. They received the greatest blow. The biggest impression they had of guard camp was the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation. In their views, the individual combat abilities of the hardship guards was not strong. But Wen's performance today completely flipped their entrenched impressions. So guard camp had already grown to this level. Zuo Mo's attention was then put onto the fiend's soul beast that Xia Shan had taken over. The fiend's soul beast quickly dissipated, and only felt behind a paw and a bead. The panther paw was covered in fine scales, and extremely hard. The sharp and curved long claws up to 5 cun long were the most eye-catching. The bead was the size of a thumb, glowing and transparent. It wasn't ordinary. This was not the time to investigate these items, so Zuo Mo carelessly threw them into his ring. Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a sword that pointed straight at the deeper parts of the fiendish mist. Xia Shan and the others were only a beat behind Zuo Mo. They all raised their heads and looked with shock at the fiendish mist in front of them. A black tide was quickly spreading from the deeps of the fiendish mist towards them with astounding speed. Everywhere it passed, everything turned to black void. This black tide came extremely quickly. In a blink, it came in front of Zuo Mo and the others. The void that seemed endless swallowed everything. The fiendish mist that was so corrosive turned to nothing. Zuo Mo's procession seemed to be situated in a void. Of the middle of the void, an enormous sword reaching the sky entered everyone's eyes. Xia Shan, who was already in Jindan, was completely pale now. Like his tail had been stepped on, he shouted in a high pitch, "Sword essence!" Ma Fan, Shu Long and the others had white faces. Zuo Mo seemed to be struck by lightning. His body freezing suddenly, he dazedly murmured lightly, "Eldest Shi Xiang." Translator ramblings, getting closer by the chapter if that is any consolation. Zuo Mo's new prison isn't as easy as it first appears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, The Prison Breaking 6. Chapter 363, The Prison Breaking 6. These are the problems I encountered. Huaiboi's mouth felt bitter. He had thought he would become a hero and had unexpectedly ended up with nothing. He had received the heavy blow in a field that he had never thought would cause him trouble. In the next few days, his mind would be quite scattered. He had memorized the problems, including the unsolved sixth problem. The other supervisors came over. Little Yao Arts? It is actually Little Yao Arts? They all wore shocked expressions. Some people felt it was nothing. How hard could a Little Yao Art problem be? Huaiboi saw the dismissive expressions, but he did not argue. The noise quickly faded. After a while, everyone started to sweat. No one had a dismissive expression anymore. In a patch of silence, everyone's sweat increased. This junior's name is Yi Zhang, a disciple of the Great Buddha Temple. Yi Zhang rearranged his clothing and respectfully said with a bow. The greeting he gave was one of a junior. The worldly apparition had stunned him. He could clearly feel the difference of the sword shows before and after states. Was that core formation? He wasn't sure, but any breakthrough that was accompanied by a worldly apparition was extraordinary. This was why he had given the bow of a junior even though the other did not look older compared to himself. Wei Sheng opened his eyes. The ephemeral presence around him suddenly disappeared like it had been brushed away by wind. His eyes became peaceful again like a sharp sword being sheathed so its edges could not be seen. But after experiencing that soul-shaking scene, Yi Zhang did not dare to slack off and offend. Even more, he glanced at the remnants of the fiend soul beast that had been cut up into multiple pieces, and his heart tightened. I am Wei Sheng, from Wu Kong Sword Sect. Wei Sheng smiled, his attitude warm and peaceful. It's an honor to meet you at last. Yi Zhang hurriedly said. Wei Sheng roared with laughter. Mine is a small sect. You definitely have not heard of it. Yi Zhang instantly became a bit embarrassed. He did not know what it was. Even though this Wei Sheng's attitude was friendly and warm, but he still felt an invisible pressure. It was this invisible pressure that caused him to do some actions that he usually would not. You can just call me Wei Sheng. Wei Sheng waved his hand. Not elder, I don't want to be old so quickly. Yi Zhang instantly felt a predicament, but he had a spark of inspiration. Big brother Wei. Wei Sheng smiled and did not argue. He asked, how did you come to this place? Speaking of this, Yi Zhang's face instantly became a bitter gourd. I don't know either. I took a mission from my sect and assumed that I could earn some contribution points. I didn't expect to be this unlucky and get sent to this ghastly place. I probably can't go back. Finishing, he sighed. You definitely can go back, Wei Sheng said. His tone was not strong and it was a sentence that was very ordinary, but when Yi Zhang heard it, he actually believed it. We will continue walking forward. Before this, I felt a sword essence in this direction. Wei Sheng did not waste words. Raising the horse-chopping sword, he walked forward. Seeing the situation, Yi Zhang hurriedly followed. The two hadn't walked for a long time when Wei Sheng suddenly stopped walking. An excited expression abruptly came onto his face. Big brother Wei, what is it? Yi Zhang carefully asked. Wei Sheng did not answer him, his eyes tightly staring at the fiendish mist in front of him. The excitement on his face grew until even his lips started to tremble. Li Water Sword Essence. Li Water Sword Essence. Shitty. The familiar Li Water Sword Essence was faintly discernible in the fiendish mist ahead of him. Wei Sheng unhesitatingly threw out the flying sword. Grabbing Yi Zhang, he stepped onto the horse-chopping sword. He currently wanted to grow wings. Taking a deep breath, he urged the sword with all his power and charged forward. Chen Lu was staring at the 6 little Yao art problems in front of him. A moment later, he raised his head. The little guy is a bit interesting. The fire-faced person asked in wonder. Little Yao art problems? This guy is really creative. I wonder which great master taught this little Yao monster. He then snickered. There is good drama to be seen now. Little Yao arts, this slap in the face is really hard. Chen Lu did not pay attention to the schadenfreude of the fire-faced person and turned his gaze back to the little Yao art problems. He was very curious what the remaining 6 problems were like. If it was said that he had been slightly curious before, then the 6 little Yao art problems had successfully raised his curiosity. Little Yao arts, Chen Lu murmured lowly as he thought inside. In his memory, there had not been any sky Yao that had such a style in the past 800 years. If one went even further back, then it was the 1,000-Year War. The records from then were very chaotic, and it was the era they had lost the most records on. There were too many Yao arts, too many sky Yao that could not be verified. What are you thinking so much for? The fire-faced person said unconcernedly. In any case, there is a spectacle to be seen. If you are lucky, maybe you will be able to see the next 6 problems. I hope the little brats work hard, so Ye won't be disappointed. Chen Lu helplessly rubbed his forehead. With the fire person's rumble, his line of thinking had been interrupted. However, he agreed with the fire-faced person's words. This matter had just started. The good drama hadn't even come on stage yet. It was unknown who leaked the information, but the 6 problems of the Wasteland Beast chessboard's prison-breaking battle quickly spread. All the major Yao channels were studying these 6 little Yao art problems. When many Yao first received these 6 problems, they were very dismissive. Many Yao were even suspicious that these prison-breaking 6 problems were fake. Little Yao art problems, what a joke. But no matter if it was those that were dismissive or curious, what all the Yao did when they first received the 6 problems was strangely similar. They tried to solve them. They quickly discovered just how laughable and naive their thinking had been. At this moment, those spectators that had been so bored outside the prison battlefield finally understood how soul-shaking the seemingly boring prison-breaking battle had been. Little Yao arts were the fundamentals of all Yao arts. No Yao or school of thought would doubt this. The study of little Yao arts had only been of interest in the Yao art houses for a few years before their study was considered complete. It was not that the Yao of the time dismissed little Yao arts. It was the exact opposite. They put great importance on little Yao arts. Due to this, they had put in great amounts of Yao power and ran through all the permutations of little Yao arts. From that onwards, there were almost no new developments in little Yao arts. Those with knowledge at the time started to put more effort into intermediate Yao arts and high Yao arts. The prison-breaking 6 problems seemed to be like throwing 6 heavy stones into a peaceful pond churning the shores with great waves. The 6 little Yao art problems, put in their order, went from easy to hard. The first 3 were extremely easy and did not leave the scope of the present little Yao arts. But starting from the 4th question, it went beyond the scope of the general understanding of little Yao arts. Truthfully, Huai Boy was very skilled to have been able to reach the 6th problem. With the aid of his firm foundation, even though there were new transformations, he still used his outstanding intelligence and managed to solve the 5th problem. But up to here, he could not go any further. His head was filled with the 6th problem. He did not eat or rest, and his mind was scattered. Higher Yao, like Chen Lu, could detect a completely new road from these 6 problems that increased in difficulty, a road that was completely different than what the general understanding of little Yao art was now. This discovery made them happy and filled with curiosity. As Yao that cultivated to their level, how could their eyes be shallow? Presently the 6 little Yao art problems were the most popular topic of study for the Yao art houses. The teachers of many Yao art houses acted, but they quickly all encountered a roadblock. Consequently, many little Yao art study teams came out of every Yao art house like spring bamboo after the rain. Song Zhe stayed in the corner and didn't dare to breathe. The reason was very simple. The room was too silent. Staring at the tips of his feet, his heart was a storm. This was definitely the most silent meeting of the Council of Elders in the clan's history. The elders of great status and power had furrowed brows and did not make any sound. What does everyone think? The one that spoke was the clan leader, Song Zhe's father. However, even though Song Zhe's father was the clan leader, but in this room, Song Zhe did not have a place to sit. In fact, if it wasn't that he had successfully established a dialogue with the master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard, he wouldn't even have had the qualifications to enter this room. The Genius Alliance will not rest, an elder said hesitantly. If we worsen our relations with the Genius Alliance, it won't be good for us, but everyone knows that. Do you need to waste your breath? An elder that did not have a good temper snorted coldly. But he knows, Grey Scar Art. That's what he says, it may not be true. The room descended into noise. Those that were shouting, those that had faces red, those that were winding up their sleeves to start fighting. Song Zhe released a breath, and felt much more at ease. The clan leader really could not bear it anymore and said in a deep voice, "Stop." The voices finally calmed. The clan leader turned around his face. "Chief Elder, what do you think? Has everyone seen the 6 problems?" The chief elder opened his eyes, his voice was hoarse. The elders all nodded. "What does everyone think of these 6 problems?" The chief elder asked directly. "Pretty interesting. Profound. Unique." The elders chattered. The chief elder shook his head. He waited for everyone to stop talking before he opened. "In my view, these 6 questions open a new school of thought within Yao arts." When these words came out, the others rumbled. No one had expected the chief elder to have such a high opinion of the 6 little Yao art problems, but no one doubted the chief elder's judgment. Because his judgment in countless matters had proved that chief elder's eyes were terrifyingly accurate. "Do we have any relationship with the Genius Alliance?" The chief elder suddenly asked. No, the other elders shook their heads together. They might have some power locally, but for them, the Genius Alliance was high up and unreachable. "Without a relationship, there is no saying that our relations will worsen," the chief elder said faintly. But his authoritative gaze contained a thread of heat. "Everyone seated here today understands what Grey Scar Art means to us. There are no free benefits in this world, so everyone should understand there is no profit without risk." The chief elder suddenly stood. "Does everyone remember their oaths when they entered the Council of Elders?" The other elders were excited and simultaneously stood. "Do not dare to forget. We have waited for this chance." The chief elder looked at the old visages of the other elders and sighed deeply. "Waited for too long." Translator ramblings. Wei Sheng is heading towards the sword essence he felt and Zuo Mo is trying to find him from the other end. I know everyone's sword essence is slightly different in the story, but it is supposed to keep developing, so I wonder if Zuo Mo managed to recognize the sword essence as Wei Sheng because he hadn't progressed greatly in his sword essence after the sword test conference. I'm conflicted about the title. The Prison Breaking 6 sounds a lot like a group of prisoners trying to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Reunion. Chapter 364, Reunion. Standing in the middle of the 5-element sword formation, sweat was flowing down Zuo Mo's back. A glowing and transparent water-shaped flame jumped silently in the air above the formation. 2 opposite presences of icy cold and explosively hot formed an exquisite balance. It was the first time that many people saw Zuo Mo's Li water sword essence and they had curious expressions. In their impression, Zuo Mo during battle was like an ancient wasteland beast, especially his brutal and physical attacks that gave people great shocks. They knew that Zuo Mo had once been a sword show, but they rarely saw Zuo Mo using a flying sword. It was true that Zuo Mo had decreased his use of a flying sword, especially after cultivating the Great Day Mo physique. All 6 changes of the Great Day Mo physique were extremely powerful, both speed and power were so strong it was almost absurd. The other important reason was that his improvement on sword essence was not very large. He didn't know why. If he cultivated Mo skills in Yao arts, he advanced 1,000 Li a day, but when he cultivated sword scriptures, he was just slightly better than the average Xiuzha. He gradually found that the power of the Li water sword scripture could not satisfy his demands. He had even gave the 5-element sword formation to Vermilion Bird Camp to use to comprehend sword essence. When he discovered the sword show in the Fiendish Mist was very likely to be eldest Xixian Wei Shang, he instantly started to hurry. What was most important now was to get in contact with eldest Xixiang. Otherwise, if the 2 of them moved past each other, it would not be easy to find each other again in this Fiendish Mist. The worldly apparition just now should be eldest Xixiang making a breakthrough. As expected of eldest Xixiang, Wei Shang's talent in the sword wasn't just a bit stronger than his. The void sword essence that eldest Xixiang had released during his breakthrough had given him inspiration. If eldest Xixiang could detect his sword essence, couldn't he get into contact with eldest Xixiang? Eldest Shixiang had just made a breakthrough, his energy and mind should be in his best condition, and it would be easier for him to detect the sword essence that was released. In order to release the strongest sword essence, Zuo Mo even took out his 5-element sword formation that he had not used for a long time. In the 5-element sword formation, the water element formation was his Li water sword essence, and it was perfect for this purpose. The Li water sword scripture that he had not used for a long time seemed multiple times more difficult to control at the beginning, but he gradually found the feeling. In the cold and silent water flame sword essence, the explosive power was like the undercurrents beneath the surface of the water. Zuo Mo channeled Ling power in and the 5 flying swords lit up. The sword essence also grew explosively. Zuo Mo's sword essence had not improved, but his Ling power and skill in formations were much stronger than before. When he used all his power, the sword essence instantly became large. Ling power was being used up with astounding speed. Zuo Mo gradually had an expression of effort on his face. The other people looked on curiously as Zuo Mo set up a formation and casted his sword scripture. They did not understand Zuo Mo's intentions. After a while, a thin thread-like howl sounded from deep within the fiendish mist as though it came from the horizon. This howl was very weak, but everyone present had pretty good strength and could detect it clearly. All of them were alarmed and readied their guard. The howl became louder and started to hum. 2 breaths later, the sound changed and became thunderous as it neared with terrifying speed. Xia Shan and Ma Fan paled. Before they could react, a sword show on a flying sword appeared out of the air in front of everyone. The sword show stared hard at Zuo Mo inside the sword formation. Boom! The fiendish mist behind him exploded towards the 2 sides without any warning. With explosive sounds, a ruler's straight and wide passage appeared behind him as though it was opening a road in the fiendish mist. The air gusted and blew, but the figure of the sword show did not move at all. A breath later. Whoosh! Like an avalanche, the fiendish mist followed the long path behind the sword show. The tailwind was so strong. Everyone's desire to fight almost instantly collapsed. No matter if it was Xia Shan and Jin Dan, or Ma Fan that had his sword essence manifestation, or Shu Long that had formed his weapon, their rock-hard mentality cracked a sliver. The figure appeared first before the sound came. Such speed was shocking to even hear about. Is it shitty? Eldest Shixiang. 2 voices were filled with joy and emotion as they sounded at the same time. Wei Sheng jumped down from the flying sword in front of Zuo Mo. After examining him for a moment, he smiled brightly and said, "This appearance is much more pleasing to the eye than before." Lin Qian had a jade scroll that had Zuo Mo's new appearance mirage. This was the first time he had seen Shitty's new face in person. The face in front of his eyes was very unfamiliar, but Wei Sheng could still feel the familiar presence. This caused him to smile. Zuo Mo felt something in his throat, and his nose went sour. Wei Sheng patted Zuo Mo's shoulder and smiled. He said, "It is a happy occasion for us brothers to gather together. Don't be like a woman. Eldest Shixiang should not underestimate me." Infected by Wei Sheng's smile, Zuo Mo puffed out his chest and pretended to be a manly man. The 2 looked at each other. Finding the joy in each other's eyes, they laughed together. None of them had thought that they would encounter each other in this place. The joy at reuniting overcame everything else. The dangerous fiendish mist seemed so adorable right now. The 2 of them did not worry at all. The situation at the front line was stabilizing. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was already completely possessed by Yao Ma. Previously the Jia was like the Xiujia's backyard, where they hunted Yao Ma, and was now split between the Yao and the Mo. Mushi looked at the completely transformed Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. She was filled with confidence that the Yao Ma would achieve the final victory of this war. Wherever she looked, countless war Yao trees formed a forest. The air was filled with the poison released by Highland Hell's bells. Even Jindan Xiujia, if they were careless and their Ling power touched the poison, they would be in extreme danger. Large amounts of dangerous plants almost covered all of the empty ground. For Xiujia, this was definitely a swamp. If they entered, they would not come out. But for Yao, in this place, their advantages could increase their combat abilities multiple times. Supposedly, the Council of Elders was inviting some Sky Yao Daring to add another layer of defenses to the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. By that time, the Blood Sky Metropolis Jia would be impenetrable. In the region that the Mo had occupied, they were changing it to grow Mo Seed Sea. Once the Mo Seed Sea was constructed, it would become a natural barrier that was almost impossible to cross. In Mushi's view, if the Yao Ma could construct the defensive line of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, the Yao Ma would be in an undefeatable position and have the initiative. From the start of the war until now, the strategic goals of the Council of Elders had been fulfilled remarkably well, and the results were outstanding. The reason that it had proceeded so smoothly was due to the element of surprise. The long peace had numbed the high levels of the large Xiozha sects, so in this stage of battle, the responses of the Xiozha were very slow, and they continuously lost. What would happen next was that the war would enter a state of attrition. This was a cruel and tragic phase. Mu Xi did not dare to underestimate the Xiozha. On the surface, the Yao were dominating, but she knew what they had encountered up until now were the fringe sects of the Xiozha. She suddenly thought of the youth called Lin Xian and the elite Xiozha under his command. Lin Xian had the great mannerisms of a general, and had pointed out her origins from a single sentence. What shocked her was that he was a battle general with abilities comparable to her. How many battle generals did the Xiozha have that were like Lin Xian? She did not know. In the higher levels of the Yao realm, no one assumed that they would easily obtain victory. The Xiozha had won the 1,000-year war. They had captured a countless amount of resources. Adding on the development of 1,000 years, no one knew how rich they were. So before starting the war, everyone had prepared for hard battle. However, the victories came easier than expected. She was worried that the string of victories make some of the elders overconfident. In these few days in bloody sky metropolis Jia, she occasionally would hear young combat Yao in groups that demanded to continue their advance. This place had an overzealous mood, and showed signs of losing control. In the following battles, if they relied on the defensive line of bloody sky metropolis Jia, and turned this place into a meat grinder that would greatly reduce the strength of Xiozha, and when the final battle came, the Yao would have a great advantage. If they attacked first and lost the strategic advantage of bloody sky metropolis Jia's natural barrier, they would end up in an extremely reactive position. However, she knew her words carried little weight, and could only keep her worries to herself. It probably was that she was just worried for nothing, she mocked herself inside. The middle-aged person did not think as deeply as Mu Xi. The busy scene in front of him caused all the blood in his body to boil, and filled with the desire to fight. However, he had been Mu Xi's vice-commander for a long time and was very familiar with Mu Xi. He asked in curiosity, "What is Darren thinking?" "Nothing." Mu Xi shook her head. Noticing that Mu Xi's mood was not good, the middle-aged person was slightly puzzled, but he was wise and did not ask. He switched the top and said with a smile, "Does Darren know? Something big happened recently." "What big matter?" Mu Xi said disinterestedly. "Vast water clear skies was broken, the new prison is called Wasteland Beast Chessboard," the middle-aged person said with a smile. "Oh." Mu Xi was slightly astonished. Of course she knew of vast water clear skies. Even though as a battle general, her proficiency with normal Yao arts was very average, but she still knew vast water clear skies. How many years had it been since the last prison-breaking battle? Seeing Mu Xi finally have an interested expression, the mood of the middle-aged person became slightly better. He narrated, supposedly, many people saw that prison-breaking battle. The entire battle was very fierce, but this mysterious youth in the end succeeded. However, the matter is just beginning. Rumors quickly spread that this youth was challenging the Genius Alliance. Someone is causing trouble. Mu Xi raised an eyebrow. This subordinate thinks the same. The middle-aged person continued, but this youth did not come out and refute it. "Darren, you also know the personalities of the Genius Alliance." "Proud." Mu Xi unhesitatingly blurted out. She suddenly thought of her younger brother that had the label of a genius. He also was a member of the Genius Alliance. The clan had great hopes for him. "Darren's evaluation is very accurate," the middle-aged person said with a smile. "So how could the Genius Alliance let it rest? They gathered and decided to break the Wasteland Beast chessboard. The prison-breaking battle should not be activated so easily. Of course, but Genius Alliance is really full of geniuses. One of their supervisors really activated the prison-breaking battle. And then?" Mu Xi asked curiously. Her appetite had been whetted. In that prison-breaking battle, the prison battlefield demanded that this Genius Alliance supervisor to solve 12 Yao art problems within a required time. At first, this supervisor had a smooth time, but he was left stuck on the 6th question, and in the end, did not complete the prison-breaking battle. Such a pity. Mu Xi smacked her lips, but her tone was not pitying at all. When this supervisor came out, he wrote down these 6 problems, and this caused a great ruckus. "What type of Yao art problems are these 6 Yao art problems?" Mu Xi was very sensitive. The middle-aged person's expression was slightly strange. "Little Yao art problems." "Little Yao art?" Mu Xi's face was shocked. Her expression quickly became weird. She could imagine what expressions those geniuses had when they saw the 6 little Yao art problems. These 6 problems are being called the prison-breaking 6 problems. Even though they are little Yao art problems, but they are very difficult and of a new perspective. They clearly are of a new school of thought, the middle-aged person said sternly. Mu Shi nodded. She understood the difficulty involved. Unexpectedly, this matter had new developments yesterday. The expression of the middle-aged person became strange again. Translator ramblings, there you go. Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo have met up in this strange new place. Mu Shi learns of her old target now in a new form. I don't think she knows what Zuo Mo looks like now, so she wouldn't know he was a Xiuzhe, and not a Yao. The main reason that people assume that Zuo Mo is a Yao and not a human is that it is the simplest and most reasonable assumption. He appears in the 10-finger prison like all other Yao, and he cultivates Yao arts which are lost or highly skilled. What could he be if not a Yao? If it wasn't that Pu Yao was a Sky Yao, Zuo Mo wouldn't have been able to enter the 10-finger prison. Most Yao would never think there would be a powerful Yao who is helping out the enemy enter their training grounds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, let's have a discussion. Chapter 365, let's have a discussion. The sixth problem had been solved. The news swept through almost all the Yao art houses like a strong gust of wind and was as if someone had thrown a spark into a pot of oil. Originally, the prison-breaking six problems were unexpected and unconventional, but it was not enough to cause everyone to pursue a solution. Even though the conflict between the mysterious prison-breaking Yao and the Genius Alliance had been aggrandized, those with some intelligence would not put too much importance on it. The matter clearly a manipulation by someone from the shadows. Everyone watched it with the intentions of witnessing the spectacle and for amusement. No one believed the mysterious prison-breaking Yao could defeat the Genius Alliance. Any normal Yao would clearly arrive at this conclusion. So when Huaiboy had succeeded in activating the prison-breaking battle, everyone watched but felt it was expected. Everyone had been speculating on when the Genius Alliance would break the prison. One of the Genius Alliance's supervisors had activated the prison-breaking battle. The Genius Alliance had so many supervisors. Breaking the prison was just a matter of time. The prison-breaking six problems were novel to everyone, and showed everyone a completely different way of thinking. To be able to create something unique in the little Yao arts which had been studied so thoroughly, the strength of the mysterious prison-breaking Yao could not be underestimated. Some powerful great Yao and famed teachers from famed Yao art houses gave their praises, and were in agreement that they favored the potential of the mysterious prison-breaking Yao and thought his future was limitless. Even as the prison-breaking six problems increasingly attracted the attention of more and more Yao, but in the eyes of the public, this wasn't anything. Each year, a few brilliant stars would appear and be praised by these so-called famed teachers, but the great majority would gradually grow dim and lose their standing. But just as everyone was waiting for the Genius Alliance to make a new move, everyone noticed a strange occurrence. The solution to the sixth prison-breaking problem had not been announced. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The topic of the mysterious prison-breaking Yao versus the Genius Alliance had lost its fervor and interest waned, but there was still no news of the answer to the sixth problem. It wasn't known who first mentioned this strange situation, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Was the sixth problem this difficult? Everyone had been somewhat disinterested in this matter, but their appetites were whet again. The people inside the Genius Alliance did not place much importance on this matter. They were full of confidence. Huaiboy had not successfully completed the prison breaking, but it definitely was a good beginning. Young geniuses? The Alliance did not lack geniuses. Many supervisors were wondrously in consensus over this matter. They did not disturb the higher ranks. They firmly believed that they could solve this matter based on their individual strengths. Yet when the outside world started to discuss when the answer to the sixth problem would come out, they suddenly found to their shock that without their notice, they had all been stuck on this problem. Now everyone was in a hurry. The branches of the Genius Alliance at each Jia changed their lax attitude and quickly formed teams to work together on the problem. At last, on the 9th day, the answer to the sixth problem came out. The appetite of the outside world was very high. When the sixth problem's answer came out, it pushed the matter of mystery prison breaking Yao versus Genius Alliance to the top again. Everyone suddenly found that it wouldn't be so easy for the Genius Alliance to win. A battle with great power disparity naturally would not be interesting to many eyes. But when the underdog they had thought would lose in 1 round had endured for 10, left in a better shape than they anticipated and with a glimmer of hope, the interest of the spectators skyrocketed. There wasn't just 1 or 2 groups that wanted to see the Genius Alliance be left looking like fools. We must retaliate. The supervisor from the Lilium GS said excitedly. His temper was explosive to start with, and he had been very stimulated by the words from the outside. Yes. We have to retaliate. The other supervisors agree with excited expressions. When had these proud individuals ever endured so much mockery and disdain? They firmly believed that the Genius Alliance gathered the most outstanding geniuses of the Yao. They felt very proud of themselves for being among them. Just took us a few extra days of effort, and all the scum have come out. We have to make them see the reality. Another supervisor shrugged with a helpless expression. Even if it is a bit cruel. What does everyone think? We can't just get beat up like this. When has our Genius Alliance ever lost like this? The supervisor from the Lilium GS said. Very simple, increase the reward. Yes, brave ones will come for a great reward. The Yao supervisors had a common enemy and all gave their suggestions towards a plan. Everyone contribute a few credits. Once we have a few hundred. I don't believe that no one in the alliance won't take it. I will contribute 10 credit points. I will donate 20. The supervisors discussed and felt that this was a good plan. Not every member of the Genius Alliance had an outstanding family to support them. The alliance did not lack members that came from those poor families. The majority of these people that entered the Genius Alliance chose to do so due to the great benefits the Genius Alliance provided. These Yao cared about material gain, and not reputation. They usually did not interact with these supervisors, and could be considered to be a clearly separated group. However, these Yao had a fatal weakness: credit points. The credits of the Genius Alliance were really just contribution points. They were able to exchange all kinds of Yao arts and worldly treasures for credit points from the alliance. When they encountered a troublesome problem, the supervisors instantly remembered these people that they usually looked down upon. In the corner, Huai Boy did not make a sound. His complexion was fragile, but an indiscernible cold smile floated at the corner of his mouth. These past few days, the other supervisors had been ignoring and shunning him, and he deeply felt how cold people here were. He knew the reason. Many supervisors felt discontented that of all the supervisors it was he that activated the prison-breaking battle. If he had succeeded, he would be a hero and the discontent would have been suppressed. They would have fawned over him. But he was defeated, so he became the target of disdain. He suddenly felt he was slightly laughable. Why was he together with such an ungenerous and obnoxious crowd that thought highly of themselves? He silently looked on and smirked coldly inside. The troop would advance a distance every day. If they stopped, Zuo Mo would start drinking with Wei Shang. The alcohol wasn't anything good, but the two were very happy when they drank. They spoke of what happened to them in these few years, reminiscing on the interesting things that happened in their sect in the past. They sighed. Speaking of it, if it wasn't for these incidents, we wouldn't be who we are today. The alcohol was going to Zuo Mo's head. He did not use Ling power to suppress the effects of the alcohol. He said with a smile, without the troubles and worries in the past, how could Shi Xiang's sword heart be so strong? Without the dangers along this road, I don't know in which little corner I would be in trying to pass the days. I'd probably be just farming Ling fields or something. Right. Wei Shang gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol, and allowed the excess liquid to freely flow down along his neck. He suddenly said, "Shitty, what is your goal?" Goal? Zuo Mo stilled. He tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he counted on his fingers as he said, "First, heal a Gue, and then investigate my origins. However, this second matter cannot be forced. I don't have too much hope. Most importantly, make more Jingxia and give everyone good days so I do not fail them for choosing to accompany me through these dangers." Ha ha. Wei Shang gave a booming laugh. Apart 3 days, I have a different view of you. Shitty in the past was the one most afraid of trouble. You now have great goals. Good, good. Zuo Mo's face blushed at Wei Shang's words. What great ambitions. I'm unable to get off the horse. Shi Xiang, don't laugh at me. This is good. Wei Shang put down the wine pouch in his hand and said seriously, I always felt that Shitty did not lack talent, but your personality was somewhat carefree. Now that Shitty has resolve, you naturally will have accomplishments. Even our sect cannot compare at all to the followers that Shitty has now. What about Shi Xiang? What goals do you have? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Me? Wei Shang thought for a second and suddenly gulped wine. When he put down the pouch, his expression was grave. In this life, I pursue the pinnacle of the sword. Wei Shang's words were strong and steely without any hesitation or fright. Good. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao couldn't resist praising. Threads of admiration came into Zuo Mo's heart. He recalled the jade scroll that eldest Shi Xiang had given him that recorded the hardships that eldest Shi Xiang encountered in his search for the sword. They flowed past his eyes. Of all the people he ever encountered, in terms of determination, eldest Shi Xiang was undoubtedly ranked first. Only people like eldest Xixiang were able to walk to the peak of the sword path. Zuo Mo was shocked and admiring, but when the words reached his mouth, they became Xixiang, let's have a discussion. Discussion? What matter? Zuo Mo's change was so sudden that Wei Shang did not have the time to react. Xixiang pursues the sword path, how can it work without true combat? Combat is the best way to advance. Zuo Mo lowered his face and did not disguise his true expression. He snickered and said fawningly, how about we go together, I'll provide food, shelter, and Jingshi. Xixiang, don't worry, we lack for everything, but we won't lack for fighting. We will definitely satisfy Xixiang and make it extremely fulfilling. That sword path comprehension, experience, they will rise, and be unable to be stopped even if you wanted to. If you are lucky, you might get an intimate friend of the fairer sex, a sword couple in paired cultivation, and to seek the path together. Didn't they say something like the warm home is the hero something? Oh, Xixiang is a true and honest person, and naturally will not be affected by beauty. Wei Shang gaped and did not realize the alcohol was spilling onto his body. Zuo Mo continued to talk for a while until his throat was dry. He finally stopped and took a gulp of alcohol to moisten his throat before he asked Wei Shang with a strong face, Xixiang, your opinion? Wei Shang pointed at Zuo Mo and laughed. To hope that a lazy guy like you would be serious is like hoping a sow can climb up a tree. It seemed that he hadn't put in enough effort. Seeing this, Zuo Mo took a large gulp of alcohol, moistened his throat and prepared to start again. A crisp voice came into Zuo Mo's ears. Zuo Mo, who had been preparing his emotions and preparing to start persuading again and didn't react in time and almost spat out the alcohol. What? Choked by the wine, Zuo Mo had dead fish eyes as he turned to look at Wei Shang. Wei raised the alcohol pouch and put it in front of Zuo Mo. He smiled freely. Yes. Zuo Mo was overjoyed when he reacted. Raising his alcohol pouch, the two pouches collided together. That night, Zuo Mo dreamed of Xixiang as a giant that killed in all directions at the front, and he was at the back and furiously counting Jingshi with a dumb smile on his face. So much Jingshi, he couldn't count it all. Translator ramblings, some comedy to lighten up the mood. The problem with building up the tension is that payoffs are hard, especially if it isn't an epic battle. It's like going up a roller coaster, and then when you are expecting to have a fast rush down, you find that it is flat. What to keep in mind for this story is that there is a somewhat cohesive story arc, so every little arc is a little step up the climbing part of the roller coaster and you are not at the big fall yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Yi Zhang of the Great Buddha Temple. Chapter 366, Yi Zhang of the Great Buddha Temple. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo felt a splitting headache. He finally recalled that he and Xixiang had drank all night and apparently had gone crazy later on, singing and dancing. He didn't even know how they had finally passed out. He struggled up and walked out of the room. The outside was still misty. Not far away, Xieshan was respectfully asking Wei Shang for advice. He occasionally nodded and was as obedient as an underling. Zuo Mo lifted the corners of his mouth and silently snickered. It must have been that Xixiang's worldly apparition that had deeply shocked Xieshan. Zuo Mo did not disturb the two and randomly walked about. The 5 slave transporting boats were placed apart and formed an enormous circle around the campsite. Having suddenly added a strong member, everyone's morale grew. They put even more effort into their daily cultivation. The worldly apparition when Wei Shang had his breakthrough hadn't shocked just Xieshan. A wind had awoken. Thinking about how the fiend's soul beast had forced him into such a state, and especially in front of boss, he was very dejected. Starting early in the morning, he started to run around the campsite wanting to encounter another fiend soul beast to defeat. The warlike 10th grade was not willing to fall back and tightly followed behind. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire affectionately nudged Ague. Ague was wooden and would only respond once in a while. Whenever it happened, Lil Fire and Lil Pagoda would be very excited. Silly Bird raised her head high and stalked around with her unique bird walk as she passed majestically beside Zuo Mo without even glancing at him. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo's heart was filled with warmth. His mood seemed full of sunlight and was unusually bright. Even the blood-red sky seemed to become much more amicable. He suddenly remembered that the fiend soul beast when it killed had left behind a paw and a bead. He hurriedly took them out. The paw was as hard as steel, deep black and shiny. The claws on the paw were especially sharp. When he gently swiped it against the ground, it created 5 deep scratches. With Zuo Mo's eyes, he was unable to distinguish what kind of material it was. This is a fiend heavy weapon, very rare. It is a natural weapon. It is the first time I have seen a fiend heavy weapon of such quality. You brat, you really have good luck. Only a vicious fiendish land sealed for tens of thousands of years like this can form such powerful fiend soul beasts, and produce these kind of fiend-heavy weapons. Pu Yao was filled with emotion. Zuo Mo waved the paw around a bit, and felt it was not very comfortable. He said, "This is probably worth a lot of jingsher." The emotional Pu Yao stopped breathing. His temple throbbed. He forcibly suppressed himself. "This isn't for Xiuzhe use, it's for Yao." Zuo Mo was very disappointed, and his expression was disinterested. If something could not be traded for jingsher, how could it be considered good? He had so many subordinates that cultivated Mo skills, but there were none that cultivate the Yao arts. Wait, he suddenly thought of the flower slaves in guard camp. Didn't they cultivate Yao arts? They can't use them. Pu Yao finally learned the joy of beating down Zuo Mo's hopes, and drawled, "What they cultivate is the flower Yao coexistence art. Their weapon is the ling flower in their bodies. Oh, they should be called Yao flowers now. Fiend-heavy weapons are vicious things, they are not something that normal Yao can use. Could not be traded for jingsher, none of his subordinates could use it, and neither could normal Yao. Was this just trash?" Without another words, Zuo Mo threw it into the ring, and picked up the bead. This is something good. Zuo Mo became alert. He didn't understand something like the fiend-heavy weapon, but he could recognize this bead. Normal fiend souls would have a thread of soul-based source. How could fiend soul beasts not have any? This bead was their core, and inside was a huge amount of soul-based essence that was extremely pure. Upon further thought, Zuo Mo understood. These fiend soul beasts were formed from fiend souls. They consumed other fiend souls and continuously grew. It would take at least 100,000 fiend souls to form a fiend soul beast. Fiend souls beasts had a basic intelligence and instinctively understood how to cultivate the rudimentary spells of the fiendish energy. No one had disturbed this ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years. The fiend souls formed here had experienced the cruelest slaughter. It could be imagined how strong their soul was. Zuo Mo instantly found that the fishing they had been so proud of before was really very inefficient and idiotic. Out of the corner of his eyes, he coincidentally saw Gongsun Sha coming over. His body flashed and he jumped next to Gongsun Sha. Before Gongsun Sha could relax, he shoved the bead into Gongsun Sha's mouth. With a moment of inattentiveness, Gongsun Sha's eyes bulged out as he was tricked. One breath later, Lil Miss Shy face that originally had a faint blush became completely red. Gongsun Sha's entire body quickly became red. He pointed with a trembling finger at Zuo Mo but could not say a word. His eyes suddenly widened, and then he ran away. Ha ha! Behind him was Zuo Mo's heartless laughter. The fiend-heavy weapon was useless, the core bead was used to trick Lil Miss. Zuo Mo suddenly felt that there was nothing to do. The troop was temporarily resting at this spot. Through Shi Xiang's description, Zuo Mo knew that the size of this fiendish mist surpassed his imagination. The native beings that he had originally thought were present turned out to be eldest Shi Xiang. Now he wasn't in a rush to advance. Golden Soul. Did you forget Golden Soul? Pu Yao couldn't resist reminding. Zuo Mo hit his head. Right, how could he forget that matter? Yi Zhang's shock grew. He might not be a core disciple of Great Buddha Temple, but he had rudimentary knowledge. Great Buddha Temple was already a strong sect in their jia, but his eyes swept across those Xiuzhe working hard at their cultivation. Even though it was not the first time he saw them, his heart couldn't resist jumping. The cultivations of these Xiuzhe were not high, and their Ningmai cultivation were comparable to the normal disciples of the temple. However, if the disciples of the temple had a conflict with these group of people, not even their bones would remain. This was killing intent. Killing energy that made his heart beat rapidly. Elite. This word suddenly jumped into his head. Only those elite that had experienced hundreds of bloody fights would have such concentrated killing energy. The temple also had these kind of elite Diana soldiers. He had seen them before. Those Diana soldiers did not have high individual cultivation. One would only know how strong they were only when one fought them. They were vicious and battle-hardened, and did not care about sustaining wounds. Yi Zhang had once been completely suppressed by a Diana soldier with a cultivation lower than his own. In the following 5-on-5 match, they had not even lasted for 20 breaths before they lost. If it wasn't that it was a match with the sect, they would have died. This Shi Xiang, greetings. A warm and gentle voice sounded from behind him. Yi Zhang's mind shifted. Turning around, joy instantly came onto his face. He was facing a Diana Xiao. This troop actually had Diana Xiao. Yi Zhang carefully examined the other. Even though the other was not wearing a monk robe and a kasaya, but the trace of a Diana show aura could not be faked. He instantly felt much closer to the other and hurriedly returned the greeting. This little monk gives greetings. This little brother is Zhongru. If Shixiang has any matters, you can find me. Zhongru had a faint smile hanging on his face. Yi Zhang felt astonished inside. The other's cultivation was not lower than his. Diana Shou emphasized their samadhi skill the most. He gave a slight smile as well, and bowed deeply. Shixiang is too courteous. This little brother is of low cultivation. I am currently lost and in need of help. Please, Shixiang, take care of me. Everyone is together in this dangerous land. Helping each other is rational. Zhongru smiled and waved his right hand. Why don't we go this little brother's room? If Shixiang has any questions, please ask there, but... Yes. Yi Zhang hurriedly said. He followed behind Zhongru and walked as Xiuzha occasionally bowed to Zhongru along the way. He thought inside, it seemed that this Zhongru Shixiang had a high status among this group. Zhongru's room was very simple. Other than the 2 meditation mats, there were no other objects. A simple place, you have seen a joke, Zhongru said with a smile. No. Shixiang's place is perfect for the serene samadhi path. This little brother feels admiration, Yi Zhang hurriedly said. Zhongru smiled. Which sect does Shixiang come from? Where did you cultivate before? Yi Zhang thought inside that the true aim had come out. He answered, this little monk is a disciple from Great Buddha Temple, and cultivated at He Residence Mountain before. Great Buddha Temple? Zhongru made a sound and suddenly thought of something. He asked with shock, Great Buddha Temple of Temple Sijia, . Shixiang knows this humble temple? Yi Zhang slightly let out a breath at the other's shock. To his shock, he found that everything he had seen in this day and night had unconsciously put pressure on him. Haha, the honored temple's Great Buddha Dhyana Records is one of the 8 great Dhyana records of Xiankong territoires and is renowned. This little brother may be sheltered and ignorant but still knows the honored Great Buddha Temple. Yi Zhang did not feel any smugness. If it really was like the other had said, Zhongru would not have made a sound like he did. His mind shifted. Where did Shixiang learn? Zhongru gave a reminiscent expression. He said with a smile, speaking of that, I'm not afraid Shixiang would laugh. This one has no teacher. This one only encountered a master in the past that passed on some basic Dhyana spells. Yi Zhang did not believe it. Zhongru's cultivation was clearly not weaker than his, and his samadhi skill was even deeper. The study of any other spells could have the possibility of a shortcut, but not samadhi. Even if it was a fundamental, but there was no room for shortcuts. Zhongru's Ling power ripples were as deep and steady as the ocean. His samadhi skill was clearly very high. Seeing Yi Zhang's expression, Zhongru understood. He did not explain. Shixiang has come from the Xiankong territories, we have come from the Kowloon territoires. There are thousands of li between us. It is a matter of Dhyana karma that we have met on this ancient battlefield. Yi Zhang nodded. Shixiang's words are great kindness. He already believed the words. Almost all the Dhyana Shou temples of the world gathered in the Xiankong territories. The Kowloon territories were famed for their sword show. He had never heard of them having a large Dhyana Shou temple. Upon closer examination, he found that while Zhongru had deep Dhyana cultivation, but it was possible to see signs of age and hardship between the brows. He clearly had gone through hardships in his cultivation. The Dhyana Shou disciples of large temples did not like luxury, but they did not have to worry about material things. They could rest their hearts and cultivate their Dhyana, and it was rare for them to have hard times. He suddenly thought of the ancient battlefield that Zhongru had just mentioned, and couldn't help but ask, this is an ancient battlefield? We came in from the outer fringes, and saw many corpses and bones along the way. But it has been too long, and they would disintegrate when touched. Darren said that this ancient battlefield is tens of thousands of years old. Zhongru did not conceal it. Tens of thousands of years? Yi Zhang's expression shifted, and then he sank into 10,000 years, ancient battlefield, ancient battlefield. The Great Buddha Temple was one of the 8 great temples. With a long history, it had many temple records. He thought back and tried to recall what records would match this. Seeing Yi Zhang in deep thought, Zhongru did not hurry him and patiently waited. A long while later, Yi Zhang suddenly murmured in a low voice, Can it be? Can it be? Deep terror suddenly appeared in his eyes. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is so nice to Lil Mississippi Pooya wants his golden souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, Illusory Formations in Qinghuazong Shui. Chapter 367, Illusory Formations in Qinghuazong Shui. Nanyu looked helplessly at Song Zhe, who was beside her. A few days ago, this guy had found her and was sticking to her without moving a step away. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get him to go away. Fortunately, his attitude was respectful and he was not impolite. When Nanyu had the time, she would come to the Wasteland Beast chessboard to wait for Darren. Song Zhe also waited alongside her. Darren had not appeared for many days. Did something happen? Nanyu was slightly worried. But this strong female Yao did not show her worries in her expressions. In front of Song Zhe, she was always steady and composed. She had never felt the days were so hard to go through. When each piece of news surfaced, her heart would tighten. The prison-breaking battle was activated, the sixth problem was solved, the challenge from the Genius Alliance. She lived every day with a rapidly drumming heart. She never doubted Darren's strength because she never believed that Darren could defeat the Genius Alliance. But she would still be worried. No matter how strong the Genius Alliance was, what did it have to do with her? She was Darren's follower. Just as she was panicking, a familiar voice came from behind her. "This is where you are, not." Hearing this voice, Nanyu almost cried. She suppressed the urge and said with a lowered head, "Darren, how was your recent cultivation?" Zuo Mo asked. He glanced at Song Zhe at the side. Nanyu instantly stammered. Her mind distracted with all kinds of news these past days, how could she be in a mood to cultivate? Zuo Mo creased his brow and did not blame her. He asked curiously, what happened? In his eyes, Nanyu was a cultivation-obsessed person, no, a cultivation-obsessed Yao. It was really abnormal for her to neglect cultivating. Nanyu instantly felt ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Darren, it's the matter of the Genius Alliance. Nanyu, you are too weak, just this minor bit of news, and you cannot cultivate. She was filled with self-blame. Genius Alliance? Zuo Mo paused. His first response was, what a grandiose name. His second response was, what is that? What is that? Nanyu's tongue tied up and she did not know how to reply. At the side, Song Zhe's expression was also strange. Darren has not heard of Genius Alliance? Song Zhe probed. No, Zuo Mo shook his head. Very strong? Do they have Sky Yao? Song Zhe swallowed. They did before. In their history, the Genius Alliance produced. Oh. Zuo Mo realized. So they had ancestors who were. Song Zhe swallowed the words that reached his mouth, his expression abject. Out of caution, Zuo Mo secretly asked Pu Yao, have you heard of this Genius Alliance? Pu Yao didn't even bat an eye and said irritably, don't bother me with these insignificant nobodies. Seemed that this wasn't a famous faction. Zuo Mo silently judged according to Pu Yao's response. Have they made trouble for you? Zuo Mo's courage grew and his tone was slightly unfriendly. No, Nanyu weakly replied. She hesitated before saying, they are trying to find trouble with you, but... Me? Zuo Mo pointed at his nose as he asked in shock. Nanyu quietly narrated the cause. Looking at Darren's attitude, he did not seem to know the Genius Alliance. Her explanation was very detailed. However, how could Darren not know Genius Alliance? How could there be a Yao that did not know the Genius Alliance? Understood. Zuo Mo nodded and smacked his lips. With a dismissive face, he made his final conclusion. They don't have the skills, and dislike people that earn more than they do. Seeing Nanyu's face was still worried, he waved his hand and said, why care about them? A deranged group. Putting so much effort into prison breaking, there isn't any money there. Full of it and have nothing better to do. Nanyu and Song Zhe's expressions were strange. At this time, they could not find the words to describe their current mood. Darren was really deep and profound. He. It really is full of it and they have nothing better to do. A sweet voice passed over. A shapely body appeared in everyone's field of view. The tight evening dress highlighted her curvaceous body, the full and soft chest almost bursting out, the hair styled in a high updo and revealing the snowy white neck. A faintly discernible smile on the face was highly seductive. There was a small mole at the corner of her red and moist lips that added a hint of enchantment. Song Zhe and Nanyu were dazed. This female Yao was like a burning flame that could melt people's bones. This restless feeling was a bit familiar. Zuo Mo was dazed for a moment and then was furious. She dared to use illusions. The tragic memory that the paper crane female had left on him back on Wu Kong Mountain surfaced in his mind. Who hates illusory techniques the most? The furious Zuo Mo did not hesitate to give a powerful counterattack. His hands secretly made a move, little thousand leaf art, bone-crushing obscuring flash. Oh, invisible wind spread in ripples. The female Yao seemed to be heavy struck. Her body shook, and her face paled as she gave a delicate cry of pain. Her expression was pained, her brow slightly creased, her eyes unfocused. On the slightly bent body, the snowy white mounds on her chest moved. Even the delicate cry was seductive and caused people's hearts to heat up. Song Zhe's breathing suddenly became heavy as his eyes turned red. Nan Yu also felt her body was unusually heated. She felt the female in front of her was overbearingly beautiful. Such a powerful illusory technique. Still not giving up? Zuo Mo blared and his anger increased. His hand gave 3, bone-crushing obscuring wind. Bone-crushing obscuring wind was the 9th move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands. After the encounter at 100 Flower Alliance, Zuo Mo had relentlessly urged Pu Yao to teach him a move of Little Thousand Leaf Hands that specialized in breaking illusory techniques. He hadn't thought he would encounter such a powerful illusory technique the first time he used it. 3 bursts of wind hit the female Yao at the same time. The female Yao's eyes suddenly straightened as though she was struck by lightning. Her hairdo exploded. As her locks fell down, a stream of blood came from the corner of her mouth. You? The hate-filled and piercing voice suddenly stopped. The light flashed on her body and she disappeared. She had been pushed out of the wasteland beast chessboard by Zuo Mo's 4th, bone-crushing obscuring wind. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. Turning his face, he saw Song Zhe and Nan Yu look dumbly at him, and warned them gravely, this female's illusory technique is very powerful. You have to be very careful. Do not fall for it. Illusory technique. Nan Yu and Song Zhe looked at each other in confusion. They still did not know what had happened. Where had there been an illusory art? Had there really been a powerful illusory art? Song Zhe's heart was filled with regret. It was the first time he had seen such a seductive being. Such a pity. But why would she cast an illusory art? Even though he was filled with regret, Sang Zhe finally calmed down and felt that Zuo Mo was even more powerful. It definitely was a very powerful illusory art if he hadn't detected it at all. Darren's strength was, as expected, immeasurable. He suddenly rejoiced slightly that the Council of Elders had made a correct decision. Darren! He said with unusual respect. Zuo Mo was still immersed in the satisfaction from defeating the illusory technique with the bone-crushing obscuring wind. Zuo Mo knew some of the Little Thousand Leaf Hands. At the beginning, Pu Yao had taught him 5 moves, and then periodically taught a few more here and there. However, Zuo Mo always felt that the effect of Little Thousand Leaf Hands was average, even less than the Sky Glass Wave, and was far cry from the Great Mo physique. However, this time, he experienced the exquisiteness of Little Thousand Leaf Hands. If he was familiar with the move, he would have defeated the other's illusory technique with 1, bone-crushing obscuring wind. Would he have needed to cast it 4 times? Zuo Mo finally recalled that the Great and Little Thousand Leaf Hands were created by a Sky Yao, and naturally was extraordinary. Just a half-learned illusory technique and dare to show off in front of GE, they don't want to live. If she knew GE's glorious battles in illusory formations, she definitely wouldn't dare. Before GE learned bone-crushing obscuring wind, GE still defeated the illusory technique of the 100 Flower Alliance. Zuo Mo felt very proud. The only grudge he had left was the Paper Crane Girl. If he encountered the Paper Crane Girl now, he would definitely pin her down on the ground and then beat her until her head swelled like a pig's head, get a batch of Jingshire off her, and then use a similar illusory technique on her before letting her go. Darren. Song Zhe did not discover that Zuo Mo was still in his fantasy and said with the utmost respect. The clan has agreed to give Darren 10 golden souls annually as tribute. Good. Zuo Mo refocused and was overjoyed. He hurriedly asked. When will you give the golden souls to me? Song Zhe suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to have met a conman. Darren wasn't a conman, right? He muttered inside but did not show any of it on his face. He carefully reminded, Darren, do you remember the gray scar art? Oh, right, wait a moment. Zuo Mo hurriedly found Pu Yao. Pu Yao's eye at this moment was like a hungry wolf that gleamed eerily. He stared at Zuo Mo for a while without a word. Zuo Mo's hair rose under his gaze. He muttered inside, was Pu Yao also going to cast an illusory technique? Pu Yao stared at Zuo Mo for a while before shaking his head and saying to himself, black-hearted, really black-hearted. Speaking of this, Zuo Mo's spine instantly became straight. He instantly said, full of disdain, getting the benefit and you still complain. If you feel it's black, take 1 less golden soul. Pu Yao's mouth was instantly tightly closed. Right, the more we make, the more we can divide. Zuo Mo had an expression like he was teaching a child. He reached out. Give it. What? Pu Yao instinctively asked. Gray Scar Art. Don't you want the golden souls? Oh. Pu Yao instinctively threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo. And give me that South Sky Arrow art, along with it so I don't have to run over again. Oh. Another ball of light. Zuo Mo contentedly left the sea of consciousness before Pu Yao could react. You antique from thousands of years ago, how can you fight with GE? Don't you know that GE is the sun at 8 or 9? The present is GE's, the future is GE's, all of it is GE's. Before the satisfied Zuo Mo could make the transaction, a cold voice interrupted. You are the master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard. A Liao covered in blue marks stared coldly at Zuo Mo. The master of the Wasteland Beast chessboard? Zuo Mo rolled his eyes but did not answer him. He asked Song Zhe. When will we carry out the transaction? The Blue Yao swept Song Zhe and said neutrally, the Grey Clan is very daring to dare be enemies against our Genius Alliance. Song Zhe's pupils suddenly shrunk. Genius Alliance? Sire, who are you? Xinghua Zongshui, the Blue Yao said faintly. Song Zhe's body shook and a layer of fine sweat began to cover his forehead. His business disturbed, Zuo Mo instantly became discontent. He flipped his hand, and a little stool appeared. He shoved it in front of the Blue Yao. Hold this. Xinghua Zongshui looked with puzzlement at the stool made from Yao arts. His gaze flashed. It was very rough and simple. Was he planning to compete in Yao arts? Zuo Mo pointed. There, take the stool. Go to the corner and draw circles. Xinghua Zongshui's indigo face instantly became red. In an instant, his mind turned blank. Humiliated, he had actually been humiliated. Translator ramblings, still without residential internet. Anyways, Feng Xiang decided to leave the cliff hanging from the previous chapter. Zuo Mo has now stunned Pu Yao with being even greedier, and having it work. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Battle of Tongues. Chapter 368, Battle of Tongues. As the exceptional successor of the young generation of the Blue Flower family, Xinghua Zongshui had in talent unrivaled within the clan. Cloud Ridge Blue Flower had been a famed and influential clan that flourished for thousands of years and never declined. Each generation had outstanding descendants. If they went back a few hundred years, the Blue Flower clan had occupied a seat on the Council of Elders that oversaw the entire Yao world. The present Blue Flower did not have the status of its past, but it was still a large sect that was firmly established and admired. Compared to them, the Grey Clan was just a wild, little clan from some backwater mountain, so when Song Zhe heard the other's name, he instantly became silent. Usually, just based on the words Cloud Ridge Blue Flower, Xinghua Zongshui could charge recklessly anywhere. When had he ever been humiliated so? When had the Blue Flower family ever been humiliated like this? Xinghua Zongshui was so ashamed that he could die. A burst of hot blood rushed into his head. His eyes glaring, he pointed at Zuo Mo and gritted, those that humiliate my Blue Flower family shall die. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. Are you mental? Am I humiliating your Blue Flower family? So you, the anger in Xinghua Zongshui's chest calmed slightly before he was interrupted by Zuo Mo. Who I am humiliating is you. Zuo Mo looked at Xinghua Zongshui like he was looking at an idiot and said mockingly, just a person like you aren't ashamed to be called a genius? Don't come out to frighten people? Oh, you definitely want to kill me right now, I know this. So, people like you only have this little bit of patience, only this bit of breadth of chest. Compete with me? He suddenly increased his volume. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Does the Blue Flower family have more face than other people? You who eat soft rice, go and break the prison. Don't bother me before you break the prison. Gu is very busy, understand? Xinghua Zongshui's face flushed, turned black and then white. His entire figure wavered unsteadily. Pooh! Xinghua Zongshui's blurred figure suddenly exploded into a ball of light and disappeared. Zuo Mo shook his head and sighed. He is mentally weak, his mind is really low in quality. Turning around his face, he looked at the gaping Nan Yu and Song Zhe. He said, let's continue. A shriek filled with fury came from the room. Ji Chang stopped in his steps and then forced himself to push open the door. Pia! An extremely fine crystal decoration smashed loudly beside his feet into countless pieces. Ji Chang did not dare to block the shrapnel and allowed the crystal shards to hit his body. He wore a smile as he said in a fawning tone, "Sis, what is the matter? Who made you so angry? I'll go beat him up. Grind his bones into powder, skin him and pluck out his tendons." His voice suddenly stopped. Ji Liu stared fiercely at him. Whoa! Old Sis's angry face was filled with killing intent. In that pair of eyes that enchanted countless male Yao was burning fire. Heavens! Ji Chang felt his scalp tighten. He had never seen Old Sis so angry ever. He didn't know which pitiful person had infuriated Old Sis. So pitiful. In her anger, Old Sis did not recognize anyone. Ji Chang was filled with regret. Why had he been so dumb to stare down the barrel of this gun? Ji Chang knew the time to show his loyalty had come. He pretended to be angry and said, "Sis, don't be so anxious. I'll go send for people. They dare to provoke my sis, they must not want to live." Ji Liu stared at Ji Chang for a while, which caused Ji Chang's hairs to stand up. "All right. Don't act in front of me." Ji Liu snorted coldly and sat down. There was still anger on her face, but she finally calmed down. She propped up her chin, and it was unknown if she was in a daze or considering something. Ji Chang released a deep sigh inside. The most dangerous moment had passed. However, he knew that if he left at this time, he would definitely receive retribution. He carefully and curiously went forward. What happened? Which saint had caused Old Sis to be so furious? That skill wasn't just high. Ji Chang was full of admiration towards this unknown expert to the point of kowtowing to his or her skills. Of course, he didn't dare to show any of it on his face. "My charm clothing was defeated," Ji Liu said lightly. "Ah." Ji Chang was stunned. He was sincerely concerned now. "Are you wounded?" "No." Ji Chang released a breath but still wasn't able to believe it. How is it possible? How can charm clothing be defeated? The Ji family's sky clothing was full of transformations and was one of the few remaining earth-level Yao arts in the Yao world. Many of the parts had been previously lost. Afterwards, the Ji family had founded the Sky Clothing Yao Art House. Under accumulation of research and study over years, they finally recovered the original appearance. There were 9 transformations of the Sky Clothing. Charm clothing was one of them. But compared to the Emperor clothing and Domination clothing of the Ji family, those that knew that charm clothing were the least common. Of the generations of Ji family disciples, there were rarely those who cultivated the charm clothing. The conditions to cultivate charm clothing were extremely strict. It demanded that the one cultivating it was naturally beautiful with a flawless consciousness, but the most important part was that their heart had to be as clean as jade and untainted. The purer the heart, the stronger the power was in their hands. Even in the Ji family, it was one of the most tightly guarded secrets that Ji Liu had successfully cultivated charm clothing. There were less than 5 people who knew. The most powerful quality of the charm clothing was that it was intangible and invisible as it affected others. It was one of the best illusory arts. Using the power of the charm clothing, Ji Liu lived a good life. Ever since she was little, she was someone who had always been liked by all. After entering the Yao art house, she became blinding and dazzling. She was the dream lover of countless young and accomplished Yao. The second year she entered the Yao art house, she entered the Genius Alliance and received attention from the leader of the Genius Alliance, Ming Yi. The third year, she entered the Genius Alliance Council of Elders and became the youngest elder in the Alliance's history. After becoming the youngest elder of the Genius Alliance, she was appointed by Ming Yi as the Relations Minister of the Genius Alliance and was specifically in charge of recruiting talent. She had completely utilized the powers of the charm clothing. These years, she had outstanding results, and her seat as an elder was rock solid. Even as the successor of the Ji family and someone stronger, Ji Chang still lived in her shadow. No one other than Ji Chang, who also cultivated sky clothing, knew how powerful charm clothing was. From a certain perspective, it was a nearly undetectable illusory art, and its effects directly gripped the heart. He had personally seen countless vicious serial killers and mass murders face Old Sis with a face full of warmth. What kind of monster could bear to attack her? It is that prison-breaking Yao. Ji Liu's expression was slightly ugly. Prison-breaking Yao? Ji Chang stilled and then reacted in a moment. He stammered, "The master of the wasteland beast chessboard? Old Sis, why did you provoke him? Did Ming Yi send you to deal with him? It shouldn't be so. When did it become the elder's turn to attack? Who said we are attacking him?" Ji Liu rolled her eyes, and her expression became even uglier. The masses are talking so much about our failures. If the prison-breaking Yao joined the Genius Alliance at this moment, what expression do you think those people would have? Ji Cheng pondered it for a while and then nodded. This move is great. Completely pulling the carpet from beneath them. And then? You went to find him? I had people keeping watch on that little girl called Nanyu. Ji Liyu's expression suddenly became black as she gritted. I just spoke, and that guy instantly flipped. Without a word, he used 4 attacks of a very strange Yao art. Attacked without a word? Ji Cheng's expression became slightly strange. Old sis, is this a romantic debt that you left behind in the past? Ji Liyu's eyes glared and frightened Ji Cheng to shrink his head back into his neck. But he could not bear his own curiosity and said, and then? Nothing. Nothing? Ji Cheng was confused. I was directly thrown out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Directly thrown out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard, Ji Cheng stammered and then inhaled sharply. Whoa, this guy was that vicious? The first meeting and he threw old sis out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard without a word. On pain of his death, Ji Cheng could promise old sis wouldn't easily let this matter go. He carefully asked. Old sis, what are you planning to do now? This isn't finished. Ji Li spat out with a dark face. In this instant, Ji Cheng was filled with sympathy for that vicious prison-breaking brother. Xinghua Zongshui's body uncontrollably trembled, his teeth were creaking. He was going mad from anger. He had been humiliated. The Blue Flower family had been humiliated. Eating soft rice, no qualifications. The words were like a poisonous snake continuously tearing and consuming his peerlessly proud heart. He suddenly raised his head. Those who humiliate me, die. That right now wasn't good? Song Zhe weakly said. He suddenly remembered who that seductive female Yao was. His heart had almost stopped breathing. He suddenly felt that the decision by the elders was a humongous mistake. Darren's conduct was completely unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, he had offended 2 big families. The Ji family and Blue Flower family. Heavens! Either of these families could lift a little finger and swept the Grey Clan out. He had just watched as Darren had humiliated the 2 big families. His heart was freezing cold. We need to save time. Zuo Mo said unconcernedly, who has the time to waste on these nobodies? Nobodies, the Ji family and the Blue Flower family were nobodies. Song Zhe trembled. Just this matter was enough to create a conflict where blood would flow like rivers. He intelligently skipped past this problem. If he let Darren keep talking, the matter would become even worse. He finally understood the meaning of disaster coming from the mouth. Are you the prison-breaking Yao? A weak voice passed over. Why are you guys so irritating? Zuo Mo was completely irritated by these people that constantly interrupted him. He turned around and swore all over. Ah! The female yelled and retreated 5 steps in fear. When Zuo Mo saw this was just a normal female, his anger instantly dissipated, but his tone was still slightly unfriendly. What is it? You really are the prison-breaking Yao? The little girl gathered her courage and asked. Prison-breaking Yao? If you mean the prison-breaking battle, yes, it's me, said Zuo Mo impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. Otherwise leave. Seeing that a big transaction was just going to be completed but being successively interrupted by others, Zuo Mo's mood could be imagined. Wow! Great! The little girl was so excited she almost jumped up. I am a reporter for the Tomorrow Yao channel, can I interview you? Interview? Zuo Mo stilled. He thought about it and then said openly. No problem, but you have to pay. Just a reminder, GE's price is very high. The little girl immediately turned to stone. Song Zhe and Nanyu covered their faces and could not bear to watch. Translator ramblings, that was such a nice debate about Zuo Mo's reaction to Ji Liyu, and it turns out he did not overreact. There was some really good logic that I hadn't even thought of, like how Zuo Mo only reacted to the Elder of 100 Flower Pavilion after she used an illusion. It is a tricky skill. People will attribute what they feel to attraction towards the enemy rather than an illusion at work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, I am Xiao Mo Go. Chapter 369, I am Xiao Mo Go. In the end, the one that accepted the fee was Nan Yu. Zuo Mo wasn't willing to hand over the fee from the bottom of his heart, but this was not something that could be avoided. As for the price, he doubled the amount that Song Zhe suggested. When the little girl heard this price, her expression changed. When she asked her superior, her voice had been trembling. The interview quickly proceeded. After getting the fee, Zuo Mo was very professional. But as the interview continued, Nan Yu and Song Zai's expressions became increasingly ugly. In the end, their faces were ashen white and wore expressions of terror. The little girl gaped with wide eyes in shock, but she quickly became excited. Heavens! The interview this time would definitely sell. After the interview, the little girl hurriedly left. Watching as the little girl left, Nan Yu and Song Zai wanted to speak when Zuo Mo suddenly disappeared with a sound. His time was up. Nan Yu and Song Zai looked at the dissipating white light with dazed expressions. A beat later, Song Zai said with exasperation, "It's big trouble this time." Nan Yu knew what Song Zai was saying. She remained silent. Even though her heart was filled with worry, she made a resolution that she wouldn't be moved no matter what hardships Darren encountered. As Darren's follower, any wavering, even if it was wavering of the heart, was shameful. "Darren, you created great trouble this time." Zuo Mo had a down expression. "After this group of people interrupting today, we didn't even finish discussing the matters at hand." Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo with extreme displeasure. But after considering he had to rely on Zuo Mo to get the golden souls, he decided to keep quiet. Just at this time, he heard Zhong Ru's voice come from the outside. "Darren, Come in, come in." Zuo Mo felt slightly puzzled as he could hear the urgency in Zhong Ru's voice. Zhong Ru wasn't like some Qinghua Zhangshui, he was mentally strong. A Dhyana Xiao that was raised outside a sect and could still cultivate an abhina, that wasn't something any average person could accomplish. Zhong Ru had someone else with him. It was the guy that Shi Xiang had been carrying the other day. "Darren, this Shi Xiang is a high-ranked disciple of Great Buddha Temple." Zhong Ru first introduced Yi Zhang. Great Buddha Temple. In the Sea of Consciousness, Pu Yao shrieked and then gritted, "No wonder this person has a smell I dislike." Great Buddha Temple. Great Buddha Temple. So Great Buddha Temple had not been destroyed yet. Zuo Mo jumped in fright at Pu Yao's shriek and fury. It was the first time he had seen Pu Yao lose his composure so. He carefully asked, "You had encounters?" "Humph." A cold snort. Pu Yao suddenly calmed down, but his bloody pupil dimmed and brightened in turn. The killing energy around his body was also uncertain. Zhong Ru saw Zuo Mo did not react and continued. Yi Zhang Shi Xiang said that he may know what place this is. Zuo Mo's attention came back at the mention of this. He was slightly shocked. "Ah, what place is this?" Yi Zhang was studying Zuo Mo all this time. It was the first time that he had seen the boss of this strange troop. The person in front of him was clearly younger than himself. When he first encountered Wei Shang, he had been astounded by Wei Shang's age, but seeing an even younger Zuo Mo, there was only one phrase in his mind. Only freaks thrived. Yi Zhang reflected inside, but he did not dare to slight the other because of his age. The power the other controlled was enough to easily crush him a few hundred times over. He hurried to say respectfully, "This little monk is just guessing and is not sure. This little monk has frequently read my Shi Xiang's various records, and happened to come across a vague reference. It referred to something called the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Supposedly, it occurred about 20,000 years ago. This little monk once felt that the description was absurd and skimmed past the notes, but thinking about it now, the description seems similar. Battle of Sealed Extinction. In the Sea of Consciousness, Pu Yao's body shook suddenly. This little monk Shi Xiang likes and collects all kinds of wondrous legends and tales. This little monk was influenced and has read about many such tales. What this little monk was initially interested in was the great battle from 3,000 years ago. Later, this little monk found that there were several separate references to battles in these legends. One was 3,000 years ago, one was 10,000 years ago. These are the two most common references. Naturally, nothing needs to be said about the great battle 3,000 years ago. But starting from 3,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago, there were numerous legends and rumors about that period, but if we go back even further, there are a few rare records. Of those battles only one could be called a great battle, the Battle of Sealed Extinction that occurred 20,000 years ago. This battle is so ancient that the only obscure mentions are in Shi Xiang's collection of anecdotes and fantasy stories. Yi Zhang's words flowed. He knew this was the time to display his value. He could not fail. He furiously tried to think back to the folktales and anecdotes that he had read at Shi Xiang's place. Even though the Battle of Sealed Extinction is rarely mentioned, but those tales all say that the mountains and rivers changed color, the sky and earth completely red, and the land was blanketed with corpses. A great battle 20,000 years ago. Zuo Mo gaped upon hearing this, like he was listening to a story. Not just 20,000 years ago, but Zuo Mo even felt the battle 3,000 years ago was like a distant rumor. 20,000 years ago, how ancient would that be? Were there even shoujo at that time? Even though Zuo Mo seemed to be listening to the story, he was secretly paying attention to Pu Yao's reaction. Pu Yao had been silent, and seemed to be thinking of something. This caused Zuo Mo to feel that Yi Zhang's suggestion was not nonsense. Yi Zhang wanted to perform well from the bottom of his heart. But other than the time period of when the battle occurred, he did not know anything else about the Battle of Sealed Extinction. He couldn't help but be upset with himself. If he knew before what he did now, he should have studied Xixiang's books. Just as Yi Zhang was panicking, he suddenly heard Zuo Mo asked, "Is Master De Zhang still alive?" Yi Zhang stilled and his expression was slightly strange. The ancestral master passed away the 8th year after the war. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, a sigh suddenly sounded. The viciousness on Pu Yao's face dissipated to only leave behind a thick aura of loneliness. He turned around and silently stared at the gravestone. He lightly murmured, "You are dead, they are also dead, only I am still alive." Just having bid farewell to Yi Zhang, Zuo Mo entered the sea of consciousness and saw this. He perceptibly closed his mouth. Just as he prepared to leave the sea of consciousness, he was called by Pu Yao. The Battle of Sealed Extinction that he just mentioned is very plausible. Pu Yao turned around, his expression normal. There were no hints on his face as though what had just happened was Zuo Mo's delusion. He said calmly, "The Battle of Sealed Extinction is too ancient. Even I did not think of it. I know very little about this great battle. We need to research information about it." "How?" Zuo Mo asked, bewildered. They were in the fiendish mist, and lacked communication with the outside world. How could they research anything? "You forgot the 10-finger prison," Pu Yao said faintly. Zuo Mo stilled and then instantly reacted. His eyes lit up. Their biggest problem now was that they lacked a method of communication with the outside world, and they were trapped in this mysterious ancient battlefield. If they could contact the outside, then they could receive help. The help they needed the most was general information. If they knew the general location of this ancient battlefield, Zuo Mo would be even able to use transportation formations to take everyone and leave this ghastly place. They had entered this place through a transportation formation, then they were definitely able to leave this place through a transportation formation. However, there was a prerequisite. He needed to know the general location of where they were now. Otherwise, if he was careless and transported everyone into chaotic turbulence, that was seeking death. Zuo Mo's eyes brightened. He felt he had been a headless chicken before, running around in this fiendish mist in search of that chance that only existed in theory. But it was different now. They didn't just have a clue. If they could find the path, the hope that they could walk out of this ghastly place would increase. Zuo Mo wanted to rush into the 10-finger prison. This was the first time he desired to enter the 10-finger prison so much. Of course, this was just an impulse. He had to let his consciousness recover to its best state before he could re-enter the Wasteland Beast chessboard again. However, there was still something he was puzzled by. If this really was the battlefield of the Battle of Sealed Extinction, then how did Xixiang and Yi Zhang get here? This is Tomorrow Yao Channel. Right now, we are broadcasting an exclusive interview that we have just finished recording. The interviewee is the prison-breaking Yao that just completed the prison-breaking battle. To get this interview, we went through great. Nanyu and Song Zhe looked at the news that the Tomorrow Yao Channel were broadcasting and both of them had ugly expressions. "This is somewhat embarrassing," Song Zhe gave a long sigh. Nanyu kept her jaw clenched and did not make a sound. However, the expression on her face seemed to be that of a devoted martyr. The little girl appeared on the news. She seemed slightly nervous. "The public has been constantly speculating to your name, can you introduce yourself to everyone?" Zuo Mo's behavior was very normal and did not have any of the nervousness of being interviewed for the first time. "Hello everyone, I am Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo? Such a strange name." The little girl quickly memorized it. She quickly asked the second question, "Why did you call the first prison the Wasteland Beast chessboard? Don't you feel that it is like a chessboard?" Zuo Mo asked in response with a puzzled expression. "What is a Wasteland Beast?" "A Wasteland Beast is a Wasteland Beast. Mr. Zuo Mo, can you speak about the conflict between you and the Genius Alliance?" The little girl asked as she led the conversation, with malicious intent. "I don't know them," Zuo Mo obediently replied. "Ah, Mr. Zuo Mo has never heard of the Genius Alliance?" The little girl purposefully misinterpreted Zuo Mo's meaning. "Heard of them," Zuo Mo continued to obediently answer, "just now." Nanyu and Song Zhe's expressions were very terrible. Even though they already knew the content beforehand, but seeing it again, their scalps still felt numb. "Is this your plan to retaliate against them?" the little girl cunningly asked. "Retaliation? Why do I have to retaliate? Zuo Mo asked curiously. The Genius Alliance is currently challenging your Wasteland Beast chessboard. The little girl had a matter-of-fact expression. Can I charge fees? Fees? The little girl had an astonished expression. According to the number of times, challenge once, pay a fee, very fair. Zuo Mo felt his idea was great. The little girl's face was exasperated. She forcibly suppressed it. Are you going to accept challenges from the Genius Alliance? What I mean are individual challenges. No, Zuo Mo shook his head. Why not? There is no money to be made? Don't you feel this is ruining your prestige? Prestige? I have a lot of prestige. Zuo Mo asked back. Hem. The little girl almost choked. If they are willing to pay? There are idiots like that? Zuo Mo was very shocked. Then he thought and said with some reluctance, if they are willing to pay, then I can consider it, but... What is your price? The little girl continued to ask. Zuo Mo pulled Song Zhe over. Talk to him. When Song Zhe saw this part, he wanted to find a hole in the ground and burrow into it. Nanyu looked sympathetically at Song Zhe, while rejoicing inside that Darren knew she had been impoverished from youth, and was not skilled in bargaining and negotiating. Otherwise, this would be really embarrassing. Is any Yao allowed? The little girl continued to ask. No female Yao, Zuo Mo said resolutely. Why? The little girl asked curiously. Today, I encountered one mole. One mole? She had a mole by her mouth. Oh. When one mole saw me, she immediately used an illusory art on me. Zuo Mo recalled the restless and heated feeling inside his body and was instantly angry. It was lucky that I reacted fast and attacked back without a word. We carried out a thorough investigation into this event Xiao Mogu mentioned. According to bystanders, the one mole that Mr. Xiao Mogu saw is very likely to be Miss Ji Liu. Later, we offered a great reward and found a Yao recording art from a bystander that recorded this scene. Other than this, we also unexpectedly found Mr. Qinghua Zhongshui was also present. He seemed to have been forced out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard by Mr. Xiao Mogu as well, but we did not find any signs that Mr. Xiao Mogu used a Yao art. Experts speculate that Mr. Qinghua Zhongshui was attacked by a mysterious Yao art, which destabilized his mind, and he was forced to leave the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Both Miss Ji Liu and Mr. Qinghua Zhongshui belong to the Genius Alliance, and Miss Ji Liu is also one of the elders of the Genius Alliance. This incident means that the conflict between the two sides has escalated. The host Yao quickly spat out this string of words in an excited tone. He was very clear. An enormous storm was formally beginning. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo gets a hint of where they are. The situation has improved, slightly. Just when Zuo Mo's sense of naming seems to have improved, it seems he's back to his original level. Xiao Mogu, Little Mogu, which is written as in the past. This alias is written in Chinese is different as, Laugh Rubspear. Also, I appreciate all the thank you comments. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Jade Pendant. Chapter 370, Jade Pendant. Zuo Mo told Wei Sheng about Yi Zhang's hypothesis. Wei Sheng made a sound. Does Shitty still remember the sword cave? Of course I remember. Zuo Mo nodded. He did not dare to mention that he had explored that place many times. I was transported from there. Wei Sheng said, there is a person called Lin Xian that has been investigating you all this time. This time, they found that the Yao military had taken over our Wukong mountain, and thought that the matter was connected to you. They persuaded the sect leader to allow them into the sword cave. I accompanied them in. Later, in the deepest level of the sword cave, I found a place that was unique. Wei's words made Zuo Mo jump in fright. He urgently asked, wait, you say he's called Lin Xian? Yes, Shitty knows him? Wei Sheng described Lin Xian's appearance and then gravely said, Shitty needs to be very careful of this person. This man's background is very high and strong. The Xiuzha under his command are all elite. He led just 100 people, but I wasn't even a match for a normal guard. Wei Sheng only needed to slightly describe him and Zuo Mo knew that the Lin Xian Xixiang spoke about was the same Lin Xian that he had met. Thinking about it now, it may not have been a coincidence that he had encountered Lin Xian at that time. He thought it was very unlucky. He had been very careful, but people still locked onto him. Of course, it was just a shock. Right now, they were in the ancient battlefield. Even if Lin Xian had enormously powerful backing, this place had no connection to him. However, he had to be careful when they left. He knew how powerful eldest Shixiang was. Even though eldest Shixiang had not been Jindan then, but his combat abilities could not be underestimated. If even a normal guard was stronger than eldest Shixiang, then what level would that troop be? Seeing Zuo Mo was listening carefully, Wei Shang narrated everything that he knew. Zuo Mo generally understood the problem of Lin Qian, but there were some words that could not be said and could only be left to rot inside. His attention quickly moved away from Lin Qian. If they could not find a path of exit, even if Lin Qian did not attack, they would not survive. The urgent matter now was to leave this place as soon as possible. After Zuo Mo mentioned it, Wei Shang suddenly remembered the jade pendant remnant. Right, Ancestral Master mentioned that the transportation formation had been comprehended from this talisman. Is there a clue here? Zuo Mo took the jade pendant. The jade pendant was very old and had a broken corner. At a glance, it was possible to see this was a relic that had lasted through ages. Zuo Mo was very curious about an object of the Ancestral Master. He suddenly made a light sound. There's something strange. Pu Yao and the Sea of Consciousness made a light sound at the same time. There is something strange. The person and Yao spoke together. What is strange? Wei Shang hurriedly asked. Zuo Mo did not speak. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness wrapped around this jade pendant like it was the tide. Wei Shang's expression shifted. Shidi's consciousness was so strong. Was Shidi planning to walk the path of the Diana Xiao? He then recalled Shidi's preference for formations, and then felt he could be a Seal Xiao. Diana Xiao and Seal Xiao both emphasized the training of the consciousness, but they did so in completely opposite directions. The Diana Xiao's consciousness was to be clear and steady, vast and peaceful, while the consciousness of a Seal Xiao was the path of transformation and cooperation. And Wei Shang was shocked. Shidi's consciousness was far stronger than those Diana and Formation Xiao that he had seen before. It reached an almost fantastical level. He imperceptibly furrowed his brows. He knew the consciousness was good. Even as a sword Xiao, if he could cultivate the consciousness at the same time, it would be of great aid. Shidi's consciousness was stronger, but it made a person feel it was too unrooted. No matter if it was Diana Xiao or Formation Xiao, they all emphasized the consciousness, but in the end, their foundation was based on Ling power. Without Ling power, no matter how strong the consciousness was, it was like a person with a weak body, and they were unable to wave the sharp heavy axe. Had a problem occurred to Shidi's cultivation? Wei Shang was puzzled, but he did not speak. Shidi always had his own definite opinions. Even early on at Wukong Mountain, everyone's cultivation path had been different. Thinking about the time at Wukong Mountain, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He really was worrying for nothing. With Shidi's practical personality, even on pain of death, he wouldn't cultivate a useless technique. Also, Shidi was usually very strange, and liked to work on those weird and wondrous things. Has Shidi found something? Wei Shang asked. Zuo Mo's expression was strange. It seems that the ancestral master of ours isn't some normal person. This jade pendant's origins is most likely extraordinary. The presence on it is very strange and I have never seen it before. Wei Shang smiled slightly and was not too shocked. In his view, he and Shidi were both too young and their knowledge was limited. It was normal for them to not have seen or heard of something. If they had seen it before, then it would be abnormal. What he did not know was that there was an old Yao thousands of years old in Zuo Mo's Sea of Consciousness. Zuo Mo almost never saw a shocked expression on Pu Yao's face. This was the first time. Usually, Pu Yao loves to act as though he was the greatest Yao in the world. It was rare for his expression to shift and show surprise. What did you find? Zuo Mo was curious as his eyes widened. Powerful. Opening his eye, Pu Yao released a long sigh, and the shock on his face did not retreat. The presence on the jade pendant was left behind 20,000 years ago. 20,000 years ago, Zuo Mo felt his tongue was knotted as he stammered the question. 20,000 years. After 20,000 years, even the most powerful Xiaojia and Yama would have turned to dust and dissipated without a trace. On the battlefield they were in, the piles of corpses had weathered and would turn to dust at a touch. There was someone that could make a presence remain for 20,000 years. What kind of power would that take? The person and Yao were immersed in enormous shock and unable to pull themselves out. A long while later, Zuo Mo heard Pu Yao sigh. Compared to them, we are insignificant. With Pu Yao's egotistic personality, for him to say such a thing, it was clear just how enormous the blow that the jade pendant had caused. Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. 20,000 years, it really was. He could not find the words to describe his mood right now. After a while, he woodenly left the Sea of Consciousness and said to Wei Shang, eldest Xixiang, I'm going to study this jade pendant for a while. And, just take it. Wei Shang nodded. In the field of studying strange and weird objects, he could not compare to Shidi. Wei Shang did not idle around. There was an endless amount of people asking him for guidance, all of them were members of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Vermilion Bird Camp's daily cultivation was primarily in two areas. One was individual cultivation, the other was battle tactics. In the area of battle tactics, there was guidance from Gong Sun Cha and they progressed smoothly, but their individual cultivation was problematic. Most of them had come from grassroots and had never received a complete and proper education. What Zuo Mo was able to provide them were numerous kinds of sword scriptures and sword formations. But just the sword scriptures were not enough. No one could guide them through the problems they encountered in their daily cultivation. They could only rely on their own explorations. The sword formation was only useful for those sword show who had a firm foundation such as Ma Fan. Wei Shang's arrival caused the people of Vermilion Bird Camp that had been wandering in the dark to see light. The worldly apparition that day had been deeply branded into their minds. Just this was enough to make them feel admiration and respect, but many people still had doubts. People that were skilled in cultivation were not necessarily good at teaching. Even more, what reason did Wei Shang have for teaching them? So everyone thought of testing the waters and had Xie Shan go first to investigate. Xie Shan clearly understood everyone's worries. He did manage to enter Jindan, but this was the result of a long period accumulation. In other words, he had used the stupidest method possible to break through to Jindan. There was pitifully little he could teach the others. He was also curious just how powerful a genius that could cause a worldly apparition was. He agreed and ran over to ask aid from Wei Shang. When a professional reached out, it was possible to see if they had the ability or not. Wei Shang did not withhold any advice. Just a few words, and Xie Shan had such admiration he could kowtow. After going back, Xie Shan greatly advertised how powerful Wei Shang was. As expected of Darren's eldest Xixiang, the two were generous, did not hide anything, were just the same etc. etc. This time, all the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp could not sit still. But to avoid irritating Wei Shang, the camp used the method of drawing straws to establish an order to ask guidance. This move instantly was effective. To pursue the sword path, Wei Shang had gone through thousands of hardships, and almost lost his life multiple times. After becoming an inner sect disciple, the one that taught him the sword was Xian Yan, the one in Wu Kong Sword Sect most skilled in sword essence, in addition to the fact that Wei Shang was frighteningly hard-working. Due to this, his foundation was extremely secure. After receiving the complete, void sword scripture, his breadth of knowledge was much stronger than normal sword shio. His early experiences taught him the pain of not having someone to ask for guidance. These sword show were also Shidi's subordinates. This could be considered helping Shidi out. So when the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp came over to ask for his guidance, he easily agreed. Wei Shang quickly found that the problems many people encountered were very similar. When he mentioned this to Zuo Mo, and Zuo Mo's eyes turned and thought of a great solution. Open a lecture hall. Before, at Wukong Mountain, there would be inner sect disciples that would come at regular intervals to teach outer sect disciples. Wei Shang felt that this method was pretty good and followed it. The sword teaching hall opened in this fiendish mist. After having this idea, Zuo Mo instantly went into the 10-finger prison. Entering the wasteland beast chessboard again, Zuo Mo's mentality had completely changed. Before, he had treated it as if he was playing a game, but now that the 10-finger prison was connected to whether or not they could escape, he could not be as reckless as before. He desperately desired any information about the Battle of Sealed Extinction. This desire surpassed his thirst for golden souls. He didn't know how to use the 10-finger prison to get information about the Battle of Sealed Extinction, but still he stepped into the wasteland beast chessboard. When the light faded, when the chessboard was laid out, he inhaled deeply. A new battlefield, a new battle. Start. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo finally learns about Lin Qian. Accidentally being transported into this place really was fortunate for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Bounty. Chapter 371, Bounty. Nanyu was not here, Xingzhe was also not here, Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. He had originally wanted to ask them if there were any methods to research information about the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Since the two were actual Yao, they would be more familiar with Yao society. Pu Yao was a true-blooded Yao, but after 3,000 years, he also didn't know anything about what the present Yao world was like. He dared to humiliate Miss Ji Liu. He cannot be forgiven. This person is too hateful. Yes. Who cares about the Genius Alliance, but he dares call her one mole. Darn it, if I find him, I'll definitely have a good chat with him. We aren't a match for him. We cannot just sit back because we are not a match. We need to make him understand offending Miss Ji Liu means offending us. If he offends us, we won't let him have good days. Brother Wang, do you have some good ideas? Tell us. Those garbage scum from the Genius Alliance, they cannot even protect Miss Ji Liu's reputation. We cannot rely on them. We need to rely on our own power and fight on behalf of Miss Ji Liu. Of course we are not a match for Zuo Mo, but there naturally are those who are a match. We'll put out a bounty. Bounty? Yes. There are many people like us who are protectors of Miss Ji Liu. Even though our individual powers are weak, but if we gather together, we can definitely let Zuo Mo have a taste of our power. I've taken out all my allowance money for the last half year to place a bounty out for a powerful expert to deal with him. Brother Wang, this bit of money isn't enough. Of course it is not enough. I don't know who had the idea, but they opened a bounty in the Yao market to deal with Zuo Mo and allows adding to the bounty. The money inside has already reached 2 million. 2 million. Heavens. Zuo Mo is in for a tragically bad time. This is just here. Supposedly, there is a bounty in every city. Zuo Mo will quickly know the power of Miss Ji. This idea is too clever. I'll go immediately. For Miss Ji, I'll take out my allowance for this whole year. Zuo Mo's face was flabbergasted where he stood. No way, had he poked the hornet's nest? One mole shouldn't be this powerful. Wailing inside, Zuo Mo even wanted to cry. If this was in the past, he would dust off his butt, Ji won't play with you anymore, and leave. What of Ji Liu? What of Qinghua Zhang Shui? They would only get to stare. He had just prepared to think of the 10-finger prison as a new battlefield and suddenly found that the battlefield was now filled with his enemies. Heavens, don't play people like this. Pu Yao, are there any methods of changing my appearance? Zuo Mo hurriedly asked. Starting from the 5th prison one can change their appearance, but it is not possible in the first 4 prisons. Pu Yao's answer mercilessly killed Zuo Mo's last hope. Zuo Mo's eyes flickered around like he was a thief. Good, maybe they only know the name of Zuo Mo and not his appearance. Just at this moment, a light suddenly flashed nearby and a little Yao appeared. The little Yao saw Zuo Mo and was dazed. Zuo Mo saw the other's expression and thought, oh. Zuo Mo. The little Yao shouted furiously and pointed at Zuo Mo with a finger. Whoosh, all the noise disappeared. The surroundings were silent. Zuo Mo could feel many eyes landing on his body. Even though he had seen grand scenes before, Zuo Mo's scalp turned numb and he felt uncomfortable. Now that he was in this situation, Zuo Mo could only force himself to continue. He pretended to be calm and glanced at the other before moving his gaze aside. He walked forward and had every intention of ignoring the other. The little Yao reacted, and his face turned pale. He felt regretful. Why had he been so reckless and shouted? Free combat was allowed inside the 10-finger prison. Even though it would not be deadly as in reality, but consciousness injuries could not be voided. In the past, there were those that had been too heavily wounded in the 10-finger prison that it had caused their consciousness to weaken 2 stages. After that, incidents of fighting in the 10-finger prison quickly decreased. Later, everyone found that it wasn't just fighting that could create injuries. Even being in the prison battlefield could cause people to be wounded spiritually. If the consciousness was wounded, they could not avoid experiencing the pain involved. Under so many eyes, Zuo Mo turned into light and left the wasteland beast chessboard. Ha. Pu Yao's explosion of laughter spread out far into the sea of consciousness. He pointed at Zuo Mo without any composure, one hand on his stomach, as he laughed without restraint. Zuo Mo's face was as black as a pot, his tone unfriendly. Laughing? What is laughable? Ha. Pu Yao did not have any intentions of restraining himself and laughed even more outrageously. I'm going to die from laughter. Street rat, you are a literal street rat right now. Already very discontent, Zuo Mo's discontent increased because of Pu Yao's laughter. His stubbornness rose. Wasn't it just the 10-finger prison? He wasn't afraid of anyone. He wanted to see what kinds of people had come. Zuo Mo's mood was vicious and murderous as he entered the wasteland beast chessboard again. The scenery in front of him changed as he re-entered the wasteland beast chessboard. When he saw the surroundings clearly, his heart was reassured. Good. The position when he entered the wasteland beast chessboard each time was different. This was very advantageous for him. At the least, if he couldn't win, he could run. With a trick up his sleeve, Zuo Mo wasn't panicked anymore. He started to think about the influence this incident would have on him. He had had a very casual attitude about what had happened before, and did not treat the incident seriously. Now that the situation was different, his demands were also different. The incident of one mole seemed to be pretty big. After experiencing so much, Zuo Mo was clear that making a big fuss had its own advantages, like becoming famous faster. When he had successfully completed the prison-breaking battle, people had come to recruit him. What he needed was information on the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Truthfully, Zuo Mo had no hopes that this would be easy. This was something that even Pu Yao was not clear about. It was a question even if the Yao world still had information on the topic. Even if there was information on it, it definitely would not be so easy to access. Nan Yu was a normal little Yao. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky had been in decline for too long. Song Zai's situation was better than Nan Yu, but that was just by a little bit. Zuo Mo had a feeling that investigating the Battle of Sealed Extinction was probably not an easy task. If he needed to use large amounts of resources, it would not be possible to realize it with the two of them. The spiritual imprint on his arm shifted. Nan Yu and Song Zai had come. Zuo Mo put a thought and passed it through the spiritual imprint on his arm. Moments later, the two arrived. Darren. The two hurriedly bowed. Is there a quiet place? Zuo Mo really felt that there were too many people around. Song Zai was the first to react and hurriedly said, Darren only needs to put down an illusory formation. Zuo Mo wanted to facepalm. He was so dumb, unable to even think of such a simple solution. It really was an easy matter for him to put down an illusory formation. His right hand rose slightly. A light energy left his hand and landed on the ground. A thin circular curtain of light rose around them and surrounded them. Song Zai knew when things were good. Darren's formation building methods were very powerful. His admiration rose. Darren was not old, but he seemed to be able to do anything, and was skilled in all of them. Nan Yu's thoughts were much simpler. She looked curiously at the curtain of light. Darren, what illusory formation is this? Little cover-up, a variant of a water Yao art. Water can create illusions, refract light, and is very suitable for setting up illusory formations. Zuo Mo explained as they moved inside the curtain. Song Zai looked with admiration at Nan Yu. Nan Yu and Darren's relationship was clearly unordinary. It seemed that Nan Yu was Darren's follower. If she was his student, she would not call him Darren, and would call him teacher. Darren still treated Nan Yu as though she was a student, and did not seem like he was interacting with a follower. It was rare to see a Darren that were like this. Nan Yu was very fortunate. After Zuo Mo finished his pointer, he asked, what is Ji Liyu's background? Nan Yu and Song Zai's expressions were slightly strange. Darren, you finally thought of asking about this now? Song Zai knew that Nan Yu definitely did not know as many details as he did and said proactively, Darren, Ji Liyu is the woman you threw out last time. I know. Zuo Mo said expressionlessly. She is the eldest granddaughter of the Ji family leader, and is loved by all the elders in the sect. She was very outstanding from youth, and it really was that everyone who saw her was in love with her. The second year after entering the Yao Art House, she and her younger brother, Ji Chang, were invited into the Genius Alliance at the same time. Her rise inside the Genius Alliance is much faster than Ji Chang. She quickly entered the Council of Elders and is the youngest elder on the Council of the Genius Alliance. Genius Alliance again? Zuo Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Continue. Ji Liyu might not be the next successor to the Ji family, but she is the most famous Yao of the Ji family. Even the Ji clan elder is not as well known as she is. Ji Liyu might come from the Ji family, but she is not interested in cultivating Yao arts, and studies dancing, singing, and the instruments. She is especially skilled in singing. The sound is enchanting and well liked by the public. She has many defenders. Song Zai paused, and then emphasized, many. After listening to Song Zai's introduction, Zuo Mo instantly felt it was problematic to have offended such a powerful person. However, Zuo Mo just felt it was troublesome. His attention was still primarily on the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Have you heard of the Battle of Sealed Extinction? Zuo Mo suddenly asked. Battle of Sealed Extinction, what is that? Nan Yu asked curiously. Song Zai shook his head. No. Just as Zuo Mo had thought. He mused and then said, I need to research some information about an ancient battle, do you have any suggestions? Will the records room of our Yao Art House have it? Nan Yu said. Song Zhe said, if the information Darren is searching for is very rare and obscure, there are some places to try. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Speak. The first is the Yao art house that Nan you just mentioned. Each Yao art house has records rooms, and the scale of the records rooms of those large Yao art houses are extremely astonishing, and have complete information in all areas. The second is some special little circles. Each profession will have their own little circles. They would have information exchanges at regular intervals. The third is the simplest, a bounty. Bounty? Zuo Mo's eyes gradually became bright. Translator ramblings, this chapter might feel shorter but it is normal length. Zuo Mo has now had a shift in attitude. Before, he was playing around, and now he has to actually be serious. He essentially angered a pop star who was also strong and respected by the junior government of the Yao world, which the Genius Alliance seems to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372 Golden Soul. Chapter 372 Golden Soul. Yes, Darren. Song Zhe had started to become familiar with Zuo Mo's temperament. This is the most convenient and most plausible solution. The information that Darren needs is most likely uncommon, and we aren't familiar with this area at all. Since this is the case, we can give the task to a professional Yao to do. We only need to supply an appropriate price, one that will move their hearts, and they will definitely try their best to find the information that Darren wants. Zuo Mo was persuaded by Song Zhe's suggestion. Where do I have to go to put a bounty? You can go to the Yao market, but if it is a more difficult bounty, you will have to go to the Yao markets of bigger cities, Song Zhe said. Then you can find the biggest city for me. I'll provide the money, Zuo Mo said without hesitation. Song Zhe instantly had an expression of difficulty. There is a problem? Zuo Mo asked with puzzlement. Darren might not know, but there are access requirements to go to these large cities. My Yao designation level is not high, and so I cannot, Song Zhe thought inside. How could Darren not know even this? Was Darren a hidden Yao that lived in the deep forests? Yao designation level? What is that? Zuo Mo did not understand. As expected. Song Zhe was even more sure of his speculation. No wonder Darren's conduct was so unique. He impatiently explained, Darren, the Yao designation is an imprint that signals each Yao's identity. Every city usually has a big formation. If one cannot reach a certain cultivation, they are unable to enter. The more prosperous the city, the higher the Yao designation level needed. Zuo Mo became very interested. Then wouldn't one city all be experts? They would have to have people to do labor, or do they do everything on their own? These doorways are just directed to the Yao that come and go. The locals can enter and leave as they will. The locals of these places usually have low cultivation, and their Yao designation is another kind. The management of local Yao designations is extremely strict and unable to be faked. This troublesome? Zuo Mo felt the problem was somewhat difficult and asked, then how does one increase their Yao designation level? There are many ways. Like a certification of power. With Darren's strength, you only need to go to the Yao designation ministry and get an examination of power to get a pretty good Yao designation level. Other than this, you can increase your contribution. Every city has their needs. If you can provide what they need, one can receive an appropriate contribution credit. When contribution credits reach a certain number, one can receive access permissions. Zuo Mo said, it's not convenient for me to go. Can I hire a Yao with a high Yao designation level to go? It is probably very difficult. Song Zhe shook his head and said, Yao of high designation levels basically will go to live in the bigger cities. The bigger the city, the better the environment. Like Wind Creek Pond, Victory Mountain, they are all famous holy cultivation grounds. Even if the living in the cities is hard, they would not want to come back because the rate of cultivation progress is higher in those places. What is your Yao designation level? Zuo Mo asked. Second. Song Zhe was slightly embarrassed. Zuo Mo turned around to ask Nan Yu. You? Second. Nan Yu was very open. How many levels in total? 24. Song Zhe thought and then said, Darren, maybe you can go to the higher prisons to look. Supposedly, there are also places in there that are like Yao markets. One of my cousins once went to the third prison and mentioned this to me. Zuo Mo nodded. He said, from today, I will start passing on Grey Scar art to you. Thank you, Darren. Song Zhe suddenly became excited. He suddenly lifted and opened his palm. A golden ball of light appeared in his palm. He respectfully presented it. This little one's consciousness is too weak, and can only bring one golden soul every time. In the future, this little one will bring a golden soul each time. This is the golden soul? Zuo Mo took over the golden soul curiously. It looked like a golden cloud the size of a palm. It was insubstantially light in his hand. Like it was alive, it was slightly rippling. Zuo Mo could feel a strong presence of vitality. Suddenly, deep and raw ancient words came from Zuo Mo's mouth. No matter how hard Nan Yu and Song Zhe tried to listen, they could not hear it clearly. It was so blurry like it came from the depths of the earth. With speed visible to the naked eye, the cloud turned to a puddle of golden water. The presence of life suddenly became exponentially stronger. Bam! The golden water suddenly exploded and turned into a handful of golden mist. Amidst the deep and indistinct chant, the golden mist silently surrounded Zuo Mo. It was like moisture permeating long parched sand and quickly entered the body constructed of Zuo Mo's consciousness without leaving a drop behind. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's body was covered by a layer of faint golden light. He was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. A powerful presence of vitality filled every corner of the sea of consciousness. The presence that spilled out were all absorbed by Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably refreshed. This is really good, Zuo Mo said with lingering hunger. He looked at Pu Yao in meditation and couldn't help but smile. This guy was so urgent and impatient. It seemed that the golden soul was very important to him. He did not disturb Pu Yao and retreated from the sea of consciousness. Song Zhe was increasingly respectful. He did not understand the deep and indistinct chant that Zuo Mo had just said, but it made him think of some things that grandfather had said to him on accident. The Grey Clan had guarded its golden tree for more than 3,000 years, and their understanding of the golden soul was much deeper than any other Yao. Song Zhe knew of all kinds of legends about the golden soul. The method Darren used to absorb the golden soul was completely different than any passed down through the clan. Cultivating in the deep forests, possessing an inheritance from the ancient ages. Song Zhe gradually drew out Zuo Mo's identity in his mind. Just as Song Zhe was thinking nonsense, Zuo Mo turned and asked Nan Yu, "How have you been recently?" "I've solved the 6th problem," Nan Yu seriously replied. Pretty good progress." Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. Nan Yu's rate of improvement was faster than he had imagined. It seemed that the little girl worked pretty hard during this time. What he did not know was that Nan Yu cultivated with an attitude of putting her life on the line. She had securely remembered Zuo Mo's reprimand from last time. She cultivated day and night, and spent any free time on cultivation. Her fundamentals could not be said to be good, and her talent was not outstanding, but she was the first to come into contact with Zuo Mo's way of thinking. In reality, when the prison-breaking 6 problems had spread, she had also tried to solve them. Compared to other Yao, she had received Zuo Mo's thinking, and it naturally was easier for her to solve them. She quickly solved up to the 4th problem, but she became stuck. Her weak foundation stopped her from moving forward. Nan Yu was not stupid and instantly realized this. She recalled a dumb method that Darren had mentioned to her: deconstruct all the Yao arts she encountered on the path. She really ran into the wasteland beast chessboard, and following the chessboard, she deconstructed tile by tile. Deconstruction of the chessboard, forced to leave, recover her spiritual power, and enter the chessboard again to deconstruct. She repeated this. She did not dare to relax one bit. Every time she thought about giving up, she told herself that this was her only chance. When Zuo Mo finished listening to Nan Yu narrate her daily cultivation, looking at Nan Yu's focused face, the admiration in his eyes increased. At the side, Song Zhe also had admiration on his face. He had personally seen how crazy Nan Yu had been. Everyone was about the same in age, but this persistence was enough to make him embarrassed. Zuo Mo motivated Nan Yu. This method might be dumb, but it once produced a Sky Yao. Song Zhe's heart shook. There was a lot of room to ponder behind Darren's words. Nan Yu did not think much and nodded seriously. The foundations are a matter of practicing. Persisting has great benefits. Zuo Mo then said, "From today, you can start learning South Sky Arrow art. Do not slack off." "Yes, Darren," Nan Yu said with the same seriousness. Zuo Mo started to pass the 2 Yao arts. After asking for Zuo Mo's permission, Sang Zhe released a recording Yao art in case he could not remember it all. Then he would become the criminal of his clan. After hearing just a few sentences, he could not control himself, and almost cried. Grey Scar art. Lost for 3,000 years, Grey Scar art was going to see the light of day again. Compared to Song Zhe's excitement, Nan Yu was much more peaceful. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky was far too distant for her. She only hoped that she could reach Darren's requirements to be able to follow Darren and to give her clansmen better lives. Darren, can I teach my clansmen South Sky Arrow art? Nan Yu asked. Of course, this was your South Sky Wisteria clan's Yao art in the first place, Zuo Mo said with a smile. After passing it on to the two, Zuo Mo did not disturb them anymore. This was the best time for them to digest it. Zuo Mo sat down and started to ponder the two Yao arts. Grey Scar art and South Sky Arrow art had been on his hands for a while, but he hadn't had the time to examine them. The two Yao arts had their unique aspects. Zuo Mo had seen many Yao arts by now, and could see good or bad at a glance. Grey Scar art was a very unusual illusory killing Yao art, and the way of thinking was extremely strange. Zuo Mo had to read it over 3 times before he understood. The requirements for cultivating South Sky Arrow art was even more strict. It was impossible to cultivate for anyone not a Wisteria Yao because only Wisteria Yao could create Wisteria arrows, and the succeeding string of arts could be cast. After reading through both sets of Yao arts, many of Zuo Mo's questions disappeared. No wonder each Yao clan had their own inheritances. These inherited Yao arts were continuously developed and perfected based on the unique traits of their clan. It would not be a great problem even if these Yao arts ended up in the hands of other Yao clans because the other basically could not cultivate it. Even if they could, the power would decrease greatly. But if these Yao arts were lost, it was definitely a heavy blow to a clan. To Zuo Mo, these Yao arts were not of great use. Only now did he understand the power of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands and Little Thousand Leaf Hands. These two Yao arts were ones that the great majority of clans could cultivate. Hey, there's an illusory formation. An arrogant voice suddenly came from the outside. Let's go, don't create trouble, another voice urged. Just a bit longer. The person inside is doing something that can't be seen in the light if they put up an illusory formation. Fine, be quick. A group of ripples came from the outside. Zuo Mo looked at Nan Yu and Song Zhe still immersed in their thoughts, and 2 bolts of light came out of his eyes. He rose and walked out of the illusory formation. Translator ramblings. So to answer some questions that have been posed, why doesn't Nan Yu and the others have a time limit in 10-finger prison like Zuo Mo does? They probably do, and Zuo Mo's time limit has increased as he has gotten stronger. The first time he came to 10-finger prison, I'm not sure if he is actually spiritually stronger than Nan Yu. Pu Yao has never told Zuo Mo how his consciousness would rank among normal Yao. Zuo Mo has a lot of knowledge, but he uses little Yao arts which are the most basic of all Yao techniques and probably doesn't cost much spiritual power to use. He could likely be weaker than Nan Yu in terms of spiritual power, but he knows how to use that power better, so he is stronger overall in the beginning. This might explain some of why he can stay in the 10-finger prison for a shorter time than Nan Yu. Second, why doesn't Zuo Mo consume base soul source himself? He probably could. From a perspective inside the story, I'm going to say that Zuo Mo is a utilitarian and that Gongsun Sha needs the base soul source more than Zuo Mo does. The overall benefits to doing so are greater. If Gongsun Sha gets stronger, he will be a better battle general and this will benefit the entire group. If Zuo Mo gets stronger, he will just be stronger in Yao arts, which isn't his primary focus, that's the Mo physique, so it makes sense for Gongsun Sha to eat as much base soul source as possible rather than for Zuo Mo to. From an objective point of view, I would say that Fong Xiang forgot because he ended up writing about other things. I bought an actual keyboard a few days ago. It seems to make typing a lot more enjoyable after constantly typing on a laptop keyboard for about 5 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Orange-Haired Yao. Chapter 373, Orange-Haired Yao. There were 2 Yao outside the formation. The first was a male Yao was looking eagerly at the illusory formation. What was most eye-catching about him was his bright orange hair. It looked like a flickering fire. The other was completely shrouded in a ball of black smoke so light, it looked as though it would dissipate with a wind gust. A flame lit up on the orange-haired Yao's hand. His hand rose and a handful of fire rain slowly flew towards the illusory formation. You dare! A cold snort suddenly rang out from inside the formation. A bolt of silver light flew out of the formation and hit the rain of fire. Pia! The rain of fire suddenly was destroyed. The silver light still had power and continued to fly at the orange-haired Yao. Great attack! The orange-haired Yao's eyes lit up, and he became even more excited. A thread of fire extended from his finger, and he pointed it at the incoming bolt of silver light. Hiss crack! Several arcs of electricity flashed in the air. The silver light disappeared. Hard lightning! The black smoke Yao exclaimed lowly, and thought that the situation was not proceeding favorably. Hard lightning! The orange-haired Yao's eyes became even brighter. A blur came in front of the two Yao and a figure appeared. Zuo Mo looked coldly at the two Yao. He usually had no positive feelings towards those that like causing trouble. You know hard lightning? The orange-haired Yao was very excited and he said as he rubbed his hands, let's have another one. But before he finished his words, a hard lightning bolt flew towards him. People that had battle experience, like Zuo Mo, did not have mercy when they decided to attack. However, he hadn't expected the orange-haired Yao to not dodge, and was surprised when the Yao opened his arms as though he was going to embrace the hard lightning. Hiss crack! The young fiend hard lightning accurately struck the orange-haired Yao. Standing among the cracking, the orange-haired Yao's body shook like dice, the strands of orange hair were standing on end and giving off green smoke. Pooh! The orange-haired Yao gave a long exhale of black smoke when he finished shaking and said to himself, so hard lightning tastes like this. Zuo Mo's anger turned to astonishment. He had prepared a whole string of moves after the initial young fiend hard lightning attack, but since the other had not dodged at all, he was not able to use any of the moves he had prepared. Brother, give me another one. The orange-haired Yao looked with desire at Zuo Mo. Was this guy not normal? Whichever way Zuo Mo looked at him, he felt the other was not normal. Xiao Mo Gu. The black smoke Yao suddenly exclaimed. Zuo Mo shuddered. He was overly reactive to this name now. The orange-haired Yao's eyes became brighter as he laughed. So you are Xiao Mo Gu. No wonder you know hard lightning. Powerful, powerful. Brother, give me another one. With the last words, his gaze turned to begging. Ahem, your friend isn't normal. Zuo Mo couldn't help but turn and ask the black smoke Yao. This guy looked more normal. It was a very unintelligent matter to argue with an abnormal person. The black smoke Yao withdrew his black smoke and turned to a black male. His expression was very awkward and he did not know what to say. Who isn't normal? The orange-haired Yao's eyes glared, his expression unwilling, but when Zuo Mo's eyes came back to him, a fawning expression came back to his face. Brother, give me another one. Zuo Mo examined the orange-haired Yao for a while and felt the other was brimming with strangeness. He turned and acted to leave. Hey hey hey! Don't leave! The orange-haired Yao was slightly displeasured. Give me some face, give me another one. Without looking back, Zuo Mo walked away as he shook his head. Meeting such an extreme person, he could not maintain his anger. If you won't, I will. The orange-haired Yao laughed and stepped forward. He raised his hand for a stream of fire. The flame came unusually quickly, pulling out a ruler straight line in the air like an arrow of fire which howled. Why was this person still bothering him? Zuo Mo's brow creased. Without turning his head back, his hand opened as he grabbed behind his back. Pia. The fire arrow suddenly exploded in the air like it was crushed by an invisible hand. Powerful, powerful. The orange-haired Yao was even more eager. Again. Zuo Mo finally became angry and raised his hand and released 3 bolts of young fiend hard lightning. Pia. The 3 yang fiend hard lightning accurately struck the orange-haired Yao. Hiss crack, hiss crack, hiss crack. The eyes of the orange-haired Yao suddenly became straight, his entire body shaking randomly as his hairs stood up. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. The other had been struck simultaneously with 3 bolts of young fiend hard lightning but still wasn't thrown out of the wasteland beast chessboard. He knew some rules of the 10-finger prison now. Being attacked inside the 10-finger prison was just the same as being attacked in reality, but what was wounded was not the flesh body but the consciousness. Pooh! The orange-haired Yao slowly exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. His paralyzed eyes slowly became normal. He closed his eyes and was motionless. The black smoke Yao that had been idling around now looked warily at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo detected the wariness of the black smoke Yao. He was thoughtful and did not attack. He looked with interest at the other. The orange-haired Yao opened his eyes and roared with laughter. I got it. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared on his hand which twirled around. However, the color was different than Zuo Mo's silver hard lightning. The ball of lightning in the other's hand was a dazzling red as it snapped. Flame-infused hard lightning. Zuo Mo was even more surprised. Good eyes. The orange-haired Yao laughed loudly and said proudly, but still not as powerful as yours, brother. Just about 7 or 8 tenths. You can copy other people's Yao arts? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Am I not strong? The orange-haired Yao laughed loudly. Don't be jealous. Zuo Mo couldn't resist grinning. At the side, the black smoke male continuously wiped his sweat. Did this guy not know who he was talking to? Can your hard lightning be more powerful? The orange-haired Yao asked probingly. Yes. Zuo Mo nodded. Seeing the eyes of the orange-haired Yao light up, he said with a smile, but I don't know how. What Zuo Mo said was true. There were many transformations of little thousand leaf hands, and every Yao art had their unique aspects. However, if he really wanted to express the full powerful of the little thousand leaf hands, it required cultivating great thousand leaf hands to a certain stage. Zuo Mo had used little thousand leaf hands all this time, but his time on great thousand leaf hands was much less. The orange-haired Yao had an understanding expression as he made a sound of acknowledgement. He suddenly thought of something. You are Xiao and Mo Go? Yes. Whoa, a famous Yao. The orange-haired Yao was startled. He suddenly examined Zuo Mo from top to bottom deeply. Brother, your bounty is very high. It's at least 500,000 to kill you once. Over 10 times and it is above 6 million. How about we work together and split the money? Zuo Mo smiled unconcernedly. Never mind if you are not willing. The orange-haired Yao felt slight regret, but then he patted his chest. Don't worry, I've gotten attacked by you, so now we are brothers. My maxim is that to be brothers, one has to be loyal. The black smoke Yao's face was filled with helplessness as though he was going to cover his face and sigh. Then thank you very much, Zuo Mo said with a smile. I'm very loyal. The orange-haired Yao had a proud expression. Zuo Mo felt this person was very interesting. His thumb went up. Loyal Yao. Ha ha. This name is good. The orange-haired Yao was full of bravado. In the future, call me Loyal Yao. Zuo Mo suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked behind the orange-haired Yao. A figure was quickly coming towards them. Xiao Mo Ge, it took me great trouble to find you. Xinghua Zongshui's dark and poisonous voice was like the hissing of a venomous snake in the darkness. Brother, to be a Yao, you have to loyal. As a male Yao, you cannot bend your spine to the influence of money. The orange-haired Yao stopped Xinghua Zongshui with his body and sincerely addressed him. Brother, if you lack money, I can lend to you, but don't be a disloyal Yao. The expression of the black smoke Yao changed slightly. It was possible to see at a glance from Xinghua Zongshui's presence that he was not an ordinary Yao. Xinghua Zongshui's expression became even darker. He squeezed out between his teeth, leave. Hey! Your temper is really bad. It's not good to be like this. To be a Yao, you have to have a breadth of chest, of course, even more importantly, you have to be loyal. Xinghua Zongshu was infuriated. Where did this idiot come from? Leave. If you keep chatting, I'll destroy you. Fight? Come. Ha, I like this the most. The orange-haired Yao's eyes lit up in eagerness. Xinghua Zongshui could not suppress it any longer. He raised his hand and a blue light flew out. The blue light danced in the air and quickly formed the shape of a flower. Blue flower family. The black smoke Yao's expression changed greatly. The blue flower in the air suddenly lit up and flew towards the orange-haired Yao. The speed of the blue flower was slow and idle. Ha! Taste my fire hard lightning. The orange-haired Yao excitedly threw out a fire-red hard lightning. The fire hard lightning directly struck the floating blue flower, but an unexpected scene occurred. The fire hard lightning directly passed through the blue flower and flew into the distance. The blue flower was not damaged at all and still flew lightly towards the orange-haired Yao. The orange-haired Yao did not believe his bad luck and sent out a few more Yao arts. Without exception, they all seemed to pass through the air, and did not stop the blue flower at all. Go die! The completely rampaging Xinghua Zongshui bellowed. Zuo Mo's brow furrowed. He smelled danger from the slowly moving blue flower. Young fiend hard lightning, bone-crushing obscuring wind, void pass. The 3 Yao arts were sent in succession. The 3 Yao arts passed through the blue flower without any resistance. Ha ha! Xinghua Zongshui laughed proudly at this time. It's useless. All of you, die. Dozens of blue flowers rose up beside him and howled as they flew towards Zuo Mo and the black smoke Yao. These blue flowers were light and seemed very slow. The blue flower landed on the body of the orange-haired Yao. Pia, a clear blue flower pattern was imprinted on the body of the orange-haired Yao. Blue flower soul bite. All of you, wait for your death. Xinghua Zongshui's wild laugh suddenly stopped. He looked in disbelief at the orange-haired Yao. You. The orange-haired Yao looked curiously at the blinking blue flower on his body. He raised his head, and his eyes seemed to be ignited. His body suddenly shifted and like a gust of wind, it intercepted the blue flowers. Pia. His body became covered with flashing blue flowers, and looked extremely strange. Xinghua Zongshui gaped at the orange-haired Yao covered in blue flower imprints as though he was struck by lightning. The orange-haired Yao looked his head to look and sked in praise. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Xinghua Zongshui. He pointed at the empty places on his body and asked desirously, "Brother, add 2 more here." Ah! Xinghua Zongshui's expression wavered. He suddenly shrieked. His figure became blurred and after struggling for a moment, he disappeared with a clap. Miser! The orange-haired Yao twisted his mouth. "It's fine if you don't want to give it, don't run." He rubbed his chin and said with a serious face, "This kind of Yao, one cannot be brothers with." He turned his face and looked towards Zuo Mo. "Right, brother?" Zuo Mo looked dumbly at the orange-haired Yao's body covered in blue flowers and was speechless. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo's fight ended prematurely, due to a weird Yao. Poor Xinghua Zongshui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Wasteland Beast Chessboard Match. Chapter 374, Wasteland Beast Chessboard Match. In reality, the orange-haired Yao looked extremely weird at this moment. Especially since he did not know a glowing blue flower was imprinted on his lips. But he was extremely chatty, so that the blue flower opened and closed. It was very strange. "Ahem, do you not feel discomfort?" Zuo Mo couldn't resist asking. The orange-haired Yao's body was covered in blue flowers that shined. He seemed to be unaffected. Zuo Mo was not so naive to think that the blue flowers just looked pretty. In reality, he considered the blue flowers vicious and deadly. The little thousand-leaf hands that had been so successful before was unable to stop the blue flowers. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after he learned little thousand-leaf hands. In terms of strangeness and viciousness, the blue flower definitely ranked in the top 3 of the Yao arts Zuo Mo had encountered. When the blue flowers had appeared, Zuo Mo's hairs had stood on end. The strong feeling of danger that had erupted out of the bottom of his heart back then were still a faint mist on his heart now and had not dissipated. No, the orange-haired Yao was very proud. "The honored undying body like the one I have, how can I fear these ruined flowers? Do not admire me." The black smoke Yao's expression froze and it quickly became strange. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grin. This guy was pretty interesting. But these ruined flowers do have some substance. I can't decipher all of it. The face of the orange-haired Yao that had been proud suddenly collapsed as he said, full of struggle, "It is such a pity. I wanted to learn this move. So tempting. This is probably a Yao art related to the blue flower family, it is definitely not easy to copy." Zuo Mo comforted. "This move is also too feminine, and it is not suited for real males." "That's right." The orange-haired Yao's mood quickly rose. He laughed and said, "Brother, it is you who understands me. We don't want these ruined flowers. Loyal males need Yao arts with presence. Ooh, the fire lightning is perfect." Looking at the oblivious orange-haired Yao, the mouth of the black smoke Yao was bitter. Blue flower family? That was the blue flower family just now. Was the blue flower family so easy to offend? He was full of regret at this moment. How come he hadn't stopped Big Orange? If they hadn't disrupted the other's illusory formation, they would not have stirred Xiao Mo Gu. If they did not draw out Xiao Mo Gu, they would not have become enemies with the blue flower family. His face was black to begin with and now its color was as deep as the bottom of a pot. However, he also knew that the enmity had already formed. Just now, Big Orange had completely offended the blue flower family. The orange-haired Yao was heartless and did not worry at all. He excitedly ran next to Zuo Mo. "Brother, if there is something fun, remember to call me." Zuo Mo saw other Yao pointing towards them out of the corner of his eyes. His heart suddenly jumped. He knew that the Yao had recognized him. He smiled at the orange-haired Yao and said, "NN, if there is anything fun in the future, I'll definitely go find you. But I've got something I need to attend to right now." The orange-haired Yao was slightly regretful and reluctantly left after exchanging spiritual imprints with Zuo Mo. He clearly had not had enough fun. The black smoke Yao noticed the situation in the distance and glanced at Zuo Mo with surprise. The orange-haired Yao had been exhausted. After waving to Zuo Mo, he left with the black smoke Yao. Zuo Mo liked this slightly idiotic person very much. Due to this, he did not want the other to be drawn into this matter. He glanced at the Yao in the distance that were pointing at him. He knew that his tracks could not be concealed. Nanyu and Song Zhe were comprehending the Yao arts they had just received and it was not a good time to be disturbed. Zuo Mo knew very well what was going to happen next. He was at great ease. His mood did not change at all. His experiences after leaving Wukong Mountain, the developments along the road and the many battles, he no longer felt terror when facing combat. He stood silently and waited for the others to appear. A short while later, several figures quickly neared with astounding speed. Zuo Mo Gu. He's over there. These voices were filled with excitement and joy. The bounties every large Yao market had on Zuo Mo Gu had been continuously rising. If they could use Yao arts to record the process of defeating Zuo Mo Gu, they would receive a great reward. Money did not just move the hearts of people, they also moved the hearts of Yao. Even more, the one that defeated Zuo Mo Gu would not just receive wealth, any person that defeated Zuo Mo Gu would become famous. In any case, this was the 10-finger prison and no one would die. At most, it would just be wounds to the consciousness. Compared to the rewards, this bit of risk was easy to dismiss. Where else could they find a matter where they could get fame and wealth together? Zuo Mo was like a powerful magnet continuously attracting other Yao. Seeing the figures approaching, Zuo Mo's clear and indifferent pupils suddenly shot out several cold and intimidating lights. Without any warning, these people gave sharp wails. The figures seemed to be split in half by something. Body parts that were cleaved off flew out a few zhang before they disappeared. Careful! There are ice blades. It's an illusory formation. Exclamations rang out. No one had expected that Zuo Mo Gu had set out ice blades illusory formation so far away from his position without leaving any traces. Hiss, many people couldn't help but inhale sharply. Ice blade illusory formations, these were not high-level Yao arts. Ice blade was a little Yao art, the illusory formations had been composed of two kinds of low-level water Yao arts. What made all the Yao inhale in shock that these people had been struck by the blades least 150 zhang away from Zuo Mo Gu. Without changing expression, he had set down traps 150 zhang away. His tactics and power were all essential to this. Many people that had vulturous ideas previously seemed to have a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. The chilling fear struck their hearts. The bounty was not so easy to get. Pia pia. Another few lights flashed. Another few people had been thrown out of the wasteland beast chessboard. Many Yao were not even able to make out what trick these people had fallen for. The mood suddenly became tense. Some Yao even had thoughts of retreat. Their steps slowed down as they looked uncertainly at Zuo Mo Gu. The other seemed too calm. Did he have something to rely on? If he did not have support, how could he not be nervous at all? The troop quickly spread out. Those with nimble minds seemed to feel the danger. It was good to let other people test the waters. Only those that could remain until the end could reap the benefits. Zuo Mo calmly stood there as though he did not see the enemies coming at him from all directions. He was not pretending to be calm. His heart was as serene as water, his consciousness was unprecedentedly lively. Every action in the surroundings seemed to be seen in the palm of his hand. The comfortability he felt was like being a fish in the water made every nerve in his body feel pleasure. He could clearly feel the surrounding environment was filled with closeness. Suddenly, he understood. This was the wasteland beast chessboard, this was his territory. Boom! His mind seemed to suddenly exploded. The barely discernible bond with the surroundings became blinding like oil poured onto fire. Wasteland beast chessboard. He seemed to see a wasteland beast shrouded in the smoke that looked at him. That pair of vicious lantern-sized red eyes did not hold viciousness and savagery. It only stared deeply at him. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's sigh sounded out. Zuo Mo heard this sigh filled with the burden of age, but at this time, he did not have the time to study the meaning behind this sigh. His eyes did not move away from the wasteland beast at all. His face was raised. The wasteland beast was half crouched in front of him. Zuo Mo was not short, but he was just able to reach the toe of the wasteland beast. The wasteland beast looked down at Zuo Mo. The deep red eyes were as deep as the ocean and were unable to be understood. It stared at Zuo Mo for a while as its body slowly disappeared from in front of him. Zuo Mo suddenly shook. The shouts and roars suddenly entered his ears like a tide. He seemed to be in a different world. Had it been a delusion just now? Zuo Mo shook his head hard. Where was the wasteland beast in front of him? There was no time to think. The closest enemy was already within 100 zhang of him. Iceblade's illusory formations were not high-level illusory formations, and if the other had even the slightest awareness, they were ineffective. All of the Iceblade formations were completely swept away. The crowd of Yao's morale rose. Even if Zuo Mo Gu had some great ability, he could not defend against so many people. There were more than 40 Yao that were charging and many of the Yao that had been watching could not resist charging as well. Maybe they could get some benefits in this mess? then they would really profit. The Yao arts on the hands of many Yao started to flash. The crowds became excited. In the next second, hundreds of Yao arts flew towards Xiao Emoga like rain. No matter how strong Xiao Emoga was, he could not dodge all of them. Victory was right in front of their eyes, the crowd of Yao was excited, and the spectators continuously casted recording Yao arts in the fear they would fail. Xiao Emoga was being ganged up on. This was great news that would shake the Yao world. Those that were experienced always warned their students this was the outcome of offending great personages. So what if you could break the prison? People could torment you however they want. In the battlefield, Xiao Emoga was still motionless. He seemed to not see the lights of the Yao spells in the hands of the Yao. He lightly raised his right hand. A right hand that was extremely normal. A light that was not blinding lit up on the fingers of his right hand. He slowly breathed out, "Wasteland Beast Chessboard Match." The voice was not loud and was as soft as the wind, but it blew into every corner of the Wasteland Beast chessboard. All of the Yao on the Wasteland Beast chessboard were disturbed and raised their heads in shock. Silently, the black and white tiles within 150 zhang of Zuo Mo seemed to become alive and slowly turned. Time seemed to have stopped in this second. All the Yao that had charged into this area of a radius of 150 zhang froze where they stood. Many strange statues stood next to Zuo Mo. They maintained their running posture. Some still had lights on their hands, others were slanted forward as though they could fall at any moment. All the noise disappeared. It was deathly silently within 150 zhang of Zuo Mo. The Yao watching from a distance looked at this strange and fantastical scene. What had happened? No one understood. Under their puzzled eyes, Zuo Mo slowly sat down cross-legged. Among the spectators, one person's body suddenly shook fiercely. His shock-filled face suddenly became as snowy white as paper, his eyes filled with astonishment. Was it? Translator ramblings, Lil Cliffy has come back to remind people not forget it. The orange-haired Yao really is something. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, Yao Art Cage. Chapter 375, Yao Art Cage. Was it that he was able to control the Wasteland Beast chessboard? Ming Juzi's heart beat wildly. In his eyes, the process of Xiao Emogo folding his legs as he sat was occurring in slow motion. He looked with disbelief at Xiao Emogo. He had vast knowledge, and he knew that the battle now had reached another level. It seemed that those Yao that had charged towards Xiao Emogo were being controlled, but that was not true. Another battle had just started. Xiao Emoge's focused expression caused Ming Juzi to believe his speculation even more. It was just, he hadn't really expected there were people able to control a prison. Ming Juzi looked dazedly at Xiao Emogo and his thoughts wandered. He was suddenly full of curiosity about what Xiao Emoge's last move in the prison-breaking battle was. Breaking the prison did not mean controlling a prison. For example, Chen Lu Darren had set down vast water clear skies, but he was not able to control vast water clear skies, it just provided a slight advantage for him. Throughout history, successful prison breakers were mostly like Chen Lu Darren, but there were exceptions. Throughout history, there had been 3 prison breaker Yao that could control a prison. This kind of secret information was only usually known by family with long histories. Supposedly, to control a prison, the crux was in the last attack of the prison-breaking battle. In a prison-breaking battle, the further it proceeded, the more ferocious it was. The last attack was usually the strongest and most vicious attack. The formation of the new prison had a large connection to the last attack, and the ability to control a prison was connected to the last attack as well. Of course, these were all speculations, ones that circulated in a certain group. Because it could not be proven, no one knew what the last move of the 3 Darren in the past had been. Up until their death, they had not revealed the secret. This speculation had been formed by some concerned people from all kinds of hints and clues. Everyone had found to their shock that, through different channels, that all 3 Darren had mentioned the last move to a certain degree. However, many people also did not believe this because these hints could not prove anything. But Ming Juzi believed it. Because he coincidentally knew a bit more than other people. Ming Juzi was not interested in the matter of Xiao Emogo and the Genius Alliance to start with. This matter might have made a fuss, but not many of Ming Juzi's peers paid much attention to it. High-level Yao family had their own high-level groups. They were only interested in matters of their circle. Ming Juzi was not too interested, but just curious what the Wasteland Beast chessboard looked like, so he came to see. He had not expected to see such an amazing scene. The 150 zhang radius around Zuo Mo was like a gray and white territory of death. Everyone seemed to be unmoving and silent. There was a circle of Yao surrounding it, but no one dared to step into the area. The scene in front of them surpassed their limits. Countless recording Yao arts flashed. The scenery in front of Zuo Mo changed. An enormous chessboard appeared in front of him. On this chessboard, there was only him and his opponents that had been pulled in. However, the number of opponents was very high. All 71 Yao that had been drawn in were his opponents. In other words, he needed to fight against 71 opponents simultaneously. There was not one thread of fear in Zuo Mo's heart. This was his territory. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless lights suddenly flew out of the black and white chessboard and grabbed onto the Yao Wasteland Beast chessboard. Everyone felt their vision blur and they lost sight of Zuo Mo. When they could see the surroundings clearly again, they found to their shock they were inside cages of light. The arm-thick pillars of light flashed with complex and eerie lights. Yao Art Cage. The match had begun. Some Yao that thought highly of themselves snorted coldly and cast Yao Arts towards the cage. Yet no matter how they released their Yao Arts, they could not move the light pillars at all. Smarter Yao did not move rashly and carefully examined the surroundings. There were those with power among the 71 Yao. Jin Jin was one of them. He was from a branch family of one of the 5 great clans, the Gold Clan. He was young and smart, his power unordinary. In this length of time, there were no Yao arts that attacked him. He instantly understood that the way to exit was on this light cage. He calmed his mind and inspected the pillars of light. The lights that flashed on each arm-thick pillar were different. Through the light, he was able to see layers of interwoven little Yao arts. He suddenly felt they were familiar to his eyes. He suddenly recalled what the Yao art lights that glowed on the pillar of light seemed like, the prison-breaking 6 problems. Yes, it was the prison-breaking 6 problems. The construction of Yao arts on the light pillars were the same as the prison-breaking 6 problems. Sweat poured off Jinjun. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. How could he not be familiar with the prison-breaking 6 problems that had been so popular in the recent past? He was even able to recite every problem, including their answer. But when he faced Yao art problems that were similar to the prison-breaking 6 problems, there was only hopelessness in his heart. Based on his own power, he could only solve 3 of the prison-breaking 6 problems. Even when the answer to the 6th problem had come out, it had taken him 6 whole days to understand. Please don't be too difficult. Jinjin grabbed the last thread of hope and prayed inside. He trembled and suppressed the wild beating of his heart as he looked closely. Upon closer inspection, he almost fainted away. Little Yao arts were packed together and connected with abnormally complex ways. Looking over, it made one have a big head. He really had been possessed to come running into this matter. Jinjin was very dispirited. He probably could not avoid being wounded this time. This was great. He needed to pay a fee for healing. It was really unprofitable. His heart suddenly moved. He definitely had not hopes of solving, but he could record what he was seeing. He might even make a sum. The more he thought, the more excited he was. He hurriedly cast a recording Yao art. When the light of the recording Yao art rose, he couldn't help but laugh. It was usable. A door closed, but a window had opened. He had some ideas, and knew what was the most important. He did not spare his spiritual power and carefully recorded the Yao arts on every pillar of light completely. Haha, this was all money. Just as he finished recording, the pillars of light lit up to a blinding degree, and suddenly were like thorns piercing his body. An excruciating pain came. With a wail, his vision darkened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dot. The Yao that maintained their strange position around Zuo Mo continuously turned to balls of light and disappeared. Mingju Zi knew these people definitely were thrown out of the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Amazement flashed through his eyes. From beginning to now, Xiao Mo Go was sitting at his original spot and had not moved at all. What was that battle which was unable to be seen like? How did so many people get defeated? He was filled with curiosity and his gaze was bright. Zuo Mo slowly opened his eyes. A smear of exhaustion flashed through his eyes. 71 Yao art cages. Even with the advantage of being on his home territory, this was not an easy matter for him. The entire battle did not look to be very fierce, but at many places, it was as though he was walking on wire with dangers all around. This was the first time that he used the Wasteland Beast chessboard. Fortunately, what he encountered were not experts. Otherwise, if they entered battle, he would probably be unable to attend to all of them and could not escape defeat. If he lost, the backlash would heavily injure his consciousness. The Wasteland Beast was behind him as it looked down. It was like a blade on his back. Suddenly, several figures charged out of the Yao crowd lightning fast towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's eyes narrowed. His heart felt grave. These people that were charging over had timed it perfectly. They were not average. His consciousness had been greatly expended in the match just now, and this was the time he was most exhausted. If they gave him 2 breaths of time, no, even 1 breath, he would be able to resolve these attacks. It seemed he still was inexperienced in fighting with Yao. He silently made note of the mistakes he made this time. He did not care too much about being killed and thrown out of the wasteland beast chessboard. In any case, it was just wounding of his consciousness. If he could learn something from it, it was a profitable transaction because this could save his little life. So Zuo Mo was not panicked. He was even slightly curious what it would feel like to be thrown out of the 10-finger prison. ZZT. A sound like a copper wire being plucked sounded from behind him. A purple arrow of light flashed past Zuo Mo's face. The purple arrows of light were so fast that people were hard-pressed to dodge them. It passed through a Yao moving forward at fast speed. This Yao didn't even have the time to make a whale before turning into a ball of light and disappearing. Crash, the Yao at the very front suddenly tripped without any signs. 2 gray-green chains of mist were wrapped on his feet. This Yao was of considerable power. He reacted very quickly. In the instant he fell, the light blade on his hand sliced towards the green mist chains on his feet. Pew! The tip of gray-green sword suddenly came out of his chest. The sword tip dissipated into mist. His eyes were full of disbelief as he turned to a ball of light and disappeared. ZZT ZZT ZZT. The sound of a copper wire being plucked continued. A vine bough had appeared in Nan Yu's hands at some unknown time. Every time the bough was stretched, a purple light would flash and a vine arrow would be on the string. Song Zhe's appearance had changed greatly at this time. His hair was gray-green and waved like watergrass at a strange rhythm. His eyes were covered in a layer of faint green mist. His body was shaking like dice. Every time he shook, ripples that were hard to discern would spread, and an icily murderous energy spread. The spectators all changed expression. High-level Yao arts. Ming Juzi was unable to control himself any longer and exclaimed. Nan Yu had coincidentally woken up from her meditation. Seeing Zuo Mo was being attacked, she did not hesitate in attacking. What she used was the South Sky Arrow art that she had learned. Today was the first time she had cultivated it, but South Sky Arrow art was truly the inherited Yao art of the South Sky Wisteria clan. Nan Yu learned it with ease. There was none of the difficulty she encountered with normal Yao arts. At many places, it seemed like instinct. She was in a hurry to support Zuo Mo. There was no other thought in her heart, and she gradually entered the perfect state. Song Zhe had woken up a bit earlier than Nan Yu. He had not cultivated gray scar art to the point he forgot his surroundings like Nan Yu did. It was the opposite. He had a sense of everything that was happening outside. Seeing Darren protecting them, he felt grateful. Even though he knew that this would offend people, he did not hesitate. South Sky Arrow art. Gray Scar art. 2 sets of Yao arts that had once dominated and been lost through time. They were like a sword that had the dust brushed off, the sharp edges appeared in front of the world again. Just like the glory of 3,000 years ago. Translator ramblings, someone asked why Zuo Mo's chessboard was activated so soon when Xian Lu's prison took 300 years. I think it might have been that a prison break had not been defeated in 300, not that no prison-breaking battle occurred where the challenger failed. Also, it seems that the chessboard's prison-breaking battle increases drastically in difficulty as it progresses. While the Wasteland Beast sacrificial art is essentially a sky-level art, since it came from a sky Yao, and that is what Zuo Mo used to defeat the prison, he started out the challenge with little Yao arts which are very basic. Therefore, the activation point is lower than in the previous prison. Another factor is that Huai Boy is very talented in his own right and Genius Alliance has gathered a lot of really smart and powerful people, so it isn't a leap for him to activate the prison. The chessboard refers to the black and white tiles that take their color from the millstones in Zuo Mo's technique. It is a very shallow name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, We Need Real Combat. Chapter 376, We Need Real Combat. Nan Yu and Song Zhe instantly intimidated the crowd of Yao. The purple vine arrows were as quick as lightning. No Yao was able to dodge. The purple lights tore apart the air. The gray-green streaks were full of transformations. They were like assassins wearing face-skin masks that could not be predicted or defended against. In the blink of an eye, the murderous ambushers all turned to white light and disappeared. No spectator dared to move. They may not be like Ming Juzi and realized with a glance that what Nanyu and Song Zhe were using were high-level Yao arts, but they were able to see that the two Yao arts were unique. Nanyu and Song Zhe had been staying inside the illusory formation. The Yao had been focused on Zuo Mo and none of them had noticed them. Their sudden appearance, and their lightning attacks afterwards extinguished the thoughts of some Yao that wanted to benefit from the chaos. Nanyu panted lightly as she held the vine bough and stood next to Zuo Mo. She looked warily at the surroundings. Song Zhe's forehead was covered in sweat. The gray-green mist on his body was much fainter than before. Zuo Mo knew that this was the first time Nanyu and Song Zhe had cultivated these new Yao arts. After their actions, they were, undoubtedly, tired to the bone. Go back, have a good rest. Having recovered, Zuo Mo said warmly. His hands moved together, and dozens of lights of various colors spilled forth like a storm. They entered the empty ground around him and disappeared. A trap. The hearts of everyone watching secretly shook. Nanyu and Song Zhe were at the end of their rope. They were just hanging on. Seeing the situation, they released a breath. Without dragging it out, they quickly left. Zuo Mo coldly looked around. Many Yao lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. His eyes paused on Ming Yuzi. This unfamiliar Yao smiled slightly at him. He did not think about the meaning in Ming Juzi's smile and left the Wasteland Beast chessboard. The moment he left the Wasteland Beast chessboard, Zuo Mo finally felt how serious his consciousness had been expended this time. He hurriedly entered meditation to recover. This sword formation is good and can help you comprehend sword essence. However, do not rely too much on external things. We are sword shou. What is sword shou? Other than the sword, there is nothing else. No matter if you comprehended sword essence or not, when you start cultivating the sword, your heart is like a sword billet. You need to continuously hammer it, grind it, cause it to become purer and stronger. What can hammer and temper your sword hearts? Combat, continuous combat. Without combat, there are no sword shou. We sword shou come into the world with our sharp edges. Wei Sheng's voice was not charismatic, but his determined gaze and his indomitable voice made every sword shou's blood boil. Previously, they were like a headless snake due to the lack of a teacher. Now, Wei Sheng's sudden appearance caused every sword shou to see hope. In other sects, disciples like Wei Sheng were still disciples. But here, Wei Sheng quickly became every sword shou's teacher. No one doubted any word that he said. He was a true sword shou. If this was in the past, everyone would feel that Wei Sheng's cultivation methods were very dumb. Who could think that a Jindan Shouja would spend 4 hours each day slicing and thrusting like a beginner? But he quickly used reality to make everyone understand how important the basics were. He used sword moves from the stage of Lianqi, the Ling power of a Lianqi, and defeated all the experts of Vermilion Bird Camp, including Ma Fan. After such a fantastical competition, all of Vermilion Bird Camp sank into a deathly silence for multiple days. Wei Sheng's performance completely overturned the common understandings that had formed over time. What Ling power, what sword moves, in front of Wei Sheng, they were useless. He used reality to teach everyone their cultivation had gone in a wrong direction. Gradually, people started to copy Wei Sheng's cultivation method, and methodically practiced the basic sword moves they had left behind a long time ago. Wei Sheng's sword lecture hall was full of people daily. In the sword lecture hall, everyone gathered after class and discussed what Wei Sheng had just spoken on. Teacher Wei is really great. Lei Peng did not cultivate a sword scripture, but he never missed any lecture. Wei Sheng's words today really fit his appetite. The young Wei Sheng was called Teacher Wei by everyone. But where is their combat? Someone muttered. It's not that there isn't combat, Ma Fan said in a deep voice. After he had been defeated by Wei Sheng last time, he had reflected for a long time. His cultivation of the sword was unorthodox and he only had a half-complete understanding of many things which left behind hidden weaknesses. Now that Wei Sheng had pointed every one of them out, he had benefited greatly. He would reflect and study every word that Wei Sheng said many times. That's right, there are fiend souls outside, and even stronger fiend soul beasts. Aren't they the best opponents? Nian Lu inserted. Right. Let's get them. NN, we need to plan, how about this? The pitiful fiend soul beasts. They had been living in relative peace and dominated this fiendish mist for thousands of years, but were facing a calamity due to one of Wei Sheng's speeches. Originally, Xu Long, Awen, and the major fighters of guard camp were planning to attend the sword lecture hall. Even though what Wei Sheng discussed was cultivating the sword, but many of the contents were also useful for them. However, this plan was mercilessly killed by Pu Yao. Were they joking? A branch of the honored Sky Yao, even if only in name, when was it ever someone else's turn to lecture them? To Pu Yao, this was a humiliation. That's right, it was a humiliation. Pu Yao, who was becoming more discontent the more he thought about it, instantly ordered guard camp into lockdown. What was good about the sword lecture hall? Speaking of cultivation, who can compare to GE? Pu Yao smirked coldly inside. With a wave of his hand, the Mo cultivating hall was opened. Even though Pu was a Yao, he was familiar with the cultivation set that the Mo used. Lazily and smugly, he freely spoke. What he taught was long and not limited to hardship guard. If those Mo colonels of the Mo world sat here and listened, their hearts would have beat out of their chests. The hardship guards only listened docilely. Many parts caused them to have suddenly understandings. As to anything else, they didn't feel anything. Even if the camp door was tightly closed, but the actions of Vermilion Bird Camp caught the attention of Shu Long and the others. Combat? Oh, it is essential. Pu Yao propped up his chin and blinked his bloody pupil. Compared to the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp, the hardship guards of Guard Camp had an even more pitiful amount of combat experience. They were born Shio slaves, and were truly unorthodox. It could be said that innately, the hardship guards were greatly lacking compared to the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp. If Guard Camp was suppressed by Vermilion Bird Camp, would there be any face for him? Even if it was Wei Shang? Just a Jin Dan. How could the proud Pu Yao tolerate this result? Even more, there was the Golden Souls. After absorbing one Golden Soul, his soul had greatly stabilized. Other than releasing a breath, he desired the remaining Golden Souls even more. At this point, he had to prove his value. There was no way around it. This student of his was the utmost pragmatic. Pu Yao aimed at those fiend soul beasts. He did not have any intentions of discussion. He waved his hand and sent out the order. Guard camp started to move. Gongsun Cha did not know anything of what was happening at the campsite. Wei Shang's arrival did not affect him greatly. When he had left Wukong Mountain, he had just entered the sect for a few months, and he did not have many attachments to Wu Kong Sword Sect. He had only ever heard the name of the eldest Xixian Wei Shang, and it was the first time he had seen the real person. At this time, his entire body was red like a boiled shrimp. His appearance was handsome to start with, and he had the shyness and bashfulness unique to youths. With his entire body red at this time, he seemed even more adorable. His soul was trembling ferociously. When the beat had entered his mouth, the flooding soul-based source was like a tide and almost swallowed him. His soul was like a leaf struggling on a great wave. If it was a normal person, their first thought in this situation would be to protect themselves. But Gongsun Cha was vicious and decisive. At the very first moment, he started a suicidal method of absorbing. As he struggled, he continuously swallowed soul-based source to strengthen his own body. The level of danger in this was the most dangerous of Gongsun Cha's entire cultivation. Gongsun Cha's cultivation was the lowest of everyone. But in terms of mental resolve, even Zuo Mo underestimated how strong Gongsun Cha's resolve was. From the moment he met the concept of battle, he had stubbornly stood against Pu Yao's repeated abuse. In that period, Pu Yao did not teach him at all. Gongsun Cha needed to find the patterns from his continuous failures. There was no motivation, no support, only failure. The cruelest nurturing method had formed Gongsun Cha. This had formed Lil Miss vicious and cruel battle style, but there were only a few that knew he was even crueler to himself. He was a weirdo with a weak body, a low cultivation but a strong and vicious inner heart. To him, this was just another battle. The dangerous situation did not make him waver. His resolve that had been tempered by Pu Yao's countless abuse was as steady as rock. What he was most skilled at was finding that one sliver of opportunity in a hopeless situation. The tsunami-like blow to his soul caused him to waver and almost fall, but he was extremely calm as he swallowed threads of soul-based source. His consciousness quickly grew and it became even easier. He seemed to direct his consciousness like he directed Vermilion Bird Camp. Flank, deep thrust, circle, and annihilate. This was the method he was most familiar with, and he easily used it. He was like a cunning wolf wandering. When he saw the chance, he would leapt and tear a bite off. The soul-based source was so vast, and he was so weak. He did not panic. It was the opposite. He was very excited because he found the exhilaration of battle. This exhilaration was like an addictive poison and intoxicated him. He gradually took control of the situation. His consciousness became increasingly stronger. Due to this, his calculations became even more precise, and his consciousness easier to control. They were like the fresh greenhorns that quickly turned to elite soldiers. Gradually, a thread of understanding came. This understanding became clearer, so clear it seemed to be held behind a paper window. If he could poke through, he could see its true appearance. His consciousness was like a twister pulling the wind that swallowed the last thread of the soul-based source. Pia, it was like something had broken, and also something had erupted. He stood on the battlefield that held no person, his mind abnormally clear. So this was what it meant to be a battle general. Translator ramblings. Teacher Wei takes his students back to the basics and Pu Yao shows more signs of how he has fallen. What happened to the person that said he was a honored Sky Yao? Major step for Gong Sun Sha, crazy person who doesn't die and gets stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Jinghua Shui. Chapter 377, Jinghua Shui. Two kinds of high-level Yao arts. Ming Juzi studied the recording Yao art and searched mentally what Yao arts these two were. He knew some details about the majority of high-level Yao arts. It had to be said this was not 3,000 years ago. High-level Yao arts were no longer common. However, no matter how long he thought for, he could not identify the origins of these two Yao arts. His curiosity increased. His first idea was this a new kind of Yao art? In the Great War 3,000 years ago, even though large numbers of Yao arts had been lost, the low and intermediate Yao arts were still passed down untouched. After 3,000 years of development, each Yao art house had focused their efforts to create new Yao arts, and those famed houses all focused on creating new high-level Yao arts. Even those Sky Yao were working towards the same goal. The development of Yao arts had reached a new era of creativity. In these years, new high-level Yao arts had been continuously invented. This had become one of the measures to judge a Yao art house. Without a high-level Yao art of their own, a Yao art house could not push into the ranks of famed houses. Was these high-level Yao arts that were created by a Yao art house? This was the most plausible hypothesis. But Ming Juzi's intuition told him it was not like that. Xiao Moge's origins had always been a mystery, but he had a completely different quality to the Yao that came from Yao art houses. Ming Juzi was confident in his eyes. When he saw Xiao Moge for the first time, this feeling was very strong. Maybe it was an ancient high-level Yao art that had been lost? Ming Juzi decided to do deep research. Jinghua Zongshui felt he was going crazy. Xiao Moge's rudeness infuriated him. Even that idiotic nobody was so impolite to him. When had the Yao of the Blue Flower family been treated so rudely? But damn it, the Blue Flower was useless against that idiotic bastard. Jinghua Zongshui tightly balled his fists, his eyes sprouting fire. Why? Why were the Blue Flowers useless against the idiot? Did the Blue Flower have some fatal weakness? Impossible. The reason that the Blue Flower family had such status was due to this Blue Flower. This idea that suddenly came was like a poisonous vine that creeped over his mind. Without knowing it, his face became ashen, and his back soaked. No. There definitely was not a problem with the Blue Flower. It definitely was that he had incorrectly cultivated somehow. Yes. It definitely was like that. His heart tightened again. Had something gone wrong with his cultivation? Brother, what is it? Jinghua Shui, who coincidentally pushed open the door to come and saw Jinghua Zongshui's pale face and jumped in fright. I'm fine, Jinghua Zongshui said with a forced smile. But his voice was dry and rough, and caused the concern on Jinghua Shui's face to grow. Jinghua Shui's body was tall and about the same as Jinghua Zongshui. The slightly blue skin had a fine glossy sheen and contrasted beautifully against the amber eyes. It was unspeakably moving. Especially her long and curled eyelashes that evoked one's pity. Is brother still angry at that Xiao Mogu? Jinghua Shui's voice was warm and seemed to hold a special power. Jinghua Zongshui quickly calmed down. Jinghua Zongshui hesitated for a moment, but when he recalled that poisonous thought, he couldn't help but say, Sister, is my Blue Flower not being cultivated properly? Jinghua Shui was slightly astonished. Why does brother have such a strange idea? Today, I met a person in the Wasteland Beast chessboard. He wasn't afraid of the Blue Flower at all. I had sent out 12 blue flowers, each hit his body, but nothing happened to him. Traces of terror showed in Jinghua Zongshui's gaze. Ah! Jinghua Shui was very shocked, but when she saw Jinghua Zongshui's gaze full of terror and dispiritedness, she quickly composed herself. After thinking for a moment, she slowly opened, the world is great, and has all kinds of wonders. Even the Forbidden Knight of the Night Clan doesn't dare to say that it is undefeatable. Does brother remember what happened 2 years ago? Jinghua Zongshui's expression instantly relaxed. Our cultivation of Blue Flower lacks the last 3 levels, but there definitely are no problems. Jinghua Shui's voice was confidence. Jinghua Zongshui was relieved of his worries. He felt his younger sister was right, and mocked himself inside for having a weak mentality. The two were siblings from the same father but of different mothers. However, they had a great relationship. Qinghua Shui was the younger sister, but she was very intelligent, and Qinghua Zongshui respected her from a young age, especially in the area of cultivation. Even though Qinghua Zongshui was a member of the Genius Alliance, he had no thoughts of pride in front of his younger sister. He knew of his younger sister's talents in cultivation. From very young, he would ask help from his sister whenever he encountered a problem in cultivation. But his sister did not like conflict, and never used Yao arts in front of other people. Even their father did not know of his sister's talent in cultivating blue flower. Almost no one knew the name of Qinghua Shui. Their declining family was a branch family of the blue flower family. In the eyes of others, their branch had started to prosper after Qinghua Zongshui entered the Genius Alliance. Only Qinghua Zongshui himself knew that the one with the most potential of their branch was not him. Even he did not know just how strong his younger sister was. But he was used to trusting Qinghua Shui from a young age. Over time, all the hopes of the family had been placed on his shoulders. He was sensitive and slightly moody, he would frequently become irritated and insecure. But in front of his sister, he would unconsciously feel at peace. The air around his sister seemed to have the taste of peace. Since sister said there wasn't a problem, then there definitely was not a problem. Brother has had to deal with too much pressure recently, Qinghua Shui urged in a soft voice. Brother shouldn't care too much about Zuo Mo. This male is arrogant in conduct, making enemies everywhere. He would not have a good ending. Brothers, blue flower is at a crucial time. If you can progress another step, your cultivation would truly reach a vast place. Sister is right, I forced myself into a dead end. Qinghua Zongshui said. Thinking about how he seemed disturbed in this recent while, he couldn't help but feel shame. Qinghua Shui smiled sweetly. Then I'm going out to play. Finishing, she floated away like a blue snowflake. Qinghua Zongshui looked at his younger sister's back and felt warm in his heart. Since sister liked a peaceful life, then as her older brother, he needed to work harder. Qinghua Shui returned to her room and sat in thought silently for a moment. Coldness suddenly came into the amber eyes. Xiao Mo Gu. Nanyu opened her eyes, and felt her mind was unspeakably content and fulfilled. There was no exhaustion at all. Joy floated into her mind. No wonder, South Sky Arrow art was the inherited Yao art of her clan, it really was powerful, but... Her mind moved slightly, a purple light flashed at her fingertips and a 3CUN vine arrow appeared. The small and exquisite vine arrow was made from two slender green vines interwoven together. At the tail were 3 green and crisp leaves. It was very charming. The vine arrow was very soft yet strong. She could fold it however she wished and it would not break. Playing with the vine arrow, her thoughts wandered. She had not secretly passed the little Yao arts and other things Darren had taught her on to her clansmen. Without Darren's permission, she definitely would not share any of it. She also did not have those intentions. Her idea was to learn some skills. In the future, she could earn more money and help her clan members have a good life. But when she learned this South Sky Arrow art, she had the urge to pass it to her clan members. The South Sky Arrow art was far too suited to the Wisteria clan. It was just the first time she cultivated it, and her consciousness had grown by 1/10. This degree of improvement almost scared her. If this improvement was maintained over the long term, then the power of the Yao art was tangible. In the Wasteland Beast chessboard yesterday, how many enemies had she destroyed? 10. Before this, it was an unimaginable feat to her. Also, this was just her first time cultivating it. Thinking about it now, the ancient records of South Sky Arrow art of her clan were not exaggerating when they talked about its power. Fortunately, Darren allowed her to pass South Sky Arrow art to her clan members. Thinking about this, her heart was filled with gratefulness. She could see a great and open path in front of her and her clan. Sometimes, she couldn't help but feel this was unreal. The poor and harsh life she previously had faced seemed to be just yesterday. No matter which reason it originated from, she could be grateful to Darren, but... She propped up her chin. Darren was so powerful, so strong, she could not be a burden on Darren. She definitely had to work on her cultivation. If she could help Darren in the future, then it would be even more perfect. Ooh, how could she help Darren? Her eyes lit up. Zuo Mo was furiously cultivating Yao arts. At the side, a Gue looked on with a wooden expression. The light of the Yao arts reflected on her face, and added another thread of light to her eyes. Lil Fire curiously circled from the side. It would sometimes approach very close to the light on Zuo Mo's hands. Lil Pagoda continuously nudged at Lil Fire. It was unmoved, and only looked curiously at the Yao arts on Zuo Mo's hands. Lil Pagoda could only dejectedly fly back into Ague's arms and snuggle around. Yao arts. Last time on the Wasteland Beast chessboard, he had almost been tripped up by that group of Yao. Zuo Mo was greatly stimulated. Damn it! If the tiger didn't roar, they mistook it GE for a sick cat. Wasn't it just Yao arts? Zuo Mo resolved inside that he won't let go of those people when he went next time. Last time, if it wasn't for the Wasteland Beast that had helped him, he may have been thrown out immediately. There was nothing major about being thrown out, but it was a great loss of face. Xiao Amogu was a personage right now. How could face be lost? If he could not suppress this terrible conduct, how could it show Xiao Amogu's power? Yet he did not know, just as he buried his heart in work on Yao arts, a major event happened. Translator ramblings, here you go, reaction chapter from the perspective of Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Black Smoke Yao's Suggestion. Chapter 378, Black Smoke Yao's Suggestion. Feng Xingzi had reconstructed the third prison to be renamed Winsong. This event created more noise than Zuo Mo reconstructing the Wasteland Beast chessboard. The first prison was just the ground of Little Yao that just entered Yao art houses. If it wasn't that it had been a long time since the first prison's prison-breaking battle had been won, it wouldn't have been any news at all. But the third prison was completely different. The Yao that cultivated in the third presión were usually in the later stages of spirit planting, and the beginning stages of in-spirit. The difficulty in reconstructing the third prison was several magnitudes greater than reconstructing the first prison. Feng Xinzi was a high-level supervisor of the Genius Alliance, and based on the accomplishments from this battle, he had successfully entered the Elder Council of the Genius Alliance. Those that had discussed Xiao Amogu versus the Genius Alliance were now collectively silent. The Genius Alliance used action to prove how laughable it was to compare Xiao Amogu and the Genius Alliance together. However, Zuo Mo did not feel that his troubles had lessened. This was due to the bounties from the large Yao markets. The bounty to kill him once in the 10-finger prison had grown from 5 million to 8 million. What made him even more speechless was that it did not limit the number of times. The enormous sum made Zuo Mo's eyes turn red. He turned to Nanyu and said, "How about you all try to kill me and take the recording Yao art to get the bounty, then we can split it." Nanyu and Songzhe's expressions were like they had swallowed a fly, and they did not know what to say. So much money! Zuo Mo's eyes were bright as he furiously rubbed his hands together. Nanyu and Songzhe stalwartly helped him destroy the enemies that came like moths to a flame. They were becoming familiar with their new Yao arts. Taking turns and attacking, they were swift and efficient. A short while later, the orange-haired Yao excitedly ran over with the black smoke Yao. "Brother, the Genius Alliance broke the third prison." The orange-haired Yao shouted loudly when he saw Zuo Mo. "We cannot submit. Brother, go break the third prison. Show the Genius Alliance your power." Nanyu and Songzhe's faces grew even darker. The black smoke Yao behind the orange-haired Yao couldn't help but have an awkward expression and show an apologetic expression to the two Yao. Zuo Mo was unconcerned. "Not going." "Why not?" The orange-haired Yao gaped, his face disbelieving. "There's no money." Zuo Mo rubbed his hands. "That is true." The orange-haired Yao stilled, thought, and then nodded in agreement. "Brother, why don't you kill me, and then we split the money?" Zuo Mo brought up the old topic and looked with desire at the orange-haired Yao. "This idea is good." The orange-haired Yao then said with some bashfulness, "But I am loyal Yao, how can I kill my brother?" "That's fine, just remember to give me a bigger portion." Zuo Mo waved his hand carelessly. Songzhe finally could not resist. "Darren, there are many ways of making money, do not humiliate yourself so." Heavens! He could not think of it. If Darren really used this method to make money, everyone would collapse from laughter. Darren's face was thick enough, and could dismiss all kinds of criticism, but he could not. Behind him was the entire Grey clan. Darren's idea made him shiver. Too scary. No, he had to stop Darren's insane idea. Seeing Zuo Mo's unaffected face, he almost cried. "Darren, if you need money, I'll give it to you, alright? How much money do you have?" Zuo Mo's face was full of disdain and caused him to choke. The black smoke male suddenly spoke, "Actually, I have a method." Say it, say it." The orange-haired Yao was very excited. The black smoke male slowly spoke and caused everyone to become silent. "Smokey, you are too devious." The orange-haired Yao exclaimed in shock, and then his expression became ecstatic. He turned and asked Zuo Mo, "Brother, is this idea great or what?" Zuo Mo didn't think and nodded. Do it. The most recent news. Just after Feng Xinz reconstructed the third prison, Xiao Mo Gu has also made a move. Xiao Mo Gu has put down a stage in the Wasteland Beast chessboard prison. He has announced he will accept any challenge. The challenger only needs to pay a fee of 50,000, and can receive a preliminary qualification of challenge. Those that receive the preliminary qualification will need to go through a preliminary battle. Those that win can directly challenge Xiao Mo Gu. Those that pay 200,000 don't need to go through a preliminary round and can directly challenge Xiao Mo Gu. Ji Liyu's complexion was black, and she remained silent. On the side, Ji Cheng's expression was strange, but he closed his mouth tightly. He knew his sister was at the point of erupting. He didn't dare to make a sound at this time. He was full of respect towards Xiao Mo Gu right now. No matter how powerful this guy was, he definitely had a thick face and black heart to dare to do something like this. The most extreme of extremes. A personage among personages. He wanted to go and acquaint himself. However, when he saw old sis eyes that seemed to sprout fire, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. Very good. Ji Liyu's voice as it was forced through her teeth was like the cold wind in the deep of winter. But will he manage to survive? Ji Chang shook. Old sis was angry. Congratulations, Elder Feng. Congratulations, Elder Feng. Another supervisor bowed to Feng Xinz, unable to disguise the envy on his face and a hint of fawning. Feng Xinz had become the newest elder of the Genius Alliance Elder Council. The status of the two were completely different. Congratulatory greetings came from the surroundings. Feng Xinz had a humble smile on his face. Thanks. He had come to bid farewell to everyone. After he reconstructed the third prison, the discussions about the Genius Alliance had abruptly stopped. All the major Yao channels had stopped their scorn and praised the power of the Genius Alliance. The enormous potential he displayed was very well favored by the higher levels. Even the leader of the Genius Alliance, Ning Yi, had on multiple occasions expressed her admiration. Feng Xinz patiently bid farewell with every supervisor and member before leaving. Darren, I heard that the main division has countless Yao arts, including sky and earth levels, is it true? Xiao Jin blinked her adorable eyes and was full of anticipation. She was Feng Xinz's follower, growing up with Feng Xinz like a sibling. Supposedly. Feng Xinz was looking into the distance. He turned and replied with a smile. That's wonderful. In the future, Darren will have sky-level Yao arts. Xiao Jin was extremely happy. Feng Xinz gave another slight smile but did not speak. Darren, there is a very fun matter. That Xiao Mo Gu actually put up a stage and is taking fees. How can there be such a greedy Yao in the world? Xiao Jin's round face was filled with shock. Feng Xinz saw Xiao Jin's adorable appearance and couldn't help but rub her head. Xiao Jin's face wrinkled and she said discontentedly, Darren, you messed up Xiao Jin's hair again. Ha ha. Feng Xinz laughed freely. Let's go. Darren, wait for me. Do you think we are going to get money? Nanyu asked Song Zhe uncertainly. I don't know. Son's mood was low and he almost seemed to cry. The Grey Clan had been in decline for a long time, and resorted to staying in an out-of-the-way place, but it was an ancient clan that had guarded the Golden Tree. When had they done such embarrassing things? He was the junior clan leader, and he was going to be clan leader in the future. But he did not display any temper at all. His objections in front of Darren's decisiveness was as weak as the breath of an ant. Darren had a decisive presence, his eyes filled with domination, a great hero. Song Zhe admired him inside, but that quality of greediness. Nanyu did not notice Song Zhe's low mood and was eager. I hadn't expected that black ghost with such an ordinary appearance to have such evil ideas. So black. But this idea is really good. I hope we can earn a lot this time. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky had declined far more than the Grey Clan. After struggling at the lowest level of society for such a long time, they had long ago forgotten their past glory in the pride of a great clan. Such a taxing life had taught Nanyu the difficulty of survival and the importance of money. Due to this, she was in strong agreement with the Black Smoke Yao's idea. To be able to get money honestly, and to resolve trouble at the same time, the Black Smoke male's idea fits Zuo Mo's intentions very well. Nanyu, pay attention to taking in the money. Only those that have paid have the qualifications. Zuo Mo was like an experienced battle general calmly directing, it would be best to hire a Yao for the accounts. Oh, the first round, Song Zhe is up first. I'm up first. The orange-haired Yao impatiently jumped out. He put his hands on his waist and laughed. Today is the day I become famous. You need to keep your eyes open and watch how I beat down all of them. Zuo Mo did not object. The orange-haired Yao's strange physique which could not be killed made him the best choice for the first round. However, since they were paying, he naturally had to provide the best service. The prison battlefield should be changed. Compared to other places, the intimate presence of the battlefield was greater. What reassured Zuo Mo the most was that barely discernible presence of the wasteland beast. The strength of the wasteland beast was branded into his heart. He had asked Pu Yao about the wasteland beast, but Pu Yao had been silent each time. Zuo Mo was used to Pu Yao's secretiveness. This guy had too many secrets. Okay, let all those secrets and old Enix go to hell. What GE loves is Jingshi. Zuo Mo was full of motivation. The prison battlefield was completely transformed. This place had become Zuo Mo's home territory. Compared to the peace outside, the prison battlefield was full of danger with each step. Lots of Yao arts in the style of little Emoga were swimming about. If it touched anything the slightest bit, then the successive attacks were like debtors being chased by creditors. To guarantee that only Yao that had paid the fee could enter, Zuo Mo had used the prison battlefield to its limits. The densely packed Yao arts made even his scalp prickle. Zuo Mo even put down large amounts of illusory formations in the pathway that he left behind. This weren't the low-level things like Ice Blade illusory formations. This was a big illusory formation he had spent 4 hours to finish. The Yao arts inside the prison battlefield were obedient in his hands. He could merge them into the illusory formation as he wished. After the illusory formation was complete, he was well satisfied. If they planned on forcing their way in, wait to feel the pain. Zuo Mo's confidence in formations was much stronger than his confidence in his half-learned Yao arts. Zuo Mo's beautiful illusory formation shocked Nan Yu and the other Yao. The admiration in their eyes was like a flood. Even the black smoke Yao that had a black face and a black heart was very astonished. In the Yao world, the path of formations was famed for its difficulty in comprehension. There were very few Yao that were skilled in formations. Xiao Mo Go was skilled in formations. A thread of strangeness flashed across the eyes of the black smoke Yao. Translator ramblings, the back and forth between Zuo Mo and the Genius Alliance continues. Zuo Mo needs money. Isn't the black smoke Yao clever? A Yao after Zuo Mo's own heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, Tide of Battle. Chapter 379, Tide of Battle. Nan Yu really found a Yao to come collect the money, her good friend Hong. Only things like souls could enter the 10-finger prison, money could not be taken in. But the method of transactions inside 10-finger prison had developed over the years, and everyone had naturally found a method. There were merchants that specialized in this kind of business. One only needed to go to these merchants to buy a type of soul that had a special soul imprint with money. In the 10-finger prison, these souls with special Yao art imprints were akin to money. Only wealthy merchants could be involved in this kind of business. The souls that were used as money were seed souls born from special Yao trees. The seed souls each merchant family used were different, and the spiritual imprint on the seed souls could effectively stop fraud. Some old businesses had a good reputation in this field. What Hong was hired to collect was this kind of seed soul. The little girl was a daring one. In the beginning, she had been scared to do Zuo Mo's reputation, but she quickly became excited. When she saw the endless stream of people registering, she became even more excited. Song Zhe looked at the packed mass of registrants. His vision blackened and he almost fainted. When he saw the major Yao channels with their logos, his scalp prickled and his consciousness almost shattered. No, he hopelessly shouted in silence from the bottom of his heart. Looking over it all the Yao channels that he had heard of were present, and there were even many he had not heard of. There is a bit too many. The black smoke Yao said weakly. He swallowed. The amount of registrants far surpassed his expectations. A hint of regret formed. They had played it too big this time. The orange-haired Yao wasn't nervous at all. He was very motivated, laughing with his hands on his hips. Ha, this is fated to be the day that I become famous. I will quickly surpass you, brother, feel the great pressure. Do not be nervous, I'm very loyal, but I won't let you off. Zuo Mo did not hear the orange-haired Yao's words at all. There was only a Jingshi ocean in his eyes, vast and rippling with an attractive light. Ooh, it was enchanting. By Zuo Mo's side, Nan Yu was slightly excited. She balled her fists and made a resolution. She had to make money for Darren. Who could have thought of it? Who could have thought of it? Just after Feng Xinz reconstructed the third prison, just as everyone is maintaining their silence due to their previous scorn of the Genius Alliance, Xiao Mogo made a move no one expected. This matter has been deflected dramatically into a new direction. No matter how powerful the Genius Alliance is, Miss Ji Liu and Mr. Qinghua Zhongshui have all tripped when facing Xiao Mogo, and this blemish cannot be erased. At this time, people finally remember that the Genius Alliance has their eyes at the top of their heads did not get their face back from Xiao Mogo. Of course, maybe Miss Ji Liu and Mr. Qinghua Zhongshui cannot represent the Genius Alliance. If the two sides are facing off, then Xiao Moge's move this time is shockingly sharp. Wearing a deep blue mask was covered with silver flower patterns and filled with a strange presence. At this moment, the eyes behind the mask were filled with coldness. Murderous intent flashed across the eyes, sharp as a blade's edge, but that pair of amber eyes quickly became calm like a deep lake. Xiao Mo. A slow and light sigh sounded behind the mask like tendrils of smoke and did not dissipate for a long time. Her steps were slow, her upper body not moving at all as though she was sliding on ice. Her appearance was unspeakably elegant and ethereal. She glanced at the registration area that was tightly packed before turning to look at the completely transformed prison battlefield. A light sound came from behind the mask. There was a thread of surprise in her eyes. Formations. Xiao Mogo was actually skilled in formations. She noted it down inside. After studying outside the prison battlefield for a few moments, she turned and walked towards the registration spot. Wherever she passed, the crowd seemed to be moved aside by an invisible hand and created a passageway. Some Yao with fiery tempers turned and prepared to swear. When they saw the dark blue mask, their expressions changed, and the words that had reached their mouths were swallowed back down. Anything that could be brought into the 10-finger prison were treasures. On this Yao's face was a soul mask. It was an extremely rare treasure. Those that possessed such a great treasure, if they were not rich, they were powerful. And when they saw the streaming figure of the masked female Yao, their hearts jumped. They recognized power. Just like this, the masked female Yao did not encounter any resistance and walked directly in front of Hong. You want to register? Hong also noticed this unusual female Yao and raised her head to ask. Yes. It was possible to hear from the voice coming from behind the mask that this was a female Yao. She threw out a seed soul. Hong took it and was slightly surprised. 200,000. You want to make a direct challenge? Is it not possible? The masked female Yao asked. Pausing, Hong nodded hurriedly. Possible. Then she shouted towards the inside of the formation, Darren, there is a person who is challenging you directly. After shouting, she said to the female Yao, you can go in. Don't worry, the formation will not attack you. The masked female Yao walked steadily inside the prison battlefield. She did not seem to fear those strangely changing formations at all. Formations. Xiao Mogu actually knows formations? Su Wei turned his face with astonishment. This guy does have some skills. I remember you've always had an interest in formations. You didn't come to such a low-level place like the first prison just for this? And pulling me along as well. Bro, I'm very busy. Ming Juzi shook his head. I have only found out today that he knows formations. This guy is very strange. He said with deep meaning, he can control this prison. What? Su Wei's eyes widened suddenly. That's impossible. He knew what controlling a prison meant. Look at the prison battlefield. Ming Juzi pointed at the completely transformed prison battlefield. This place has completely changed. That doesn't mean anything. Su Wei did not believe it. His head shook like a rattle drum. He reconstructed this prison and naturally has the home advantage. This degree of transformation does not prove anything. Ming Juzi did not argue. You'll understand later. He thought back to the recording Yao arts that he had been studying in recent days. He had bought them for a high price from a little Yao called Jinjin. Jinjin had been involved in attacking Xiao Mogu that day, and the recording Yao art recorded everything he had encountered that day. The deep and cryptic Yao art problems on each pillar of the dazzling cage of light astonished him. He knew that Su Wei and the others didn't even have any attentions to look at a little Yao that was muddling through the first prison. Previously, Su Wei had mocked him for wasting time on such a little personage, but as he studied more, the shock and puzzlement in Ming Juzi's heart accumulated. There were too many places that he could not understand and think through. He had read through a large amount of information to find something similar to the high-level Yao arts that the two followers of Xiao Mogu had used that day. This discovery instantly attracted his attention, because these high-level Yao arts that were possibly a match were both lost a long time ago. He also researched the background of Xiao Mogu's two followers. What was worth celebrating was that while Zuo Mo's origins were unknown, it was not hard to find the origins of the two followers. The male Yao was from the Grey Clan, a clan that had declined. The female Yao came from the South Sky Wisteria clan, a Yao clan that was almost extinct. The intelligent Ming Juzi quickly found something worthy of deep thought. Both the Grey Clan and the South Sky Arrow clan were Yao clans that could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. The reason that the high-level Yao arts of the two clans were lost were strangely the same: they were lost in the Great War 3,000 years ago. The formations in front of him looked like a Xiujia's seal formations. These unusual traces caused Zuo Mo to become even more mysterious. But he did not tell any of this to Su Wei. There was too much speculations. He also believed that Zuo Mo would shock Su Wei greatly. Su Wei was also wondering inside. Even though Ming Juzi did not focus on what he should be doing some of the time, but his intuition far surpassed normal Yao. Did this Zuo Mo really have something strange about him? Just at this time, he saw a familiar figure walking towards the prison battlefield from the corner of his eyes. His expression instantly became strange. Yu Zizhou has come as well. Is this person going to go up? Ming Juzi saw that figure and stilled. Big sis, you really aren't going to send someone? Ji Cheng suppressed the impulse to laugh and asked Ji Liu seriously. Ji Liu lightly snorted. Such a small person, is he worthy of my attention? He besmirched our Ji family's reputation. How can we let him off? Ji Cheng pretended to be indignant as he said. Let him off? Ji Liu giggled. He will quickly get a taste of trouble. Ji Cheng hurriedly asked. Does sis have some insider information? You want to know? Ji Liu raised her eyelids. Want to know, want to know. Ji Cheng nodded rapidly. He was very curious. He had originally thought that old sis was going to send an expert to teach this guy a lesson. The Ji family did not lack for experts. Who would have expected that old sis had ordered the clansmen not to go make trouble for Zuo Mo? If he hadn't seen old sis look as though she wanted to eat Zuo Mo raw, he would have thought that old sis was interested in Zuo Mo. I'm thirsty. Get me some heart-moistening fruits, Ji Liu casually said. I knew it. It's like this every time, Ji Cheng muttered. He obediently went to get the heart-moistening fruits and put them in front of old sis. Ji Liu opened a heart-moistening fruit. The glistening and tender flesh of the fruit and her long and white fingers formed a beautiful picture. Yu Jizhou has pursued me for so many years. How can he let go of such a chance as this? Taking a small bite of the heart-moistening fruit, Ji Liu's expression was like a child eating candy in secret. Even though I do not like him, he is a good subordinate. Translator ramblings: a lot of people really want Zuo Mo to get defeated. This upcoming bunch of chapters is going to be interesting. Ming Juzi probably isn't the only one that has the knowledge, but he is so interested in Zuo Mo while the other people occupy themselves with higher pursuits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, The Blue Flowers of Qinghua Shui. Chapter 380, The Blue Flowers of Qinghua Shui. Zuo Mo was waiting for the first person to directly challenge him. Even though he did not know how much 200,000 in the Yao world was in terms of Jingshi, but from the responses of Nan Yu and the others, he could see it wasn't a small sum. He really could not understand it. If it was him, would he spend such a considerable sum of Jingshi to have a fight with someone else? Didn't they have anything else they could do? But there were so many registrants. For the bounty? Or for one mole? Zuo Mo was very surprised by the reach of one mole's influence. He thought back to the interaction that day. Other than using an illusory art the moment they met, he did not feel there was anything special about one mole. When Zuo Mo saw the challenger clearly, he paused and then asked Pu Yao, Pu, how can there be masks in the 10-finger prison? What is strange about that? Pu Yao was discontent at being interrupted while teaching the guard camp. He said impatiently, golden souls can be brought in, it's natural other things can also be brought in. Right, I'm very busy, don't bother me. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Zuo Mo muttered inside. Before he got the golden soul, this guy's attitude was great. The moment he got it, he instantly made a 180-degree turn. Zuo Mo expressed deep disdain at Pu Yao's horrid conduct. His gaze landed on the blue mask of the other person, and felt this object was very useful. He hadn't come to the 10-finger prison to make money. He needed to think of a way to find information on the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Thinking about his present situation, the joy in Zuo Mo's heart at making money faded greatly. Start. Zuo Mo focused. It was not fun to divide one's attention during a fight. Qinghua Shui carefully examined Xiao Mo Gu in front of her. The other's eyes were peaceful and was not arrogant like the Xiao Mo Gu of the rumors. She remained silent and threw this question to the back of her mind. Since she had already entered the battlefield, why think of all these details? She stepped forward, and the silent pupils suddenly lit up with a pressuring light. The female Yao that had been peaceful and serene like a lady was like a long sword that was unsheathed from its scabbard. The cold icy presence was like an invisible wave that rushed towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's heart wavered. His eyes became serious and he also stepped forward with his right foot. The presence around him also changed. It was like the wind that blew from the desert, carrying a heart-shaking viciousness that rushed up without fear. Pia pia pia. Countless sparks formed like popcorn between the two. The light in Qinghua Shui's eyes grew, so bright that one could not stare directly at it. Since she was very little, she had started to practice blue flower. This had become a routine of her life and she had never stopped. She didn't even know what level she had reached with her blue flower. Was it high or low? This was the first time she fought, and it was the first time she channeled blue flower without holding back. An unprecedented feeling flooded out of her body. The familiar power of blue flower seemed slightly strange to her. Under the stimulation of this domineering yet unfamiliar power, a strong yet unfamiliar feeling formed as though something was moving inside her heart. She had a strong sense she could do it. Under the stimulation of this emotion, she was filled with anticipation towards the upcoming battle. She felt like there was a monster hiding in her heart that revealed its great horns at this time. Anticipation, terror, and wonder all mixed together, causing her to be briefly dazed. When she refocused, she found a familiar light in her hand. Blue flower. When Zuo Mo saw that blue flower, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Damn it, a Yao from the blue flower family. He had almost tripped up on the blue flower that Qinghua Zhongshui had released. If it wasn't that the orange-haired Yao could naturally suppress the blue flower, it was uncertain what the outcome would have been. Zuo Mo's figure suddenly retreated. Usual Yao arts were of no use against the blue flower. As he retreated, his eyes were tightly locked onto this blue flower. A strong feeling of danger formed. The hairs on his body stood up on end. This blue flower was even more beautiful and complete than the one Qinghua Zhongshui had released, and even more dangerous. The mask-wearing female Yao was more powerful than Qinghua Zhongshui. When Zuo Mo noticed a second blue flower forming on Qinghua Shui's hand, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. If he kept on retreating, as the number of blue flowers increased, his situation would become increasingly dangerous. Thinking about this, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. A gold light flashed at his feet and he suddenly charged forward. With such urgency, he did not hold anything back. The gold light flashed on his feet and his figure moved like lightning. To capture the group, capture the leader first. Experienced in combat, Zuo Mo instantly made a decision. Since the blue flower was hard to defeat, then he would directly attack the true body. Zuo Mo's figure disappeared from where he stood and appeared like a ghost in front of Qinghua Shui. The hard lightning covering his hand crackled and long arcing streaks of electricity danced as his fist chopped towards Qinghua Shui's head like an axe of lightning. The domineering presence of the hard lightning caused terror to form in Qinghua Shui's heart. But this bit of terror was washed away by the excitement that came after. She elegantly let go of the blue flower in her hand. The blue flower floated in front of her and suddenly gave a dazzling light. Zuo Mo felt as though his blow was stopped by a flexible yet soft invisible wall. The domineering and savage young fiend hard lightning was forcibly stopped. Zuo Mo knew the situation was not good and he quickly reacted. His open palm shifting to a crane strike and the rampaging yang fiend hard lightning steamed out of Zuo Mo's fingertips. Boom! The blinding silver and blue lights exploded between the two people. The flooding power suddenly lost control and swept in all directions. The two figures were separated. The blue flower in front of Qinghua Shui had disappeared, and Zuo Mo looked to be in a sorry state with many dots of blue on his body. His hanging right arm was continuously trembling. He looked at the other. The young fiend hard lightning he had just used was the strongest he could create, but it still was unable to harm the other. In this short round, he was able to judge that the female Yao was much stronger than Qinghua Zhongshui. The two were not on the same level. Such a powerful Yao art. However, he had not been defeated. Seeing another blue flower flying at him out of the corner of his eye, Zuo Mo's figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood again. The blue flower was powerful, but it was not without its weak spots. Zuo Mo's mind was clear, he did not rest as he moved at high speeds, and released 12 Yang Fiend hard lightning blows in succession. The 12 Yang Fiend hard lightning charged at Qinghua Shui from all directions. It was a pity that he could not cultivate South Sky Arrow art. The vine arrows that Nanya shot were faster than Yang Fiend Hard Lightning. It was the first time Qinghua Shui had ever fought, but she displayed extraordinary talent at combat. In a moment she was surrounded, but Qinghua Shui did not panic at all. She took a deep breath and a clear shout came from under the mask, blue flower clothes. Before her shout was complete, tendrils of blue vines of light appeared on her body. The blue vines of light spread and wrapped around her legs, then her waist, and then her arms. In a blink, the blue vines covered her entire body like a blue flower closing its bud. Under the blows of the young fiend Hard Lightning, Qinghua Shui covered in the blue flower was like a weak flower in a storm, swaying and appeared ready to break at any moment. The 12 Yang Fiend Hard Lightning smashed on Qinghua Shui's body like explosive raindrops. Hiss hiss hiss. It was like a net of lightning had been spread over Qinghua Shui, who was barely discernible inside the blue flower. Countless silver snakes moved about. The silver electricity lit up Qinghua Shui's amber eyes and they were full of the desire to fight. Qinghua Shui was untouched. The hard lightning arcing on her body quickly weakened and the vines of light tightly wrapped around her body brightened like they were being fed nutrients and water. The vines had actually absorbed the hard lightning completely. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. His scalp prickled. Such a weird Yao art. The situation was becoming worse. The speed of the blue flower was not fast, but its defensive power was also unable to be defeated. There were no weaknesses. He could almost predict what was waiting for him. The other only needed to continue releasing blue flowers. That day, Qinghua Xingshui had released dozens of blue flowers in one go. With the power of this mask-wearing female Yao, it probably was not difficult for her to release hundreds. If the number of blue flowers increased, the space that he could utilize to dodge would decrease. Then he would be in danger. Damn it! Zuo Mo's mind moved quickly as he thought furiously. What move would be effective? Did he have to use the archaic wasteland sacrificial art? Zuo Mo was confident in the power of the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, but in his mind, that was his ultimate move. If he used his ultimate move on the first challenger, what could he do for the rest? He could use the archaic wasteland sacrificial art on every one of them. The power of the archaic wasteland sacrificial art was powerful, but the expenditure was also astounding. If Zuo Mo used it once, he probably would have to leave the wasteland beast chessboard. Then there would be no challenge he could accept. Definitely unprofitable. An extra challenger was an extra sum of money. The longer he persisted, the more he would make. Zuo Mo knew this very well. His goal in coming to the 10-finger prison was to find a clue to the Battle of Sealed Extinction. But this required money, lots of money. No. He could not use the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. The gold light under his feet flashed. He continuously disappeared and then appeared as though he was teleporting and roamed around Qinghua Shui to search for an opportunity. As Zuo Mo expected, blossoms of blue flowers continuously formed and floated up from Qinghua Shui's upheld hands. She was still elegant and relaxed like a girl putting out flower lanterns at the river's edge. But when she raised her head, it was possible to see the burning battle desire occasionally from her amber eyes. The gold light flashed under his feet. He seemed to pass through the void, suddenly appearing and then disappearing. The gold light entered Zuo Mo's vision. Not knowing what to do, Zuo Mo's heart suddenly shifted. Since Golden Crow Feet was able to be used in the Wasteland Beast chessboard, then what about the other transformations? There were 6 transformations of the Great Demo physique. Other than the Golden Crow Feet, there were 5 more. Were they also able to be used? Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly burned. He had never used some of the transformations of the Great Demo physique. He finally had the chance to use the ultimate moves he had worked so long on. It was like a sword that had been sharpened for a long time. It was being unsheathed to drink the fresh blood of the enemy. In a moment, a strong desire for battle came from the deepest part of his body like a burning lava flow that spread throughout his entire body. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is not off to a good start. Additionally, Pu Yao isn't going to hand out lost arts nilly-willy. He has his own rationale for doing things and he isn't a generous person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Walked Out of the Gravestone. Chapter 381, Walked Out of the Gravestone. The 6 transformations of the Great Demo physique: Light Void Wings, Golden Crow Feet, Day Script Palm, Flame Seal Armor, Midday Blade, and Great Day. Light Void Wings primarily enhanced speed and were as fast as lightning. The Golden Crow Feet enhanced strength and had the power of 30,000 caddies. When the two were used together, they lead to endless possibilities, and were the 2 moves that Zuo Mo was most familiar with. He had also practiced the other 4 moves but never used them in actual combat before. Zuo Mo's mind moved again. An even more outrageous thought came out. If he used all 6 transformations simultaneously, what would it be like? When this thought came about, it securely took hold over Zuo Mo's thoughts and was unable to be forgotten. Why didn't he try? The gold light under his feet seemed to unwind like golden threads and quickly climbed up along his calves. Xinghua Shui had no other thoughts in her mind. Blue flowers rose in the 2 hands she held up. The blossoms flew into the sky. These blue flowers that floated in the sky did not blindly chase Zuo Mo, but were spaced apart. There seemed to be invisible lines connecting the blue flowers to one another, reproducing and communicating among themselves. When the golden threads reached Zuo Mo's waist, his legs were completely enveloped by the golden threads. They were especially thick on his feet. The golden threads continued to climb onto his upper body. Whoosh, a pair of transparent wings suddenly shot out of Zuo Mo's back. The dense golden threads continued to spread up Zuo Mo's chest, onto his neck and then covered his face. In a flash, Zuo Mo was covered completely by the golden threads all over except for his eyes. The bright golden threads quickly dimmed, and a dark golden suit of armor covered Zuo Mo's body. The dark gold scales were the size of fingernails and were in layers like fish scales. When Zuo Mo made the slightest move, they would sparkle like a wave of water. The helmet was round and tightly followed the contours of Zuo Mo's face. There was a black horn protruding from the top of the helmet, and rings of patterns were inlaid on the horn. The horn curved slightly forward and came to a sharp point. The pauldrons were like 2 balls of burning flame. On his left arm was a small dark golden round shield. In bright red the image of a flame was inscribed on the round shield. His right hand held a strangely shaped blade. It was broad at the front and narrow at the back. There was no curve on the blade at all. It was as straight as a ruler. The entire blade was enveloped in the flame. The armor was made of small scales that tightly wrapped around Zuo Mo's legs, but from the outside, they appeared even thicker. From his feet 5 sharp claws extended outwards, similar to the sabaton like the claws of the fiendish soul panther. The 5 claws of the golden crow feet were like hooks that tightly gripped onto the ground. Zuo Mo curiously examined himself. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's expression shifted. He suddenly stopped commanding the guard camp. He carefully inspected Zuo Mo. His expression quickly changed, his bloody pupil expanding as he exclaimed in shock. Great Mo physique. Shu Long, who had been receiving Pu Yao's instruction, was confused. Darren, what is great Mo physique? Pu Yao ignored Shu Long, his bloody pupil tightly locked onto Zuo Mo. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this boy use great Mo physique? He clearly is not a true-blooded Mo. He suddenly turned around his face, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He stared hard at the gravestone. It's you! A faint figure floated on top of the black gravestone. What surprised Pu Yao was this blurry figure gradually became distinct. Clean lines drew out a figure with feminine curves. Wearing a tight-fitting suit of battle armor, she held an extremely strange weapon, an enormous claw that was even taller than her body. The enormous claw was so lifelike it seemed alive. It was hard to imagine what being could have such a terrifying enormous claw. It seemed like the entire figure of the female warrior was under the enormous claw. Pu Yao seemed to see a ghost. He paled and was speechless. Little Poo, long time no see. A sweet teasing voice filled with laziness suddenly came from the gravestone. Pu Yao's lips shook. You miss me this much? A seductive soft laugh came from the gravestone. The sweetness in the voice seemed to come from the bone. The simple figure drawn by the clean lines on the gravestone continued to come into focus. It was like an invisible pen that was drawing stroke by stroke. On the blank face, eyes appeared and then eyebrows. In a blink, an ambiguously smiling beautiful face appeared on the gravestone. The eyes on this face suddenly blinked at Pu Yao. Pu Yao was stunned, he seemed to be petrified. Long legs reached out of the gravestone as their armor rattled. The figure that floated out of the gravestone like this. Complex patterns encircled eyes that were black like the deep of midnight, eyes filled with a wildness and seductive gaze. The bark brown skin that was exposed were as glossy as the best silk. The sexy figure was unable to be hidden underneath the battle armor. She walked lightly in front of a statue like Pu Yao. Bending down, she wore a dazzling smile, little Poo. Pia, without any warning, her right hand grabbed onto Pu Yao's neck and pulled him up like holding up a little chick. Then with a sudden tug, she jerked him in front of her. There was still an enchanting smile on her face, but something seemed to roil in her black eyes, and her tone became extremely hostile. Little Poo, your attitude right now is not very good. The stunned Pu Yao looked dazedly at this pair of eyes. Countless memories came like the tide. His eyes suddenly became moist. Sniveling again, so boring. Pia, the female warrior, relaxed her hand. The vicious expression on her face turned to nothing and she muttered as she walked to the side. After a moment, Pu Yao finally focused. He stammered out a question. Darren, you are still alive, ... You want me dead? The female warrior lazily replied. She threw the enormous claw onto the ground, laid on it, and yawned. She said indistinctly, why am I so sleepy again? Pu Yao was unable to restrain himself from showing joy. His lips trembled. After a moment, for some unknown reason, his nose became stuffy and tears welled up in his eyes. He said, Darren, they all died, everyone is dead. The female warrior's body froze. A long while later, she sighed lightly, yes, everyone is dead, we are the only ones left. The long sigh carried deep loneliness, grief, and guilt. The fully armored Zuo Mo felt as though he was a burning ball of fire. There seemed to be thousands of burning streams colliding, bursting, and splashing inside his body. They released a destructive presence that made even Zuo Mo's mind waver. This was the first time Zuo Mo used all 6 transformations of the Great Damo physique at the same time. What entered the 10-finger prison was only the consciousness. There was no fleshly body nor ling power here, so how was he able to use the 6 transformations of the Great Damo physique? Was it that his consciousness what was burning now? When this thought came about, Zuo Mo felt an explosion inside his mind. Countless golden flames suddenly shot out of the armor and burned. Zuo Mo turned to a person made up of fire. What is happening? Pu Yao gaped with wide eyes. He felt everything happening today was challenging the limits of his imagination. Everything was so fantastical and unbelievable. There was an astonishing change happening right now in Zuo Mo's consciousness that he could not understand at all. His Great Damo physique is about to advance. The female warrior had her laziness back and said unconcernedly. How can he use the Great Damo physique inside the 10-finger prison? Pu Yao asked a question that had long been in his mind. The Great Damo physique has some substance, the female warrior casually said. This boy has pretty good luck. You taught him to cultivate the consciousness and he accidentally found a correct path to practicing the Great Damo physique. Pu Yao's expression suddenly became strange. What Great Damo physique? Who wanted to cultivate that thing? After struggling inside, he gritted his teeth and opened. Darren, I took him as my student. Oh, that's your freedom, you don't have to report it, the female warrior waved her hand and said unconcernedly. Thinking about his teacher, Pu Yao forced himself to say, please, Darren, do not pass Mo skills to him. Little Poo, this is not good. The female warrior had a smiling face. Pu Yao's heart shook and he knew it was not good. However, he still decided to fight. Darren, please respect the order of arrival, ... Tsk, little Poo, weren't you the one that taught him the Great Damo physique? Yao arts, so feminine, such a good little man, how can he be wasted by you? The female warrior still had a smiling face. Pu Yao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, the tendons in his forehead jumping. Little Poo, change to cultivating Mo skills too. I like men who are very masculine the most. The female warrior's eyes became intoxicated. Pu Yao finally could not suppress it. He jumped up and swore, damned woman, you dare call me feminine. Come on, let's have a good fight. The female warrior instantly had an excited expression. With one move, she raised the enormous claw that was multiple times larger than her body. Great, after sleeping for 3,000 years, it's been so suffocating. I want to fight. The two figures fought fiercely in Zuo Mo's consciousness. Stupid woman, don't think I'm afraid of you. You were only the commander because I let you, ... Little Poo, my dear vice commander, you've never beat me. I was having mercy. In front of everyone, giving you face. Little Poo, you still like to boast as you ever did. Looking at the fact you guarded older sister for 3,000 years, sister will let you attack 3 times first. Guard you? My honored commander that thinks so highly about yourself. What I protected was the reputation of the corps. If the corpse of the corps commander landed in the hands of the enemy, it would be the shame of our corps. Little Poo, your mouth is still as sharp as before. Corps commander, you are still this shameless. Xinghua Shui looked in shock at Xiao Emogu who was swallowed in flame. Her hand couldn't help but shake once. Was this a backlash from the Yao art? The invisible power released by the flame spread in ripples of heat. Her heart shook and her expression changed slightly. Inside the flame, the strange blade seemed to lift slightly. Translator ramblings: when the chapter about Zuo Mo trying to find a way out of the battlefield meant he had to go through the 10-finger prison, Wandering Yumi of Doom talked to me, and it almost appears Feng Xiang might have invented the battlefield just so Zuo Mo could avoid Lin Qian. So 10-finger prison is the solution to his solution of avoiding Zuo Mo's pursuers. In any case, 10-finger prison is serving up a lot of functions, getting him out of the battlefield, making sure Zuo Mo's Yao arts are up to par, getting him more followers, and now, igniting something that he had no idea he could do. Pu Yao is sad in this chapter, but take it with a grain of salt. Speculate away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Midday Blade Strike. Chapter 382, Midday Blade Strike. The temperature of the prison battlefield suddenly rose. The blackness of the void became dark red. Invisible waves of heat came from all directions, and twisted everything in view. Xinghua Shui felt as though she was wading through molten lava and was going to burn at any moment. The blue flower held in her hands was like a candle flickering in the wind, likely to be extinguished at any moment. Xiao Mogu was covered in flame. On the other side was like a twisting ball of flame she could not clearly see. What was most terrifying was that her consciousness was unable to find Xiao Mogu. Xinghua Shui was shocked and couldn't help but panic. The sky full of blue flowers showed signs of becoming uncontrolled. The connection between her and them became increasingly weak. Pia pia pia. The sounds that were so weak they were almost indiscernible landed in her ears but were akin to lightning on a clear day. 7 blue flowers cut off their connection to her consciousness. Her complexion suddenly became white. From the day she first cultivated blue flower, these beautiful blue flowers were like her closest friends, and were connected with her in her mind. She played with them, told them her innermost thoughts. She had never encountered any problems on the complex Yao arts recorded on blue flower, because her friends would help her. It was the first time that she had encountered the blue flowers cutting their connections to her. Why was it like this? Xinghua Shui had a bewildered expression. She did not know what to do about this sudden change. Amidst her bewildered eyes, that strange straight blade that was shrouded in the fiery flame sliced from top to bottom. This blow was unusually slow, so slow that Xinghua Shui could see it clearly. When the strange blade started to move downwards, the surrounding flame seemed to have been pushed by an invisible power and quickly left the blade. It broke into countless tiny flames that shot off towards the sides. Xinghua Shui seemed to have a feeling that this blade had sliced a ball of flame into a rain of fire. The entire space seemed to be ignited in this moment. The bright flame spread through the entire space like a snowstorm of the winter. It was so hot that waves of heat which could melt steel rose and lifted up a sky full of fiery rain. The sky suddenly became bright, wind and fire joining together. The power of the fiery rain expanded. The wind and fire twisted and engulfed the blue flowers. The strange and cryptic blue flowers disappeared in the air like bubbles popping. With the destruction of each blue flower, Xinghua Shui's face became a fraction paler. She wavered. Poof! When the last blue flower was destroyed, Xinghua Shui's face was as pale as paper. The light inside the amber eyes disappeared. Everything in her vision quickly became blurry. At this moment, a deep voice could be heard through the roaring of flame and wind. Midday Blade Strike! The Yao and the Mo that were fighting fiercely suddenly separated and stopped. They raised their heads at the same time to look at the void above their head. Pu Yao's expression was uncertain. The female warrior had a joyous expression. Pu Yao suddenly spoke, "Your entire life was ruined by that suit of armor, are you going to ruin him as well?" The joy on the female warrior's face stilled, and gradually dissipated. She seemed to think of something. Pain floated on her face. She held the enormous claw and stood woodenly. The expression on her face continued to change, sometimes joyful, sometimes painful. Pu Yao did not speak, and only looked silently at her. Hot. So hot. Zuo Mo felt as though his entire body was burning. His blood, flesh, and bones were like dry timber that were being furiously swallowed by a crimson flame. His eyes were completely red, the color of red-hot steel. He did not know that a clear flame had appeared above his head. This clear flame was silent, but the outer flame had faint rainbow patterns. This flame quickly spread along Zuo Mo's body. The moment the flame appeared out of Zuo Mo's body, the wooden Igui suddenly raised her head, and a deep purple light lit up in the deepest part of the dull and unfocused eyes. Lil Fire, who had been sleeping in her arms, seemed to smell something delicious and woke up from its dreams. I had originally thought Darren was dead. Pu Yao stared at the female warrior and slowly spoke. To swear my oath. To abide by my ceremony. An extremely scornful expression came onto Pu Yao's face. Something so inflexible and trite, it is a miracle that it managed to pass down. The female warrior stood silently. It was this thing. Pu Yao's voice suddenly became high and filled with fury. It ruined Darren's entire life. Ruined the entire core. Everyone was originally able to survive. The female warrior bit her lips, her black eyes filled with pain. Darren said right before death that she wanted me to guard it, so it will not land in the hands of Xiozha. Pu Yao's tone was low. I consented. I stood guard for 3,000 years, it did not land in the hands of Xiozha. I hated it, wanted to destroy it. I once thought the day that I managed to escape, I will throw this damned thing into the rivers of hell. The time in the Yao subduing tower was really arduous to get through. Pu Yao had a reminiscing expression. If I had not promised Darren, I would not have made it through. I could not destroy it, so I had to endure. Being punished by lightning daily was nothing. What is most terrifying is to have no one to talk to, so I started to talk to it. Later, I did not hate it anymore. It is an inflexible idiot. There is no meaning in hating an idiot. However, Darren, Pu Yao suddenly lifted his head and stared directly at the female warrior. Are you going to ruin Zuo Mo as well? The female warrior was silent. He is my student, Pu Yao said calmly. The black robe on his body seemed to flap in the wind, his black hair like countless snakes dancing. In the dark red bloody eye, the eerie red light slowly started to spin. His tone was as calm as usual. To follow Darren in the past, I did not complete my teacher's final wish. Darren, instead I fulfilled my promise to you. I cannot finish teacher's last wish, but I cannot let teacher's line of succession break in my hands. Zuo Mo is my student. Darren, if you are going to put this ball and chain on my student's body, please do so after stepping over my corpse. The cold voice landed in the sea of consciousness. Black flames came out of the ground and turned to curving snakes of fire that gathered from all directions below Pu Yao's feet. Ming Juzi suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrinking. He stared at the prison battlefield. Beside him, Su Wei's expression changed as well. Covered in the formation, the prison battlefield lit up with a dark red light. This patch of red light was massive and almost covered the entire prison battlefield. Ming Juzi and Su Wei exchanged a lot, and found shock in each other's eyes. Such powerful fire Yao arts. Su Wei was frazzled. Due to the formations outside the prison battlefield, the presence that leaked out was not strong. However, the pure fire contained in this thread of presence made every spectator change their expression. Fire Yao art, Ming Juzi murmured soullessly. His expression was very strange, his eyes shocked and puzzled. He paid far more attention to Xiao Mo than Su Wei did, and knew much more information than Su Wei. The strange wasteland beast chessboard, the strange Yao art problems, the strange Yao art cages, adding on fire Yao arts now. How many Yao arts did Xiao Mo really know? He was so young, how had he cultivated? Everything that Ming Juzi thought was common knowledge seemed to be completely upended by this mystery person. Who was he? Yu Zizhou raised his head to look at the sky filled with red light in the prison battlefield. His expression became serious. He had regretted being late and to not have been the first to challenge Xiao Mo. Before today, Xiao Mo was just a dancing clown in his eyes. If it was not for Miss Ji Liu, he definitely would not waste time on such a minor character. But such powerful Yao fire arts. He had just finished registering with Hong and was at the edge of the prison battlefield. The pure fire Yao art presence spilling out of the prison battlefield shocked him. Hong, send one in. A deep voice came from inside the prison battlefield. The speaker seemed to be suppressing something. All right, Darren. Hong seemed to wake up from a dream, turning to Yu Zizhou and saying, Mister, you may enter. Yu Zi focused his attention. He did not dare to slack off, his consciousness at full power as he stepped forward with a grave expression. The scenery in front of him changed. The surroundings were bright red as though he was submerged in molten metal. Invisible heat waves blew against him. His expression changed. Such strong fire Yao art. He had to channel his powers to withstand these terrifying heat waves. His expression became even more grave. As one of the Jade clan, he was not afraid of fire. However, he was forced to use his powers to just stay here up, so he recognized how powerful it was. Zuo Mo stared with blood-red eyes at Yu Zizhou in front of him. His entire body was inside a golden flame. The pain of burning tore at his nerves. He could clearly feel the pure flame slowly permeating his consciousness. His consciousness seemed to shun these flames. Yet the golden flames were domineering and forcibly permeated his consciousness thread by thread. What was this thing? He gritted his teeth and bore the pain. The rich and tyrannical power occupied his entire body and the pain was like thousands of ants chewing on his body, especially his palms and back. Zuo Mo had to focus his attention on the enemy in front of him. This way, it seemed that the pain he felt would lessen. He gathered all the strength in his body, and the midday blade in his hand viciously struck at Yu Zizhou. Midday blade strike. The sky was full of wind and fire that howled as it shot at Yu Zizhou. Yu Zizhou's expression changed slightly. With a cold snort, his left leg shifted back slightly, his hands made a shape as they were holding a large ball, and drew a perfect circle with ease in front of his chest. If Su Wei and the others saw this scene, they would have exclaimed, the ultimate defensive technique of Yu Zizhou, interconnected jade rings, but an ultimate move right at the start. Without time to think, Yu Zizhou instinctively used the strongest defensive Yao art he could do. 1 created 2, 2 created 4. In a flash, rings of light covered Yu Zizhou. Pew pew pew. The storm of fire hit the rings of light, and both were destroyed. Rains of fire continuously landed on the rings of light, and rings of light were continuously destroyed. But the number of light rings did not lessen. Instead, they increased and became more numerous. Zuo Mo felt there was an unstoppable flood inside his body that spread along his left hand and was going to burst from his left palm. He did not even think before slamming his palm towards the thick rings of light. Translator ramblings, we finally get to learn what really happened to Pu Yao, but Zuo Mo still is ignorant as he goes on berserk rage. I'm not sure what is going on with Qinghua Shui's flowers, but she seems to have only done as much as what the flowers told her, so she had nothing left after Zuo Mo destroyed the flowers. She had no cards in the back of her hand like Zuo Mo does with the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, You Should Die. Chapter 383, You Should Die. This palm struck the rings directly. The day script on the center of Zuo Mo's palm suddenly lit up. A vast and scorching power burst forth from the center of his palm. This power was extremely strange. It did not blow away the rings of light, instead, like a tiger reaching out with its head from the cage, it bit and held its prey. The sea of light rings were securely latched onto by Zuo Mo's left palm. The day script continuously released golden yellow light that corroded the rings of light. A golden boundary rippled through the rings of light as it moved towards the center of the barrier. Yu Zizhou's expression changed greatly. He felt a tyrannical presence corroding his interconnected jade rings at an astounding speed. What was this? It was the first time he had encountered such a strange Yao art. This domineering power spread so quickly it almost exceeded Yu Zizhou's imagination. He had just managed to gather all of his consciousness, and his vision already turned to a golden yellow ocean. Yu Zizhou had never thought he would ever be pushed to such a sorry state one day. No, such a hopeless situation. This was only the second move the other had used. The second move, and it forced him to such a state. A dancing clown. He suddenly thought of this phrase. A feeling of humiliation like never before instantly rushed every inch of his nerves. How could a person as proud as him be defeated in 2 moves by a person he thought of as a dancing clown? How could he? Yu Zizhou glared. The elegance and relaxed face was now unusually twisted. Deep pride was mixed with unprecedented humiliation. He was like a gambler that had lost it all, and went all in with his life. All of his consciousness and his strength was channeled into his arms. He held his arms as though he was embracing the oncoming golden light and slowly pushed forward like he was pushing a mountain. His face trembled fiercely and showed signs of instability. Jade. Gritting through his teeth, Yu Zizhou slowly spoke while visibly trembling. Every part of his body was trembling. The 2 curved arms he held in front of his chest slowly moved forward amidst this shuddering. Every fraction he pushed forward, the vibrations in the space around him increased by a fraction. Born. Just as the born was squeezed from his mouth, the golden light had spread to the last ring of light in front of Yu Zizhou. The golden light collided with Yu Zizhou's arms without any finesse. Yu Zizhou's body froze and his pupils suddenly expanded. Pia. Yu Zizhou's palms popped. Pia. The wrists exploded. Pia. The forearms exploded. Pia pia pia. After a string of noises like popcorn popping, the explosions spread along Yu Zizhou's arms to his body. Yu Zizhou's eyes were enormously wide. He looked in disbelief as his body exploded inch by inch. An unwilling wail suddenly was stopped. There was a dazzling golden ball of light that covered Zuo Mo's left palm that was like a sun. He maintained his striking pose motionlessly. All the flames over his body suddenly burrowed into his body. The red light faded from his crimson eyes and revealed golden yellow pupils. The golden yellow pupils were indifferent like that of a deity gazing down on ants, but the expression of pain on his face did not fade but increased. The indifferent gaze contrasted with the pained and twisted expression, forming an extremely strange image. The midday blade in his right hand was trembling. The golden ball of light on the left palm dissipated, and the sun script at the center of the palm faded. "Hong, let another one in." The hoarse and deep voice contained threads of insanity as it came out of the formation. "What little Poo-Poo has said is very wise." The female warrior suddenly raised her head and looked smilingly at Pu Yao. She nodded heavily and said, "This stupid armor really shouldn't be passed down anymore." The gravestone shook fiercely as though it was very discontent with the female warrior's words. The roiling black clouds looked as they were going to burst out. "Shut up." The female warrior's expression cooled. She raised the enormous claw in one hand and heavily smashed it down on the gravestone. With a clang, the earth shook. The shaking gravestone froze. From the point it was smashed, a web of cracks snaked out. Crack whoosh, a pile of broken rock fell off the gravestone. The black clouds that had just came out of the gravestone seemed to be hit with a body paralysis curse, and froze in the air. Such a powerful blow. His presence almost at his peak, Pu Yao's eyelids jumped. Pia, the black flames that had burrowed under his feet suddenly exploded simultaneously, and he was covered by a burst of black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Pu Yao's coughing passed out of the black smoke. When the black smoke dissipated, Pu Yao was singed and covered with ash. He looked with unfriendliness at the female warrior. The female warrior gave Pu Yao a flirtatious glance as though nothing had happened. She turned her face, and when she looked at the gravestone, her tone was cold. "Clean it up." The gravestone shook. Whoosh, the broken pieces that had broken off seemed to grow legs and climb into the place that had been smashed. Piece by piece, they went back to their original spot. In a blink, the gravestone seemed to be untouched again except for the web of cracks extending from the top of the gravestone. The power was just as terrifying as it had been in the past. Pu Yao glanced at the female warrior and sat down. There were too much to consider about everything that had happened today. Hadn't Darren died? How could she become alive again? Death could not be reversed. This had no connection to cultivation. Unless Darren did not die. If Darren had not died in the past, then there were too many possibilities in this. Golden Soul? That was very possible. So Darren hadn't died then. Wait a moment. Pu Yao's head was lowered. His bloody pupil unconsciously narrowed into icicles. Darren died in his arms. Even if it had been 3,000 years, he still remembered that scene clearly. He was familiar with Darren, her personality, her temper, he was familiar with everything. The Darren in front of him was so familiar as she was 3,000 years ago. But Darren had died, she had really died. There seemed to be a silent sigh in the cold pupil. The pain seemed to have been washed away by time, so faint there was almost no trace, but Pu Yao suddenly raised his head. Darren is already dead. The female warrior furrowed her brow and was slightly discontent. Pu Yao seemed to not see it, and said to himself in a light voice, "Darren is dead, both her soul and body destroyed, there was nothing left." His right hand came out of its wide sleeve and spread its fingers, feeling the air rush past them. He looked directly at the female warrior and said calmly, "I know it, Darren died." The blood-red pupil was so cold there was not a shred of warmth. He raised his hand, and a black flame jumped in his hand. His black hair started to dance again, and the silk-like black clothing moved despite the lack of wind. The entire sea of consciousness seemed to slow down. Gradually, only one rhythm could be heard, only one sound. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. The female warrior's expression changed slightly. Her eyes locked onto the thread of black yao fire on Pu Yao's hands. The strange rhythm in the space was the exact same as the rhythmic flickering flame on Pu Yao's hand. The golden soul really is a good thing. It seems you've recovered a fair bit. Pu Yao's expression was indifferent. The bottomless crimson pupil slowly revolved in a scornful smile that was as cold and sharp as a knife's edge suddenly jerked at the corner of his mouth. You also recovered your usual idiocy. The female warrior suddenly spoke. But the voice changed from the sweetness and flirtatiousness of just now and became as simple and wizened as an old person. How did you find out? Before the sound landed, the female warrior's body collapsed into fine black powder. The black dust danced and gathered in the air to turn into a ball of black smoke. Inside the black smoke, the figure of a male was discernible. You want me to tell you how idiotic you are? Ha! The scorn on Pu Yao's face grew. TSK, 3,000 years, you finally showed your face, it really wasn't easy. Haven't you wanted to force me out all along? The male inside the black smoke glanced at the black fire on Pu Yao's hands. He said in a deep voice, I think we need to have a good discussion. Discussion? Pu Yao raised an eyebrow ambiguously. He took away the black fire in his hand and said unconcernedly. Fine, discuss. Who are you? Gravestone armor, called protection, you can call me Wei. The black smoke covering his body disappeared, and revealed Wei's true appearance. He was wearing a body of black armor and seemed to have great bearing. His brow was straight and his eyes bright, he seemed full of righteousness. He was not as old as his voice seemed, and he bowed towards Pu Yao respectfully. Wei? Oh, not a bad name. Pu Yao narrowed his eye. Due to the previous owner, your heart is filled with hatred towards me. I am able to understand this, Wei slowly said. His voice was calm and neutral. It had a power that reached straight into the heart. What she protected seemed to be idiocy to you, but her resolve to protect was the source of her power. Pu Yao smirked coldly. TSK, so high-sounding. Wei's gaze looked into the distance as he was reminiscing on something. His voice became distant. Every soul has something they are willing to give their life for. His gaze came back and looked at Pu Yao. Isn't it also the same for you? Pu Yao still had a cold smirk. Don't spout these little pretenses in front of me. All right, you say. Wei did not argue, nodding and saying without hesitation. I say? Pu Yao narrowed his eye that was like a bloody red blade. He said lightly, I say, you should die. Wei's expression changed greatly. His figure turned to rolls of black smoke and flew towards the gravestone. Whoosh! Black flames sprouted from under the gravestone and completely enveloped the gravestone. Wei hurriedly stopped his body. He seemed to be extremely wary of this kind of black flame. You should die. Pu Yao stalked towards Pu Yao, a jumping flame being held in the air above his hand. The beautiful and dark face was filled with murderousness, his voice so cold there was no thread of warmth. For pretending to be her, you should die. Pu, you cannot kill me. Wei stared at Pu Yao with a calm expression. I know. The murderousness on Pu Yao's face suddenly disappeared and he said with a strange and dark smile, however, after 3,000 years, how can I not have spent any of my thoughts on you? Wei's expression really changed this time. A dazzling light lit up on Pu Yao's hands and illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Translator ramblings, lies all around. Well, Pu Yao's grief is real, but he didn't let it stop himself from thinking clearly. Also, I know a lot of you were excited about the female character, but Feng Xiang has made this person male. It's not going to be a fake again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, New Tenant. Chapter 384, New Tenant. Zuo Mo seemed to have an extremely long dream, a dream of red and gold. A world full of flame, dazzling, golden light filled the entire dream. But he could not remember what happened. Opening his eyes, Pia, a warm and soft bubble-like thing smashed into his embrace. Zuo Mo lowered his head. He saw a golden yellow body frolicking in his arms. This was Lil Fire? Zuo Mo's expression instantly became slightly strange. He gripped the little golden guy and raised it up. Lil Fire seemed to be recalling a certain painful memory. Its soft body suddenly froze. A moment later, it chirped weakly and looked at Zuo Mo. It really was Lil Fire. Zuo Mo's gaze relaxed and then he became curious. How did this guy become like this? The body which had originally been red was now golden red, and his figure had shrunk a few fractions. How did you become this? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Lil Fire hurriedly chirped, but Zuo Mo couldn't understand one sound at all. Zuo Mo ignored it, and squeezed around as he muttered, forgot where the spot is, not. The chirping suddenly stopped. Pew, a golden red flame shot out of Lil Fire's body. Lil Fire's expression was full of sorrow. Ha, found it. Ooh, it's good that you are normal. Zuo Mo relaxed his grip. When Lil Fire left the demonic hands, it shot into Ague's embrace and chirped sorrowfully as it rolled in search of comfort. Ague was still just as usual. Zuo Mo sighed inside. He didn't know when they would reach Cloud Jie. He walked next to Ague, and inspected Ague's body again. An uncontrollable expression of joy appeared on his face. The strange purple light seemed to have grown stronger. Even though he did not know what the purple light was, Zuo Mo knew it was of great benefit to Ague. The first time he had encountered an unconscious Ague, he had discovered the attributes of this purple energy. The purple energy showed signs of growth. This was a good thing. Zuo Mo's mood instantly became much lighter. Oh, what should he be doing right now? Zuo Mo furrowed his brow. He felt slightly strange. How could he not have anything to do? Wait. That wasn't right. His gaze focused. He remembered the battle stage at Wasteland Beast chessboard. The memories were like a flood that burst through the dam. He thought of more and more matters. That was right. Wasteland Beast chessboard. Stage. But why couldn't he remember what happened? What had happened? His expression became grave. He knew that something had definitely happened, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall anything. After thinking for a few moments, he entered the sea of consciousness. Pu Yao definitely would know. Entering the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. The sea of consciousness seemed to have changed. However, he was not in the mood to examine the sea of consciousness at this time. He sprinted directly in the direction of Pu Yao's location. Zuo Mo stopped his feet and gaped as he looked at Pu Yao. There was another person standing beside Pu Yao. After gaping for a moment, Zuo Mo suddenly became enraged. He shot forward a step, pointed at Pu Yao and started to scold, "You lazy glutton, GE tolerated you even though you don't pay rent, now you bring another person in? You really think of GE's Sea of Consciousness as a free residence? Aha! Didn't even inform me, you really think this is your home?" Pu Yao, who had been full of pride, suddenly froze. What I? Do you know whose territory this is? This is GE's Sea of Consciousness. You're great, you don't even have one piece of Jingshi, and you have your nose pointing at the sky all day? Go found you an eyesore a long time ago, you really think you are a benefit to GE? Ah humph. Now you even took a subordinate in? He. What he? Little poo-poo, you disappoint GE greatly. Thinking back to the past at Wukong Mountain, even with that powerful formation from the paper crane woman, GE's heart was like granite and did not waver at all. You meet just one male beauty, and you surrendered. Do you know why you are an old antique, but GE is the little MOGE that dominates the word? Let me tell you, there is a difference between people and Yao. Pu Yao was completely stunned by Zuo Mo's barrage of scolding. After Zuo Mo finished ranting, he felt extremely comfortable and very satisfied, especially when he saw Pu Yao's stupefaction. A feeling of victory rose. A cold snort coming out of his nose, he raised his face and glanced at the male beside Pu Yao. Who are you? I am Wei, greetings to you. The other stood and bowed to Zuo Mo. Wei's motions were relaxed and his expression serious. It caused people to feel his sincerity. However, Zuo Mo did not fall for this. He crisply shook his head. Wei? Never heard of you. Not waiting for Wei to speak, he continued, I don't care where you came from. But let's talk about the problem of rent. Very rational. Please continue. Wei did not argue and cleanly nodded. Ha! I like brisk people. Zuo Mo smiled. Very simple and to the point. Ooh, you can use all kinds of valuable things as rent. Like spells, Yao arts, Jingshi, rare materials, they all work. Wei said, I have a set of Diana Xiao, Attainment Golden Body, is this acceptable? Attainment Golden Body? Diana Xiao? Zuo Mo thought and then said, don't use trash to fool me. You can test it out first. Wei handed over a ball of light with a calm expression. Zuo Mo showed a satisfied expression. This guy really knew how to get with the program. Taking in the ball of light, a set of spells flowed like water across his mind. After musing over it, he couldn't help but show an abnormal expression. A 6th grade spell. What was the origin of this guy? A 6th grade spell just a start, Zuo Mo refocused and raised his eyebrows. Oh, not bad. This can be your yearly rent. He then twisted his mouth at Pu Yao. Pu, learn from this, look how proactive this person is. Your praise is Wei's honor. Wei bowed towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo did not even look at Pu Yao's pot-black face and left with bravado. Pu Yao's expression was unfriendly. The shadowed bloody pupil stared with coldness at Wei. Wei calmly met Pu Yao's gaze. As per our agreement, I did not pass him a MO skill. Remember your situation. Do not try to infuriate me. Pu Yao's bloody pupil narrowed as he coldly spoke, I've sealed your wretched steel. I cannot destroy it, but if you anger me, you can think of the consequences. You do not need to threaten me. Wei was not afraid, I've never betrayed my oath. TSK, so honorable. So honorable that you had to pretend to be Darren? The oath is will. Actions that do not betray the will are weapons. There is no right or wrong. Excuses. My will. Zuo Mo's mood was even better now that he received a 6th grade spell. He had guessed Wei's identity at the start because he noticed the light of the seal on the gravestone. Even though Pu Yao was usually very arrogant, he could not casually bring other souls into Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. In the past, even Pu Yao had caused a great disturbance when he had entered the sea of consciousness. How could another person arrive in the sea of consciousness without Zuo Mo detecting it? Even more, he noticed that Pu Yao's attitude towards Wei was unfriendly, but there were no further actions. Thinking about the ancient voice back when Pu Yao had entered his sea of consciousness, the answer was obvious. He had originally planned on squeezing out a small sum, but Wei's offering was much more than he had imagined. A 6th grade spell to start with, this was very profitable. Zuo Mo was filled with smugness. Even though Attainment Golden Body was a Diana Xiao spell, but it still held great value as a reference for him. Also, he had a Diana Xiao subordinate. Wasn't Zhongru just lacking a good Diana Xiao spell? Zhongru was from an unorthodox background, but he was still able to form an Amhina. If the 6th grade Diana Xiao spell was added, he could definitely go up another level. In a good mood, Zuo Mo did not forget what was most urgent at this moment. There wasn't enough time to carefully inspect the good thing in his hand. He hurried towards the Wasteland Beast chessboard. What had happened with the stage and the prison battlefield? He was very curious and bewildered. What had happened? Why could he not remember anything at all? He had been too worked up just now and forgotten to ask Pu Yao. However, since he was going to the Wasteland Beast chessboard, it would be the same if he asked Nan Yu and Song Zhe. They would definitely know. When Zuo Mo came to the prison battlefield, he couldn't help but pause. The prison battlefield was extremely unpopulated with only a few figures about. Even though he did not remember what happened, but he clearly remembered the crowds of Yao that had surrounded the prison battlefield that day. His heart suddenly jumped. Had he gone out of business? When the figures that were wandering around the prison battlefield saw Zuo Mo, all of their expressions changed. They looked as though they were seeing a ghost. Their gazes were filled with terror and fear. Zuo Mo was puzzled. What was with this group of people? Did he have something frightening on his body? It shouldn't be so. He remembered that these people in the past had looked at him as though they were drooling dogs seeing meat buns. Why was it that now they looked as though they were mice that had seen a cat? Was it something had happened that day? The bewilderment inside grew. He wanted to call a Yao and ask for clarification. But when this Yao saw Zuo Mo reach out, his face suddenly paled, his gaze unfocused, and he disappeared in a flash of white light. This. Zuo Mo was stunned where he stood. He had never thought there would be a day that he could frighten a Yao straight out of the 10-finger prison. A moment later, he refocused. Moving his feet, he walked into the prison battlefield. The formations on the outside had not changed compared to the past day. It was only when he went into the stage area that he saw Song Zhe. In the enormous stage age, Song Zhe sat alone. Darren! Song Zhe saw Zuo Mo and joyfully ran over. Oh, he made a sound in response. He then looked at the surroundings, and asked with a frown, what happened here? Where's Nan Yu? Nan Yu went to cultivate. We've been taking turns waiting for Darren. Song Zhe saw Zuo Mo's expression was unfriendly and hurriedly said, this place, at this moment, he could not find the words to describe and was stuck. We lost? Zuo Mo asked. Song Zhe swallowed and shook his head. No. Then why haven't people come? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Darren, you do not remember? Song Zhe carefully asked. Don't remember. Zuo Mo shook his head. I was just going to ask you what happened that day. The sound of Song Zhe swallowing became louder. His gaze was full of respect, and his expression even had threads of terror. That day, Darren successively killed 26 Yao. As a result, all the Yao that registered ran away in fear. Thinking about the scene that day, Song Zhe's body uncontrollably shook. Successively killed 26 Yao. Zuo Mo was stunned. Translator ramblings, I've finished moving and it's getting busy now that I'm settled in and everything has started. Some of you probably noticed that I haven't been responding to comments as frequently and correcting the minor typos. I do see them, and thank you for pointing them out, but these days, translating a chapter is about as much as I can get during the weekdays and I make up for the rest during the weekends. Zuo Mo's now a landlord of 2 old and knowledgeable spirits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, The Fame of a Brute. Chapter 385, The Fame of a Brute. Yes, Darren. Song Zhe's respectful voice carried great passion. Before, when Zuo Mo had decided to set up the battle stage, he had felt it was absurd. But now, in his mind, Darren was like a deity, undefeated and with immeasurable power. He had a feeling that Darren, even being so young, would definitely leave his name in the annals of Yao history. This feeling was so strong that he had even spoke of it to the clan elders in the hopes that they could provide more aid to Darren. In the beginning, the clan elders did not believe him, but after the Yao art recordings started appearing, they subdued the doubts of the elders. These Yao art recordings were made by those that had challenged Zuo Mo and had recorded the entire process of their battles with Zuo Mo. 26 challengers, and there were 9 Yao art recordings that had been publicized. Of the 26 challengers, the most famous was Zuo. The most accomplished genius of the Jade Clan's new generation, he once had the chance to enter the Elders' Council of the Genius Alliance. However, in order to concentrate on cultivation, he had refused Ming Yuye's invitation. The Jade Clan was not a large one, but it had a long history that stretched back into the prehistoric era. When Zuo appeared on the Wasteland Beast chessboard prison battlefield, everyone had thought that the battle had lost meaning. No Yao in the Yao world did not know that Zuo was pursuing Ji Liu. He was also publicly recognized as the one most likely to receive Ji Liu's favor. But no one had thought that Zuo Mo was so powerful he defeated Zuo in an instant. What happened after that seemed to challenge the limits of the spectators' imaginations. Zuo Mo was like a terrifying monster that did not know exhaustion. Any enemy standing in front of him would be crushed in an instant. One person, then another, and another. Other than the first mysterious challenger, no challenger was able to resist for 5 breaths, not even Zuo. Among them were genius youths, like Zuo, those that were experienced in death, and there were even 2 combat Yao from the military. There were also 5 supervisors from the Genius Alliance. Such a grand lineup, it was possible to make a powerful offensive Yao troop at the front lines. However, in front of Zuo Mo, they were cut up and diced like vegetables. In the 3rd prison and above, there was a rumor that was going around: all the Yao that failed in their challenge, including Zuo, had serious consciousness wounds and they had to seek healing. There were a few that had even more terrible situations. Other than wounds, this battle had left a great shadow in their hearts. It was possible that they would not progress anymore in their life. Zuo Mo became famed after this battle. His fame as a brute was unparalleled at this time. Have you found what Yao art this is? Su Wei crowded over and asked curiously. Ming Juzi shook his head. No. His gaze once again landed on Zuo Mo inside the Yao recording art, and he was extremely puzzled. The body was covered in flame, the golden yellow light, the full suit of armor, a shield on the left and a blade on the right, the transparent golden wings, the golden claws. This extremely strange attire was recorded in all 9 Yao recording arts. What caused the greatest fear were those golden eyes made of crimson flame. They were so cold, like there was no emotion. This indifference was the antithesis to his savageness and bloodthirstiness in combat. He was like a wild beast that only knew how to kill. All of the enemies were like weak prey and were torn into pieces under his sharp claws. Even you were not able to find anything? Su Wei really was surprised this time. Ming Juzi's power was not enough to bring him fame, but in terms of breadth of knowledge, few could trump over him. He was familiar with all kinds of secret histories and information that were not widely known. He even was well studied in the Yao history before the 1000-Year War. Ming Juzi did not move his gaze away. He stared at the Yao art recording. A moment later, he spoke. I have a feeling this may not be a Yao art. Not a Yao art? Su Wei paused. He then shook his head like a rattle drum. Impossible? If it is not a Yao art, what is it? Ming Juzi was silent for a moment. It looks a bit like a Mo skill. Mo skill? Su Wei's gaze instantly became strange. Brother, you have a fever. Mo skill? Mo skill appearing in the 10-finger prison? Other than Yao arts, there is nothing else that can appear in the 10-finger prison. I don't know either. Ming Juzi spread his hands. But I really feel it does not look like a Yao art. Su Wei said in a deep voice, don't be impatient. We can slowly search, there is definitely someone who will recognize it. We can only do this. Ming Juzi could only nod. He suddenly thought of something, and said seriously, don't involve yourself in this mess. This Zuo Mo is very savage. No. Su Wei said without hesitation. I don't want to find death. This guy can be seen to be one that treats Yao lives like grass. In his hands, if it is not death, it is serious injury. A bloodthirsty murderer. This guy really is a bloodthirsty murderer. Look at the two people from the military, didn't they end up killed with a stroke? The two Yao did not have good expressions. They watched the 9 Yao art recordings. That brute that was like a demonic god was deeply imprinted in their minds. How can the great Mo physique appear in the 10-finger prison? Pu Yao stared at Wei and asked. This was a question that had lingered in his mind. Wei sat with his legs crossed, arms against his legs, his hands dangling off his knees. His gaze was like the sea. The great Mo physique is an extremely rare Mo physique. Only a few know its origins. Origins? Pu Yao raised his eyelid. I have never heard that Mo physiques had origins. Wei smiled and did not refute. He only said, in prehistoric times, there were no divisions between Xiuzhi, Yao, and Mo. The cultivation at that time was not as complex as it was now. Actually, the cultivators of that time cultivated everything. The cultivation method of that time was very heterogeneous, varied. Mo physiques existed very early on, but not many would know that the creator of the Mo physique cultivation method, according to today's categories, was more like Yao. Ha! You say that Mo physiques are actually created by a Yao? Pu Yao seemed to have heard the best joke. Yes. Wei did not argue and said, when he found at that time the technique he was cultivating was unsupportable without a powerful body, he had to spend large amounts of time on body cultivation. He scorned the mainstream body cultivation methods of that time for being too slow, so he created the Mo physique cultivation method. Pu Yao did not speak. He realized this fake gentleman was not speaking nonsense. The Mo physique cultivation method was really efficient, but the process of cultivation was truly dangerous. Pu Yao had great breadth of knowledge. He knew very well that there were all kinds of divisions in history. It looked as though it was due to chance, but under the surface, one would find that there were all kinds of inevitable occurrences. There were historical requirements to the developments. At the time, he was not the only one developing a Mo physique cultivation method, but his results were the most obvious. The great Mo physique was his greatest work. The Mo physiques did not have such great variety as they do now, and the great Mo physique was the peak of all Mo physiques at that time. What this elder was most skilled in was still Yao arts, so in developing the cultivation method of the great Mo physique, he drew inspiration from Yao arts. The great Mo physique is the Mo physique that most closely resembles Yao arts. In today's terms, the great Mo physique emphasizes the use of spiritual power. Wei continued on, his presence forming naturally. Pu Yao did not answer. He pondered with his head down and then said with realization, so that's why. He was a genius to start with, a weirdo with the name of the Encyclopedia of Yao arts. After continuous battle, the number of spells and Mo skills that he had won and collected could not be counted. He was very knowledgeable. There were parts he did not understand before, but now that Wei spoke a bit about it, it was enough for him to clearly see the crux of the matter. The guy that thought of this method is really a genius. Pu Yao praised. He seemed to have a new idea and said to himself, maybe this can be tried out? Wei's expression was calm, but a shiver flashed through his mind. Being enemies with Pu Yao, he directly felt the immeasurable nature of this guy. Pu Yao's mind was sharp, sensitive, reacted extremely quickly, vicious and decisive, especially the insanity that came from his bones, that insanity that would destroy everything to reach his goal. Such a terrifying enemy. A wave rippled in Wei's heart, but he quickly resumed calmness. He looked openly at Pu Yao without any trembling in his gaze. The two had their own thoughts and it became silent. Zuo Mo dazedly looked at Song Zhe, and gaped for a long moment. Successively killed 26 Yao? He was joking. How could he be so ferocious? He was clear how much he was worth. Even though he didn't know names of the people that fell under his blade, but military combat Yao, high-level supervisors of the Genius Alliance, and guys that could enter the Elder Council of the Genius Alliance. Hearing Song Zhe heatedly narrate his results with awe, Zuo Mo felt like he was being told a story. What Yao world joke? That was the words that were echoing inside his mind the most, but when he saw Song Zhe's face, which was so excited his lips were trembling, he felt that it was not pretense. Had he really done it? Zuo Mo was full of suspicion and it was like he was listening to a fairy tale. Okay, maybe it really was he that did it. Zuo Mo said to himself. Oh, let's focus on something more practical. He raised his head and asked, how much did we make? Song Zhe, that had been going on heatedly, suddenly choked. His expression froze. In an instant, the giant figure of Darren in his mind wavered. He seemed to feel his breath was being choked at his throat. Seeing Song Zhe's expression, Zuo Mo instantly panicked. Did we lose money? Song Zhe almost collapsed. Why? In the legends, shouldn't those great heroes treat gold like dirt? The great battle god statue in Song Zhe's mind collapsed. Da. Darren, we earned 30 million. Sang Zhe felt like he was a server reporting to the manager of the store. This much? Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly widened and lit up. All the suspicions in his heart instantly dissipated in front of true income. How could the number of Yao he defeated be as tangible as how much he made? Zuo Mo wanted to roar with laughter. Translator ramblings, belated reaction chapter. Pu Yao is back to his schemes again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Song Lin. Chapter 386, Song Lin. Darren, this is my cousin, Song Lin. He has been to the third prison before. If Darren has any questions, you can ask him, Sang Zhe said respectfully. There was a male Yao standing next to him with features similar to Sang Zhe, but he looked slightly worn down. Song Lin also followed with a bow to Zuo Mo. His eyes were filled with respect and awe. In the last few days, the brutish reputation of this mysterious Darren had spread everywhere. Zuo Mo looked at him and then suddenly made a sound of surprise. You were wounded? Yes, Darren, Song Lin said in a hoarse voice. His voice was drier than Sang Zhe and his gaze dim. In the past, he had been the most talented of the younger generation of the sect. Young, and he was able to enter the third prison. He got into a conflict with someone else in the third prison once and was wounded in combat that resulted long-lasting damage to his consciousness. He had not expected the other's imprint to be extremely malicious. The elders of the sect tried all they could but had no solutions. Sang Zhe had called him over this time because Zuo Mo had asked about the Yao market bounties. Of the younger generation of the clan, only Song Lin had gone to the third prison. Let's heal you first and then talk. Zuo Mo beckoned with his hand at Song Lin. Come over. Song Lin stilled. Sang Zhe reacted first, and said in a joyful and trembling voice, Darren, can you heal this kind of wound? He could not be blamed for his loss of composure. The glory of the Grey Clan had long faded, and the Grey Clan was continuously declining. The greatest problem the Grey Clan faced was that they had no able successors. Song Lin had once been the hope of the Grey Clan. In order to heal his wound, the clan had spent great sums. Sang Zhe was the youth with the greatest talent next to Song Lin, but if it was not for the Yi Grey Scar art, it probably would take him far more time to pass the first prison. If Song Lin's wound could be healed, that meant the Grey Clan would have an able assistance. So when Sang Zhe heard that Zuo Mo was able to heal Song Lin's wounds, his state could be described as overjoyed. Song Lin was completely stunned, his mind blank. He dumbly walked in front of Zuo Mo. Relax. Just like normal, Zuo Mo's spiritual power was like nimble tentacles that connected to Song Lin's consciousness. The scenery in front of him changed. He seemed to be situated in a patch of gray and blue mist that moved relentlessly. It was possible to see dozens of mist streams that slowly flowed along specific paths. Zuo Mo was shocked. The scene in front of him was so clear it was slightly outrageous. His consciousness had improved again. Other than joy, Zuo Mo felt slightly puzzled. The improvement of his consciousness seemed too fast recently, it seemed to improve at a rate visible to the naked eye. He started to worry. Would this rate of increase have any problems? He needed to find a time to ask Pu Yao. Suppressing the worry and shock inside, Zuo Mo started to seriously inspect Song Lin's consciousness. He quickly found the cause of the problem. These blue streams were flowing slowly, too slowly. He closed his eyes, and the scenery inside the blue mist continuously appeared in front of him. The slender flows were like rivers and streams. Some were thick, and others extremely thin. They crisscrossed and did not interfere in certain places. Zuo Mo seemed to understand. These slender flows were like the ling channels inside people's bodies and supported all of the consciousness. At a place where the blue slender flows intersected was a blood-colored vine covered in thorns. This was it. Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes. He was not skilled in healing and only understood a bit after repeatedly inspecting a Gui's body. Vitality, this intangible and ethereal substance, was something he could measure. From the beginning, using the little art of cloud and rain, to inspecting a Gui's body, he had gained a direct impression. In the prison-breaking battle of vast water clear skies, facing the vast water breath filled with vitality, he had a new understanding of vitality. Seeing Song Lin today, he detected that Song Lin's vitality was not flowing smoothly, so he had asked. He examined it for a while longer and confirmed that the red thorny vine was the culprit that disrupted the flow of the blue streams. He did not hesitate and started to deconstruct it. In his eyes, the thorny vine was completely made from Yao arts. When he touched the red thorny vine, Zuo Mo couldn't help but shiver. An excited expression quickly came over. The construction of the red thorny vine was a new structure he had never seen before. It was also more complex than the Yao arts which appeared in the wasteland beast chessboard. From when they entered vast water-clear skies, Pu Yao had continuously emphasized deconstruction to Zuo Mo. How many Yao arts had Zuo Mo deconstructed up until now? He himself could not remember it, but deconstructing Yao arts almost had become a kind of instinct. When he saw a completely novel and complex Yao art, he had a twinge of excitement like a gourmand that saw delicious food. Without hesitating, Zuo Mo started to deconstruct it. Zuo Mo quickly encountered a blockage, but this did not discourage him. It was the opposite, and his fighting spirit was stimulated. He was like a battle-seeking warrior who encountered an opponent of similar skill. It had been so long since he had encountered such a powerful Yao art. Zuo Mo was excited. This really was a complex Yao art problem. Zuo Mo's mind revolved quickly. His focus narrowed. The lights of all kinds of little Yao arts continuously flashed on his hands. He was truly familiar with the set of little Yao arts now and could confidently use them without any struggle. It was natural, like eating and drinking. When an idea formed in his mind, the little Yao art on his hand would have formed as well. Song Lin's expression continuously changed. Sometimes pained and sometimes relaxed. Song Zhe did not dare to relax and silently informed the elders of the clan. To the Grey Clan, this was really an important matter. A moment later, 6 wizened-looking Grey Clan elders appeared next to Song Zhe. "How is the situation?" the chief elder asked in a deep voice. His gaze landed on Song Lin and did not shift away. From the lights that were flashing on Song Lin's body, it was clear the other was undergoing healing. "It's been going for 2 hours, Song Zhe hurriedly replied. The elders instantly had serious expression. They had all tried to heal Song Lin before, but in the end, they were ineffective. The Yao art imprint inside Song Lin was not strong, but was extremely hardy. No matter which method they used, they could not destroy it. Without needing to ask, the elders encircled Zuo Mo and Song Lin and shielded in the middle, preventing others from disturbing them and affecting the healing. Looking at Song Lin's pale and weary face, Chief Elder's heart couldn't help but hurt. He and the other elders worked to support the Grey Clan, but they were already in the last stages of their life. But watching as they aged day by day, and there was no successor from the descendants of the clan, the urgency they felt could be imagined. The Grey Clan had declined, but they possessed the Golden Tree, so they had barely managed to survive until now. The reason the Grey Clan could protect the Golden Tree was that the elders were strong. Each of them was not individually strong, but they were united. Others did not dare to easily provoke them. But if they were no longer there, the Golden Tree would end up being fatal to the Grey Clan. The appearance of the Grey Scar art undoubtedly filled the elders with hope of the future again. If Song Lin could recover, then their last worry would disappear. With Song Lin's talent, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket if he cultivated Grey Scar art. The lights on Song Lin's body suddenly flashed rapidly. This change caused the expressions of the elders to deepen. They knew this was the most crucial moment. Pia. An abnormally crisp sound suddenly came out of Song Lin's body. Chief Elder stilled and then his eyes lit up. He could not control himself from showing an overjoyed expression. The other elders quickly reacted, all of them with joy on their face. Song Lin opened his eyes. There was another light in that pair of dim eyes. Zuo Mo did not move. He was like a statue of wood. Seeing the situation, the other elders did not dare to slack off. They persisted in shielding Zuo Mo. A long while later, Zuo Mo slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Such a strange Yao art. Seeing Zuo Mo open his eyes, Song Lin forcibly suppressed the excitement inside and made a deep bow towards Zuo Mo. Song Lin cannot repay Darren's great boon of rebirth. But whatever Darren orders, Song Lin will do his best to accomplish. The chief elder just wanted to stop him, and hadn't expected that he would be too late. He couldn't help but sigh inside. As expected of a young person. With these words, it was akin to putting the future of the Grey Clan into the hands of Xiao Mo Gu. Of the young people of the clan, the most promising successor to the position of clan leader were Song Zhe and Song Lin. But he could see the attitudes of these two towards Xiao Mo Gu. But Chief Elder altered his way of thinking. This was not a terrible thing. If the Grey Clan had the aid of such a powerful expert in the future, at least, they did not have to worry about others targeting the Golden Tree. Thinking about this, he stepped forward and bowed to Zuo Mo. This old man is the chief elder of the Grey Clan. Greetings to the honored Xiao Mo Gu. The boon that Sir has given us is something all of the Grey Clan is grateful for. This is just a small token. Sire, please accept it. The other elders saw the 2 golden souls in the chief elder's hand and couldn't not stop their disbelieving expression. The production of golden souls was very low. Last time to exchange for the Grey Scar art, they had paid 10 golden souls. What was left in the clan could be counted on the fingers. They had not expected the chief elder to give out 2 golden souls in their first meeting. However, they all know that the chief elder usually had deep insight and carefully considered his actions. They were puzzled, but no one spoke in opposition. They simultaneously bowed towards Zuo Mo. Please accept it. Zuo Mo was not courteous and took the golden souls. He said that he wanted to ponder what he had learned today. The elders were all very intelligent and hurriedly bid farewell. A cold light flashed past Zuo Mo's eyes. He sat down cross-legged on the ground to recover his spiritual power. Moments later, a figure appeared in the distance. Zuo Mo detected it. He opened his eyes and stood up. Just now, when he had succeeded in deconstructing the Yao art imprint inside San Lin's body, at the moment the blood-colored thorny vine turned to dust, he received a challenge. The Yao that had left the Yao art imprint in San Lin had challenged him. This was a letter delivered in an arrogant tone and filled with unconcealed threats. The other had detected that Zuo Mo was deconstructing his Yao art imprint. He could not bear it and wanted to see who was stronger with Zuo Mo. If this was a usual time, Zuo Mo would definitely ignore the challenge, but today, he had a different idea. This kind of complex and weird Yao art had many unique places. Zuo Mo might have deconstructed the Yao art imprint on San Lin, but there were still many places he did not understand. The other's challenge was like a fat sheep that was being delivered to his mouth. A starving Zuo Mo unhesitatingly accepted it. The blood-colored thorny vines Yao art was very interesting. Zuo Mo was thoughtful. Translator ramblings, a relaxed chapter after all that excitement. If the tension is always so high, people get tired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Mo Ruhua. Chapter 387, Mo Ruhua. The desolate flat slope was an extremely barren place. Weeds were growing everywhere and withered, gravely earth covered the land. No faction had any interest in such a poor and barren place. However, the South Sky Wisteria clan lived here. Just like the many times before, Nanyu's figure flashed past. Because there were no plentiful water sources nearby, and the air was dry. This kind of environment was not suited to their survival. The Wisteria clan liked to live in places with dense forests, shade, and plenty of water. But places like those, even if they had no valuable resources, were everyone's targets. The Wisteria clan, which only had the old, the children, and the crippled, what offensive power did they have? Looking at the piles of pebbles that flashed by below, Nanyu's mood was dour. She resolved inside that she had to make a breakthrough as early as possible to increase her Yao designation. If she could increase her Yao designation, she could take her clansmen into the city to live. The environment inside the cities was much better than in the wilderness. Thinking of the South Sky Arrow art she was cultivating, she was full of confidence in the future. With her present improvement speed, it would not be long before she could receive a satisfactory Yao designation level. A Yu has come back. A Yu has come back. The clan's people saw Nanyu and were very excited. Nanyu was the most outstanding young Yao of the Wisteria clan and the hope of the clan. If it was not for the fact that she was so young, the clan leader would have passed the position onto her. In the younger generation, she was the undoubted big sister. When she arrived, everyone crowded over. Nanyu showed a smile. Is everyone fine? Great. Ayu, don't worry about us. Yes, big sister Ayu, we've been working hard on our cultivation. Everyone talked over each other. Listening to the clan's people speak of what had happened in this past while, Nanyu's heart was filled with warmth. She took out a large pile of daily essentials from her date seed bracelet. This was bought using the money she earned outside of her time spent cultivating. We really troubled Ayu. The elders of the clan sigh. Their turbid eyes were filled with deep guilt. The entire clan was almost supported entirely by Ayu right now. It is my duty. Nanyu smiled, and comforted, it is a kind of cultivation. If uncles need something, tell me. When she had been little, her parents had died. It was these elders that had raised her. This situation was very common in the clan. Right now, the entire clan was 11 people. Other than the 2 elders, the rest were all children. They had survived only due to the toil and farming of these elders. It was this kind of hardship and poverty that caused the entire clan to become unusually united. The elders of the clan had low cultivation. They did not have any other skill to earn money. They could only plant some basic grains in this patch of pebbly land and barely satisfy their hunger. After talking about daily life with the elders, she stood, patted her hands and gathered all the children. How has everyone cultivated? The children squealed and talked. Nan Yu patiently inspected them one by one. She quickly had a happy expression. 3 children were not far from igniting their starfire and entering the stage of starfire where they would be able to form vine arrows, giving them basic offensive abilities. All of this was due to the South Sky Arrow art. South Sky Arrow art was really the inherited Yao art of the South Sky Wisteria clan. It seemed to be custom made for them and was the best suited for them to cultivate. She praised the children that had improved the quickest and patiently explained the problems that they encountered in their cultivation. However, she did not teach them the attacking Yao arts of South Sky Arrow art, but taught them little Yao arts. She took Zuo Mo's entire set of teachings and transferred it to them over directly. What Darren said was definitely correct. Looking at the focused little faces, Nan Yu was full of anticipation towards the future. Mo Ru's expression was dark. Just now, he had felt the Yao art imprint that he had put in Son Lin had been destroyed. Who was this person who had no eyes? Who dared to meddle in matters not of his concern? Looking for death. He showed a bloodthirsty smile. It had been very long since he met someone worth fighting. It was good to have something to do today. He had also recently had a breakthrough and was at the time where his confidence was at its peak. A person who did not have eyes coming up to him, was there anything better than this? My axe is hungering, and wants to drink fresh blood. It was a pity that this was the 10-finger prison and there was no way to taste blood. He regretfully smacked his lips. He had a full and bristly beard. His eyes were deep-set and a strange deep red. The slightly hooked nose made him seem sly. When he flew, it was like a blazing thread of fire. He had no intention of concealment. His attitude was extremely arrogant and proud. The Yao he encountered along the way all changed expression when they saw this thread of fire and moved aside in panic. Mo Ru's infamy was known by everyone in this area. A free and smug laugh came from inside the fire thread. With the sound of the fire crackling as it burned, it spread into the surroundings. Inside the fierce fire, Mo Ru narrowed his eyes. He wondered, what would the other's face look like when they saw him? He had seen too many guys who thought they were experts get ashen expressions when they saw him. That was way too amusing. Every time it happened, he would find it amusing. He was like a cat playing with the mice under his claw. This kind of life was so wonderful. He greedily sighed. How would he torment that unfortunate person later? Oh, use the Yao art he had just comprehended? This idea wasn't bad. A ball of fierce fire crackled as it flashed past at astounding speed. Entering the first prison, he quickly found the traces of the other. If ever his Yao art imprint was destroyed, it would release an extremely weak imprint. This imprint would not do any damage, but it could guide him to find the other. No one had ever escaped untouched if they met him. Never. Without needing much effort, he found the other. Looking from the distance, it was a lone figure. Mo Ru suddenly became excited. Thinking how the other would desire death in front of his Yao art, he felt the blood inside heat up. It would be such a wonderful feeling. He unhesitatingly sped up. This figure became closer and clearer. The other showed no intentions of fleeing. Wait, he seemed to be waiting. Suddenly, the figure raised its head and looked over. Mo Ru sensed something unusual. The distance between them decreased. The other's appearance became clearer. Why did he find this guy somewhat familiar? Had they interacted before? Mo Ru was slightly puzzled. He frowned, and thought back where he had seen this guy before. He did not decrease his speed. Surrounded by fire, Mo Ru charged straight towards Zuo Mo. When he was about 3 zhang from the other, a name suddenly jumped into Mo Ru's mind. His face instantly became white. That pair of bloody red eyes filled with viciousness and killing intent turned instantly into terror that reached his bones. Xiao Mo Gu. He was Xiao Mo Gu. Mo Ru's heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand without any warning. The sudden feeling of suffocation made his entire body soften. In a moment, his mind was blank and his eyes lost focus. The blow caused by this name almost destroyed his mental defenses. Brute. This was a true brute. A heartless brute that killed 26 Yao successively. A truly lawless brute that caused even the military combat Yao to lose their halo. Thinking about that undefeatable figure wrapped in fire, Mo Ru felt his entire body tremble. Compared to Xiao Mo Gu, he was just a sheep wrapped in wolfskin, so weak and gentle, so innocent and harmless. Those that fell under the butchering knife of Xiao Mo Gu included geniuses that Mo Ru heard of like Yu Zizhou, battle-hardened combat Yao, and a few that he was very familiar with. Those Yao channels had just mentioned them, but Mo Ruhua knew them. He even had good relations with one of them. Those people were truly lawless people that worked in the shadows. They did not blink when they killed, vicious and emotionless. They were all people that Mo Ruhua was very wary about. But all of them, without exception, had fallen under the blade of Xiao Mo Gu, even though the battles were in the 10-finger prison. But this was not what caused him to feel terror. Just yesterday, the one he had the closest relationship with had died in front of him. Speaking of him, Mo Ruhua was not close to the guy, they had just interacted a few times. But that guy had no friends and had found him in the end. Mo Ruhua could only go. In the end, he had taken care of the corpse. On the surface, it seemed the death was caused by old wounds like injuries to the consciousness, but the true fatal blow was the powerful blow that person's mind had received. That was the true cause of his death. That blow of Xiao Mo Gu had not just wounded his consciousness, it had completely destroyed his will. What the person had said to him at that time, Mo Ruhua almost didn't believe his ears. The guy that died definitely had taken more than 30 lives, his will was definitely as sturdy as rock. Normal illusory arts could not affect him. He was so vicious and cruel that even Mo Ruhua felt some fear of him. But a guy as powerful as him had met his end by one blow from Xiao Mo Gu. And that was in the 10-finger prison. This guy was terrifying to an extreme degree. After that incident, in Mo Ruhua's heart, Xiao Mo Gu was a terrifying existence like a demonic god, and ranked first among those that he would not dare provoke. What were Ming Yu Yi, Ji Li Yu? They can all go to hell. Mo Ruhua usually did not place any importance on those geniuses. In his eyes, those so-called geniuses were garden flowers that lived in the greenhouse. No matter how attractive they looked, they were only able to be admired but not used. Those that did not experience blood and fire, they were just greenhorns. But Xiao Mo Gu was a vicious beast that climbed out of hell. He had actually ran over to make trouble for Xiao Mo Gu, a phrase jumped out of his mind, he didn't want to live. Did he not want to live? His mind was completely blank. He lost the ability to speak, and to think. He could only look at Xiao Mo Gu dumbly. Every bone in his body, every piece of muscle was frozen midair. Was today the apocalypse? When he refocused, he was less than one zhang from Xiao Mo Gu. Translator ramblings, Mo Ruhua was about face. This is also more of a reaction chapter on what happened in certain parts of Yao society after Zuo Mo's killing spree. I think the use of killing in that previous chapter might have ended up more of a spoiler since I was affected by what I knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Fantasy Flame Tornado. Chapter 388, Fantasy Flame Tornado. Pu Yao greedily absorbed the golden souls. In the battle between him and Wei, he held the advantage, but he also had expended himself greatly. The 2 golden souls the chief elder of the Grey Clan had delivered were a rain that came at the right time. He unhesitatingly stole them from Zuo Mo's hand. Zuo Mo did not stop him. He had probably guessed that it would be impossible to prevent. The golden mist permeated Pu Yao's body at a visible rate. Pu Yao showed a satisfied expression. However, a portion of the golden mist drifted towards Wei. Even though it was just a quarter, Pu Yao was still slightly discontent. However, he had no solution to this problem. Just like no matter how much he found this false gentleman an eyesore, he was not able to kill the other. There was a direction connection between his 3,000 years of survival in the Yao Forging Tower and this strange wretched armor. Wei was the armor spirit of this wretched armor. Pu Yao was about the same, but he was not restricted by the armor. He had worked his mind for 3,000 years to try to take over this gravestone armor. But this gravestone armor was a closed system and extremely strange. However, when he thought about how this false gentleman was unable to shrink back into the turtle shell, Pu Yao couldn't help but be smug. Anyway about it, he was a Sky Yao. He understood all kinds of obscure methods, and he finally found a few that were effective. From a certain perspective, he and Wei shared an existence. The two could not destroy each other. Pu Yao could not even absorb the golden souls completely by himself. There definitely would be a portion which Wei would absorb. Even though Pu Yao clearly held the more powerful position, there was nothing for him to feel happy about. Even if this false gentleman had an extraordinary background, but in the eyes of Pu Yao, whose eyes were on the top of his head, this was a very low thing. A piece of armor sitting in a position equal to his, this was too ****ing displeasing to Ge. Having finished absorbing the golden soul, Pu Yao's hair became even darker and shinier, and his bloody pupil had an additional sheen. The snake-like tongue unconsciously licked his lips with lingering hunger. He glanced at Wei, who was sitting cross-legged. He could see that the golden soul was also of significant help to Wei. A cold smirk floated at the corner of Pu Yao's mouth. After 3,000 years together, he understood his neighbor very well. Even if this guy agreed to not pass Mo skills to Zuo Mo, he would not give up so easily. However, Wei definitely would not think that his scant words that day had inspired great trust in Pu Yao. To a person as perverse as Pu Yao, the inspiration brought by the most minuscule hint could change too many things. Just wait and see. Pu Yao narrowed his eyes. Zuo Mo stared at Mo Ruhua and was slightly surprised. A person that looked so rough used such strange Yao arts. Yao really could not be judged based on their appearances. Mo Ruhua shivered under Zuo Mo's stare. Zuo Mo's silence pressured him. What should he say at this time? Sorry, I got the wrong person? Or brother, I've long heard of you, give your little brother mercy. Or just run away immediately. Various thoughts formed in the pitiful Mo Ruhua's mind. He did not think of resisting at all. Even if he was facing Yu Zizhou, he definitely would not be so nervous. Yu Zizhou was stronger than him, but he believed if he gritted his teeth and did not fear death, he would have a chance at survival. He felt that in terms of viciousness, the great majority of geniuses could not compare to him. But facing Xiao Moge, no matter if they competed on strength or viciousness, he thought he had no chance at all. What made him want to cry was that he had been the one to instigate this matter. He really was seeking death. He wanted to slap himself. Such an idiotic matter had happened to him. All of the fighters of the Yao world were trying to avoid this brute right now, and he had pushed himself in front of the other. Even he knew that the bounties of the Yao markets for Xiao Moge were continuously decreasing. The Yao that had been wanting to watch a spectacle were really frightened this time. Vicious and savage, bloodthirsty and murderous, this kind of presence wasn't something a Yao with clean hands could have. The consciousness could not be faked. On this point, almost all the Yao had come to an unusual consensus. Xiao Moge was a lawless brute whose hands were drenched in blood, but the elders of those students ordered them to stop their actions against Xiao Moge, and some overzealous students were put under house arrest by their clan, unable to leave. The Ji family and the Blue Flower family kept low-key and clearly did not want any further incidents. Even the Genius Alliance, which was usually loud-spoken, collectively lost their voice. They had enough privilege, enough strength, but none were willing to provoke a lawless brute. Even more so a lawless brute who was so young but had such power. Some experienced Yao discussed secretly among themselves, suggesting that if Xiao Moge could live for another 20 years, then the Yao world would have another butcher. Just as Mo Ruhua was thinking what to do, Xiao Moge suddenly spoke. You left behind the Yao art imprint on Song Lin? Mo Ruhua's heart shook once. This was the classic interrogation. Zuo Mo's words destroyed the last lingering thread of hope inside. Mo Ruhua was truly a vicious person. The desperate situation provoked his viciousness. He raised his head and said harshly, yes. I left it. Zuo Mo made sure, and so he did not hesitate. A few little Yao arts smashed from his hands towards Mo Ruhua. As they started to fight, Mo Ruhua started to calm down and settled to receive Zuo Mo's attacks. After a few rounds, he quickly found that Xiao Moge did not have the unstoppable presence he had in the Yao recording arts. His attacks could not be considered strong. However, Mo Ruhua was very battle experienced. His murderousness was usually high, but he was cautious when he fought. After standing up for 20 more breaths, Xiao Moge was still as soft as water and did not pose too much of a threat. At this time, Mo Ruhua finally relaxed completely and his attacks increased. Mo Ruhua's Yao art was extremely unique. His hands would continuously flick and swipe at the space in front of him as he was surrounded by dancing flames. The flames in the air floated along to strange paths. It was as though there were invisible threads in front of him that pulled the flames surrounding him. Zuo Mo randomly threw out a little Yao art and stopped a thread of flame. A feeling of danger rose. He did not hesitate and saw a blade of flame brush past his scalp. There was no time for him to dodge as a spear of flame jumped up and pointed straight at his stomach. Zuo Mo's legs crossed, and the fingers of his left hand flicked. A little Yao art accurately hit the flame spear and caused it to divert from its path. However, Mo Ruhua's attack did not stop, and became even fiercer. The flames surrounding him were not just able to dance and attack to his will, but could transform into all kinds of attack forms. It was the first time that Zuo Mo encountered a Yao art as strange as this. His actions were uncoordinated and he made a somewhat sorry figure. Mo Ruhua saw this and his morale rose. He guessed that Xiao Moge's golden yellow armor probably had some special restriction. Another possibility was that Xiao Moge had been wounded last time. Otherwise, he should not be refraining from using the armor. Thinking about it this way, the terror in Mo Ru was heart retreated. Xiao Mo's situation was not uncommon. Those Yao arts that were wondrously powerful usually had stringent requirements, or one had to pay a weighty price. If it was like that, then this was undoubtedly the time where Xiao Mo was the weakest. Was this a chance given by the heavens? Thinking about this brute that shook all of the Yao world being abused under his hands, a feeling of exhilaration that he never had before filled his body. His body was even trembling from his excitement. Such a wonderful matter. A matter that he didn't even dare to think of was happening in front of him. The extreme terror and the hopelessness from before decreased. The stimulation and pleasure produced almost consumed him. In this kind of wondrous situation, his state reached the highest peak of his life. The Yao art that he had just had a breakthrough with did not seem raw in his hands and was confidently executed. Each Yao art was carried out instinctively, so perfect that he felt this was a pleasurable experience. Zuo Mo felt as though he had suddenly landed in a flaming hurricane. All kinds of fire Yao arts covered the skies and earth as they shot at him. Even worse, he had no room to dodge. The others' Yao arts spread out, and their presence was bigger than Zuo Mo imagined. However, Zuo Mo was not panicking. His figure looked sorry, but both his expression and his gaze head was dead still. The light on his hands never stopped. To him, little Yao arts were as simple as breathing. Sometimes it was one light, sometimes many. 500 kinds of little Yao arts formed from the many combinations in his hands. These little Yao art combinations either guided or stopped. Zuo Mo would frequently find the smallest space and use them to dodge repeatedly. The flame hurricane continuously strengthened. Looking at Xiao Mo, who was in a sorry state under his Yao arts, Mo Ruhua felt extremely smug. The longer his fantasy flame tornado persisted, the more powerful it was. It would continuously strengthen itself, and the amount of spiritual power he expended would not change greatly. The longer this battle dragged out, the more advantageous it was for him. As expected, Xiao Mo became even more harried. There were a few wounds on his body. Even though it was just a few small wounds, Mo Ruhua could not help but roar with laughter. Xiao Mo Gu. Struggle. Experience such wonderful Yao arts. Ha ha. Ooh, another wound, so pitiful. Mo Ruhua started to play his favorite game of cat and mouse. Looking at Xiao Mo who was holding on in the tornado, he did not want to miss any scene. Tisk tsk. Really hardy. As expected of Xiao Mo. Such beautiful movements. Come on. Let's have another one. Ha ha. Mo Ruhua laughed freely. Inside the tornado, Zuo Mo was silent as he withstood with effort. But Mo Ruhua did not notice that the lights on Zuo Mo's dangling hands were slowly changing. Translator ramblings, anyone want to compute how many possible combinations of the little Yao arts are possible? There's probably an upper limit to how many Yao arts can be used in a string. There was a comment about Nan Yu and the little Yao arts that Wandering Yumi of Doom informed me about. The knowledge that Pu Yao taught Zuo Mo who then taught Nan Yu is technically secret. Some of you think that Nan Yu should keep it a secret rather than teaching her clansmen. The other side of the matter is that Nan Yu is strengthening Zuo Mo because her clan will grow stronger and then they can be of help to Zuo Mo. I think this is actually a pretty interesting problem, and we have been infected so much by Pu Yao and Zuo Mo pricing knowledge and skills that we want Zuo Mo to get something out of it. However, if we look at Zuo Mo's actions in the past, he doesn't price knowledge and expect a great deal when he shares his own knowledge. In this case, little Yao arts was a freebie he got from Pu Yao. In the past, he has shared his forging knowledge and also his sword formation with his camps. So he doesn't have a problem with sharing at all. Pu Yao thinks this is simple stuff, so he doesn't have a problem either. Therefore, I don't think Nan Yu actually broke any rules in sharing. Things might be different for the Mo, but Yao and Mo might be similar. Pu Yao has mentioned in the past that Mo would work for their generals/leaders who will reward them with techniques they could give back to their clan. This might be one of those cases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, The Goal. Chapter 389, The Goal. The lights continuously changed on Zuo Mo's hands. His brow was tightly furrowed. Little Yao arts flowed like water past his fingertips. He had a serious expression and did not dare to slack off. As the tornado increased in strength, he could clearly feel the pressure increase along with it. He to use 120% of his attention for each step. If he was the least bit careless, he would be drowned in the barrage of attacks. The fire Yao arts the other cast were extremely unorthodox and completely different than anything he had encountered before. What had attracted his attention though was the Yao art imprint from Song Lin's consciousness that he had deconstructed. That Yao art imprint had been strange and poisonous. It was completely different than these explosive Yao arts he was seeing now. Zuo Mo focused attentively on the chaotic-looking fire Yao arts. Like a fish swimming, his consciousness locked onto every Yao art that passed in front of him. He was unusually calm, his mind and eyes clear like a serene lake. The Yao arts passed like flickering silhouettes flashing across the lake. The reflections that these Yao arts created on the lake surface gradually became clear. Zuo Mo did not blink. His steps were like that of a butterfly weaving between flowers, the little Yao arts on his hands extremely accurate and appearing at the most appropriate time. With his attention occupied, even he did not detect his own transformation. Time was like a line that grew longer the more it was pulled. The lightning-fast Yao arts and fire seemed to become increasingly slow. Each Yao art was unprecedentedly clear in Zuo Mo's eyes. They seemed to pass by like snails. Every minuscule detail clearly landed in Zuo Mo's eyes. The wondrous feeling did not cause Zuo Mo to feel excited. His face was peaceful, and he searched for the traces of what interested him among these Yao arts. The Yao art imprint inside Sun Lin was his target this time. The abundant fire Yao arts looked domineering, but were not what he desired. Just at this time, the lights on Zuo Mo's hands finally stabilized. The faint glowing light seemed to form a thin and small glove of light that enveloped his palm. This Yao art was called Tactile Knowledge Grip. This was a Yao art that Zuo Mo had created. It was not complex, but it had taken great mental effort. This Yao art could clearly identify the attributes of a Yao art and was a Yao art he created especially to help him deconstruct other Yao arts. But it was the first time that he used Tactile Knowledge Grip in battle. A bloody red blade of fire came towards his neck at a difficult angle. Zuo Mo raised his hand and grabbed at the blade of fire. A hand of light projected from his own and grabbed the blade of fire. The blade of fire shook fiercely as if it was a fish that had been captured and wanted to jerk out of the hand. Pew pew pew. The outer layers of the blade of flame quickly dissipated, and revealed a section of bloody vine. Zuo Mo's eyes brightened and his hands moved in the air. The hand of light gripped onto the bloody vine. Such an unique construction. Zuo Mo closed his eyes, and his consciousness shot at the bloody vine. The excited Mo Ru was stilled. Xiao Mo Go actually closed his eyes. What was this guy thinking of doing? Did he want to surrender? Humph. Did Xiao Mo Go think that he would let him off like that? Mo Ru's bloodlust had been aroused, and his fear of Zuo Mo had been thrown out of his mind. A cruel smile suddenly came onto his face. Suddenly, his pupils expanded and his smile froze on his face. Inside the tornado, the figure of Xiao Mo Go with his closed eyes became even hard to predict like wisps of smoke. The sky full of Yao arts couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Why? Mo Ru was suddenly had a bad feeling. Just now, Xiao Mo Go had been a sorry figure, but now he seemed so at ease as though he was strolling around. Had he been pretending before? There was a section of blood vine inside the blade of flame. Shocked, Zuo Mo's interest rose. This was it. The bloody vine was what he was interested in. When he had been healing Song Lin, he had found the bloody vine was very unique. It could securely root itself inside the consciousness of the enemy and was extremely hard to eradicate. Zuo Mo had spent a great deal of effort to deconstruct that little section of bloody vine. Some of its unique structure had interested him greatly. This was why he had especially waited for Mo Ruhua to come find him. Zuo Mo's style was to only act if there were benefits. He would not make trouble merely on behalf of Song Lin. That little section of bloody vine excited Zuo Mo, but it was just a little section and not a complete structure. Zuo Mo required a more complete bloody vine because this seemed related to another Yao art. 10 breaths later, Zuo Mo crushed the little section of bloody vine that he had finished studying and started to search for the next target. The light grip was a new Yao art he made. It was constructed from 12 little Yao arts and specifically used to peel away the outer layers of the other's fire Yao arts. His use of little Yao arts were at a mastery level. Even Pu Yao would occasionally praise it. After continuously capturing 6 fire Yao arts, Zuo Mo found that the bloody vine inside these fire Yao arts were not very different. He frowned again. The bloody vines inside these fire Yao arts were still incomplete. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes towards Mo Ruhua. It seemed that he had to get this guy to put more effort in. Mo Ruhua coincidentally saw Zuo Mo's gaze and his body was instantly chilled. His face was ugly. The other seemed to have adjusted to his illusory flame tornado. Damn it! Why was it like this? The fantasy flame tornado was one of his killing moves and had never failed before. Viciousness flashed through his eyes. Having escalated the fighting to this point, if it was not you that died, it would be me. He gritted his teeth and burrowed into the tornado. Zuo Mo stilled at Mo Ru was action. He quickly had a wary expression. The fantasy flame tornado that had been rampaging about suddenly became silent without any decrease in speed. The fire Yao arts inside the tornado flew backwards rapidly. Mo Ruho was like a strong magnet, attracting all the fire Yao arts to fly over. A strange and dangerous presence covered Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was motionless as he stared at Mo Ruho in the sky. Mo Ruho was surrounded by all kinds of fire Yao arts. He glared at Zuo Mo and insanity flashed through his eyes. All of his thoughts disappeared at this time, his consciousness was all consumed. The fire Yao arts floating around him suddenly released an enchanting red light. Pia. Like magnets, fire Yao arts were attracted to each other. Pia pia pia. The fire Yao arts around Mo Ruho were combining into pairs and trios to become even larger fire Yao art. The powerful presence was like a gust of wind that blew at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes, his hands were like blooming flowers. Tactile knowledge grip was used to its limits. Threads of light floated from between his hands and the mist-like light formed a crystal-like ball of light in the air above Zuo Mo's dancing hands. He used the layering method of sky-glass wave on tactile knowledge grip to form this crystal ball of light. Lights continuously flew out of Zuo Mo's blurred fingers and entered the crystal ball of light. The ball of light slowly revolved and gradually formed a glass-like hand. Zuo Mo's narrowed eyes became brighter. Every minuscule change in the space surrounding the glass hand would appear in his eyes. Even the thin hair-like strands of spiritual power that passed by the hand would be accurately captured by Zuo Mo. It was the first time he had used the tactile knowledge grip like this. Mo Ru was seen to be surrounded by an aura of red light. The enchanting red light carried the presence of blood. The fire Yao arts floating by his side had completely changed. Their mass was 5 or 6 times what it had been before. Zuo Mo's eyes brightened. Waves of strange spiritual thought came from these bloated fire Yao arts. Zuo Mo suddenly had a feeling that there seemed to be something alive inside each fire Yao art. Zuo Mo thought of one of his own Yao arts, archaic wasteland sacrificial art. Up until now, he had seen many Yao arts, but this was the second Yao art that was like the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. Yao arts were Yao arts. No matter how strong they were, how powerful the presence it produced, but only these 2 Yao arts could produce vitality. When Zuo Mo had been deconstructing the Yao art imprint inside Son Lin, he had detected the faint presence of life contained in the blood vine. This made him very curious. But it had not been as strong as what he was feeling now. The threads of spiritual thought inside the fire Yao arts were filled with a feeling of darkness and maliciousness. Compared to the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, the vitality contained in these fire Yao arts was much weaker and incomplete. But those threads of spiritual thought filled with vitality made Zuo Mo feel spirited like he never had been before. Archaic wasteland sacrificial art was his final ultimate move, and would be used to save his life at a crucial moment. Pu Yao had told him that the archaic wasteland sacrificial art was not one move, but a set of Yao arts. But no matter how Zuo Mo asked about the topic, Pu Yao never mentioned one bit about the other moves of this set of Yao arts. Pu Yao closed his mouth and never even discussed the origins of this wasteland beast. What Zuo Mo felt even more helpless about was that he could not find any similar Yao arts to refer to. He did not fear if Pu Yao did not tell him, but if he did not even have a Yao art to use as reference, then he could do nothing. Until today. This was the first Yao art Zuo Mo encountered that had attributes similar to the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. How could he let pass by? 5 enormous fire Yao arts floated next to Mo Ruhua. The 5 fire Yao arts were of different shapes. One was like the head of an axe, another like a snake, while the remaining 3 were hard to distinguish. Mo Ruhua's entire body was covered in the enchanting red light. The twisted face had a few hints of evil. Go die! Mo Ruhua bellowed. 5 dashes of red light tore the air and smashed towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, his hand seemed to wave weakly. The crystal hand was like the willow branch blown by the wind and coincidentally caught one of the red lights. In a moment, countless bits of information entered Zuo Mo's mind. Time seemed to stop during this moment. Zuo Mo's mind moved at an unprecedented speed as it digested the enormous amount of information that flooded it. In order to digest the information, he stopped all of his actions, and his body became motionless. He suddenly turned to a wooden puppet. A faint enchanting red light suddenly lit up in Zuo Mo's puppet-like eyes. The other 4 streaks of red light instantly flew in front of him. The bright red light reflected onto Zuo Mo's face. Mo Ruhua's roars of laughter came into his ears. Zuo Mo was motionless and had no intentions of dodging. No one noticed that the red light in his eyes suddenly exploded. The red light instantly engulfed Zuo Mo. Laughing furiously in the air, Mo Ruhua did not notice a hair-thin gray energy silently crept up his back, quickly permeated through it, and disappeared. Translator ramblings. Okay, considering the gigantic number of possible combinations of Little Yao arts, 10-finger prison is valuable and so is Pu Yao's knowledge. In this case, Zuo Mo's 2 moves in an action wasteland sacrificial art is sort of elegant in its simplicity, and people have most likely tried it and failed in the past. No comments about the name of Zuo Mo's new technique, please. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, Working Together. Chapter 390, Working Together. Wei Sheng sat cross-legged with the black sword upright by his side. For some unknown reason, the corrosive fiendish mist would not come within 3 zhang of him. He opened his inky black eyes that shone with a determined light. His daily life was extremely routine, so routine it was frightening. Practicing the sword, meditation, and teaching others became the essential and only parts of his daily life. He would repeat the dull and monotonous cultivation over and over. He did not use Ling power, relying on just his physical body, to slice and chop until all of his strength was exhausted and his entire body trembled. A Jindan expert cultivating to the point that his body would not stop trembling. Both Song Ru and Yi Zhang, whose cultivation emphasized hard work, felt ashamed when they saw this kind of self-abusive and sadistic cultivation method, much less the sword show and guard camp. When everyone mentioned Wei Sheng Darren, they would feel admiration from the depths of their hearts. Every person knew hard work and persistence could lead to improvement, but how many could do it? The only one that could reach Wei Sheng's level was only Wei Sheng Darren. Also a Jindan, Xie Shan had essentially become Wei Sheng's manservant and followed him like a shadow. Wei Sheng breathed out. Hiss, the fiendish mist 3 zhang away tore apart as though an invisible sword essence had cut through it. He had a satisfied expression. It may have been due to teaching others that he had recently comprehended much and improved greatly. Suddenly, a wail came from Zuo Mo's tent. It was shitty. Wei Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. Pain. Ow, so painful. Inside the tent, Zuo Mo was jumping about as though a fire was lit on his butt. His mouth was open and his nose and brow was almost squeezed together. It hurts, hiss, so much. Zuo Mo ran around in the tent like a headless chicken as though it could relieve his pain. Lil Fire seemed to have found a new toy and instantly became excited. It hung onto Zuo Mo's behind and swung around as it chirped cheerfully. Seeing the chaotic scene, Wei Sheng had a wry smile on his face. His heart relaxed. Shitty, what is it? You alright? Hiss. The sound of Zuo Mo inhaling could be clearly heard. As he ran around, he waved his hand. Nothing, hiss, nothing. Lil Fire found it fun and seemed to mimic his speech. Chirp. Zuo Mo glared angrily. Lil Fire was frightened and its body froze in the air. Hiss, Zuo Mo inhaled again. His expression of fury instantly dissipated. His expression was very strange as he started to jump around in a hurry. Lil Fire recovered from fright and thought that Zuo Mo was playing with it. It chirped happily as it leapt over and hung on behind Zuo Mo. Wei Sheng was helpless against Shitty's weirdness. He shook his head and left. Zuo Mo knew that if he was thrown out of the wasteland beast chessboard, his consciousness would probably be injured, but he had not expected his consciousness injury to be so painful. If he had known, he definitely would not have done this dumb thing. It had been too long since he was last injured. Zuo Mo had almost forgotten the pain of consciousness injuries. This time, it really was so painful he wanted to die. The damned little red. Wait for GE will return. As he breathed in jerks, Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and swore an oath. Several black figures passed by like lightning, and several sharp edges crisscrossed in the air before suddenly appearing on the Fiend's Soul Beast. The Fiend's Soul Beast was instantly dismembered, and leaving behind only a black fong and a bead. The fong and the bead were put away. The hardship guards had joyful expressions. At this time, the expression of one of the people shifted. Gathering orders. Back to the camp, immediately. The other people quickly disappeared in the fiendish mist without another word. In the guard campgrounds, Shu Long looked at everyone who had finished gathering and was very comforted. Everyone's improvement in this time had been great and unexpected to him. All of the hardship guards that cultivated hardship guard had formed their weapons. He had originally predicted they would need 1 or 2 years and had not expected it to be complete in less than a month. He was filled with respect and awe towards the mystery Darren inside the necklace. In his view, that Darren could do anything. It was the guidance of this Darren in this recent while that caused everyone to all finish forming their weapons. All of the cultivation regimes had been personally prescribed by the mystery Darren. In this short month, the power of the entire guard camp had multiplied. His thoughts were interrupted by the gazes of those below him. He focused and said in a deep voice, "In this recent while, everyone has cultivated successfully and finished forming the weapons." Good. Very good. Shulong's praise caused the hardship guards below to raise their heads and puff up their chests, their faces bright. Shulong had a warm personality, but he was extremely stern when he supervised their cultivation. Everyone felt honored to receive his praise and were very proud. The expressions of everyone landing in his eyes, the corners of Shulong's mouth imperceptibly smiled. He then said in a serious tone, "In order to commend everyone's recent efforts, Darren has passed down new cultivation techniques." Everyone below instantly had joy and anticipation on their faces. Everyone has to work hard on this, Great Day Hardship Guard. Its power is even greater. I won't say much, but only when our strength becomes strong can we give our service to Darren, to be able to protect Darren. Does everyone still remember the oath we took in the past? Whoosh, everyone simultaneously bowed, and said together, "Do not dare to forget." Every hardship guard had excitement on their faces. "You are too daring." Wei's expression was at ease as though he was narrating a small nondescript matter. "It is not so easy to modify a MO skill." "You feel guilty," Pu Yao said coldly. There was no warmth in his bloody pupil. "What do I feel guilty for?" Wei's voice did not ripple at all. Pu Yao smirked, his expression filled with scorn. "You definitely regret saying so much that day. You did not expect that I would deduce so much from your scattered rambling." "Yes, this point is unexpected to me." Wei openly nodded. "Your skill in Yao arts surpasses my imagination. A Yao who is able to change MO skills using Yao arts. I cannot accomplish this." "Of course you cannot do it." Pu Yao was not modest at all. Wei smiled slightly, and his star-like eyes were bright. "Your theoretical level is definitely the most outstanding that I have ever seen, but you lack experience. Spells, Yao arts, MO skills, they do come from a common root, but after so many years of development, the divisions are clear. No matter if it is Yao arts or MO skills, they have developed far on their own paths." Pu Yao lowered his head to think for a moment. When he raised his head, the scorn on his face had disappeared. He said seriously, "Your words are not wrong. My Yao art theory and knowledge are based on the experience of those before me. These are my fundamentals, but I lack the fundamentals of MO skills." "A very clear awareness," Wei calmly praised. "Your conditions," Pu Yao glanced at Wei and said coldly. "A complete golden soul." Wei raised a finger. "Half." Pu Yao shook his head. "Agreed." Wei unhesitantly nodded. He knew that even if he did not tell Pu Yao, with Pu Yao's talents, it would not be difficult to study and come to understand. He only needed to find some experimental subjects and make comparisons to come to the conclusion. Righteous Yao might not use these kinds of extreme methods, but for someone who was insane like Pu Yao, there was nothing that he would not do. Also, Wei's original intention was not to gain something from this transaction. He hoped that this was a good beginning. No matter if it was against Pu Yao or Zuo Mo, this was extremely important as those that cultivated Great Day Hardship Guard were Zuo Mo's subordinates. Wei was clear to the contents of the Great Day Hardship Guard that Pu Yao had modified using the Great Day Mo physique. Pu Yao had not concealed any part of the process from him. He was also clear about the problems of the Great Day Hardship Guard. Truthfully, Pu Yao had shocked him greatly. A Yao that modified a MO skill. He had never heard of such a thing in his past. More crucially, the Great Day Hardship Guard that Pu Yao had modified had an extremely high-level skill. If this MO skill was thrown into the MO world, it definitely would become a MO skill that would be passed down in a clan. Wei was also clear that if he wanted to do anything, he needed to first prove his value. Because he had a practical landlord. He did not conceal anything, and proactively discussed with Pu Yao to make this MO skill even more complete. Pu Yao also saw Wei in a different light. Existences such as armor spirits might accumulate large amounts of knowledge because they had long lifespans, but they were not necessarily outstanding in terms of intelligence. But Wei showed how he was different compared to normal armor spirits. He did not just have a wealth of knowledge, he also had outstanding intelligence. This completely upended Pu Yao's understanding of armor spirits. He was slightly curious. The origins of this false gentleman didn't seem to be small. No matter how much of a biased opinion Pu Yao had towards Wei, the discussion went extremely smooth. These two geniuses quickly found synergy. A completely new, Great Day Hardship Guard came out of the stove. When the skill was completed, Pu Yao and Wei exchanged a look and found the anticipations in each other's eyes. This completely new Mo art, with the hardship guard as the foundation and merging the great Mo physique as well as Pu Yao's Yao arts, what heights would this reach at? This was really worthy of anticipating. The next morning when Zuo Mo woke up, he found that the wounded consciousness that had caused him so much pain had healed. What happened? Zuo Mo jumped up. He touched around and found that there was no pain. He hurriedly inspected his body. Had something new occurred inside his body? Calming down, he entered his inner perspective. He was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. Translator ramblings, does Wei come off as a nice person? Remember how nice Pu Yao was the first time he and Zuo Mo met? Pu Yao is right in saying he is a fake gentleman, but Zuo Mo can keep his illusions up for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, Great Mo Physique. Chapter 391, Great Mo Physique. The flame seed inside Zuo Mo's body tinged with gold flickered. These golden flames had extremely unique shapes. They seemed to be like overlapping waves, layered together. There were more than 5 layers. The color of each layer was different. The innermost layer was almost transparent, and the outermost layer was pure dazzling golden yellow. They burned silently. Zuo Mo suddenly recalled his golden crow fire seed. He hurried to look and his expression changed slightly. The golden crow fire had disappeared without a trace. Golden crow fire was a 4th grade flame and it could completely fulfill any of his present demands. It could melt gold and iron easily, and was one of Zuo Mo's greatest assistants. Its sudden disappearance instantly made Zuo Mo slightly panicked. A thought suddenly jumped into his mind. Had some new change happened to the golden crow fire? His thoughts shifted, and the layered flame changed as expected. Large amounts of layered flame suddenly erupted out of Zuo Mo's palm and formed a hand of fire. Zuo Mo curiously put his hand in front of him. The boundaries between the layers of the golden layered flame were extremely clear. It exuded an astonishing heat, but his palm was as cold as ice. Zuo Mo found it interesting and his consciousness burrowed into the golden layered flame. The golden layered flame suddenly erupted. A pressuring heat, with Zuo Mo at the center, exploded outwards. The defensive formations of the tent suddenly lit up with a red glow and stopped this wave of heat. Pia. The red light retreated. There was a crackling like glass breaking and Zuo Mo's heart leapt when he heard this. The last layer of formations forcibly stopped this terrifying wave of heat. Zuo Mo instantly released a breath. However, when he saw the mess inside the tent, his heart shivered. There was a layer of black glass on the ground. This was because the heat had melted the granite. Zuo Mo instantly judged that the golden layered flame was better than the golden crow fire. At least 5th grade. Zuo Mo thought to himself somewhat cheerfully. If it wasn't that he knew the golden crow macro formation and could harvest golden crow fire at will, obtaining the 4th grade golden crow fire would not be easy, much less obtaining this golden layered flame of a high grade. The golden layered flame had a higher grade, and was even more powerful. The requirement to control it was even higher. Zuo Mo thought to himself that he had to spend time studying this golden layered flame. Otherwise, it was shameful if he had a treasure and could not use it. The changes to Zuo Mo's body were not just limited to the golden layered flame. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Zuo Mo would not believe that this body was his. Bones like crystal, the blood vessels that all glowed, and the patterns on them could be clearly seen. The blood inside the vessels was bright and fresh, filled with vitality and shining with a faint golden light. They circulated extremely slowly. If Zuo Mo's consciousness was not extremely sensitive, he would have thought that the blood was unmoving. Zuo Mo quickly found the cause. The blood that was tinged with golden light was now much more viscous. Even the blood vessels were multiple times thicker and gave off the feeling of power. Other than the channels and blood vessels, the muscles and tendons inside Zuo Mo's body had completely transformed. The strong muscles had a faint gold sheen like it had been brushed with a layer of golden oil. The tendons inside his body were thinner and more slender than before, but Zuo Mo could feel the astonishing power contained inside. Zuo Mo had a strange feeling that he had become a weirdo. A weirdo that had endless strength and an inhumanly strong body. Slightly insecure, Zuo Mo instantly ran into the sea of consciousness. When he saw Pu Yao, he burst out, "Pu, what is with my body?" Pu Yao's eyes were closed in relaxation. He said lazily, "Don't startle over nothing. Your great Mo physique advanced, that's all." Great Mo physique advanced? Zuo Mo realized and the stone inside his heart landed. He was instantly interested. Ha. So it advanced. What are the benefits from advancing? Pooh, tell me more. The corner of Pu Yao's uncovered eye imperceptibly twitched and then he drawled. An insignificant Great Day Mo physique advancement, what else is there to say? Zuo Mo instantly was discontent. He smirked. An insignificant Great Day Mo physique advancement? If you have the skill, do this insignificant thing as well. Don't hold the bread and say you don't have food. Gu is relying on this to kill Yao and Mo. If we can't walk out of this ghastly place, can you? Pu Yao was speechless. Wei felt very good inside. Even though helping Zuo Mo in secret had been an action taken out of helplessness, but now he found that this guy was truly a weirdo. He had lost a few times to Pu Yao. He had a deep experience of Pu Yao's cunning and maliciousness. Seeing Pu Yao defeated by Zuo Mo, he felt great no matter how he looked at it. If he wasn't wary of Pu Yao, he wanted to clap his hands in pleasure. However, he maintained his position and pretended to not overhear Zuo Mo and Pu Yao's argument. Pu Yao was one to get even. Zuo Mo was unafraid, but he could not say the same. Unable to go back into the gravestone, his power was weaker than Pu Yao. Even more, Pu Yao was more cunning than him, more vicious than him, and dominated him in all aspects. Look at the time, you are still hiding things? Zuo Mo was furious. Pu Yao suddenly opened his eyes. You can ask him about the Great Day Mo physique. Wei? Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled. He turned to ask Wei, you understand the Great Day Mo physique? He suddenly nodded in realization. Right. You jumped out of the gravestone, you definitely understand the Great Day Mo physique. Wei was shocked inside. He looked at Pu Yao who had closed his eyes again and was puzzled. After the gravestone had been sealed by Pu Yao, he had been forced into an agreement with Pu Yao and could not to pass Mo skills onto Zuo Mo. This time, Pu Yao had actually suggested of his own initiative for Zuo Mo to ask him for help with the Great Day Mo physique. Wasn't this strange? Out of caution, he shook his head. I cannot teach you Mo skills. Why? Zuo Mo stilled. His eyes widened and he suddenly showed realization. He said generously, what do you want? Name a price. Wei closed his mouth and did not speak. Pu Yao opened his eyes again and said to Wei, this guy is right. If we cannot leave this ghastly place, no one will be well off. Since his Great Day Mo physique has advanced, it is beneficial for everyone if you teach him a bit. This does not betray your oath. Wei's bewilderment increased. Pu Yao's words were righteous and appeared reasonable, but the more it appeared so, the more Wei felt the other had a scheme. Wei pondered it momentarily inside and then made a decision. He nodded. All right. What he needed to do was not betray his oath and be able to pass Mo skills to Zuo Mo. Even if Pu Yao had secret intentions, he decided to take the chance. Seeing Wei agree, Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He hurriedly sat opposite Wei. Pu Yao closed his eye again. He might have been resting his mind or meditating. Wei pushed aside his stray thoughts and slowly began, the Great Day Mo physique is an extremely rare Mo physique, extremely young and strong, unparalleled in dominance. You are familiar with the 6 transformations of the Great Day Mo physique. Do you still remember when you had used all 6 transformations at the same time? A bit. Zuo Mo nodded. It has a name, Great Mo physique, Wei said faintly, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Great Mo physique? The Great Mo physique is the sign that Mo physique has reached maturation, but this situation is very strange. Wei said in a deep voice, you are not a pure Mo theoretically, the possibility of achieving Great Mo physique is very low, but you managed to do it. Even now, I do not understand the cause of this. Would there be any danger? Zuo Mo hurried to ask. The Great Day Mo physique did have great power, but if he lost his life in trade for this, then it was not profitable. There is no danger. Wei said with a warm smile, for you, there are only benefits and no harmful effects. You should have found the changes in your body. Those are traits unique to your Great Mo physique. Your body right now is a body that cannot be unbroken. The flying swords controlled by Ningmai Xiuzhe cannot harm you. The Diana Xiu have similar techniques that create a body that cannot be damaged. Other than a few traits, there is no basic difference. Zuo Mo listened extremely carefully. Wei's understanding of the Mo physique seemed to be deeper than Pu Yao. The layered flame inside your body is called the Great Day Banded Flame. It is a kind of 6th grade fire seed. Very few Mo that cultivate the Great Day Mo physique can form the Great Day Banded Flame. This must be related to the Xiuzhe spells you cultivated before. Wei said humbly, the Great Day Mo physique is very rarely seen. I do not know much about it and can only use some of what I know for you as reference. The Great Day Banded Flame was actually a 6th grade fire seed. In this moment, Zuo Mo felt so happy he could faint. 6th grade fire seed. This meant that his forging and dan-making would increase by 2 levels. Zuo Mo wore a stupid smile. Wei saw Zuo Mo's expression and couldn't help but grin. He did not hurry Zuo Mo along, and waited for Zuo Mo to come out of his daze. When Zuo Mo's gaze became clear again, he continued, after using the 6 changes of the Great Day Mo physique to form the Great Mo physique, it can open the deep Mo levels. How is it different? Wei smiled and then said seriously, the 6 changes of the deep Mo levels dramatically increase in power. Only then will you truly have the power to equal the top Jin Dan Xiuzhe. With an outstanding appearance, a humble presence, a serious expression, the cross-legged Wei was like the most devout preacher. How do you open the deep Mo layer's 6 transformations? Zuo Mo asked. Comprehension. How do I gain comprehension? Very sorry, I do not know that either. Wei shook his head with a slight smile. Let me tell you of an example of someone that comprehend the deep Mo level. Maybe this will give you some help. The deep pupils lit up with the sheen of remembrance, the handsome face filled with reminisce. My previous master's Mo physique when entering the kernel stage was called Serene Python. It cannot compare to your Great Day Mo physique. The Serene Python is a Mo physique famed for its strength, and it only has 3 transformations. Wei's tone was deep and carried an inexplicable charisma as he narrated. She was 14 when she reached the Great Mo physique of the Serene Python. Wei raised his head to see the shock on Zuo Mo's face and smiled. He then said, however, it was only when she was 17 that she opened the deep Mo layer of the 3 Serene Python changes. In these 3 years, she journeyed through 9 Mo Jes. Zuo Mo was stunned. He murmured, 9. He could not imagine traveling over 9 Mo Jes. Even if they were little Jia like Sky Moon Jia, it wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 months to cross one of them. Zuo Mo felt that he had gone many places, but compared to this person, it was an embarrassing comparison. Even more, at 14. She fought 427 times, killed 59 Mo, wounded another 30, and was wounded 24 times. Zuo Mo froze in shock. Translator ramblings, there was just a very abrupt POV change between the last chapter and the one before it. It's implied that Mo Ru Hua most likely did not end well. The way I thought was the gray thing was either a way to track him or to wound/kill him in some way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, Making a Wish. Chapter 392, Making a Wish. What deep Mo level, go to hell, this was the only thing Zuo Mo thought after hearing Wei speak of his previous master. If he really followed what Wei suggested, Zuo Mo guessed that the only person among his compatriots that could accomplish this would be Wei Shang Shixiang. Other people, including him, definitely could not realize it. Since it was an insurmountable task, then there was no need to trouble himself over it. This was Zuo Mo's usual style. Compared to the unreliable deep Mo level, it was more important to find news regarding the Battle of Sealed Extinction. Due to his lack of wealth in the past, he had delayed going to the second prison. Now that he had money, this matter had to progress quickly. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo entered the Wasteland Beast chessboard again. This time, he did not go to find Nan Yu and Song Zhe, and went alone into the second prison. Song Lin's grievous injury had just healed and he needed to recover. Song Zhe and Nan Yu had to go through the test of the prison battlefield before they could enter the second prison. Zuo Mo, due to finishing the prison-breaking battle, had already received the qualifications to enter the second prison. The second prison was called Dance of Falling Maples. Endless mountain ranges and large groves of fire-red maple trees extended endlessly into the distance. When a gentle wind blew past, the woods would creak, and fire-red maple leaves would be caught up in the wind and leave their branches. In that time, the maple leaves would be like red pixies that danced in the wind. Even the clouds in the sky would be slightly tinged with red. The scenery in front of him was as bright as fire, but Zuo Mo felt an unspeakable feeling of sorrow and desolation in his chest. Zuo Mo looked dazedly at the maple leaves floating in the wind. Was it that his calm had decreased after his consciousness was wounded? Zuo Mo focused and mocked himself. He walked forward. Nan Yu looked with determination at the prison battlefield in front of her. Suddenly, Song Zhe's laugh came from behind her. A Yu has also come here. Nan Yu turned around and couldn't help but be surprised. Today, Song Zhe seemed to be completely different than usual. Battle intent exuded faintly from his body, and his steps were determined. She instantly understood. Song Dge is also planning on today? Yes, I can't fall too much behind you, Song Zhe said with an open laugh. Nan Yu had slightly mirth on her face, the competitiveness in her eyes rising. Then let's see who succeed first. Alright. See you in the second prison. See you in the second prison. The two figures charged into the prison battlefield at the same time. The Maple Leaf Market was the Yao city of the second prison and also one of the largest cities of the Ten-Finger Prison. Usually, most Yao that entered the second prison were Yao that had successfully achieved planting of the spirit. Those who were successfully managed to rise above the lowest classes of Little Yao and Ghost Attendant Yao. The Yao of this stage were called Nightstock Yao. The Yao that just ignited their starfire were called Little Yao, those Yao that completed transformation were called Ghost Attendant Yao, and those that successfully planted their spirit were Nightstock Yao. Nightstock Yao was the true fundamental level of the Yao world. The local core's lowest requirement was Ghost Attendant Yao, but the true backbone of these core were the Nightstock Yao. A core commanded directly by the Council of Elders were at minimum Nightstock Yao. Zuo Mo could clearly feel that the Yao that passed by were much stronger than the Wasteland Beast chessboard as he had expected. Nightstock Yao were equivalent to Ningmai Xiuzhe. However, due to how cultivating Yao arts meant communicating with the world, the presence exuded by Nightstock Yao was stronger than Ningmai Xiuzhe. Many Nightstock Yao that successfully planted their spirit were unable to gather and conceal their power. All kinds of flowing rings of light would appear in the surroundings. Along the way, Zuo Mo saw many strange and weird rings of light. Some were bright green, others fire red, some were shaped like a sickle while others had teeth or were crescents. It broadened his visions. These moving rings of light were related to the Yao arts they cultivated. Nightstock Yao that just entered the spirit planting stage were unable to completely control their consciousness. A portion of the consciousness that leaked out would naturally form the Yao art they cultivated and produce stray rings of light. Yao who had good eyes were even able to judge the attribute of the Yao art from the rings of light. Those Nightstock Yao that did not have rings of light were actually stronger. But no matter if they had a light ring or not, any Yao coming that saw Zuo Mo's face clearly would pale and then hurriedly jump to the side. One's name was like the shadow of a tree. With the name of Zuo Mo, Zuo Mo was a young expert that was known through the Yao world, especially after he had killed 26 Yao successively. It had given him a reputation of brutality and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Anywhere he passed, the crowds of Yao avoided him. But a problem also came along. Zuo Mo was planning to ask for directions. Before he could speak, the other would turn and run as though their butts were on fire. A few ran even faster when they heard Zuo Mo speak, hating that their parents hadn't given birth to them with 2 more legs. Zuo Mo could only grimace. After a lot of effort, he finally learned the position of the Maple Leaf Market. After a few rounds at the Maple Leaf Market, he was slightly disappointed. As expected, this place was still quite low level. The things sold and the contents of those bounties were also low level. No wonder San Lin suggested for him to go to the third prison. He was doubtful if he could find information on the Battle of Sealed Extinction at the third prison. A short while later, there were many Yao surrounding him. They looked at Zuo Mo with respect and awe and occasionally discuss. However, no one came over, clearly wary of Zuo Mo's reputation as a butcher. Zuo Mo shook his head. After asking for directions to the prison battlefield, he left. Everything Zuo Mo passed was extremely novel and unfamiliar, but Zuo Mo wasn't in the mood at this time. The Sealed Extinction battlefield was like a heavy rock weighing on his heart. Right now, they seemed to have it easier, but Zuo Mo knew if it dragged on, their situation would become even more precarious. The prison battlefield of the Dance of Falling Maples was a stand of beautiful and enchanting maple trees. Zuo Mo did not stop and unhesitatingly stepped into it. Zhongru's complexion was red gold, his lips slightly curved upward as though in a smile, his right hand seemed to be holding a flower as he sat with his legs crossed. His entire body seemed to be made from copper, a dignified and grave presence filling the entire room. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes. Gold light flashed through his eyes, and the spell on his fingers disappeared. The dignified and grave presence around him instantly disappeared. An uncontrollable look of joy floated in Zhongru's pupils. He finally saw a great path towards Jindan. When he had received attainment golden body from Darren, even a person as composed as him was stunned where he stood. 6th grade spell. Darren had given him a 6th grade spell. And it was also a 6th grade Diana Shio spell. For some reason, his nose had become sore, and he had almost cried. No one knew the greatest reason he had chosen the path of the Diana Shio was that he lacked spells. His talent was not outstanding, and sects would not accept him based on merit. His family was also extremely poor and could not pay the tribute. No sect was willing to accept disciples like him. A Diana Shio that had wandered by had felt pity at his situation and given him Skywave Fist Scripture. This fist scripture was very simple and could even be called rough, but Zhongru was still very grateful to that Diana Shio. He knew this fist scripture was extremely rudimentary. If he wanted to progress, other than obtaining higher-level spells, he could only work on his samadhi to achieve Ningmai. He used his outstanding persistence and finally reached Ningmai, even forming an abhina. Only he knew the hardship of this entire journey. However, samadhi meditation was not the solution to all. He furiously worked on his samadhi, but he quickly found that relying on just the practice of samadhi was unable to allow him to progress further. Zhongru had been disappointed, but he had not felt sad. He was not an ambitious person, and only worked hard on cultivation each day. But when Zuo Mo handed attainment golden body to him, everything changed. His cultivation that had remained still for so long actually grew a little sliver. Such a wondrous effect, as expected of a 6th grade spell. What he had never expected was that, other than the attainment golden body, Darren also gave him the 9-turn sky soil disc. A 6th grade spell, and a 6th grade talisman. Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were now in his hands. Darren had also said, using the Vajragata as the spindle, the 9-turn sky soil disc as the wheel, he would reforge the two into a prayer wheel that would definitely be powerful. Threads of warmth rose in Zhongru's heart, and a smile floated at the corner of his mouth. Darren never did unprofitable business. He wanted him to sell his life for his entire life. Then, he will sell himself to Darren. His hands suddenly came together, he lowered his eyes, his features dignified. His Diana heart was calm like an old well, a determined and grave voice echoing in his mind. Zhongru wishes, forsaking the path to Buddhahood, to use this body as a Vajra to protect Darren. His Diana heart that was calm suddenly became covered with black clouds. Wind and rain came, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and created waves that reached the sky. Zhongru gave a muffled grunt and his expression changed slightly. But he seemed to not detect it. He closed his eyes, his voice as determined as usual. Zhongru wishes, forsaking the path to Buddhahood, to use this body as a Vajra to protect Darren. His body trembled fiercely, his Diana heart cracking all over and on the edge of collapsing. Zhongru gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, reciting his wish over and over. He seemed to be situated in a terrible storm, lightning snakes flashing above him and illuminating his determined face. He piously recited again and again the wish he gave. Boom! A strange power suddenly formed from his nearly destroyed Diana heart and quickly burrowed into his limbs and organs. Even more wondrous was that it permeated Zhongru's Ling power, and every bit of blood and flesh of his body. At the same time, the Ling power inside his body seemed to be awakened, and started to flow according to attainment golden body. A thread of strange power burrowed into his forehead. In the camp, everyone suddenly stopped their actions and turned to look at a corner of the camp. Everyone had shock on their faces. Core formation. Someone was entering Jindan. Yi Zheng, who was not far away from Zhongru, suddenly paled. His lips trembled and he exclaimed, "Wish power. Buddhahood abandonment death wish." How was it possible? Someone had given a death wish. Did he not know that if one gave a death wish, they could not become a Buddha anymore? Was he crazy? Translator ramblings: the problem with having a fearsome reputation is that everyone is scared and reluctant to help you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Buddhahood Abandonment Death Wish. Chapter 393, Buddhahood Abandonment Death Wish. Core Formation. Up until now, the camp had 2 Jindan in total, Wei Shang and Xie Shan. Zhongru undergoing core formation was unexpected by everyone. Wei Shang's core formation was caused by the condensation of his sword heart after killing something, and Xie Shan's core formation was an innate change due to power. Zhongru's talent could only be called normal. While his cultivation was not bad, but he had not accumulated power on the level that Xie Shan had. Zhongru, who was not the most outstanding in any area, was the third to undergo core formation. Shocked, everyone naturally spread out and raised their guard to defend against the fiendish mist that would come and disturb Zhongru. After seeing 2 core formations, everyone was familiar with the apparitions during core formation. In the sky above Zhongru's tent was an enormous shadow that was like a faint ball of mist. The mist flowed and twisted as though something was struggling inside. When everyone raised their heads to look at the enormous shadow in the air, they all expressed shock. As the mist appeared, a faint presence covered everyone's minds like a little mountain. The only ones that could keep their composure were Wei Shang and Xie Shan. But even these two had nervous expressions. If core formation failed, the lightest consequence was injury and the degradation of cultivation, the most serious was loss of life. Roar! A sound that was like a dragon and elephant thundered through the depths of the shadows like waves. Irregular ripples formed in the air like ripples in water. Everyone guarding the surroundings felt their ears ring as though something had exploded by their ears. Those with deep cultivation wavered, and those that were of lower cultivation paled and took multiple steps back. Only at this time did a hard wave of wind reach everyone. Wish power. A Buddhahood abandonment death wish. How long has it been since I've seen such pure and extreme wish power? In Wei's deep pupils, there seemed to be something flashing. Puyao looked at the continuously changing mist in the sky, as a hint of trepidation flashed through his mind. Wish power. A taste that he had almost forgotten. But when it appeared again, that familiar trepidation once again appeared. In that great war 3,000 years ago, he had fought against many Dianashio. Of course, there were Dianashio that possessed wish power. Dianashio that possessed wish power were enemies that all Yao did not want to encounter. It didn't matter if it was Yao arts or Mo skills, there were many malicious and evil techniques he could think of, but if Puyao had to pick out the 10 most malicious powers, wish power was definitely among them. Wish power did not have any connection with the cultivation level of the Dianashio. It was a power that could permeate all kinds of Ling power. It was only connected with the wish inside the heart of the wisher. The more determined the wisher's belief was, the stronger the wish power was. In the legends, if the Dianashio who made a wish could complete the oath they gave, they could become a Buddha. The strongest belief of every Dianashio was to become a Buddha. A death wish was a wish that could not be completed. Buddhahood abandonment death wish was when the Dianashio made the cruelest and harshest oath, and because of this, of all the kinds of wish power, Buddhahood abandonment death wish was the most extreme wish power. No one wanted to be enemies that had made a Buddhahood abandonment death wish. If one touched this terrifying wish power, it would directly damage their soul, and this damage was almost irreparable. It was a synonym for death. Luckily, not every Dianashio could make wishes. Otherwise, the great battle in the past would not have lasted for long. In reality, it was rare to find Dianashio that could receive wish power, and of those the Dianashio that could make a Buddhahood abandonment death wish, even Puyao hadn't seen more than 5. But they actually encountered one here. Puyao and Wei were frightened. Of the entire campsite, in terms of who was most shocked, it would undoubtedly be Yi Zhang. Coming from the Great Buddha Temple, Yi Zhang was from an orthodox and famed sect. But at this time, he was gaping as he looked at the sky, his entire mind a mess. Dropped into this ghastly place, what he had seen in these short months had completely upset everything he had learned on the mountain. When he had seen Wei Sheng the first time, he was awed by the other's talent and felt that he, in comparison, had achieved nothing. However, he never would have thought that it was just the beginning. Everything that followed was so fantastical it was like a dream. A guide who was of similar age to him was the leader of thousands of people, and everyone was strangely loyal. In a place called Golden Crow Camp, everyone had a 4th grade Golden Crow fire seed. He had almost gone insane then. Could that fire seed be made wholesale? In a place called Vermilion Bird Camp, everyone there were battle maniacs. Even their gaze when they walked by were like blades. Yi Zhang was a greenhorn. He did not know how strong these people were, but the presence exuded by these people made his heart beat wildly. A place called Guard Camp had its doors locked all day. However, there would occasionally be the sounds of howling like wild beasts in battle coming from inside. Every time he passed by, he would uncontrollably shake. There was one that rested all day hugging the sword, one that held a black spear and killed all day without any weariness, little people that could fly, and mischievous pagoda. All kinds of weird, strange, and impossible things were found here. We are from Great Buddha Temple, we are Dianashio, we won't compete with you on strangeness, Yi Zhang repeatedly comforted himself in multiple nights. But today, he saw with his own eyes a Dianashio's core formation, saw a Dianashio give a wish, saw a Dianashio give a Buddhahood abandonment death wish, and consequently, he completely broke down. Who is the Dianashio here? Great Buddha Temple, one of the 10 Dianashio holy grounds. He knew of 3 that had wish power, the Shirshu from the Discipline Hall, the Ancestral Forefather, and 7th Shirgu. Buddhahood abandonment death wish, oh, the stuff of legends, it's good to hear about it. But why did it have to appear in front of him? Yi Zhang suddenly felt that the glittering sai of the Great Buddha Temple was still dazzling in front of this unorthodox Dianashio, but for some unknown reason, its presence had lessened greatly. All hail the Buddha! Yi Zhang grabbed his head with his hands and looked dazedly at the dark shadow gradually forming in the sky. A blurry shadow gradually formed above the camp. The enormous slave transporting boats in the face of this figure's foot was like a toe. The shadow was like an ancient giant looking down at the world. Everyone in the camp without exception inhaled sharply. An endless presence came at them like a tsunami. Wei Sheng showed a grave expression. He stepped forward, and gestured in a circle and swiped with his fingers. Everyone felt the presence oppressing their bodies instantly lessen and their terror-filled expressions eased slightly. Wei Sheng and Xie Shan exchanged a look. Both had grave expressions. The two of them had detected the unusualness of Zhong Ru's core formation. Moo! The blurry giant suddenly raised its head and bellowed. The sound traveled far in all directions. Waves of motion came from the depths of the fiendish mist. The giant's blurry figure continued to change. Zuo Mo, who was going through the dance of falling maples prison battlefield, did not know of the enormous noise at the campground. This time, he did not activate the prison breaking battle, and he sighed in relief. If he activated the prison breaking battle again, then he would want to smash his head of a wall. He thought of how much endless trouble breaking vast water clear skies had been. With money in his hand, Zuo Mo did not want trouble. These things might also be money, but they were not as likable as Jingshi. In any case, GE couldn't waste it. The prison battlefield of the Dance of Falling Maple was primarily based on killing illusions. Zuo Mo felt good after using bone-crushing obscuring wind. Powerful Yao arts only worked if they were used frequently. Zuo Mo clearly detected that he could use bone-crushing obscuring wind now. Zuo Mo quickly was not satisfied with purely using bone-crushing obscuring wind. He started to try to change Yao arts. Suddenly thinking of the feeling he caught at the last moment in the battle against Mo Ruhua, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. The door created by blue and green vines twined together released a serene light. This was a Yao door. The Xiaojia had their transportation formations, the Yao had their Yao doors, the Mo had their blood pools. They were going home. Looking at the Yao door, Mushi's thoughts flowed. She couldn't say how she felt after being able to safely return home after fighting for several years. Before this campaign, she had never left home for so long. Thinking about how her mother had cried until she was made of tears when she had been preparing, her heart felt sore. Returning in victory, this was the only part she felt was worth it. From a young age, her talent was not very eye-catching among the youths of the clan. It was only when she began to study being a battle general that her talent was seen. It had been unexpected that the chance to represent the Wood clan had landed on her head. The clan leader's order had created many doubting voices. It had to be known that of all military commanders, she was the youngest. Fortunately, she had not failed. Even though there were no great achievements, there were not any failures. "Let's go," she said serenely. Just at this time, a Yao that was wearing the military uniform hurried past. Mu Shi recognized this Yao. The other was an intermediate-level battle general at the front line of the Bloody Sky metropolis Jia. Mu Shi had once met him. The other's expression was panicked and had slight terror. Mu Shi's heart suddenly jumped. "Mang Zhang Darren," she called the other. Mang Zhang's steps paused. He finally saw Mu Shi like he had woken up from a dream. "It's Mu Shi Darren." To any battle general, the skill to remain calm was the most fundamental of all fundamentals. Seeing the other so uncomposed, the bad feeling inside grew. She asked in a light voice, "Has something happened?" Zhang Meng's expression changed. His eyes suddenly became slightly red, his voice hoarse. The front lines were defeated. Ah! Mu Shi and her vice commander's expression changed dramatically. 3 days ago, small numbers of Xiaojia appeared on the outskirts of the defensive line. We sent out little teams to clean out the area. We quickly received news that the teams were surrounded and were asking for aid. Yan Shang Darren led the troops to give aid. But the other took the chance to attack the defense line. The attack was strong. Yan Shang Darren was ambushed on the way back to give aid. The Fierce Fire Corps were completely killed. Yan Darren has also given his life in sacrifice. The troops that went to give aid to Yan Shang Darren were also ambushed and lost great numbers. Mang Zhan's voice was sorrowful. Mu Shi's face suddenly became as white as paper. Translator ramblings, poor Yi Zhang, it's been one shock after another. Also, Mu Shi is going home. Her mission to find the Darren who set off the stars in daytime has ended. From her perspective, it is possible to see the restrictions of being in a military organization. She is cautious and has to always consider her service and achievements as well as the effects on her family. Also, she is under another person's command, so there is a lack of freedom. She is very restricted in her actions compared to Zuo Mo, who is really only constrained by the environment, his money or lack of, and his own desire to survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Speculation. Chapter 394, Speculation. When the news of the defeat at the front line reached the rear, all were shocked. This was the first defeat the Yao had suffered after the war began. The losses were so severe they surpassed imagination. In the previous battles, the Yao military forces had advanced smoothly. The Xiuzha hadn't just retreated out of bloody sky metropolis Jia, they had also lost multiple Jia. But looking at it with a calm eye now, the Xiuzha had not been truly wounded at all. What they had lost were just the lowest level of sects, and the true elite had not suffered losses at all. In this defeat, the Yao casualties were all combat Yao above the stage of spirit planting. Normal Yao and combat Yao were spirit planting stage, but there was an enormous difference in ability. This was not as evident when it was a small skirmish, but the difference would certainly show in mass combat. Even if it was the local militia, they needed to training for at least 5 years to form preliminary combat abilities. Even more, Fierce Fire Corps was a regular corps commanded directly by the Council of Elders. None one had expected the Xiuzha's counterattack was so ferocious and decisive. When they attacked, it was like thunder. When the situation at the front lines were good, the mood at the rear was very relaxed, but with the news of the defeat the mood of the rear instantly became tense. The Fierce Fire Corps of Yinshang Darren were famed for their ferocity. They were completely defeated. Then how strong was the power of the enemy? The Yao finally remembered that the Xiuzha had possessed bloody sky metropolis Jia for 3,000 years. 3,000 years, even if bloody sky metropolis Jia was not suited for Xiuzha to fight, they would still be as familiar with that place like it was their backyard. The light on his hand flashed continuously. Zuo Mo was very careful. Pia, the light disappeared. Zuo Mo shook his head. It still didn't work. He tried to recall the feeling he captured with the tactile knowledge grip that day, and seemed to comprehend something but he could not describe it. He knew this was due to not having a deep enough understanding. That barely discernible understanding needed more accumulation. It seemed that he needed to go find Little Red soon. The pitiful Mo Ruhuo was a pretty famous character, but due to his completely red body, Zuo Mo intimately called him Little Red. If he heard this nickname, he would probably go insane immediately. He had been planning to use the prison battlefield to practice his Yao arts. Now that he did not have any ideas, Zuo Mo did not decide to procrastinate any further. As long as he did not activate the prison breaking battle, passing through was still pretty easy for him. He quickly received the qualification to enter the third prison. He thought he had spent enough time in the 10-finger prison today. His consciousness swept across the spiritual imprint. He found that Song Zhe and Nan Yu were both present and headed to the Wasteland Beast chessboard. When Zuo Mo found Song Zhe and Nan Yu, he found the two were dejected and had worried expressions. What is it? Zuo Mo asked in puzzlement, has something happened? Song Zhe narrated the news of the loss at the front lines in a low voice. At the side, Nan Yu showed worry. They lived in the Yao world. If the Yao army were defeated, their lives would become even worse. They had just seen hope. If the Yao world became destabilized, would anyone remain unaffected? After Song Zhe finished, Zuo Mo was stunned where he stood, with only shock left inside. After a long time, he came back. His first response was, how was it possible? He had personally seen the great strength of the Yao army. Sky Moon Jia, Little Mountain Jia, when hadn't the Xiuzha retreated continually? Those large sects retreated when they heard of the advance of the Yao army and ran back to Bright Wave Jia like homeless dogs. After that, Zuo Mo had lost complete confidence in Kunlun. Even the present Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp in Zuo Mo's eyes could not compare to the elite forces of the Yao army. Now he was hearing Song Zhe say that the Yao army had been defeated by the Xiuzha. The Yao military that was so powerful was actually defeated? And defeated right in front of their own doorstep? When he heard that the total death count reached 12,000, Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. So the Xiuzha had powerful people too. He still didn't believe it, but he knew that Song Zhe and Nan Yu definitely would not try to con him. Such a dazzling victory completely upended Zuo Mo's impression of the fragility of those great sections. He suddenly realized the depths of those great sects were not as he had thought. But he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. The past week display of the Xiuzha was a stark contrast against this great victory. The two were so different they were like mud in clouds. Was it? Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly widened. His body froze and a wave of coldness rose from his spine. Pretend to be weak? The 4 words tore his mind like lightning. His expression changed. With multiple jia of territory, countless sects as the bait, it was insane. His mind blanked as he mindlessly murmured. If it really was so, then the one who planned this was a madman. An undoubted madman. Zuo Mo soullessly returned to the camp. The gray mist in the sky continuously retreated back towards the center. The figure of the giant continuously shrunk and became clearer. When it completely appeared, simultaneous inhales sounded in the camp again. An extremely weird giant floated in the sky. 20 zhang high like a little mountain. It had 3 heads that faced 3 directions, each with a different expression. There was one glaring angrily, one smiling slightly, and one with eyes closed in deep thought. The 6 arms were either making seals, or the pair of hands were together. Endless dignity was like an invisible wave that struck everyone's minds. Staring at the colossal being in the sky, Yi Zhang's face was a pale as paper, his pupils scattered as he unconsciously murmured. Dragon and Elephant Attainment. When Zuo Mo returned to the camp, Zhongru's core formation was in its ending stages. He looked towards where Zhongru was. He was first shocked and then he showed joy. However, this thread of joy was quickly shrouded by thick darkness. His face became extremely dark and he called everyone to his tent. The mood inside the camp was extremely low. Everyone had terrible expressions. The news that Zuo Mo had brought from the 10-finger prison was a shock and everyone was silent. We are bait. Dong Sun Chan narrowed his eyes as his finger gently swiped across his face. His bashful and shy face was completely frosty at this time. If this really is their plan, then they definitely have successive plans, Gong Sun Cha continued to speak. His voice was cold like the collision of ice cubs. His autumn-like pupils were filled with murderousness. A person who was able to make such a scheme definitely would not just aim for this kind of small victory. Damn it! Xie Shan bellowed, his eyes sprouting fire and his features twisted. The other Xiozha who came out of Little Mountain Jia had completely red eyes. Not even 1 out of 10 Xiozha had managed to survive Little Mountain Jia. No one experienced more than they did. Every one of them had crawling out of piles of corpses. No one doubted Gongsun Cha's speculation. Sword essence flowed in Wei Shang's black eyes and his expression was black. He had felt things were strange when he had accompanied Lin Qian and his group to the Sword Cave. Every one of Lin Qian's bodyguards had exceptional power. With that kind of strength, why did they not defend Sky Moon Jie? It seemed more like they had given Sky Moon Jie to the Yao army. With the comparison now, he understood. A strong fury and dislike instantly filled his chest. The sword essence in his body felt it and roiled as it wanted to burst out of his body. Kunlun governed the entire Kunlun territory. Every sect needed to pay taxes to Kunlun. A portion of their income had to flow towards Kunlun, turned to Jingshi, turned to materials for Kunlun disciples to cultivate, for Kunlun to use for daily expenditures. But killing essence flowed through the tent and the mood was extremely low. Zuo Mo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his face. As though nothing had happened, he gave a bright smile. Everyone, cultivate. If they really did this, there naturally will be chances to slowly settle our debts with them. Faster, faster. Accelerate. We must reach the defensive line within 48 hours. Every Yao soldier had tired expressions. They had received orders. In order to rush to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia as fast as possible, they had almost used all their power. General, we will reach Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia soon. As the corps commander of Ice Frost Crops, Lan was in his prime. 20 years ago, he had become a golden battle general. The 20 years of experience of commanding a troop had caused him to show hints of making a breakthrough. As one of the most influential people of the Water Clan, everyone speculated that he would have a good future. Lan had a cautious personality. His battle style was steady and he rarely made mistakes. The reason that the Elder Council sent him was in hopes that he could quickly stabilize the theater of war and prevent the collapse of the defensive line. Looking at the bloody mist that was endless in front of him, Lan was silent. The troops streamed past him and entered the bloody mist. His vice commander silently stood next to him and did not disturb him. Do you know the origins of the Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie? Lan asked. The vice commander respectfully said, 3,000 years ago, we were defeated. In order to halt the advance of the Xiozha, the 4 major Jie masters used their fleshly bodies in sacrifice, with 7 intermediate Jie as the axle, 49 little Jie as the screen, to create what is called Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. Lan said emotionally, yes, born of our elders' blood and flesh. I hope they can protect us to safely return. The vice commander said in shock, does Darren have such a low outlook on our mission this time? The other definitely has more plans. Lan shook his head. The complete defeat of the Fierce Fire Corps is not an accident. The destruction of a corps is at least an intermediate scale battle. If they did not put in enough power, the other could not have completely killed the Fierce Fire Corps. The vice commander couldn't help but have a worried expression. He had followed his commander for many years. Darren would never speculate. Noticing the vice commander's expression, Lan said with a smile, don't be nervous. We will use earth to deal with water, generals to deal with soldiers. We just have to be more careful. This subordinate thinks too much, the vice commander hurriedly replied. Being more cautious is good. Lan was silent for a moment before he suddenly raised his head. A light flashed through his pupils. Order! Collectively accelerate! We need to reach the defensive line in 24 hours. The vice commander apprehensively responded, yes. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo wants his tax money back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Gold Battle General. Chapter 395, Gold Battle General. Zhongru opened his eyes. The chaotic air turbulence around him instantly stopped and a glowing light flashed and disappeared in his eyes. The skin on his face became extremely smooth, the weathering due to hard days in his past had disappeared. His appearance was not handsome and not exceptional in the campsite, but the Diana serene aura on his body was unique to him. It had to be said that the people of the camp were very unique. Wei Shang's determination, Gong Sun Cha's insanity and viciousness hidden under bashfulness, Shulong's steadiness, Ma Fan's laziness, etc. On Zhongru's clean forehead was a blood-red lotus. Two auras, one holy and one demonic, were merged together and filled with a soul-shaking power. He stood and slowly walked out of the tent. Old Ru. Seeing Zhongru, Lei Pang and Nian Lu first stopped and then were overjoyed. The three of them had once been in a team and had a good relationship. While Zhongru had undergone his core formation, the two of them had stood guard outside the tent. Lei Man. Little Nian. A sincere smile came onto Zhongru's face. Nian Lu's smile froze on his face, and the tendons in his forehead pulsed. Lei Peng laughed instead, and rushed in front of Zhongru, opening his eyes and giving a hard hug. Old Ru, you did it. Secretly having your core formation. Isn't this forcing the rest of us to work hard? Lei Peng's voice was like thunder and exploded next to Zhongru's ear. Zhongru had a slight smile as he patted Lei Peng's back. Nian Lu's gaze swept across Zhongru and landed on Zhongru's face. His eyes suddenly lit up. So core formation can make one more handsome. Excellent. No, I have to enter Jindan soon. I'm so handsome now. If I'm a Jindan, how handsome would I be? It is such a hard question. Hearing Nian Lu's narcissistic and nonsensical words, Zhongru's heart felt unspeakably warm. The news that Zhongru had come out made the entire camp erupt. The mood of the camp had been extremely heavy these past days. Zhongru's reappearance caused everyone to be filled with joy. Zhongru was humble and low-key usually. In this time, the people that came to congratulate him was endless. Compared to everyone's worry when Xie Shan had his core formation, everyone was extremely calm this time. When Zhongru saw Zuo Mo and the others, he hurriedly walked forward. He made a deep bow and said respectfully, Darren. A smile came onto Zuo Mo's face and he unhesitatingly went forward to give Zhongru a hard hug. Just as Zhongru was very moved, Darren muttered in a small voice next to his ear, you have to work hard on the healing techniques of Attainment Golden Body. There is so many people in the camp, think how much Jingshur we can save when the time comes. Darren, we cannot sustain this. The vice commander's expression was fragile and his voice bitter and burdened. Lan's face was unaffected. How many have we lost? Another 200 were just killed, 300 wounded. The vice commander had a terrible expression when he reported the numbers. In the short 8 hours since they stepped into the bloody sky metropolis Jia, they had encountered 6 waves of attack. Up until now, fatalities reached more than 1,000 people, more than 1/10 of the entire corps. The others' attacks were extremely fierce and unpredictable. They seemed to be able to move without restriction in bloody sky metropolis Jia. No one knew how they were able to do this. The blood sky metropolis Jia was the battlefield suited for Yama, yet they were suppressed in this place. But the Xiuzha who attacked them seemed to be unaffected at all and were at great ease. How was the other able to do this? Lan gazed into the distance and asked, how long until we can reach the defensive line? The others' attacks have slowed our advancement. Lan interrupted the vice commander and asked sternly, how long? The vice commander's heart shook. He gritted his teeth and said, at this speed, we will only reach the line after 96 hours. But Lan was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, gather the other Darren. Yes. The vice commander heeded the order. Moments later, the 9 officers hurried over. Their expressions were all bad. In 8 short hours, 1/10 of their forces had been killed. This kind of attrition rate made their hearts beat rapidly. Based on this speed, their numbers would be expended before they reached the defensive line. Lan's gaze swept across the 9 officers. Their faces were terrible but not panicked. He had personally promoted all 9 commanders who had outstanding skills. Military positions had very strict requirements. For a regular corps like the Ice Frost Corps, the corps commander must be a gold battle general, and the officers had to be silver battle generals. I need one that is willing to go to his death. Lon did not waste words and directly said it. The 9 officers all changed expressions. From Darren's words, they could surmise the state of the situation. Darren's gaze made them feel there was a blade at their back. But they hesitated. At this time, a youth stood out. Darren, this subordinate is willing. Lan's expressionless face imperceptibly twitched. He looked closely at the youth and his heart couldn't help but hurt. This youth that had become a silver battle general at the age of 20 had a limitless potential and one of his favored commanders. Liang Wei belonged to one of the side branches of the Water Clan. His results in the Yao Art House had been average until he had turned to study as a battle general, where his results shot up. When he was 20, he had successfully passed the exam of a silver battle general. Even though he was not eye-catching compared to the little monsters of the Yao world, Lon still felt that his future was limitless. Liang Wei stood upright, full of bravery. Lon could not refuse at this time. He nodded. I will give you 3,000 combat Yao. Take up the rear, sweep the flanks of the troop, and stop the attacks. The other officers had complex expressions. From the harassment they had endured in the last 8 hours, they could predict just how great the pressure Liang Wei would face. Liang Wei calmly accepted and made a bow towards Lon. If I die in combat, Darren, please give some care to my clansmen. I will. Lon gravely replied. He turned to the other officers and said in a deep voice, proceed at full speed. Military law for those that slow down. Yes. The officers all shook. Wei gazed at the development of the battle situation. He felt great shock at the combat capabilities that Gongsun Sha showed. The battle had been at a standstill for 2 whole days. Wei saw a rare seriousness on Pu Yao's face. After interacting for several thousand years, no one could rival his understanding of Pu Yao. When his previous owner had been the corps commander, all of the strategic decisions had come from Pu Yao. Pu Yao was forced to such a state by such a young guy. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he definitely would not believe it. From the start of this war chess match, he had watched as the two fought without a moment of inattention. He had sighed in amazement many times throughout. The eye-dazzling fighting had caused him to exclaim. The time rate of war chess was much faster than regular time. The span of 2 days was equivalent to a whole month inside the match. He did not understand battle generals. At every dangerous moment, his heart couldn't help but jump. He had thought hundreds of times inside, how could they be so devious? Even though the advantage of the match was in Pu Yao's hands, but Wei put more of his attention of Gongsun Sha. Such a young person that was able to resist Pu Yao for so long, his skill definitely was not low. Gradually, the balance began to tilt and the Pu Yao's advantage had grown. Pu Yao's sweeping attacks in the final stages of battle were, in Wei's view, this guy venting for having lost face. As expected, when Pu Yao came out of the war chess, his expression was not good. A very powerful young person. Wei's words were slightly pouring salt onto the wound. Pu Yao's expression became even uglier, but he seemed to think of something and his expression instantly recovered. He said proudly, don't give young people too much praise. This is not good for his improvement. Wei stilled. He reacted very quickly. He is? My student. Pu Yao showed a smug and sly smile. How about it? Give a review. Wei really was stunned this time. He is also your student? What about Zuo Mo? Why can't I have 2 students? Pu Yao glanced at Wei, his tone filled with smugness and showiness. I have good eyes for judging people. Strong. Wei's praise seemed sincere. Of course. Pu Yao was even more smug. Nothing needs to be said of Zuo Mo, that guy is a weirdo that even I don't understand. Gongsun Sha is born to be a battle general. Ha, a 20-year-old gold battle general, he'll frighten those old guys to death. Gold battle general? Wei was frightened. He stammered out, that little guy is a gold battle general? Wei's display made Pu Yao's smugness reach a peak. His devious and cunning face seemed to glow at this moment. Definitely a gold battle general. I jumped in fright this time when he attacked. If I wasn't careful, I would have lost. TSK, a scripture he comprehended himself, 20-year-old gold battle general. As expected of one that I taught from the beginning. Most importantly. Pu Yao suddenly closed his mouth and did not speak. Wei unconsciously asked, what is it? Ha 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 ha. He did not just inherit my skills as a battle general, but also my handsome appearance. On this point, Zuo Mo lacks a lot. Wei looked wordlessly at Pu Yao. Gongsun Cha's mood was terrible to the bone. He had originally thought that after just having a breakthrough, he could rival the mystery person. Who knew that he had lost again? Even though he knew he could not rival the other, but he disliked failure, extremely disliked it. After swallowing the fiend's soul beast bead, he had just reached the border of a breakthrough. Just at this time, Zuo Mo had given him a golden soul and successfully allowed him to make a breakthrough. The strong confidence brought by the breakthrough caused him to unhesitatingly challenge Pu Yao. But it still ended in defeat. Thinking about how he had never beat the other once, his mood became even worse. The speculation about being bait made him even angrier. With his understanding of Shixiang, even though Shixiang had said it easily that day, he definitely would not give up inside. They would get even. As the battle general, he would undoubtedly play the most crucial part. He could not fail. Craziness flashed through Gongsun Cha's eyes. A daring and insane idea quickly formed in his mind. Translator ramblings, Lil Miss knows Xiao Mo Gu so well. Also, to be clear, Gongsun Cha is a gold battle general, but it doesn't mean that if he fights in real life the army he leads will win against another army. As mentioned before, training takes several years until a battalion actually takes form, and the strength of Gongsun Cha's soldiers also matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396 News. Chapter 396 News. The high temperatures produced by the white-hot Samadhi truthfire twisted everything in his field of vision. Staring at the remnants of the defensive line burning, Liang Wei's vision darkened. He viciously bit down and stopped himself from collapsing. He forcibly steadied himself as he tasted blood, but tears uncontrollably left his eyes. Liang Wei and the soldiers beside him were covered in wounds, their blood-covered clothing was torn everywhere. He could not remember how many attackers he had killed on the way here, but he had been resilient and managed to block them from attacking the larger troop. In the end, to prevent the enemy attacks from their rear, he had resolutely led the troops as the rear guard. They had traveled 12 hours behind the rest of the troop. Liang Wei's face was covered in tears and was like a wooden puppet. Looking at the flames that rose into the sky and rampaged, his body became increasingly cold. A long while later, the wails and cries of his compatriots became clear in his ears. He looked blankly at the grieving comrades around him. His scattered gaze gradually became bright. He bit down hard on his lips and wiped away the tears. He turned around, his hoarse voice full of resolve as he said, "Let's go." Go? Go where? The combat Yao under his command raised their grieving and empty eyes. To get revenge, Liang Wei said without turning his head. Zuo Mo had been in the 10-finger prison in the past few days, not the third prison, but the Wasteland Beast chessboard. The bounty for information had been posted, and what remained was to patiently wait. At the same time, he was waiting for the results of another matter. Gongsun Shidi's speculation was stuck in his heart like a thorn. Everyone in the camp was waiting for the result. According to Gongsun Shidi's speculation, it would be quickly proven. It may have been caused by this matter that Zuo Mo was disinterested in everything, even lacking interest in studying new Yao arts. Suddenly, Zuo Mo noticed Song Zhe arrive with an ugly expression. Darren, the newest information, the front lines were defeated again. Ice Frost Corps were almost completely destroyed, less than 600 people remain. Song Zhe's voice was trembling. His heart was filled with terror. When Darren had told him to pay attention to news from the front line, he had found it puzzling. But when he heard this news, he was frightened. He suddenly found that Darren was standing in a daze. How does Darren find out news about the outside? Nian Lu pressed his voice low and asked. Darren is like a ghost, and doesn't know. Lei Peng said in what was not a good tone. It's not like you don't know how much of a monster Darren is. Nian Lu nodded, repeated. Yes. However, I get angry just thinking about it. Those great sects are not good. We need to cultivate and get even. As a handsome person, I cannot swallow this breath. Lei Peng showed an understanding and devious smile. Don't worry. Darren has said that he will take us and settle the odds. I'm telling you in secret, Lil Miss Darren privately said that it probably is people from Kunlun that did this. Kunlun? Nian Lu was shocked and then furious. It is actually Kunlun. Don't worry. There's no need to worry even if it is Kunlun. Lei Peng's expression was twisted as he smiled and said, Darren said, if you have something of ours, spit it out. If you dug a trap for us, we'll dig one for you. Little Nian, go cultivate. Even old Ru is a Jin Dan, it's not easy to live if we aren't Jin Dan in the future. Everyone wants to have a core formation, is the core that easy to form, Nian Lu murmured. Shouldn't core formations be achieved according to the degree of handsomeness? Coming out of the 10-finger prison, Zuo Mo walked out of the camp with a fire in his chest. The Xiozha in the camp crisscrossed around busily, but looking at this busy scene, Zuo Mo's heart did not calm down but became even more irritated. He walked aimlessly out of the camp. Walking out of the campsite, and losing the barrier provided by the campsite formations, the fiendish mist rushed towards him. The thick fiendish energy inside the fiendish mist made his raging fire grow even greater. Nearby, there were Xiozha from Vermilion Bird Camp that were cultivating. The fiendling that they cultivated needed to use the power of the fiendish energy. Zuo Mo did not disturb them and walked forward. At this moment, his heart was full of the impulse to destroy. Without thinking, he charged into the depths of the fiendish mist. The presence of danger increased, but he did not seem to detect it, and his steps did not slow. Several fiend soul beasts silently stalked him. In the black-red fiendish mist, several dark red pairs of eerie eyes tightly locked onto Zuo Mo. Without noticing, Zuo Mo had walked at least 300 li from the camp. This distance far surpassed the camp's usual cultivation and living area. Even guard camp would not go outside 100 li of the camp. A fiend soul beast could not resist any longer. With a roar, he charged at Zuo Mo. The accumulated rage and savagery inside Zuo Mo were ignited at this moment. Go die! His eyes suddenly became red. He did not dodge. Facing the charge of the fiend soul beast, he punched out. The fiend soul beast had not expected Zuo Mo to be so courageous and did not have the time to dodge. Bam! The two figures were like two arrows that flew apart. The fiend soul beast's enormous body flew back with even faster speed, and Zuo Mo was like a ball hit by a stick that smashed heavily into the ground. The other fiend soul beast saw the chance and unhesitatingly leapt over. Pia pia pia. With sounds like that of a whip, the fiend soul beasts that leapt over all flew backwards. Zuo Mo's body floated up. A suit of dark golden armor stood proudly. The bright red eyes were filled with murderousness, his entire body exuding viciousness and savagery like a demon that walked out of hell. The fiend's soul beasts showed wariness. They crouched down and continued to growl. Their dark red eyes stared at Zuo Mo, but they did not dare to move forward. Zuo Mo raised his murderous eyes, and his figure disappeared from his spot. The fiend's soul beasts were alarmed and scattered. Suddenly, an armored hand appeared on the forehead of a fiend soul beast. This hand pressed it down. The fiend soul beast felt an enormous power pass over. It was unable to move. Now it became panicked. It growled urgently, its forelimbs furiously tearing at the ground to try to resist this terrifying hand. Zuo Mo's left hand did not move a sliver. He raised his right hand and formed a fist. Go die! Zuo Mo bellowed. Brutality increased in his completely red eyes. The right hand heavily smashed onto the head of the fiend soul beast. Bam! The fiend soul beast's body froze. Go die! Bam! Go die! Bam! The berserk Zuo Mo bellowed as his fist rained down on the head of the fiend soul beast. Gradually, the body of this fiend soul beast became blurry. Bam! Zuo Mo's fist penetrated the head of the fiend soul beast and struck the ground. It instantly smashed a large hole in the ground. The body of the fiend soul beast completely disappeared, leaving behind a black fang and a fiend soul beast bead. The seemingly insane Zuo Mo made the other fiend soul beasts feel a threat of terror. While this fiend soul beast was smashed to nothingness by Zuo Mo, they did not dare to go forward. Zuo Mo did not look at his spoils of victory. He raised his head and slowly stood. His gaze swept towards the other fiend soul beasts. The fiend soul beasts that encountered his gaze all retreated without exception. You should all die. The dark and icy voice came out of Zuo Mo's chest. Before his words landed, his figure disappeared again. The fiend soul beasts were alarmed and scattered, fleeing in all directions. Zuo Mo's figure seemed to appear out of thin air beside a fiend soul beast. Just like the previous one, his hand grabbed the head of this fiend soul beast. He hadn't expected this fiend soul beast to be unusually clever. Its figure changed, and it escaped Zuo Mo's grip. A red light suddenly flashed across the dark red pupils of the fiend soul beast. Zuo Mo suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. It was like he had entered the crevasse of a glacier. All the Ling power inside his body seemed to be frozen and he was unable to move at all. The eyes of this fiend soul beast showed smugness and cruelty. Midair, its body twisted as though it had no bones and it turned to face Zuo Mo. Its body crouched and jumped without needing to gather power, and like an arrow leaving the bowstring, it leapt at Zuo Mo, but the cold and sharp fangs and claws swiped out cold lights in the air. The lights flashed towards Zuo Mo's throat. Suddenly, a fist appeared without warning in its field of vision and dramatically enlarged. Boom! Like a large drum being struck but also with a metallic clang. This fist firmly punched the fiend's soul beast without any finesse. The moment the fist and its body touched, threads of mist roiled on the surface of its body. With speed even faster than just before, it flew backwards. Bam! Midair, a golden figure flashed, and the fiendish soul beast that was retreating immediately changed directions and smashed heavily into the ground. The ground trembled and dust flew up. When the dust dissipated, there were only a few spoils of victory left in the large hole. The other fiend's soul beasts showed terror. They whined a few times before turning and fleeing. They did not lack intelligence to have survived and grown up in such a cruel and harsh place. Zuo Mo's surroundings instantly became silent. Gradually, the blood slowly faded from Zuo Mo's eyes. The angry and savagery inside was vented, and his mind became clear. With clarity came a strong feeling of exhaustion. His legs softened and he sat down on the ground. The sweat permeated his entire body. Weakness and softness came. He panted hard. Ha, ha. His rushed breathing in his ears were like bellows. His heart gradually calmed down. Zuo Mo had a grimace on his lips. It seemed that his resolve was not strong enough. Full of self-disdain, he couldn't help but think back to his journey. Without realizing it, he felt his heart was warmed. No matter how terrible the situation was, he would always have a crowd of people beside him, following him, fighting with him, risking their lives together with him. No matter how dangerous the future was, everyone was still supporting him, trusting him, following him, and protecting him. A slight smile on the corners of his mouth, his heart gradually became warm and calm. The sky full of fiendish mist in his eyes seemed to become an endless bright blue sky. A strong will silently birthed and spread inside. He balled his fists. When he raised his head again, the confusion had cleared and was replaced by strong will. After resting for a moment, Zuo Mo found a terrible problem and his face instantly fell. Damn it, how was he to return? At this time, a proud bird figure slowly stalked its birdwalk and appeared in his vision. Translator ramblings, physical exhaustion and a mental release are good for growth. Silly bird is a good bird, with a terrible attitude. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Totem Fragments. Chapter 397, Totem Fragments. Even though Silly Bird's gaze was still so proud, so discontent, but in front of Zuo Mo's scoundrel-like and hoodlum laugh, there was nothing to do. Zuo Mo used his arms and legs to climb onto Silly Bird's back and pretended to be dead. However, Zuo Mo was muttering on the inside. After Silly Bird's strength had strangely skyrocketed, her personality had become even prouder. Adding on that all the little ones listened to her, she acted as the leader of them all, and completely forgot her actual profession as a steed, much less think of him, the owner. This could not be tolerated. Education could not be relaxed. Planning on educating Silly Bird, Zuo Mo was going to speak when he felt himself shoot up. His entire body was almost thrown off. With a shake, he hurriedly hugged Silly Bird's neck. When they were flying in the air, the feeling was completely different. It was like lightning. The wind blew so hard Zuo Mo could not open his eyes. Such an exhilarating speed caused Zuo Mo to be in a good mood. Hands tightly grabbing onto Silly Bird's slender neck, he raised his head and started to sing. I want to fly even higher, ah. The cymbal-like sound flew across the sky. Silly Bird's eyes looked back with unfriendliness and glanced maliciously at Zuo Mo, who was in a world of his own. Her wings suddenly flapped and she flew straight up. Ah. Zuo Mo's wail followed Silly Bird's acceleration as they floated up. When he dismounted from Silly Bird's back, his legs were as soft as noodles. His entire person was intoxicated as though he was drunk. Before he walked a few steps, he found all the little ones had come over, nudging and crowding intimately around Silly Bird. Like the moon surrounded by stars, Silly Bird didn't even look at Zuo Mo stalking her birdwalk, she flounced off. That presence, that manner, it made Zuo Mo gape. Suddenly recalling what Silly Bird looked like before, Zuo Mo couldn't help but laugh. After shaking his head in self-mockery, he went into the tent. A Gue who was in the corner of the tent saw Zuo Mo come in, and the wooden and empty pupils seemed to become slightly more livelier. A Gue, have you rested well these days? Just like usual, even though he knew that a Gue would not reply, Zuo Mo spoke to her as he took out his spoils. N. When the tiny sound, that was like that of an ant, landed in Zuo Mo's ears and was akin to thunder. Zuo Mo's movements suddenly froze. He raised his head, and his face was filled with disbelief. The disbelief on his face rapidly turned to ecstasy. he shot in front of a Gue. A Gue! A Gue! You can speak? A Gue's face was wooden, her pupils empty, and she was unresponsive to Zuo Mo's words, as though the sound of response had been Zuo Mo's delusion. That definitely had not been a delusion. Zuo Mo's eyes were filled with joy. Even though a Gue's body gradually shows signs of a good turn, but the response today was a breakthrough. A Gue, can you hear me speak? Zuo Mo slowed his talking speed and tried to make his tone warm. His eyes looked hard at a Gue's face. It was another mosquito-sized response. It caused Zuo Mo to break out in a grin. He jumped up like a child and whooped. Ha ha! A Gue can talk! A Gue can talk! A slight ripple was produced in a Gue's empty pupils. After celebrating, Zuo Mo inspected a Gue's body. He quickly found that the purple energy inside a Gue's body had grown. The purple energy inside a Gue's body was the decisive change and surely had an effect in a Gue's recovery. But this purple energy was extremely dark and unpredictable. Even Pu Yao did not know of its origins. Even weirder was that Zuo Mo could not sense any signs of life from the purple energy. It was the extreme opposite. It was dark, varied, and filled with destructiveness, the presence of death. Theoretically, such a strange power should bring death, so how come it could make a Gue recover? Even though he did not understand, Zuo Mo couldn't help but ponder the purple energy. How could he increase the strength of the purple energy? This thought flashed through Zuo Mo's mind. Calming down, Zuo Mo suppressed the urgency inside. He had to be cautious with this matter. A Gue's body was extremely delicate. Any change, and there was a possibility the body could shatter into pieces. Those two sounds of response seemed to have taken great energy from a Gue. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seeing her state, Zuo Mo hurriedly quieted down and carefully laid her down. After thinking for a long time, Zuo Mo finally returned his attention to his spoils. This time, he had killed 2 fiend soul beasts, and the spoils that remained were slightly strange. It was strange, because there was something else other than the fiend soul beast bead and the remnants of limbs. It was a piece of metal about the size of a fingernail. There were some special patterns on the surface of the piece. Zuo Mo felt the patterns were like seal scripts. This piece was left behind by the fiend soul beast that froze his Ling power. The composition of the metal was extremely unique. Zuo Mo could not say what it was made out of and had never seen the scripts on it before. Luckily, there was an old antique from 3,000 years ago with him. Pu, do you recognize this? Pu Yao sprouted out, and grabbed the piece from Zuo Mo's hand. Putting it on front of his eyes and studying it, his expression was grave as he shook his head. I can see it is something ancient. But I don't know what it actually is. Zuo Mo was not shocked. If this really was the sealed extinction battlefield, it was normal to not recognize something from tens of thousands of years ago. Can I have a look? Wei suddenly spoke. Pu Yao glanced at Wei and threw the fragment in his hand over. Wei received it, put it in front of him, and closely inspected it. This is a fragment of a totem. In order to be preserved until now, it should be the best part of the totem. The patterns on it is a kind of ancient totem. Wei's black eyes flashed with an unique light. Ancient totem? Zuo Mo had a shocked expression. It is a kind of primitive seal script, Wei explained. In ancient times humans, Yao, or Mo lived in tribes. They gradually formed their own beliefs and totems were born from that. The Xiozha scripts were developed from totems. However, the two have core differences. Seal scripts are the changes of Ling power, while totems are related to Ling power, they are related more to sacrificial offerings. Sacrificial offering? Sacrificial offerings are the most important matters of each tribe. When Wei spoke to this, he suddenly said, I cannot explain the reason behind this. But this was enough for Zuo Mo and Pu Yao to feel shock. The person and the Yao exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Wei could speak so much about such ancient matters. What was this guy's true origins? Then what is the use of this totem fragment? Zuo Mo raised the fragment in his hand and asked what he was most concerned about. Wei said, the best materials that each tribe could find were used to make totems. Other than being made of extraordinary material, it must have undergone countless years of sacrificial offerings to survive tens of thousands of years and not be destroyed. Maybe this fragment has Ling kernel. Has Ling kernel? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual power into the fragment in his hand, but when his consciousness was blocked on the outside, he was even happier. Ling kernel. It actually was Ling kernel. The stronger the material resisted, it meant the higher the grade of the Ling kernel of the material. Materials that had Ling kernels, no matter what material it was the best materials. Because the talismans that could be forged from it could have cognition. Talismans that had cognition meant they had room to grow, for example, Lil Pagoda. There were countless ways to substitute for the poor quality of a material, but Ling Kernel was something that was a matter of chance. He had picked up a treasure. Zuo Mo suddenly became excited. He was just saying, how could such a big and ancient battlefield not leave behind anything good? He understood now. The fiendish energy of this place was so thick that the fiend soul beasts born were intelligent. If there was anything good, they could not have escaped the eyes of these fiend soul beasts. It seemed the good stuff of this ancient battlefield had been divided up by the fiend soul beasts. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed greedily and his drool escaped the corner of his mouth. If this was the case, they only needed to focus on the fiend soul beasts. Thinking about the endless fiendish mist, and the abundant fiend soul beasts. Oh! Heavens! Zuo Mo's drool dripped. Those ugly fiend soul beasts suddenly became peerlessly adorable in his eyes. The prizes of hunting fiend soul beasts were only remnants of limbs and fiend soul beasts. Supposedly, those remnants could be used to make Mo weapons, but for Zuo Mo right now, there wasn't any big uses. Fiend soul beast beads were slightly useful but were unable to stir Zuo Mo's interest. But right now, the totem fragment was enough to move Zuo Mo's heart and upend his soul. What could materials with Ling kernels be used for? Making talismans. Who wouldn't want many talismans? Who wouldn't want many good talismans? Also, Zuo Mo knew that everyone in the camp was hunting the fiend soul beasts for practice. TSK, able to increase combat experience, able to increase cultivation, and able to get good things. Such a good opportunity, where else could he find it? He suddenly recalled that everyone had killed many fiend soul beasts these days. Then in the spoils. Like his but was on fire, he rushed out and headed for Baoyi. The pitiful Baoyi was frightened when he saw Zuo Mo. When he heard Zuo Mo ask about the spoils from hunting fiend soul beasts, he hurriedly pointed them out. Seeing the items piled up in the corner like garbage, Zuo Mo instantly felt pain in his heart. He quickly found 2 more totem fragments from the pile. So risky. Pearls in the dust. He was full of self-blame. Hadn't ever thought that an little moge almost let something good slip by. He then gravely instructed Baoyi to take good care of these things, especially fragments like what he had. Baoyi was clever. Seeing the pain on Boss' face, cold sweat instantly poured down and he agreed frantically. Coming out of Baoyi's place, Zuo Mo instantly ran to Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp to pass down the instructions regarding the totem fragments. If someone threw away the totem fragments like garbage, he wouldn't even have the time to cry. After doing all this, he finally relaxed and started to ponder another problem. What talismans could be forged from this? Translator ramblings, O fiend soul beasts, you are so adorable, your pearly jade teeth, your glistening red eyes, your soft fiendish energy fur. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, The New Mood of Golden Crow Camp. Chapter 398, The New Mood of Golden Crow Camp. Speaking of forging, Zuo Mo had not done it for a very long time. In the past, he had needed to rely on the power of talismans. He had an unorthodox background in forging, but he did have a powerful weapon in Golden Crow Fire. Adding on that he had practiced arduously, his handiwork was relatively good. When his cultivation path had leaned towards emphasizing great day Mo physique later on, the time spent practicing forging and dan-making had naturally been reduced. Rawness was one factor, and the other was the lack of high-level forging techniques. This caused him to not know what talisman to forge with the totem fragments on hand even though he had a 6th grade flame, the Great Day Striped Flame. Also, these totem fragments were great materials, but he wasn't familiar with them at all. After wavering for a while, Zuo Mo still decided to go to Golden Crow Camp. The campsite of Golden Crow Camp was completely different than others. Only they had set up camp on a slave transporting boat. The entire interior of the slave transporting boat had been completely remodeled. It wasn't just the layout that was completely different, almost all the formations had been changed. Every board of the ship had been carved with large and small formations. Right now, the structural integrity of this slave transporting boat was frightening. This group of people were extremely bored yet also scared of death. So they used everything they could think of to ensure this boat is their lifesaver. At the very center of the boat was the most important talisman of this slave transporting boat, the Crimson Fiend Cauldron. The present Crimson Fiend Cauldron had shrunk to the height of a person. The cauldron had also turned from crimson red to jet black. Its design had been simple to start with, and now it seemed even denser and dignified. The Crimson Fiend Cauldron had continuously tempered itself and now showed signs that it was going to level up. At the present, the Crimson Fiend Cauldron had become the heart of this slave transporting boat. Every day, it turned large amounts of fiendish energy into Ling power, and passed the Ling power through the dense spiderweb formations to every corner of the slave transporting boat. Some Ling plant farmers decided to just stay in the rooms and plant Ling grains together. The beast speakers, led by Chen Yuchang, raised all kinds of Ling beasts in the boat. It was possible to hear the calls of all kinds of Ling beasts and very busy workers. Everyone loved this boat. The density of Ling energy inside the slave transporting boat could compare to some secret paradises. What satisfied everyone the most was the atmosphere inside the boat, especially after Zuo Mo had assigned the study of Mo matrices to Golden Crow Camp. The seal show that had originally been in Vermilion Bird Camp had been moved here to study Mo matrices together. These production shoujo were not as fearless as combat shoujo, but they had more skills. Additionally, the mood of the Golden Crow Camp was very liberal. The two masters, Ji Wei and Sun Bao, encouraged everyone to play around, so the youthfulness and liveliness of this group of young people were expressed to the maximum. In this place, every person could do what interested them. There was nothing that was forced upon them, but it was not easy if they just wanted to get by through slacking. One factor was that the mood was so, and everyone looked down upon those that slacked off. The other factor was, beyond their basic needs, every person's income and access to resources was based on their efforts. If one wanted more materials? Wanted more spells? Then work hard. So when Zuo Mo visited Golden Crow Camp again, the completely new Golden Crow Camp stunned him. Fortunately, every still recognized boss. The two masters quickly hurried over. Darren. The two respectfully bowed. Their cultivations had improved greatly and reached the later stages of Ningmai. Zuo Mo looked at the two people and found that their complexions were much better than they had been in the past. Thinking about their cautious and timid conduct of the past, and looking at the steady presence of these two people, it was a completely different world. Zuo Mo said with a smile, "It seems everyone is living pretty well." "This place isn't actually bad," Sun Bao said with a smile. "Everyone has something to do, the Ling power is abundant, and there is materials to waste. It's natural for us to live well." The two of them were very content with the present life. They were all people that were intoxicated with forging and very experienced. The spells and formations that Zuo Mo had given them could be said to be invaluable. Adding on the abundant Ling power inside the slave transporting boat, the two of them even felt indications of having a breakthrough. However, what made the two of them feel the most proud about was not their individual breakthroughs, but the growth of the entire Golden Crow Camp. The good atmosphere, the abundant supplies, large amounts of spells as reference, and all kinds of novel problems had caused the youthful shoujo of Golden Crow Camp to grow at astounding speed. These young shoujo of meager backgrounds did not waste such a valuable opportunity. Their efforts and hard work caused both masters to feel very comforted. "Has Darren come for the golden-winged great rock?" Ji Wei asked. Master Jie Wei's question reminded Zuo Mo. He hurriedly asked, "How's the progress on the golden-winged great rock?" "We've only solved half." Ji Wei said embarrassedly, "The golden-winged great rock matrix is extremely complex. Our cultivation is not enough." Thankfully, with the addition of Li Zhua, the rate of advancement quickened. Up until now, we have found 3 formations and they are wondrous. The two people's faces were bright. The wonders of the 3 formations had broadened their visions. The reason that the two of them showed signs of core formation was a benefit from comprehending these 3 formations. Zuo Mo had formed some impression of Li Zhua. At Ningmai stage and he was able to forge second-grade seal soldiers, he was very talented. "This is not urgent, we advance go slowly." Zuo Mo knew how complex the golden-winged great rock matrix was. In the past, he had studied it for a long time. He was already shocked at Ji Wei and the others' advancement speed. He then stated the goal of his trip. "I've come this time for another matter." The two hurriedly piqued their ears. Zuo Mo took out the totem fragments and handed them to the two. These are fragments of ancient totems that have remained over tens of thousands of years. They have formed Ling kernels. Ancient totem fragments. Ling kernels. The two paled. Zuo Mo's words instantly destroyed their mental barriers. These are good, but even the best stuff, if they cannot be used, are useless. Zuo Mo continued, "I've come to find you to see what ways you guys have to forge them into talismans." Sun Bao and Ji Wei stared at each other. After a while, Sun Bao hesitantly opened. "Why doesn't Darren forge them? Such a precious treasure, it would be too much of a pity if it was ruined." Zuo Mo naturally would be ashamed to say that his skills had been laid to waste. However, facing the duo's worries, he said with a smile, "Don't worry about ruining them." After speaking, he took out 2 more pieces. The two instantly became dumbstruck. These might be valuable, but everyone should not be timid due to this, Zuo Mo said smugly. These have come from the bodies of the fiend's soul beasts. We probably can get more in the future. Sun Bao and Jiwei's eyes instantly lit up. No forging Xiuzha would not be moved when they heard this, that. You guys take it and study it. Zuo Mo gave each of them a totem fragment and kept one for himself. He didn't want to lose a skill like forging that could earn Jingshi. If he became poor one day, he might have to rely on this to eat. Also, he had the 6th grade flame, Great Day Striped Flame. It would be too much of a pity if his forging skills were left to rust. He asked Sun Bao to find an empty room and started to ponder it himself. Xiao Mo Go. Ming Yuzi, who was sweeping around the Yao city, saw this name and his gaze couldn't help but still as he stopped walking. He had a surprised expression. To be able to see Xiao Mo's bounty on the Yao city of the 3rd Prison, that meant that Xiao Mo Go had already entered the 3rd prison. With Xiao Mo's strength, it did not surprise him that Xiao Mo Go had entered the 3rd prison. What surprised him was that Xiao Mo Go had put up a bounty of his own. Ming Juzi's first response was, "Is this guy wanted to retaliate against the Ji family?" His fingertips swiped across this bounty. The contents that opened up caused his to still. Battle of Seal Extinction? This extremely unfamiliar phrase caused Ming Juzi to not remember anything about it in a moment. A while later, he finally recalled some blurry impression about the Battle of Sealed Extinction. The curiosity in Ming Juzi's heart instantly rose. He hurriedly read on. Xiao Mo's bounty desired information on the Battle of Sealed Extinction. The more specific, the better, and they could even talk face to face. He then looked at the reward. His heart instantly jumped. It was a very high number. This was an extremely strange bounty. The requirements of the bounty was very indistinct, just that the more specific the better. And the goal of the bounty was unusually obscure. A battle that happened in ancient times? Xiao Mo Go was a historical enthusiast. This speculation was too funny. Did he have some treasure map of the Battle of Sealed Extinction? That was possible. If it was like that, then it was very probably that Xiao Mo Go would put up such a bounty. Thinking about the results of his past investigation, Ming Juzi's heart suddenly started to burn. He had expended great energy to finally pin down what high-level Yao arts were used by Nan Yu and Song Zhe. South Sky Arrow art, and Grey Scar art. These 2 Yao arts that had been lost for a long time once again appeared in front of the word, and the crux of this entire matter all pointed to one Yao, Xiao Mo Gu. Maybe. Thinking about this, Ming Juzi decided to take this quest. Bao Yi felt today was an unfortunate day. Just after Boss had left, Gongsun Darren had arrived. It was fine to interact with Boss, but he couldn't help but tremble whenever he interacted with Gongsun Darren. Whenever he saw Gongsun Darren's peerlessly bashful smile, he couldn't help but shiver. "Darren, do you have any orders?" Bao Yi was very respectful. "I've come to find Fiend's Soul Beast beads." Gongsun Cha was slightly embarrassed. For some unknown reason, when he saw Gongsun Cha's shy expression like that of a 17-year-old, Bao Yi's legs started to tremble slightly. How many do you need? Give me all of them." Gongsun Cha seemed to be even more embarrassed. If it was any other person that came to Bao Yi and said this, he would definitely kick them in the face. Opening their mouths and demanding all of a certain material? Go dream. But facing Gongsun Darren, he said with the utmost respect, "Yes." Immediately, he used the fastest speed he was able to achieve to take out all the Fiend's Soul Beast beads and gave them to Gongsun Cha. Gongsun Cha contentedly left. Bao Yi's legs softened and he sat down on the ground with lingering fear on his face. He finally sent off this killing god. However, he was slightly puzzled. What did Gongsun Darren want so many Fiend's Soul Beast beads for? Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo is a forgetful person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Weaknesses. Chapter 399, Weaknesses. How was your troops' harvest today? A vermilion bird Camp Xiuzha asked his comrade beside him. All right. It's better than a few days ago. We killed 2 Fiend Soul Beasts, but our luck wasn't bad, and we got 1 totem fragment. This fellow was truly proud inside, but he pretended to be indifferent. You guys really got lucky. The other said with admiration. I don't know what is going on right now, so many good things becoming available at once. Did you see that Darren has announced 3 more kinds of formations that can be engraved? Yes. They're really good. He licked his lips and was full of desire. Much stronger than the engraved formations that were carved previously. However, the number of points that need to be used is really not cheap. There's no reason for good things to be cheap. The person seemed very experienced. And it's just for us. Outsiders don't even need to think about it. Even Ma Fandarin has been furiously hunting fiend soul beasts these days. Isn't it because he wants to trade for the engraved formations? Ha, that's true. Everyone is crazy. Who can sit still now? I'm not going to chat, going to work now. The faster I get points, the earlier I can get the formations engraved. In these past days, the relatively peaceful camp's ambition had instantly been ignited by Zuo Mo's announcement. He had announced the 3 new formations, and the number of points needed for them to be engraved. In addition, it was also announced that the mission for obtaining points would be the collection of totem fragments and fiend soul beast beads. The number of points needed for each of the 3 newly announced formations were not low, but when everyone finished looking at the descriptions of the 3 formations, their eyes instantly turned red. A furious hunting wave had started due to this. Compared to Vermilion Bird Camp, Guard Camp was much more peaceful. The engraved formations did not have much use for them. What they cultivated was the fleshy body, but it did not mean that we're not moved to action this time. Fiend soul beast beads and totem fragments could be traded for points. For them, points were also of great use. However, Shu Long did not leave the camp and instead stayed locked up inside his tent by himself. He was cultivating Great Day Hardship Guard. This MO skill had been greatly modified by Pu Yao again. Compared to Hardship Guard, Great Day Hardship Guard was higher level. But the cultivation difficulty had also increased greatly. Out of caution, Pu Yao had Shu Long cultivate it first to prevent any problems from appearing. Hardship Guard was an MO skill especially suited for those that did not have outstanding talent but were persistent. The Great Day Hardship Guard that Pu Yao had modified had used Hardship Guard as the basis for a new MO skill. Even though his primary area was Yao Arts, to a peak expert like him that could touch the core nature of power, one solution was every solution. His knowledge was extremely broad. To say nothing of Yao Arts, he had studied an extraordinary amount of spells and MO skills. Even Wei praised it after analyzing this Great Day Hardship Guard that he created. Afterwards, Wei had made adjustments to some details and further perfected it. The Great Day Hardship Guard, for which 2 great experts had teamed up to create, was a top-level MO skill even in the MO world. But this top-level MO skill was not so easy to cultivate. Pu Yao had added in many methods of cultivating from the Great Day MO physique, or rather, the cultivation of MO physiques. The cultivation of MO physiques was extremely dangerous. Shu Long's entire body was tense. The armor on his body liquefied at a rate visible to the naked eye into a jet-black liquid. Moments later, this black liquid wrapped him completely to the point even his eyes could not be seen. The hardest step is over, Pu Yao said indifferent from within Zuo Mo's consciousness. I feel some anticipation. Wei's eyes flashed. If he can really cultivate into a MO physique. He did not say what was after, but Pu Yao understood what Wei meant. If Shu Long could really cultivate into an MO physique, that meant that the possibility that other people could cultivate into MO physiques was very high. In the MO world, the ability to cultivate into an MO physique depended on bloodlines and talent. If Shu Long could really cultivate into an MO physique, that Pu Yao undoubtedly had opened a completely new path. To cultivate into an MO physique by cultivating MO skills, instead of innate talent. Wei was very clear about the terrifying power encapsulated in this. Such a terrifying madman. Zuo Mo's expression was ugly as he stared at the totem fragment in his hand. There was an aura of ancient desolation in this tiny fragment that made him think of the wasteland beast. Even though the presence of the totem fragment was not as powerful, vast, or savage as the wasteland beast, that bleakness was extremely similar. However, the bleakness of the wasteland beast carried a deathly stillness, and the bleakness of this totem fragment had birthed an extremely tiny thread of vitality. That was the Ling kernel. Tens of thousands of years had caused this little fragment of life essence to birth a thread of cognition. He was almost certain that normal forging methods were unsuitable for the totem fragment. Normal forging methods could easily destroy the Ling kernel of the totem fragment. That would be a great pity. Zuo Mo placed great importance on this totem fragment. Due to this, he had specially used the Great Day Banded Flame to reforge the Sonic Lightning Walnuts to familiarize himself with the more domineering and purer Great Day Banded Flame. It had to be said that the 6th grade flame's strength was as extraordinary as expected. He had almost forged a Sonic Lightning Walnut into a pile of silver water. The dominant nature of the fire could be seen. This also caused Zuo Mo to realize his weakest area. The skill of a forger was primarily decided by 3 factors. The first was forging knowledge. One had to be familiar with all kinds of materials, their combinations, and the formations. The second was cultivation. One's cultivation directly determined the control over the flame, the carving of formations. The higher the formation, the more complex it was, and the more it demanded of Ling power. The third were forging tools, fire seeds and cauldrons. If it was a water method, one also needed Ling springs and cold ponds, etc. Zuo Mo was not weak on forging knowledge. Even though he did not understand high-level forging methods, he had read a great variety of forging jade scrolls. In the area of formations, the entire Golden Crow camp had no one that could compare to him. After the grind of the 10-finger prison, the endless Yao arts broadened his visions and his affinity for formations came even more easily to him. And tools were his strong points. 6th grade Great Day Banded Flame was definitely a peak fire seed that could not be bought with Jingshi. His weakest area was cultivation. When he had been reforging the Sonic Lightning Walnut, he had detected this. In terms of cultivation, he was just in Ningmai. Originally, he had not felt this kind of cultivation was low, but when he had channeled the Great Day Banded Flame today, he had found just how weak his Ling power was. The Great Day Banded Flame was like a colossal being, and his Ling power wasn't enough to even get a good glance at it. If the Great Day Banded Flame had not been formed from his Great Day Mo physique and was from the same origins, he would have been harmed in the backlash, much less channeled it. Now Zuo Mo was depressed. What was more depressing than having a treasure and not being able to use it? Cultivation, cultivation. He was stuck at cultivation. Deeply struck by this blow, Zuo Mo ran into the sea of consciousness and found Pu Yao. He asked without any greeting, "Pu, is there any methods that can immediately increase my cultivation?" Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo like he was looking at an idiot. "What do you think Ling power is?" Zuo Mo was unsatisfied. "Are there really no methods?" "I do have a good amount of spells here," Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo, "but with your quality of physique, you probably have to cultivate 10 more years to reach Jindan. Unless you have worldly treasures. Do you have such things?" Zuo Mo was instantly sorrowful. Worldly treasures that could increase cultivation, how could he have those? With his present Ling power, it was a delusion to think that he could control the 6th grade Great Day Banded Flame. It wasn't that he had not thought of using formations to control the Great Day Banded Flame, but no normal materials could tolerate the 6th grade Great Day Banded Flame. Damn it, Wasn't he wasting it? Zuo Mo turned to Wei. Wei also showed an apologetic expression. He also didn't have any good solutions. Coming out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo's mood was terrible. The Great Day Banded Flame was a top fire seed, the totem fragment was a top material, but he could only stare at them. It wasn't even as good as Golden Crow Fire. That was just 4th grade, but at least he could control that easily. He finally realized a great problem. Ling power would always be his greatest weakness and he had to improve in it unless he wanted to give up on dan making and forging. No matter if it was Yao arts or Mo skills, they were very powerful, but they could not replace Ling power's uses in other areas. Fine, he wouldn't think on it so much. Surviving and leaving the sealed extinction battlefield was the biggest priority right now. Zuo Mo quickly let go of his mood. He ran into the 10-finger prison. He first went to the Yao city and received a letter left for him. The writer was a Yao named Ming Ju Zi. He had written detailed inquiries on what kind of information Zuo Mo needed on the Battle of Sealed Extinction. This letter instantly caused Zuo Mo's low mood to rise greatly. Compared to his losses in forging, the information on the Battle of Sealed Extinction was much more important. He hurriedly wrote a response and replied to every question the other had. After doing this, Zuo Mo's depression was swept away. He excitedly ran to the Wasteland Beast chessboard to find Nanyu and Song Zhe. However, he did not find the two but found Song Lin first. This young person was gradually recovering and was very happy when he saw Zuo Mo. Song Zhe was one of the primary hopes of the clan, and was urgently cultivating Grey Scar art. A short while later, Zuo Mo saw a slightly tired Nanyu. Due to the defeats at the front lines, everyone was furiously cultivating now. Nanyu had a strong feeling of danger and was furiously teaching her clansmen to cultivate. Zuo Mo thought of Nanyu's financial situation. The front lines had lost, so the prices of necessities would definitely have skyrocketed. Nanyu's days were probably very difficult. He gave a portion of the money he had to Nanyu. Having experienced war, Zuo Mo told her to spend more time on cultivation. In troubled times, strength was the basis of survival. Nanyu pressed her lips together tightly. She did not refuse and seriously nodded. Zuo Mo explained in detail what to pay attention to during wartime. These were all his experiences. Nanyu was not the only one to listen carefully. Song Lin, who was at the side, hurriedly cast a recording Yao art to record Zuo Mo's words. Zuo Mo's stream of words caused Song Lin to think. Had Darren experienced war before? Was Darren at the front lines? His heart was filled with questions. Translator ramblings: Ling power is still a problem for Zuo Mo, which is ironic. Even back in Dongfu, he had problems getting enough Ling power to match what he could do with his consciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400 Draft Notice. Chapter 400 Draft Notice. Zuo Mo was downcast at the thought that his Ling power was a constraint, but he was not demotivated by this. Instead, it had roused his fighting spirit. Didn't have any other ways? What he first thought of was the 5-element glass bead inside his body. This 5-element glass bead was of extraordinary origins and greatly increased his affinity towards the 5 elements. When he had been at Wukong Mountain, he had benefited greatly from this. At present, the 5-element glass bead was not one of Zuo Mo's top talismans, but it was closely connected to Zuo Mo's origins and had a special importance. Zuo Mo had always been preoccupied and was unable to study it. At this time, Zuo Mo thought of it. The 5-element glass bead had merged into Zuo Mo's blood and flesh, so he could only inspect it with his consciousness. However, when his consciousness inspected the 5-element glass bead, it was blocked by a gentle power. Zuo Mo stilled. He recalled that Pu Yao had said to him that something was sealed inside the 5-element glass bead. A cautious expression came onto his face. This Ling power was not strong, but it was very pure. The sealer should be a Xiuzha above Jindan. Surprised by his finding, Zuo Mo didn't think much about it. In these 2 short years, he had encountered many battles and had almost died a few times. His life philosophies had also changed. Like his stance regarding his changed appearance and his origins, he still cared greatly and would endeavor to discover the truth, but he would not be as impulsive as he had been in the past. Facing the threat of war, living in an unpredictable environment where he could perish at a moment's notice, surviving was more important than anything else. Having personally experienced the cruelties of war, he knew just how small and insignificant a person's life was. They were like a sapling in the middle of the storm. It took all of his strength to struggle and search for that thread of life. After being baptized in battle, his heart was much stronger, and his self-control was stronger as well. Pu Yao had also clearly told him that he could not break the seal on the 5-element glass bead with his low cultivation. So Zuo Mo was not astonished about his failure. His consciousness wrapped around the 5-element glass bead. Zuo Mo tried to find the smallest weakness in the seal, but this thin layer of Ling power showed him the difference between cultivation stages was not so easy to overcome. He shook his head, withdrew his consciousness from the 5-element glass bead. His hopes of using the 5-element glass bead was bankrupt. Then what methods were there? While Zuo Mo's mind dwelled on the topic, a light flashed through his mind. He thought of another method: Yao arts. Could he use Yao arts to forge? Yao arts could also control fire. Of all Yao arts, 5-element Yao arts were something every Yao knew a little of because they were powerful and easy to learn. Zuo Mo's fire Yao art skill was not his best, but it wasn't bad. However, the fire of fire Yao arts and the fire of forging had fundamental differences. Formations needed a medium in order to be engraved onto talismans, and flames could act as the medium. Fire Yao arts might have powerful fires, but they could not be used in this manner. Why so? Zuo Mo sank into thought. If things were different, Zuo Mo would not waste time on such a ridiculous problem, but there was no way around it. Even if it was ridiculous, he still had to do it. As he thought, Zuo Mo's right hand unconsciously cast a fire Yao art. The simplest fire Yao art of little Yao arts, fire. A weak flame wavered on the tip of his finger. Zuo Mo was extremely familiar with little Yao arts. His mind did not need to move, and the wisp of flame twisted and danced around his finger like a snake of fire. He closely felt every detail of the wisp. The snake of fire was very nimble and spirited. Deep in thought, Zuo Mo completely did not realize the flow of time. Draft notice. Heavy Earth Core had sent a draft notice. Nanyu looked at the draft notice in her hand. Her heart suddenly sank. The draft notice was compulsory. The tense wording requested the draftee to report to Heavy Earth Core before a deadline. The one being drafted was not Nanyu. She did show potential, but her strength was not enough that she qualified for a draft. The draft notice was for Darren. Nanyu quickly understood. They could not find Darren's location, but it was not hard to find her origins. Her mood instantly became dour. She had followed Darren for a while and generally grasped Darren's temper. Darren definitely would ignore this draft notice. At that time, conflict would be unavoidable. Which person was scheming against Darren from the shadows? She turned and looked at the clansmen that were working hard on their cultivation. Her gaze was full of worry, but then her determination rose up. She quickly entered the wasteland beast chessboard. No matter what, she had to let Darren know as soon as possible. Darren would definitely have a solution. She was filled with confidence. The black fire wrapped around a golden armor guard. The golden armor guard stood motionlessly like a wooden puppet. Pu Yao's hands were like two blooming flowers. Yao arts rained down and entered the bodies of the golden armor guards. Pity, the materials are a bit lacking, Wei said with slight pity. Due to the combination of Pu Yao's skill techniques and the large amounts of black fiendish energy the golden armored guards absorbed from this vicious and fiendish ground, they had the conditions to level up. The only thing Wei felt pity about was that these golden armor guards had all been Shouja that cultivated the sword before death. The door-sized swords they held were frightening to see, but if it was an MO with a strong body, the power would have been several levels higher. Let's just work with what we have, Pu Yao said lazily. Compared to the past, these days are already much better. Wei nodded and agreed with Pu Yao's words. This vicious ground to Zuo Mo and the others was undoubtedly a poor one. However, for Pu Yao and Wei, it was much better than Wukong Mountain. At the very least, they no longer needed to constantly worry about that withered old man suddenly coming with his sword to exterminate Yama. Your student seems to have encountered trouble, Wei reminded Pu Yao. I can't help him, Pu Yao said unconcernedly. His hands did not stop. Do you understand that the methods of Shouja forging? Wei shook his head. Mo cultivate their bodies and cannot forging. It's not that you cannot understand, but there is no need to understand. Pu Yao was clearly opposed to the Shouja methods. Yao cultivate the spirit, Mo their bodies, why do they need to forge? If he wants to work on forging, he can only rely on himself. Wei was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, why not let him cultivate Yao arts and Mo skills at the same time? If you don't want all of us to end up dead, it's best if you do not have such a dangerous idea, Pu Yao said warningly. If he dies, you and I cannot escape either. It already makes me feel unsafe that he cultivated a Mo physique. Who made it so that your Mo physique cultivation is so dangerous? I don't want to die so soon. Mo physique cultivation is not as dangerous as you think. Pu Yao impatiently interrupted Wei. If there are safer ways, then why risk it? Do you have a problem with your head? If you want to find a successor, other than him, you can pick anyone. Guard camp has so many people, just pick one. Shu Long isn't bad, how about it? Have you considered it? Wei shook his head. His talent is not enough. Wake up! Pu Yao was full of disdain. Look at our state, you are still holding on to those traditions. It's already good if you can find a successor, yet you're still so picky. Pu Yao ranted on disdainfully, but his hand movements did not slow at all. When the last few lights entered the bodies of the golden armor guards, he finally showed slight satisfaction. The golden armor guards were completely transformed. The scaled golden armor that had covered their bodies had disappeared, a complete suit of heavy black armor replaced it. The heavy armor was fitted so well it seemed like one object. They were like metal monsters. The terrifying presence that emanated from their bodies made people fearful. Black spikes protruded from their shoulders, elbows, knees and other important places. The tip of each black spike was a strange blood-like red. At the crown of their helmets was a rhombus-shaped golden mark that resembled the blood rhombus on Pu Yao's forehead. Pu Yao rubbed his chin and scanned the new golden armor guards. He said to himself, these trashy swords are no longer suitable. Oh, that broken sword in Wei Shang's hands isn't bad, I wonder where he got it. A moment later, he shook his head, and muttered, never mind. First we will work on this, let's think about weapons in the future. Suddenly, Pu Yao raised his head and his eyes flashed. At the same time, Wei also raised his head. Lei Peng and Nian Lu's faces were pale white. After Darren had announced the Fiend's Soul Beast hunting mission, everyone was very enthusiastic. Other than engraving new formations, a piece of gossip was secretly passed on. The totem fragments were materials that had Ling kernels. Supposedly Darren had already tasked the Golden Crow camp with studying the forging talismans out of the totem fragments. Those with foresight instantly detected the opportunity. Their past experiences told them if Darren gave something to Golden Crow camp, it probably was in preparation to give to everyone. No matter if it was the new formations, or the new talismans that hadn't been forged yet, they all needed to be traded for buy points. If they didn't take this opportunity to earn points, were they dumb? Lei Peng and Nian Lu were stronger than the average Vermilion Bird camp members, but they were still weaker than Ma Fan and the others. The two of them decided to pair up to hunt Fiend's Soul Beasts. They worked very well together and were efficient, producing great results. The past combat experiences had not been wasted. The strength of Vermilion Bird camp had clearly increased. Many people did not even need to use the sword formation to comprehend sword essence. Of course, part of this was Wei Shang's work. Lei Pang and Nian Lu's improvement was especially evident. The fiend soul beasts they were afraid of in the past gradually became less dangerous for them. Without detecting it, they had traveled a long way from the campsite. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Their luck was unusually good. They had encountered many more fiend soul beasts than usual. The outstanding result caused the two to start fantasizing about their wonderful future lives, with engraved new formations and using their new talismans. Until they encountered this terrifying fiend soul beast. Translator ramblings, slow and steady plot progression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.